Chapter 1. Su Ruyao's Journey Through Time. Su Ruyao, a name as poetic and picturesque as a painting, seemed to bring a fresh splash of color to this world upon her birth. She was born into a cultured family filled with literary atmosphere. Receiving a good education and upbringing from a young age. Su Ruyao was a beloved little girl. Her beauty was like flowers blooming in spring, captivating everyone around her. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her slender shoulders, gently brushing against her fair skin, and exuding a faint fragrance. Her eyebrows were as elegant as distant mountains, with a slightly upward curve that added a touch of liveliness and playfulness to her face. Her skin was as white as snow, smooth and delicate like clotted cream, making one unable to resist the urge to touch it gently. Her cherry-red lips, vibrant and inviting, always bore a sweet smile at the corners, as if capable of melting all the sorrows of the world. Most striking were her pair of beautiful eyes, with their slightly upturned corners and sparkling gaze, as if conveying 1,000 words. These eyes were not only beautiful but also revealed a sense of intelligence and agility, making it evident that she had been a beauty since childhood, and would surely grow into a stunning woman. Su Ruyao's boyfriend, Zhang Zhiyuan, resembled a tall white poplar, standing at a height of 1.8 meters, exuding handsomeness. His skin was as fair as snow, with star-like eyebrows that shone brightly, making him a dazzling star on campus, attracting the attention of many girls. However, his heart was as steadfast as a rock, devoted solely to Su Ruyao. From high school classmates to choosing the same major in college and entering the same university together, they were like birds flying in pairs, inseparable. They studied diligently in the library, savored food together in the cafeteria, poured their hearts out under the moonlight, admired the scenery on their travels, selected daily necessities in supermarkets, and experienced romance in cinemas. Su Ruyao never imagined that a fierce argument would become the spark that led to their permanent separation. Su Ruyao and her boyfriend met in high school and fell in love in college, where they spent many beautiful moments together. However, the reality after graduation dealt a blow to their love. Although both found ideal jobs, unfortunately, these jobs were in different cities. This posed a difficult choice for them. Should they follow their love or stick to their respective careers? This question troubled not only Su Ruyao and her boyfriend, but also led to intense arguments between both families. Each family believed that their child should prioritize their future, and not give up better development opportunities for the sake of love. Su Ruyao's parents worried that their daughter would face various difficulties and uncertainties after moving to another city, while her boyfriend's family believed that his job locally had better prospects and should not be easily abandoned. Thus, neither set of parents was willing to compromise, each insisting that they were acting in their child's best interest. This argument left the once loving couple feeling helpless and pained. Su Ruyao felt as if she had lost her soul, her steps heavy as if each one required all her strength to move. She slowly walked along the streets of a tourist town, her eyes blankly gazing ahead, unsure of where to go. Not long ago, she and her boyfriend had another intense argument. The argument stemmed from issues regarding the bride price and housing, which loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain. Su Ruyao felt as though a heavy stone was pressing down on her chest, making it almost impossible to breathe. She had originally thought that love could conquer all, but now she realized that the pressure of reality was so immense that it could destroy their relationship. She did not know how to face this harsh reality or how to resolve these problems. Thus, she chose to escape, hoping to temporarily forget her worries through a journey.
She hoped to find some answers along the way, or at least to relax her mood a bit. The streets of the town were quaint, lined with various stalls, and the dazzling array of goods made her head spin.
Su Ruyao wandered aimlessly, her eyes scanning the stalls but never finding anything of interest. Suddenly, a jade bracelet on a stall caught her eye.
The bracelet was a vibrant green, emanating a mysterious and alluring glow, as if an invisible force was calling to her. Su Ruyao found herself stopping involuntarily, walking up to the stall and gently picking up the bracelet.
It felt warm to the touch, and the coolness spread from her fingertips throughout her body. She examined it closely, growing fonder of it, and couldn't resist putting it on.
Just as she slipped the bracelet onto her wrist, a blinding light flashed, and Su Ruyao felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, causing everything around her to blur. When she could see clearly again, she discovered she was in an unfamiliar place. The architecture here was strange, with flying magical tools occasionally soaring through the sky, and passers-by dressed in ancient costumes, hurrying about. Su Ruyao was startled, realizing she might have traveled through time. She looked down at her wrist, where the jade bracelet still glowed faintly. Su Ruoyao began to inquire around and learned that she had arrived in a fictional era that did not exist in history, a realm of the time-space continuum that was more advanced than Earth, where people could advance through cultivation. The Su family she was now in was a small family in this world. However, what Su Ruoyao did not know was that the original owner, although the eldest daughter of the Su family, had a tragic background. Her mother died in childbirth, and she had lived under the shadow of her stepmother since childhood. The stepmother came from a mysterious organization and had poisoned her with an unknown substance when she was very young, rendering the original owner dull-witted and unable to cultivate, a waste in this world. Just as Su Ruoya was still confused about her predicament, a sharp voice suddenly rang out, "Oh, isn't that the foolish young lady of the Su family? What, come out to embarrass yourself again?" Su Ruoya looked up to see a beautifully dressed girl looking at her with a mocking expression, accompanied by several maids. Su Ruoya's heart sank, realizing that this was likely the younger sister born of her father and stepmother. What a surprising coincidence! It turned out that the original owner was also named Su Ruoyao, a twist of fate that was simply astonishing. At the moment Su Ruoyao's soul returned, the jade bracelet seemed to come alive, automatically fastening itself onto her wrist. The bracelet was partially hidden by her sleeve, but its flickering light could not be ignored. The people around seemed unaware of this remarkable change. However, a sweet voice suddenly echoed in Su Ruoyao's mind. The voice was clear and gentle, as if it were coming from another world. It spoke in standard Mandarin. "Host's soul has returned, Phoenix bracelet space activated. Welcome, host, to the Biluadalu, and begin your cultivation journey." "Wow, so you are the legendary Phoenix bracelet?" Su Ruoyao exclaimed in awe. "I really don't want to cultivate. I miss my family and friends. That is probably not possible for now, unless the host can cultivate to the divine sovereign realm, allowing free travel through the time-space continuum, the Phoenix bracelet." System replied slowly, "What should I do? How long does it take to cultivate to the divine sovereign?" Su Ruoyao asked anxiously. "It is currently difficult to determine this, simply because the original host has never cultivated. The meridians in the body are like blocked rivers. Although possessing the Phoenix divine body, the host still needs to personally break through barriers to detoxify the body and open up the 8 extraordinary meridians before officially embarking on the path of cultivation. The cultivation time may be just a few short years, or it could stretch over thousands of years. There is even a possibility that the host may not advance before their lifespan is exhausted, and at that time, the host may also need to go to the 3 realms and the underworld. For further cultivation, Chapter 2, the original host discovers the secret and sets a trap. Su Ruoyao's sister is named Su Ruoshua. Although they share the same father but have different mothers, it is customary to assume that daughters resemble their fathers to some extent. However, the reality is quite the opposite. The two look completely different. Su Ruoshua's mother, Zhou Mei, was actually purchased by Su Ruoya's mother, Yiling Shuang, from a slave market. Initially, she held a lowly status and didn't even have a name, being classified as a slave. Later, thanks to Yiling Shuang buying her and spending money to bribe the authorities, she was able to obtain a registered household status, transforming her into a legitimate citizen, and Yiling Shuang did not demand her slave contract in return. Zhou Mei's origins are as murky as a fog. In reality, she is a protector of a mysterious organization. An unexpected mission left her severely injured, and she was later betrayed by the one who saved her, which led her into the abyss of the slave market. At the time Yiling Shuang transmigrated into the original host, Su Ruoyao's father, Su Wenzheng, was fulfilling the emperor's order to address flood disasters in the affected areas and repair the rivers. As for why the original host's mother died during childbirth, no one could clarify the reasons. Unbeknownst to many, the original host's mother was also poisoned by Zhou Mei, creating the illusion of a difficult birth that deceived everyone. Zhou Mei's original name was Zhou Meyer. Just by hearing her name, one can tell she used her beauty to serve others, so how could she be content to be a maid? After Yiling Shuang's death, Zhou Meyer quickly climbed into Su Wenzheng's bed. Using methods that had been tried and tested throughout history, she used wine to set the mood and added aphrodisiacs. By the time Su Wenzheng woke up, he had no choice but to promote Zhou Meyer from maid to concubine. Su Ruoshua gazed at Su Ruoyao, her eyes seeming to penetrate the soul, revealing a hint of strangeness. This former fool now seemed like a completely transformed person, not only dressed in strange attire but also speaking clearly, as if she had become someone else. Could it be that this fool could suddenly become wise without any good medicine to heal? This was simply unbelievable and unheard of. It is important to note that Su Ruoshua is not actually the biological daughter of Su Wenzheng, but rather the illegitimate daughter of Zhou Meyer and her lover. Unfortunately, her lover is the current prince consort of the Grand Princess. Given the Grand Princess's esteemed status, how could she tolerate her husband taking a concubine? This prince consort could not even have a secondary wife, let alone a concubine. He could only secretly indulge in extramarital affairs. Once, while on a mission, Zhou Meyer disguised herself as a courtesan, and that was how they met. From then on, they maintained a relationship that was both close and distant, unbeknownst to the Grand Princess. After all, the Grand Princess had been unable to bear children and blamed the prince consort. What use is a prince consort who cannot produce offspring? Thus, the Grand Princess no longer inquired about his whereabouts and even kept many male companions in her other courtyard. The prince consort had become insignificant to her. The only ones who know the truth are Zhou Meyer and her lover, the current prince consort. Su Wenzheng is completely in the dark. Su Ruoyao looks at Su Ruoxue and feels that she does not resemble her sister at all. Su Ruoyao still retains some memories of the original host. She remembers chasing her pet dog as a child, only to end up in Zhou Meyer's courtyard. Zhou Meyer, bold and reckless, took advantage of Su Wenzheng being at court to engage in intimate relations with the prince consort in Su Wenzheng's bedroom, and the original host happened to see this while peering through the window. Although the original host was too young to understand, her dog barked at her while she was watching, causing Zhou Meyer to discover her, drug the original host, and turn her into a useless person who could no longer cultivate, leaving her dull and foolish. Su Ruoyao's doubts grew deeper, and she began to question Su Ruoxue's origins. She couldn't help but recall some strange details about Su Ruoxue that made her feel that Su Ruoxue might not truly be her sister. To unravel this mystery, Su Ruoyao decided to seek help from the Phoenix Divine Bracelet. She softly asked, "Phoenix Divine Bracelet, do you have a paternity testing system?"
After a while, the voice of the Phoenix Divine Bracelet echoed in Su Ruoyao's mind. "Sorry, Master, I currently do not have a paternity testing system."
However, if the original host can activate the medical cultivation system and advance it to a high level, then it can detect kinship. Upon hearing this, Su Ruoyao felt a wave of frustration. She had originally thought the Phoenix Divine Bracelet could easily solve this issue, but did not expect such complex conditions to be required. Moreover, she knew nothing about the medical cultivation system and had no idea how to activate or upgrade it. This system is really useless. It can't help at all in critical moments. Su Ruoyao complained that is the blood test method really reliable. Upon reflection, it seems that as long as one slightly alters the potion, originally incompatible blood could become compatible, and originally compatible blood could become
incompatible. Therefore, if she wanted to expose Zhou Meyer's true face in front of her father, it would likely be very difficult. After all, she was an expert in pharmacology and skilled in using drugs to poison.
"Sister, look at your outfit today. It's truly jaw-dropping. Where did you buy this innerwear? I've never seen such a style. You went out wearing this, with your arms and legs exposed. What does that even mean? As girls, we should pay. If you dress like this, not only will people point fingers at you, but it will also tarnish our family's reputation. Especially father, he is a dignified prime minister. How could you dress like this without making him lose face? If father asks about it, he'll surely blame me for not reminding you and might even scold me harshly. You don't need to worry about this. Aren't you afraid of getting heat rash in such hot weather?" "I'm just dressing fashionably," Su Ruoyao said. Su Ruoxue slightly frowned, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth, and softly replied, "Fashionable? What does that mean? Don't compare my dress to those ordinary woolen ones. Let me tell you, this dress is made of fragrant cloud silk, a treasure presented to us by the North Ridge Kingdom. Even the Empress and the Emperor rarely get such fabric in a year. If it weren't for the Emperor's grace, how could I have the fortune to wear it? Forget it. It's a waste of breath to explain so much to you. You probably haven't even heard of it. You are just a foolish child. Let's hurry home for a meal. Don't be so silly that you don't even know where your home is." Su Ruoyao still had the memories of the original host. The place where the original host usually slept was a woodshed, right next to a pigsty, where she could smell the stench of pig manure inside the house. The roof of the house was missing a piece, and it leaked when it rained. The windows were paper covered, letting in the cold wind in winter, and the original host's bed was made of straw mats, without even a decent mattress. There was a quilt, but it had several large holes. Since the original host's mother passed away, Su Wenzheng seemed to have undergone a transformation, constantly bringing home concubines.
Unfortunately, under Zhou Mei's control, the concubines Su Wenzheng took could not conceive or their children died prematurely. Su Wenzheng, anxious, hurriedly invited the imperial physician to diagnose the problem, but the physician was intercepted midway by a maid sent by Zhou Mei. The maid pulled out a silver ingot from her bosom, waving it in front of the physician like a magic trick, and then whispered what he should and should not say in detail.
The imperial physician nodded cautiously. After all, Behind the old lady were two burly men holding sharp blades, with the glinting knife resting against the imperial physician's neck. How could he dare to refuse? Thus, Su Wenjing was easily fooled by the imperial physician's nonsense.
As a result, Su Wenjing only had two daughters, Su Ruoyao and Su Ruoxiue, under his old age, along with a group of concubines who were like hens that couldn't lay eggs.
Chapter 3, The Spirit Pet Little White Leaps into Embrace.
Just as Su Ruoxiue was standing on the street, a fluffy creature pounced into Su Ruoyao's arms.
It turned out to be a little fox, completely snow-white. The little fox blinked its bright, expressive eyes and immediately bit Su Ruoyao's finger. Instantly, a dazzling halo appeared around the two of them, with ancient characters engraved on the edge of the halo, characters that Su Ruoyao knew she had never seen before. Am I going to cross over and become illiterate? After a long while, the halo gradually dissipated. Ah, what kind of animal is this? It looks a bit like a Samoyed dog, but it's so small. What animal is this? Am I going to get— You smell so good, and your blood smells so good, the little fox said, wagging its big tail at Su Ruoyao. Wow, animals can talk. What kind of alternate society have I crossed into where even foxes can speak human language? Su Ruoyao complained, don't misidentify me as your master, I'm not your master. Go find a cool place to stay. It's hot in the summer, don't shed your fur and rub it all over me. Master, I take a bath every day.
Besides, even if I do shed, you can collect it and make very expensive brushes to sell. My fur is very valuable. Su Ruoyao widened her eyes, looking disgusted. Who cares about your fur to make brushes? Stay away from me.
But the little fox was unwilling to give up, tightly hugging her arm and looking pitiful. Master, please don't chase me away. I can be very obedient, that I have many abilities and can protect you. At that moment, a group of fierce-looking men rushed around the corner of the street. The leader pointed at the little fox and shouted, that's the fox. Su Ruoyao frowned and instinctively protected the little fox behind her. Who are you? Why do you want to catch it? The big man sneered, this fox is— If you're sensible, hand it over quickly, or you'll have a hard time. The little fox quietly said from behind Su Ruoyao, Master, they are bad people, don't listen to them. Su Ruoyao took a deep breath, thinking she couldn't just stand by and watch, and put on a tough stance. I'm going to protect it today, you can try if you— This fox was hunted from the peak of the snow mountain in the Diamond Forest. It escaped because we weren't careful in guarding it. Since you've picked it up, you should return it to us after all. It was hunted by us. How can you casually take someone else's property? You say it's yours, what evidence do you have? As for me, I am now its master. How can you openly rob someone's private property on the street? Su Ruoyao retorted, this fox is a pure spirit fox that is hard to come by in 100 years. We caught it to offer it to the Empress Dowager. If this matter reaches the Empress Dowager, you won't have a good outcome. But I've already made a contract with it, you can't take it away. Woo, master, they are bad people, they don't want to catch me as a spirit pet, but they want my fur to make a quilt for some old lady. Oh my god, not a shawl, that would— The key is they think I'm too small and want to catch me as bait to lure my family, intending to capture our entire clan to skin us for quilts. It's too terrifying. Woo, master, you must protect me. My nose is very sensitive, I can find treasures and people, I'm smarter than dogs. If you take me in, you won't regret— I eat very little, just give me a chicken leg every meal, one is not too little, and two are not too many. Humph, you look like a glutton, but I'm in a tough situation myself and don't have food to fill my stomach. Where would I get chicken legs to feed you every day? At least 3 chicken legs a day, that's at least 1 chicken a day. I can't afford to raise you. Su Ruoyao said indignantly. The little fox looked at Su Ruoyao with pitiful eyes. Master, I can eat less. At this moment, the leading big man waved his hand impatiently. Less nonsense. A group of big men charged towards them. Su Ruoyao's heart tightened, and she instinctively hid the little fox more closely. Just as the big men were about to get close, the little fox suddenly darted out from behind Su Ruoyao. A flash of white light enveloped it, and its size instantly grew larger. It opened its mouth and spat out an ice-blue flame, directly forcing back several of the big men in front. The big men were stunned by this sudden attack, but soon regrouped for another assault. The little fox nimbly weaved through the crowd, sometimes scratching with its claws and sometimes sweeping with its tail, causing chaos among the men.
Su Ruoyao also didn't stay idle. She picked up a stick from the ground and joined the fight. Just as the two sides were at a stalemate, the sound of hooves approached from a distance, and a group of soldiers galloped over. The leading officer shouted, "Stop!"
It turned out that the sounds of the fight had attracted patrolling soldiers. That Su Ruoyao hurriedly explained the situation to the officer, who looked at the little fox and the big men with suspicion before ultimately deciding to take them all back for Questioning that Su Ruiyao sighed helplessly and could only follow the soldiers with the little fox. After revealing her identity as the Prime Minister's daughter, the soldiers and the big men dared not make things difficult for her, and could only swallow their grievances.
The little fox was saved by Su Riao, avoiding the fate of being skinned. In fact, this little fox was not simple. It was a 9-tailed celestial fox, but unfortunately it was too young and had only cultivated 3 tails, so it usually only revealed one tail in front of others and hid the other 2. This was something Su Riao had learned through the contract formation when she made the pact with it, understanding the little fox's age, gender, breed, and abilities. She didn't expect to find a treasure on this outing. However, just as she returned to the Prime Minister's residence, trouble followed closely behind. After learning of this matter, the Empress Dowager actually sent someone to demand the little fox Su and naturally refused, and was at a stalemate with the people sent by the Empress Dowager in the residence.
Just as the atmosphere became tense, a mysterious Taoist appeared outside the residence. He claimed to be able to see the extraordinary nature of the little fox, saying that this fox had a great destiny with the residents, and if it was handed over to the Empress
Dowager, calamity would surely befall. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager's people hesitated. The little fox also took the opportunity to cast a spell, trapping everyone in its illusion.
They fell into a disaster of natural calamity, and although it was an illusion, their feelings were real. 1 second outside equated to a year within the illusion, and these people endured a long torment in a short time.
Seeing this, Su Riao quickly followed the Taoist's word to persuade them, stating that if they handed over the little fox, the Prime Minister's residence would surely be unsettled, and it would also affect the court's fortune. The Empress Dowager's people awoke from the illusion, still shaken. They increasingly believed Su Riao's words that this fox was indeed ominous, and they didn't dare take on that responsibility, so they could only retreat in defeat to report
back. When the Empress Dowager heard this, she certainly didn't want to lie on an ominous quilt every day, so she had to give up. Su Ruiyao breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the little fox, and said helplessly yet gratefully, "You little rascal, you really are a constant source of trouble, but it's also
thanks to your abilities." The little fox proudly wagged its tail, raised its head, and licked her palm with its tongue. Su Riao immediately felt a tickle and laughed at the little fox, saying, "Don't mess around." The little fox nuzzled her leg obediently and said pitifully, "Master, I'm hungry. I want chicken legs. If there are no chicken legs, I don't mind beef or lamb, but I won't eat it raw. Mom said raw meat has parasites, so meat can't be eaten raw." Su Ruiyao was speechless. In this cultivation era, even animals are evolving into humans. It's too fantastical. "Master, once I cultivate 9 tails, I can transform. By then, I will definitely be a good baby for you," the little fox said proudly. So, the little fox stayed, and the next day was a day of worrying about meals.
Chapter 4. The Master Who is Bad at Naming.
Su Riao gently tapped her chin with her fingertips, her gaze circling around the little fox in front of her, and thoughtfully said, "Little fox, since I'm your master now, I need to know your name. What do you think I should name you?" The little fox's ears twitched, and it raised its head and replied sweetly, "Master, I have a name. My parents gave it to me. It's Bashi." Bashi.
Su Ruiyao's eyes widened a bit, unable to help but laugh. "That name sounds like, Doctor, did your parents come from Earth? Their desire for you to succeed is too straightforward to give you such a name. What does the master mean?" The little fox tilted its head, its fluffy ears drooping slightly. "I don't understand." Not understanding is good. Su Ruiyao reached out and rubbed its snow-white fur, her fingertips sinking into the soft fluff. "I don't want to call a little animal doctor. If you're called that, what does
that make me, Dr. Master? Dr. Mom? It's better to look at your snow-white fur and just call you Little White. It's simple and easy to say." "I don't agree."
The little fox shrank back, avoiding her hand, its tail sweeping across the ground. "That name is too childish. It doesn't count as a proper name at all."
"I'm a dignified, 9-tailed divine fox. How can I be called such a childish name?" "I disagree. The name is mine to call, not yours." Su Riao raised an eyebrow, her tone carrying a hint of unyielding certainty. "You have to agree even if you don't." "No way. I protest." The little fox shouted defiantly.
"Protests are invalid." Su Ruiyao smiled, her fingertips poking at the tip of its ear again. The little fox flicked its tail, as if thinking of something, then raised its head to ask, "What if the master adopts another pet later, and it also has white fur?"
"What will you name it?" "That can't happen." Su Riao waved her hand, her tone quite serious. "I'm not a sentimental master. How could I adopt a second pet? What if I encounter one I must adopt? What if the master suddenly becomes greedy?" The little fox pressed on. "The most important thing is, what will you name it then?" "That's simple." Su Ruiyao thought without hesitation. "At that time, you will be Little White. It will be called Second White. And if there's another one, it will be called Third White, just like that. It's so convenient. The little fox's ears twitched, and it muttered softly, "Then why can't I be called Big White?" "Because you're still small now." Su Royale rubbed its little nose with her fingertip, her tone soft with a hint of laughter. "The word little suits you." Su Royale scratched the soft fur at the little fox's neck, watching as its entire fluffy body puffed up in protest, like a fluffy snowball, unable to suppress her laughter. "You still dare to say you don't suit the word little? Look at these little paws. They're still so pink. Where is there any sign of being big?" The little fox turned its head, sweeping its fluffy tail across her hand, its voice muffled. "I am a nine-tailed divine fox. In a few hundred years, I will grow my ninth tail, and by then, I will be very impressive. Being called Big White will match my future identity. Now let's talk about your name a few hundred years from now." Su Yao bent down to pick it up, weighing it in her arms. "Right now, you're only a bit bigger than my palm. Calling you Little White sounds good and obedient." She purposely emphasized obedient, and indeed saw the little fox's ear tips twitching slightly. Then when I grow my fourth tail, can I have that name?" It wiggled its two fluffy white tails behind it, as if emphasizing its growth. "By then, you must call me Big White." Su Riao pinched the tips of its ears, her eyes sparkling with laughter. "Let's talk about your fourth tail when you actually grow it. For now, be obedient, Little White. Go fetch the handkerchief I left on the stone table." The little fox initially held its neck stiffly, but seeing Su Riao looking at it with a smile, the tip of its tail unconsciously swept her wrist, and ultimately, it huffed.
Trotting off to the stone table, gently picking up a corner of the handkerchief with its mouth and slowly bringing it back. Very obedient. Su Royale took the handkerchief, casually petting its head. "From now on, that's your name. It sounds nice."
The little fox buried its face in her sleeve, rubbing against it, its voice soft and muffled. "I'll listen to the master for now, but when I have four tails, I must change it." "Okay, we'll change it." Su Royale smiled in agreement, her fingertips brushing through its soft white fur, but in her heart she thought, "Even if it grows 9 tails to me, it will still be this little."
Fox called Little White. The name Little White was thus settled. The two of them happily played in the yard. After a while, Little White's stomach growled. Little White blinked its big, watery eyes with a pleading look and said, "Master, I'm hungry. I want to eat chicken legs at this moment." Su Royale's stomach also betrayed her with a growl. "I'm hungry too. I haven't eaten since I just crossed over. But this little matter won't stump me."
This is the Prime Minister's residence. How could there be no kitchen or stone materials? Although Aunt Zhou often cuts my rations, can't we just go get it ourselves?
Su Royale sneakily led Little White towards the kitchen. Just as they reached the kitchen door, they heard a commotion inside. "Aunt Zhou has sent someone to cut the food supplies again." Su Royale frowned, a surge of anger rising within her. She strode into the kitchen, hands on her hips, coldly saying, "Is Aunt Zhou trying to starve me, the legitimate daughter?" The servants, upon seeing Su Royale, became somewhat flustered. A leading maid spoke defiantly, "This is the lady's order. Please don't make it difficult for us." Su Royale scoffed. "The lady? She's just a concubine, and she dares to ride on my head. Today, I will take these ingredients. Let's see who dares to stop me." Little White was barking beside her, its fur bristled, looking ready to fight. The servants were intimidated by Su Royale's presence, and dared not obstruct her.
Su Riao triumphantly selected the ingredients with Little White, preparing to cook a grand meal for herself and Little White. Su Riao's courtyard was right next to the pigsty, reeking terribly, and she was planning to move out. But where could she go?
Her father despised her for being foolish and useless and never cared for her, so seeking help from him was out of the question. However, Su Royale knew from the original owner's memories that there was a back mountain behind the Prime Minister's residence, where she could set up a tent to live. The issue of living arrangements could be discussed later. The most important thing now was to avoid the stench from the pigsty, and go to the back mountain to enjoy a delicious
meal. Su Riao took Little White to the back mountain, bringing with her a chicken and a handful of salt from the kitchen, sprinkling the salt on the chicken, then starting a fire to roast the chicken. The flames crackled as they licked the firewood, warming the Su Riao squatted by the fire, occasionally poking the chicken with a stick. Droplets of oil flowed down the chicken's skin, falling into the fire with a sizzle, creating a small
puff of fragrant white smoke. Little White squatted at her feet, ears perked up, its shiny black eyes fixed on the roasting chicken, its tail gently sweeping the ground behind it, and its nose twitching continuously, as if trying to inhale all the delicious smell into its belly. What's the rush? Su Royale laughed at its greedy look, poking its head with her finger. "Wait until the skin is crispy, then the meat will be tender." She sprinkled some salt on the chicken, the grains glistening with oil and sparkling in the firelight. The wind blew through the woods, carrying the fresh scent of grass and trees, washing away any trace of the stench from the pigsty. Su Royale took a deep breath, filled with the aroma of roasted meat and the freshness of the mountains, feeling 100 times more comfortable than in that courtyard. Before long, the chicken skin gradually turned a shiny amber color, the edges even slightly charred, and the rich meat fragrance wafted even farther. Su Royale swallowed hard, using a branch to lift the roasted chicken down, placing a clean large leaf on the ground, and carefully setting the chicken on it. Just as she stabilized it, Xiaobai came over, softly whining as if begging for food. Here, have a drumstick. Su Royale broke off the most fragrant chicken leg and handed it over, while she picked up another one, blowing on it to cool, and took a big bite. The skin was crispy and chewy, while the meat inside was tender enough to release juices, with just the right amount of saltiness that made her squint her eyes in delight. Xiaobai, holding the chicken leg, nibbled on it in small bites, wagging its tail even more happily. Su Royale leaned against the tree trunk, munching on the roasted chicken while gazing at the layered shadows of the trees in the distance.
The back mountain was truly Nikino stench. No cold faces, and warm roasted chicken to eat. Maybe staying here in a tent wouldn't be so hard to endure after all.
Just as she was thinking, she suddenly heard a few faint noises coming from the woods, not like the wind rustling the leaves, but rather someone stepping on dry branches. Su Royale's heart skipped a beat, and she paused with the chicken leg in her hand, warily looking in the direction of the sound. This back mountain rarely had visitors. Who could it be? Chapter 5. Encountering a handsome man after time travel. A person dressed in black night clothes approached, their face covered with a mask, walking unsteadily. In their right hand, they held a sword, while their left hand hung limply, clearly injured on the shoulder. During the daytime, wearing such attire indicated that this person had likely been up to no good the night before. From the looks of it, they must have encountered a martial arts master and got injured in a fight. Su Royale had various thoughts racing through her mind, but she did not show any signs of fear. The young man's face was as pale as paper, and his lips were frighteningly colorless, devoid of any blood. It seemed he hadn't treated his wound, and was about to bleed out. The man stumbled and fell against Su Royale's back before he could utter a word. "Oh no. Thank goodness I was here to catch you, otherwise, you would have collapsed into the fire." Su Royale stumbled forward a couple of steps before steadying herself. The heavy weight on her back made her arms feel somewhat stiff, and she could vaguely smell the faint scent of blood mixed with the cold fragrance of soap pods on him, which wasn't too unpleasant. She glanced sideways at the head resting on her shoulder. The edge of the mask fluttered slightly in the wind, revealing a sharp jawline, though it now had an unusual pale hue. "Hey, are you still awake?" She tentatively shook her body, but the person on her back didn't react at all. The sword clattered to the ground, the hilt hitting the stone with a clear sound. Realizing that she had been so focused on pondering whether he had done something wrong that she forgot he seemed to be on the verge of death. Su Royale gritted her teeth and cautiously shifted to the side, trying to lower him to the ground without touching his injured left shoulder. However, as soon as her fingertips brushed against the fabric of his left shoulder, she felt a wetness beneath, sticky and thick. It was clearly blood. Wow. This injury is quite serious. She squatted down, reaching to pull off his mask to see his face, but halfway through she hesitated. What if this person was a notorious criminal? Saving him would only bring trouble to herself. But seeing him curled on the ground, brow furrowed and lips pressed into a pale line, he didn't seem like a vicious criminal at all. Just as she was in doubt, the man on the ground suddenly coughed softly, a hoarse sound escaping his throat, as if blood was clogging his airway. Su Royale's heart tightened, and without thinking much, she reached to pull down his mask. The face revealed was quite handsome, with tightly knit sword-like eyebrows and a high nose bridge. But his complexion was as pale as a ghost, with not a hint of color on his lips. His eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes, revealing dark pupils tinged with purple. Upon closer inspection, they looked like black holes, drawing people in with an inexplicable allure. So handsome. Much more handsome than Jiang Zhiyuan from my home. I've never seen purple eyes before. Does this count as being fickle in love? But what if I can never go back? We're separated by several universes and a lot of time. As Su Royale pondered this, the man opened his eyes. When he looked at Su Royale, there was a hint of confusion from just waking up, along with lingering pain. His voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, barely above a whisper. Su Royale was taken aback. Seeing his eyes begin to roll back, she hurriedly got up and ran to the nearby clay pot. The pot contained cool boiled water from the morning. She scooped half a bowl and quickly returned to squat down, carefully trying to help him sit up. However, as soon as she touched his arm, she noticed blood seeping from his left shoulder wound, staining her sleeve. "Hang in there," she whispered, half supporting and half holding him up. Bringing the bowl to his lips, water trickled in through the cracks of his chapped lips, and he moved his throat as if wanting to drink more, but he lacked the strength and slumped back into Su Royale's embrace. Now Su Ruoyao was at a complete loss. She couldn't just sit and watch him die here. Although he might indeed be a criminal who got beaten up last night, if he died right in front of her, she would surely have trouble sleeping later. She glanced at the sword on the ground and then at the unconscious man in her arms, sighed, what bad luck. Saying this, she reached to untie the belt around his waist, planning to tear open his night clothes to check the wound. She couldn't let the blood keep flowing. She had spent time in the countryside with her grandmother as a child and knew of a thorny wild herb that could stop bleeding. There were plenty of such herbs on the back mountain. She dashed out, bending down repeatedly to pick the herbs. Just as she was busy collecting the hemostatic herbs to save him, a thorn from the herb pricked her hand, and a drop of blood fell onto her green jade bracelet, instantly turning it into a rainbow of colors. A transparent light curtain appeared before her. Divine bracelet binding new host. Initial space of the divine bracelet opened. 3 realms problem-solving system activated. A standard Mandarin prompt echoed in Su Ruoyao's ears. Discovered hemostatic herbs. Each can be exchanged for 1 gold coin. Earned gold coins can be used in the shop to exchange for supplies. Su Ruoyao was stunned. What a magical thing. It came with its own space, a system, and a shop for supplies? Oh my god. With this, do I still need to work? I can just dig for herbs on the back mountain every day to exchange for gold coins and supplies. Holding the herb still covered in dirt, the sting from her fingertip was overshadowed by the joy in her heart. She looked down at the bracelet on her wrist, which was swirling with rainbow light. The previously smooth jade now seemed to be wrapped in shattered stars, and even the transparent light curtain was dazzling. 1 gold coin for each herb? She instinctively brought the small handful of herbs she had just picked close to the light curtain, and saw the number 5 pop up with a sound, accompanied by a small line of text. Current gold coins, 5. Her eyes brightened, and she turned to dive back into the bushes. Realizing she hadn't counted how many plants she had picked. Another thorn pricked her fingertip, but this time she didn't mind at all. Instead, she became more enthusiastic about picking. The wind from the back mountain carried the scent of grass and trees, stirring her loose hair. But she didn't bother to smooth it down, feeling that the thorny wild herbs at her feet were simply delightful. These were no ordinary wild herbs, but treasures that could produce gold. As she continued gathering, her pockets were nearly full of herbs when she suddenly remembered she had come out to save a person. That man was on the verge of death, and the blood wouldn't stop flowing. She had rushed out to collect hemostatic herbs, but how had she forgotten her main purpose after encountering this divine bracelet and light curtain? Oh no. Su Ruoyao slapit had forehat. Just as she was about to hold the herbs and run back, her eyes caught the word shop in the corner of the light curtain. Her steps paused, and she clicked in, almost as if compelled. The light curtain instantly transformed, displaying a row of items in grids. Basic hemostatic powder, instant hemostasis 10 gold coins, cotton bandage, 8 gold coins, stamina recovery pill 15 gold coins. At the bottom, there was gray text that read, unlock more supplies after leveling up. She pinched the 5 gold coins in her hand, then looked at the pile of herbs in her pockets that she hadn't exchanged yet, and suddenly smiled. Earlier, she had thought about digging for herbs to exchange for supplies so she wouldn't have to work. Now wasn't this a much easier way? She squatted down, her fingers quickly sifting through the herbs in her pocket, muttering to herself. Pick 5 more plants to exchange for hemostatic powder. It'll be more convenient for the young man than raw herbs. After saving him, I'll come back and clean out this whole area of the back mountain. The wind rustled through the treetops, and Su Ruoyao's figure darted through the grass, her rainbow bracelet sparkling with fine light, reflecting in her eyes, which shone even brighter than the bracelet itself. She exchanged the hemostatic herbs in the shop for a lot of hemostatic medicines, cotton balls, bandages and iodine. First, she used a cotton ball dipped in iodine to disinfect the young man's wound, then sprinkled hemostatic powder on it, and wrapped it with a bandage. After tending to his arm, she noticed that she had gotten quite a bit of blood on herself, which definitely wasn't her own. Only then did she realize that the young man had a long, diagonal cut across his chest. What should she do? The wound was too long. It needed stitching. She had learned first aid during military training in college, and could barely manage some stitching. She had to make do. So, she ran back to gather some hemostatic herbs, and exchange for a suture needle and thread from the mall. Then, she hurried back to disinfect and stitch up the wound on her brother's chest. Chapter 6. Stitching up her brother's wound, she squatted beside her brother, her fingers trembling as they held the suture needle. She had managed to stay calm while treating the wound on his arm, but the gash that slanted from below the collarbone to the rib was too deep. The edges of the flesh were rolling, and even after applying the hemostatic powder, it was still oozing blood slowly. Taking a deep breath, she stuffed the extra hemostatic herbs back into her pocket. She had collected extra just in case the powder wasn't enough. Using a clean cotton ball dipped in iodine, she carefully wiped around the wound twice, soaking the needle and thread in iodine before taking them out. Hang in there, she whispered, unsure if her brother could hear her while unconscious, but she still gently pressed on his shoulder with one hand while starting the first stitch with the other. The moment the needle pierced the flesh, she couldn't help but furrow her brow, but her hands didn't stop. Following the interrupted suturing technique taught by the instructor during military training, she tried to keep the stitches even. However, the wound was too long, and halfway through, sweat dripped from her forehead onto her brother's unbloodied clothing, leaving a small wet mark. 2 stitches were not controlled well, and the needle tip strayed slightly. She quickly adjusted the direction, and her fingers brushed against the blood at the edge of the wound, the sticky sensation making her heart race even faster. After finally finishing the last stitch, her fingertips were numb as she bit off the thread, and when she looked down, she saw that her palm was also sweaty. Not daring to delay, she rummaged through the items she exchanged from the mall and pulled out a roll of wide bandages, wrapping it tightly around her brother's chest to securely protect the stitched wound. Only after confirming it wouldn't bleed easily again did she take a step back and sit down on the ground, leaning against a nearby tree trunk to catch her breath. As the wind blew, she noticed her fingertips were cold and stiff. Looking down, she saw that the blood mixed with sweat had dried into a dark red. She hurriedly took out a clean cotton ball to wipe her hands, and caught a glimpse of her brother's eyelashes fluttering. Was he waking up? Her heart tightened, and just as she was about to reach out to check his breathing, her brother suddenly opened his eyes wide, his gaze still dazed from just waking up. Instinctively, he raised his hand to touch the wound on his chest, but she quickly pressed it down, saying, "Don't touch it. It's just been stitched." Her brother's gaze lingered on her face for a moment before shifting to his arms and chest wrapped in bandages. His Adam's apple moved, and his voice was hoarse as if rubbed with sandpaper. "Did you save me?" She didn't respond, just pulled out a water bottle from her backpack and handed it to him. "Don't move too much yet. You've lost a lot of blood. Drink some water when you wake up." As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed her brother's face had turned even paler, and his lips were pressed into a line, as if he was enduring pain. She quickly added, "I might not have stitched it very well. Once you're able to walk, it would be best to find someone more knowledgeable to check it." Her brother took the water but didn't drink it, merely gripping the bottle in his palm, looking at her blood-stained fingers and her still recovering posture. After a few seconds of silence, he spoke softly, "Thank you." Although his complexion was pale, he was truly handsome, with flawless skin that showed no pores at all. She couldn't help but wonder how he maintained his skin. Indeed, cultivators were different. Even their skin had an ethereal quality. Su Ruoyao silently thought to herself, this alternate era was indeed not on the same plane as Earth. Perhaps the air and water here were nourishing for the skin? By the way, my name is Morong Xian with Xian meaning elegant. I came out to execute a task in a bit of a hurry and didn't bring much silver with me. This is a family heirloom jade pendant. It's said to be a very rare warm jade. For men, it can clear the mind. For women, it can warm the body. And it also has a built-in poison resistance feature. If you are poisoned, soak this jade in water and then drink it to detoxify. This jade is a gift for you, as a token of gratitude. If we meet again in the future, I will give you a more substantial gift. Morong Xian took off a white jade pendant tied with a red string from around his neck and handed it to Su Ruoyao. May I ask for your name and where you live, so I can visit you in the future to repay your life-saving grace? Su Ruoyao stared at the jade pendant he handed over, momentarily taken aback. The white jade emitted a warm glow under the light, with a texture as delicate as condensed fat. The red string was worn soft, clearly an item that had been worn for a long time. She had just touched him, and at this moment, her fingertips still carried a faint chill from his body. Looking at this jade pendant, her previous thoughts about how cultivators were indeed different resurfaced. This family heirloom jade was imbued with so much significance, and the configuration of this world was truly higher than that of Earth. My name is Su Ruoyao. She didn't immediately take the pendant, first stating her name, and then vaguely mentioned her address, saying she lived near the town ahead, not far away. Only then did she reach out to accept the jade pendant. When her fingertips touched the jade surface, she truly felt a faint warmth, gently climbing up her fingers, which surprised her. Seeing her accept it, Morong Xian's expression relaxed a bit, and the previously pale color of his face gained some color. "Miss Su," he repeated her name as if trying to remember it. "I am very grateful for your help today. Please keep this jade. Not only can it detoxify and clear the mind, but it's also good to keep on you to ward off wind and cold." Su Ruoyao turned the jade pendant in her hand, the red string wrapping around her finger. "This jade pendant sounds precious. I just helped you out of convenience. It didn't take much effort. There's no need for such a heavy gift." She had only recently arrived in this world and had come out to roast chicken with Xiao Bai. Who would have thought she would end up saving someone by chance? "For you, it may be a simple act, but for me, it is like sending charcoal in the snow," Morong Xian said earnestly. He then asked, "Are you alone coming up the mountain? The woods have not been peaceful lately. It would be safer to go down the mountain early." Su Ruiyao's heart skipped a beat. She hadn't seen her father since coming into this body. Her father must not know that she was no longer foolish, but right now, she was indeed alone. She vaguely replied, "My family is still waiting down the mountain. I will go back now." As she spoke, she tucked the jade pendant into her clothing. Feeling the warmth spreading in her bosom, which did indeed dispel some of the chill brought by the mountain wind. "Are you all right here by yourself? Do you need me to help you find some water? Are you hungry? I still have half a roasted chicken here. Although the drumstick is gone, there is still plenty of meat left on the chicken to fill you up. However, I didn't bring much seasoning, just some salt, so it might not be very tasty. But you can make do with it." Murongxian shook his head, lightly pressing his fingertips on his knee as if regulating his breath. "I just need to rest for a moment. You should head down the mountain. Be careful on the way." His gaze fell on her sleeve, which was dusted with grass. And after a pause he added, "If you encounter any difficulties in the future, this jade can be used as a token in a few pharmacies and fabric shops in the town. Just mention my name. If you travel far in the future, this jade can also be used in banks in various cities, and you can withdraw silver at will." Su Ruiyao responded with a no, saying she would wrap the half chicken in paper, as she had already torn off the meat beforehand. "You lost a lot of blood. If you don't eat some energy-rich food, you might faint." "All right, I will eat it. After resting for a while I will eat," he replied. As Su Ruiyao clutched the jade pendant in her bosom and turned to walk down the mountain, she could still feel that warmth against her heart. She looked back and saw that Murongxian had closed his eyes, leaning against the rock, with the hem of his clothing lifted by the wind, looking somewhat like a celestial being described in novels. She gently touched the jade pendant, murmuring to herself, "These cultivators are indeed generous. I just wonder if his name will be useful in the future, and if this jade can really be used to withdraw money from banks. What kind of status does he have? Forget it, I won't guess. Next time I see him, I can just ask directly. Besides, I now have a space and a system, so there's no need to place too much importance on wealth." Murongxian, with his eyes slightly closed, was still thinking about the image of Su Ruiyao dressed in modern clothing. This girl was truly special. Not only was her attire unique, but her appearance was also striking. While other girls would usually style their hair up, she wore a high ponytail. When she was stitching for him, her ponytail had fallen down, brushing against his face, making it feel a bit itchy, and his heart felt a similar itch. A feeling called affection suddenly sprang up in Murongxian's heart, like a seed taking root in the soil, slowly growing. Murongxian unconsciously rubbed the cuff of his sleeve, where there was still a faint stain from the medicine that Su Ruiyao accidentally left while stitching him up. He remembered how she furrowed her brows, her fingers deftly moving the needle across his skin, mumbling that this needle was made in modern times, but it was her first time sewing, and her hands were a bit unsteady. "Don't move, or the needle will go crooked, and I won't be responsible." At that moment, he should have felt a bit offended being ordered around by a stranger, but the refreshing scent that lingered around her hair, which he couldn't quite identify as either soap or something else, and her lively tone that was different from any woman in the mansion, made it impossible for him to feel any annoyance. After she finished bandaging him, she patted his arm, smiling to reveal 2 shallow dimples. "All done. Remember not to get it wet. I'll come back in 3 days to remove the stitches." After saying that, she ran off in her strange outfit, her ponytail swaying behind her like a little tail. Murongxian slowly opened his eyes, looking at the newly sprouted begonia on the back mountain. The spring breeze brushed by, the tender leaves swaying gently, resembling her bright eyes when she spoke. He swallowed hard, softly uttering Su Ruiyao, and the budding affection in his heart seemed to drink in the spring water, quietly unfurling like a young shoot. He found himself looking forward to when she would come to remove the stitches in a few days, hoping that her ponytail would brush against his face again, even if it was just lightly. It seemed both of them were a little eager for their next meeting on the back mountain in 3 days. Chapter 7. Murongxian's true identity. Su Ruiyao wore the warm jade around her neck, humming a little tune, followed by a snow-white little fox as she walked on the grass of the back mountain. The scenery was simply beautiful. Su Ruiyao was contemplating whether she should return to the back mountain tomorrow, to dig up some hemostatic herbs and conveniently exchange some gold coins in the mall. However, it seemed she had almost exhausted the hemostatic herbs on the back mountain, and even if she made a trip, she wouldn't be able to exchange much gold. She needed to think of another way to make money. She hadn't figured out the situation with the divine bracelet space and the 3 realms problem-solving bureau system, not knowing what items were inside the space or what the system could exchange. Su Ruiyao unconsciously rubbed the warm jade around her neck, feeling its warmth against her skin, which was particularly comfortable. The little fox behind her let out a soft cry, brushing its fluffy tail against her pant leg as if to act cute. She looked down and stroked the little fox's snowy white head, her eyes curving as her humming tune softened a little. She raised her eyes to the depths of the back mountain, where mist was hidden among the lush trees, with the wind carrying the fresh scent of grass and wood to her nose. But this beautiful scenery didn't keep her long. Her thoughts returned to making money. It was indeed true that the hemostatic herbs had been almost exhausted. She couldn't just sit and eat away her resources. She muttered to herself softly, kicking a small stone by her foot. The stone rolled into the grass, startling a few grasshoppers. The little fox immediately perked up its ears and darted after them. But after just a couple of steps, it scampered back, crouching by her feet and tilting its head as if asking why she looked troubled. Su Ruiyao sighed and decided to sit down on the grass, hugging the little fox in her arms. Her fingers brushed over the spot where the divine bracelet was located. It was worn close to her body, and she usually didn't notice it unless she touched it carefully. But she knew it was there in the divine bracelet space, which sounded like a place that hid treasures. However, after several days of exploration, apart from feeling a warm sensation and seemingly sensing a little world inside, she hadn't figured out how to enter, let alone what was inside. What if there were spiritual herbs that could be exchanged for money or healing medicines? The more she thought about it, the more restless she became, and she tried to concentrate on probing it, but the divine bracelet remained quiet, without any movement at all. Forget it, there's no use in being anxious. She patted the spot where the divine bracelet was, and then remembered the Three Realms problem-solving bureau system. This system was even more mysterious. It had suddenly sounded in her mind one day, saying something about successful binding, and then there had been no further information. She had tried calling the system several times in her mind, but there was no response, and she didn't even know what could be exchanged. Could it be like the stories told by the storyteller in town, where one could exchange for divine weapons? Or could it be for ordinary grains and fabrics? It would be great if she could exchange for gold coins to directly solve her current problem. The little fox nuzzled against her, resting its chin on her hand. Looking into its shiny eyes, Su Ruiyao suddenly had a thought. She had run to the back mountain countless times. Besides the hemostatic herbs, were there perhaps other things that could be exchanged for money? For example, the purple flowers that grew on the cliff that she had seen in books? She remembered the book said they could be used in medicine. Perhaps she could go take a look at the cliff edge. She made up her mind, stood up with the little fox in her arms, and decided to venture deeper tomorrow to see if she could find something new. If that didn't work, she could think about the divine bracelet and the system later. After saying that, she began to hum her little tune again, leisurely walking back with the little fox. The setting sun stretched her shadow long, and the warm jade glimmered faintly under her clothing, perfectly matching the beauty of the back mountain. Su Ruiyao quickly arrived home. She didn't tell Morongxian that she lived in the Prime Minister's mansion, nor did she reveal her true identity. In fact, she was the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's mansion, the young lady of the Prime Minister's mansion. Morongxian also didn't tell her his true identity. In fact, he was a prince of the southern dynasty of the Biluo continent, but he had never been interested in the position of crown prince. However, at the same time, he was also the closed-door disciple of the sect master of the Tianyu sword sect on the Biluo continent. Although he had no desire for power, the position of crown prince of the southern dynasty had always been vacant, and the competition among the princes was fierce. Because Morongxian was indifferent to power but adept at business, there were shops belonging to him in the major cities of various countries on the Biluo continent. He also ran restaurants, tea houses, fabric shops, clothing stores, gambling houses, brothels, auction houses, black markets, and more, almost without any industry he didn't dabble in. Regardless of whether it was a legitimate, underground, or gray market, as long as it was a profitable industry, he would get involved. The powerful figures in various countries either wanted to win him over to make him their ally, or wanted to eliminate him to prevent him from becoming an obstacle. Therefore, he had many friends and many enemies. Because he also sold information, he had offended many powerful figures, as he had encroached on their interests. As dusk fell over the bluestone path, Morongxian was sitting in a private room of the Listening Wind Tower in the southern part of the city, his fingertips pinching a translucent white jade chess piece, which landed on the chessboard with barely a sound. The man in black opposite him, however, tightened his grip on his sleeve. This man was a spy from the Balin Kingdom. 3 days ago, he had clashed with Morongxian's people over a batch of fire jade from the western regions in the black market, but at this moment, he had to force a smile while watching him casually review the game. Morongxian's money-making ventures were indeed expanding further and further. The man in black cleared his throat twice, glancing out the window. Across the street, a newly hung sign for the Brocade Manor was still bright red. Clearly the shop that had just been acquired from the Ministry of Revenue's minister of the Eastern Su Kingdom 3 days ago. It was said that the minister had originally intended to leave the shop to his nephew, but last night, A ledger detailing his collusion with an enemy country had gone missing from his residence, and by dawn, he had obediently brought the land deed to apologize. Murong Xian did not respond, only raised his hand to refill the other's teacup. As the tea overflowed the edge of the cup, a sudden crash of porcelain could be heard from downstairs, accompanied by a servant's panicked shout. "Lord Shun, please slow down." The man in black's expression changed slightly. Shun Yan was the Grand Inspector of the Southern Dynasty, famously stubborn and unyielding. Just a few days ago, he had criticized Murong Xian's Wanbao auction house for privately selling official items in the court. How could he possibly barge into the Listening Wind Tower now? But Murong Xian paused, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Before long, the door to the private room was flung open. And Shun Yan stood at the entrance with red eyes, his official hat askew, clutching a wrinkled piece of paper. "Murong Xian, my son lost 3,000 taels at your gambling house. Are you truly trying to drive our whole family to death?" The man in black was secretly astonished. Who didn't he know that the Shun family was destitute? Their only son, Shun Che, had lost all the money meant for buying medicine for Madame Shun at the dice shop a few days ago, and according to the gambling house rules, if he didn't pay back within 3 days, they would have to forfeit their house to settle the debt. But he watched as Murong Xian leisurely packed up the chessboard and surprisingly took out a banknote from his sleeve and pushed it over. "Lord Shun, you've misunderstood. The number on the silver note is 30,000 taels, 10 times more than what Shun Che lost." Murong Xian tapped his fingers on the table. "Your son won the jackpot at my casino the day before yesterday." But the clerk was confused and mistakenly delivered the redemption slip as an IOU. As for the 3,000 taels, when he raised his eyes, the depth of his gaze was darker than the dusk outside the window, treating it as my gift for Madame Shun's medicine. Shun Yan stood frozen in place, the IOU in his hand fluttering to the ground, the back faintly stamped with half a sword pattern of the Tianyu sword sect, which was inadvertently smudged by Murong Xian's personal shadow guard who had sneaked into the Shun residence last night and quietly swapped the slips. As Shun Yan staggered away clutching the silver note, the figure in black could no longer hold back. "If the young master is unwilling to get involved with the Southern Dynasty's officialdom, then why? I'm not helping him." Murong Xian interrupted, his gaze falling towards the direction of the imperial city. There, the lights were bright, and the second prince, Murong Jin, had just taken advantage of a crackdown on private salt to seal the third prince's granary on the outskirts of the city. The more fiercely they fought, the less anyone would notice that in the secret passage behind the Listening Wind Tower, iron ore that should have supplied the imperial guards was being continuously smuggled out. The figure in black followed his gaze and suddenly recalled the news that had come from the kingdom of Balin that morning. The king had agreed to hand over the exclusive rights to silk in the 3 border cities to Murong Xian, on the condition that he used the 10 disciples of the Tianyu sword sect in his hands to assassinate the national teacher of the neighboring country. The wind outside suddenly picked up, causing the lanterns in the corridor to flicker. When Murong Xian stood up, the jade pendant at his waist clinked and emitted a clear sound. One side of the pendant was engraved with the dragon pattern of the Southern Dynasty royal family, while the other was embedded with the sword tassel of the Tianyu sword sect, much like himself, standing at the intersection of legitimate commerce and the underworld. With his left hand holding wealth that could make princes bow and his right hand pressing down a sword capable of overturning the court. "Tell the king of Balin that the people can be borrowed." He walked to the window, his voice softened by the wind. "But the exclusive rights to the 3 cities aren't enough. I want 30% of his national treasury sulfur." The figure in black responded affirmatively and turning around, caught sight of the discarded IOU on the table, the sword pattern on its back glinting coldly in the lamplight. He suddenly remembered the rumors in the martial world. 3 years ago, before the leader of the Tianyu sword sect entered seclusion, he had left a message for his closed-door disciples. If the court is in chaos, then use commerce as the blade and the sword as the sheath, to protect the Bailu continent for 10 years of peace. At this moment, the young master Murong, whom the princes regarded as a mere money grubber, was gazing towards the imperial city, his fingertips lightly tapping on the windowsill, as if counting something. In the distance, the night watchman struck the bell for the 3rd watch, and suddenly the area below the Listening Wind Tower became lively, with merchants from the north and south gathering at the counter, speaking in different dialects about the same matter. The auction house of young Master Murong would open a new session tomorrow, reportedly to auction a piece of frost pill that could neutralize 100 poisons. No one knew that the jade was secretly sent by the 3rd prince the night before. After his granary was sealed, the first to think of asking for it was actually the 7th brother, who never involved himself in the struggle for positions. And no one knew that Murong Xian had already arranged for the pill to be sent to Shun Yan's residence that morning, placed right beside Madame Shun's medicine jar. As the wind rose again, Murong Xian exhaled gently, forming a layer of thin frost on the window. The frost reflected his handsome face, but no one could see through the depths of his eyes. hiding whether it was the prince's forbearance, the swordsman's coldness, or the self who simply wanted to guard a stable life with shops across the continent, yet was ultimately pushed to the center of the storm. Chapter 8: Unexpected Ways to Make Money. When Su Ruoyao returned to her small courtyard along the bluestone path, the evening glow was warming the eaves. As she pushed open the slightly ajar wooden door, her nose was immediately met with a not-so-pleasant smell. She didn't even need to look to know that the pigpen in the corner needed tending again. The pigpen was next to the old locust tree by the courtyard wall, where two spotted pigs were grunting and rooting through straw, with some dark waste accumulating at the bottom of the fence. When the wind blew, the smell became even more pronounced. Su Ruoyao frowned and rolled up her sleeves, preparing to get to work, but as she walked to the well, she was faced with a dilemma. The only usable water source in the courtyard was this old well, covered with a smooth bluestone slab, with a rope wrapped around an old wooden bucket hanging down inside. To get water, she would have to struggle to pull it up. She had thought of using a water pipe, and even whimsically wondered if there was a high-pressure water gun, but right now, this primitive way of drawing water was hardly efficient, let alone washing the pigpen. Just pulling up the bucket would take forever. Is this really a cultivation world or a mountain hollow? She couldn't help but mutter. The flying boats and magical tools she had seen in the sect were so mystical. Yet in her small courtyard, there wasn't even a decent well? Complaints aside, the work still had to be done. Just as she was pondering what to do without proper tools, her fingertips suddenly brushed against the inconspicuous jade bracelet on her wrist, the token of her bound system for the all things mall. With a thought, she silently chanted, "Exchange for a large broom." As soon as she finished speaking, a sturdy bamboo broom appeared in her hand, the bamboo branches fresh and green, carrying a faint bamboo fragrance. As Su Ruoyao weighed the broom and found it quite suitable, a mechanical voice from the system suddenly rang in her mind. Detected recyclable organic fertilizer, pig manure, totaling 2,000 mall coins. Confirm exchange? What? Su Ruoyao was so surprised that she nearly dropped the broom. She looked down at the pig pen, and the pig manure that she had just found bothersome now seemed a bit different. She suddenly realized, her eyes lighting up, oh my god! Pig manure can be exchanged for mall coins? She squatted by the pig pen, watching the spotted pig lazily wagging its tail, unable to stop the corners of her mouth from curling up. These two pigs have to defecate every day. Does that mean she wouldn't have to struggle to complete sect tasks anymore? Just relying on pig manure could earn her mall coins. By then, she could exchange for some spirit rice, pills, and perhaps even get a magical tool that automatically draws water. Life would be much more comfortable. The more she thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Su Ruoyao quickly replied, "Exchange. Immediately exchange." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw the waste in the pig pen being swept away as if by an invisible wind, instantly cleaning up more than half. The jade bracelet on her wrist gently warmed, and the number of mall coins on the system panel jumped, stabilizing at 2,000. She clutched the broom, smiling so broadly that her eyes almost closed. Sweeping the pig pen felt much more energetic now. Who said raising pigs was troublesome? This was clearly a hidden treasure. Su Ruoyao stared at the 2,000 mall coins displayed on the system panel, her eyes shining. She squatted down and picked up a handful of warm pig manure at her feet, which had previously smelled terrible, but now looked clearer than the water from the old well in the courtyard. This isn't pig manure, it's clearly a golden egg-laying hen. Exchange. Immediately exchange. She hurriedly replied in her mind, afraid that if she took a second longer, this fertilizer wouldn't count. As the system notification sound finished, the number of mall coins jumped again. She rubbed her chin calculating. 2,000 coins would be enough to exchange for a sturdy big broom, and perhaps there would even be some left over to exchange for a soap pod. She turned to glance at the pig pen again. The two black pigs were grunting as they rooted through their trough, their tails wagging happily. Before, she had found them dirty and bothersome, but now they seemed more and more pleasing to the eye. What are they? They are living treasures that can produce mall coins. She placed her hands on her hips and laughed. From now on, I have to take good care of you too. Eat more and poop more. Let's mutually benefit. Just as she was enjoying herself, the system chimed again. Detected fresh organic fertilizer continuously generating, can be exchanged in real time. Su Ruoyao nearly jumped up, and she ran to the well, suddenly not finding the old way of drawing water so primitive anymore. Using a water pipe couldn't compare to doing it herself. The coins earned from sweeping up pig manure might even be enough for her to exchange for a small water pump. She rolled up her sleeves and found a piece of cloth to pat her hand, first gathering the dry straw and pig manure piled in the corner of the pig pen. It was indeed smelly, but thinking that each scoop was making money gave her extra strength. The black pigs were probably disturbed by her noise, lifting their heads to grunt a couple of times. Su Ruoyao even winked at them. Don't make a fuss, I'll get you some good feed later. And we'll save coins together. After sweeping the first pile of pig manure into the bamboo basket, she directly shouted to the system, "Exchange." The mall coins jumped up a few hundred more. Su Ruoyao was grinning from ear to ear, her old broom almost creating afterimages as she swept. Who cares if this cultivation world is backward? With this pig manure to make money. She wasn't worried about not having tools to clean the pig pen. Once she saved enough coins, forget about a high-pressure water gun. She might even be able to exchange for an automatic cleaning array. Su Ruoyao hummed a little tune as she patiently cleaned the pigsty. One of the two old sows was about to give birth to piglets, and with more family members, there would be more pig manure. Wow. It was like making money hand over fist. Who would have thought that the peak of life could be reached through something as undesirable as pig manure? Ruoyao swept the floor with even more enthusiasm, the wooden handle of the broom rubbing a thin layer of callus in her palm. But she didn't find it rough at all. It felt more like holding a warm piece of jade. Just as she gathered the pile of pig manure that had accumulated in the corner over the past 2 days into a bamboo basket, the spotted old sow suddenly grunted twice, gently rubbing her round belly against the feeding trough. Ruoyao quickly put down the broom and leaned in, her fingertips just touching the pig's belly when it nudged her softly from inside. The gentle force transmitted through a thin layer of skin made her eyes crinkle with a smile. "What's the rush, old friend? Once you give birth, I'll make you some millet porridge thick enough to stand a chopstick in." The other black sow was nearby, wagging her tail and gnawing on sweet potato vines, making a crunchy sound. Ruoyao casually tossed her a piece of pumpkin, watching as the sow grabbed it and retreated into the haystack, suddenly recalling the time in early spring. The wealthy Wang family in the west of the village complained that these two sows weren't giving birth and angrily threatened to send them to the slaughterhouse. It was the original owner who had saved up her sewing money for 3 years and begged the veterinarian for half a month before bringing them back to this shabby pigsty. Who would have laughed at her back then? Even her maid had tearfully advised her, "Mistress, why are we, a well-to-do girl, keeping 2 sows that don't produce?" The original owner had remained silent at that time, squatting at the base of the pigsty wall, counting ants. She had seen the vegetable farmers on the ridge in early spring squatting by the roadside, worried that the city vegetable stalls demanded organic fertilizer, and vegetables grown with chemical fertilizers wouldn't sell well. And now, wasn't it true? Just the other day, Zhang from the neighboring village brought 2 pounds of freshly picked cucumbers to exchange for pig manure, grinning from ear to ear. "Sister Ruoyao, your pig manure is a gold nugget. My few rows of tomatoes are so bright red after watering them with it. The restaurants in the city are fighting to get them." The wind blew through the gaps in the pigsty, carrying a hint of earthy smell mixed with the warm scent of the pigs. Ruoyao took a deep breath, feeling that it smelled better than the perfume in the town's cosmetics shop. She moved the bamboo basket filled with pig manure to the wall, caught sight of a tender blade of grass stuck to the rim of the basket, and plucked it to nibble on, her humming tune rising a bit higher. Once the spotted sow gave birth and accumulated more manure, she would hire an auntie to help clean the sty and build a shed for composting. Who knows? She might even be able to attract the vegetable stalls from town. Just as she was happily planning, her pant leg was suddenly nudged. Looking down, she saw the black sow had somehow come over, gently nudging her with its wet nose, its eyes seemingly filled with a bit of affection. Ruoyao chuckled and reached out to scratch behind its ear. "I know you are the heroes. Once I really start living well, I will build you a blue brick pigsty and lay down thick straw." Sunlight streamed through the sparse roof, landing on her slightly muddy face, bright and cheerful. Who would have thought? The pig manure that others found so stinky had indeed become the stepping stones for her path to a better life, solid and steady. One step at a time. Chapter 9. Assisting with Piglet's birth. Just as Su Ruoyao exchanged pig manure for marketplace coins, unexpectedly, the pregnant sow was about to go into labor. Wow, with such a big belly, how many could she have? This was the first time Ruoyao had seen a pig give birth. Back on Earth, she had watched Animal Planet, seen elephants give birth, lions give birth, seahorses give birth, and various rare animals give birth, but she had never seen pigs. Perhaps pigs were too common in that world, not eye-catching enough, so Animal Planet didn't film pig births. How do you assist in a pig's birth? Can it give birth on its own? Does the umbilical cord need to be cut? And how many cords are there? Ruoyao had a lot of questions swirling in her mind. She didn't know what to do next, or what she needed to prepare for the pig mother. It seemed there were no dry straw bales for sale in the marketplace, but there were plastic woven bags and rainproof cloth, which could be laid on the ground to keep the piglets away from ground bacteria. Ruoyao was lost in thought while clutching the marketplace coins she had just obtained from exchanging pig manure when suddenly, the pigsty filled with the sound of grunting. The old sow, whose belly was nearly touching the ground, was restlessly digging in the corner, her heavy breathing warm and labored, her ears perked up tightly. Her heart skipped a beat, and the coins nearly slipped from her hand. This was really happening. She hurried closer to the pigsty, but afraid of startling the pig mother. She squatted by the fence, stretching her neck to peek. The old sow arched her back and trembled, pushing with her hind legs, and a small, pink, slimy mass plopped onto the ground, followed by a weak little squeal. Ruoyao's eyes lit up, forgetting all her previous questions, fixating only on that little thing. So, piglets are this small when they are born, their wet fur sticking to their bodies, looking just like a soft pink dough ball. Before she could take it all in, the old sow grunted again, and then there was another one. This time, Ruoyao panicked, remembering the bare ground, and quickly fished out her marketplace coins to open the marketplace. Just as she ordered the plastic woven bags, she caught a glimpse of the third piglet rolling onto the dirt, and she couldn't wait for the items to arrive. She tore off her newly changed coarse cloth jacket and threw it into the pigsty. Better to use it for now. Don't let the piglet get hurt. The jacket, laid on the ground, was soft, and the newly born piglet nudged it, trembling as it made its way under its mother's belly. Ruoyao finally breathed a sigh of relief, but looking at the pig mother's belly, which hadn't shrunk much, she began to worry again. That was 3. How many more would there be? And the umbilical cord. She watched as the pig mother nudged the little pig with her nose, seemingly licking off the slime. The connected umbilical cord just dangling there, not seeing any action. Did it not need to be cut? She mumbled to herself, but her hands didn't stop. Taking advantage of the pig mother being focused on giving birth, she quickly tore open the plastic woven bags that had just arrived and laid them beside her. Fearing they were too hard, she simply stacked the jacket and the woven bags together, hoping they could at least block the dirt. Just as she was busy, the fourth piglet hit the ground, this time landing directly on the stacked mat. Ruoyao squatted there, counting 1, 2, 3, 4, while keeping an eye on the pig mother's belly, feeling both curious and nervous. So this is how pigs give birth. It was much livelier than watching an elephant give birth on TV and much busier too. She felt in her pocket to see how many marketplace coins she had left. Thinking that she would need to exchange for some clean cloth later, she couldn't keep using her jacket as padding. In the end, a total of 8 piglets were born. Since it was summer and the weather was not cold, as long as the pigsty was cleaned well, there was no fear of the piglets getting sick. This poor, backward era had no electricity and no incubators, so to be safe and prevent the piglets from freezing, Ruoyao started a fire in the pigsty. Squatting by the fire, Ruoyao gently stirred the firewood with a branch, and the sparks jumped up, making the thin sweat on her forehead glisten. The old sow shuffled her body and nudged the smallest spotted piglet further under her belly. The little piglet had probably just suckled enough milk, and was rubbing its eyes against the soft bristles, its weak little hooves kicking its siblings nearby. She added a dry pine needle to the fire, and the smoke drifted slowly out through the hole in the top of the pigsty, not choking the piglets. But it did make the old yellow dog lying by the wall sneeze. Ruoyao turned to look and saw the dog lay back down with its tail drooping. But its eyes were still glued to the pigsty, almost as if it were helping to keep watch, which made her unable to help but smile. Thank goodness for the weather, she whispered to the old sow, wiping her hands on a piece of coarse cloth. A few years ago, in March, Aunt Wang's pigs in the neighboring village had given birth, and it was so cold at night that they lost 2 piglets due to carelessness. You are lucky. The sun is scorching, and this fire is just a thought. It saves us from having to get up in the middle of the night when the wind picks up. The old sow seemed to understand, wagging her tail and splattering bits of grass on the ground. Ruoyao quickly got up and gathered the dry straw piled in the corner of the pigsty closer to the mother pig, making it thicker. The piglets burrowed in the straw, making tiny squeaking sounds, even more pleasant than the rattle of the traveling merchant's rattle at the village entrance. She waited until the sun was low in the west, and seeing that the 8 piglets were all curled up next to their mother, sleeping soundly, she pressed down on the edge of the fire pit with a clod of dirt, allowing the fire to slowly diminish, leaving only a few embers for warmth. When she stood up, her legs were numb from squatting, and she leaned against the wooden railing of the pig pen to steady herself. Watching the sunset dye the earthen walls of the pig pen a warm orange, she felt very reassured. As long as these little creatures could grow up safe and sound, by autumn, she would be able to exchange them for some food, enough to get through the winter. I was squatting by the pig pen, adding wild vegetables for the 8 round little piglets, who were snuffling and pushing against each other, their noses tickling the back of my hand. Suddenly, a blue light flickered in my mind, and the mechanical voice of the 3 Realms problem-solving bureau system exploded in my ears. Detected 8 piglets, each valued at 1,000 gold coins. Would you like to execute the sale operation? My hand trembled, and the wooden ladle clattered to the muddy ground, splashing my pant legs. Get out of here. I waved my hand irritably at the air. What kind of nonsense is this? Just as I was grumbling, the blue light flickered again, this time with a slower tone. Detected emotional connection between host and target. Correction plan. Foster and sell mode is available. The piglets will remain in place for feeding, and once they reach adulthood, the system will match buyers from the 3 realms, with a price increase of 30%. Would you like to consider this? I was about to curse it for still being concerned about my pigs when I caught a glimpse of the smallest spotted piglet snuggling into its mother's embrace, its tail rubbing against her leg. Suddenly, I remembered what the grain shop owner in town had said yesterday. The price of rice had risen again before the autumn harvest, and I hadn't even made the fabric for winter blankets for my parents. Unconsciously, I reached out to touch the spotted piglet's ear, and it nudged my fingertips with its nose. I sighed and asked the blue light in my mind, when fostering, can you guarantee they will still have alfalfa to eat? The system confirmed that the fostering conditions were met. Alright then, deal. Please select fostering feed. Fostering feed? There's such a classification? I was stunned for a moment, my fingertip brushing over the virtual panel that appeared, looking at the options listed. Ordinary nutritional type, growth acceleration type, attribute enhancement type, followed by a string of dense small print explaining energy consumption and applicable stages. I decided to choose the ordinary one for now. I didn't dare to rashly select those that sounded powerful. I always felt that such acceleration and enhancement things had tricks behind them. I would try the waters first, and if the fostering went well, I could consider more. The system's mechanical voice carried no emotion. Ordinary nutritional fostering feed selected. Fostering space has been opened. Target organism star-tail cub has been moved in. Automatic feeding will occur daily at 8 a.m. Please pay attention to the feedback on the fostering status. Just as I was about to ask a couple more questions about how the cub was doing now, a small dynamic window suddenly popped up in front of me, showing a fluffy little creature curled up in the corner on soft grass, its star-patterned tail flickering as if it were dozing off. My heart inexplicably relaxed a bit, but I muttered, be good and don't eat too much, or you'll empty my energy pool. Chapter 10. Going out to buy clothes and saving someone on the way. After Su Ruoyao took care of the pigpen matters at home, she bought a feces cleaning alarm from the system, which would promptly clean up as soon as the pigs relieved themselves, effective within a 10-mile radius of her mental realm. Su Ruoyao exchanged a lot of rice, flour, and cooking oil from the system store. There were also clothes, but they were all modern outfits, with none fitting for this alternate era. It seemed this system wasn't all-powerful after all. Why not make a batch of clothes that fit the local customs? Su Ruoyao secretly grumbled to herself. She would have to go out to the clothing store this time to buy a few ready-made outfits. However, as for money, everything in the store was virtual gold coins, which she couldn't spend. No choice but to ask the steward for some. If the steward didn't give her any, she would go find her father. If her father was no longer foolish, he would definitely be overjoyed. As Su Ruoyao arranged the rice, flour, and cooking oil exchanged from the system store into the storage room, she was still pondering over the clothes and money issue. Those modern shirts and jeans were really eye-catching in this house with blue bricks and black tiles. A few days ago, it was fine being stuck in the courtyard, but today she had to go out to buy fabric for clothes. She couldn't wear those anymore. She dug out a plain modern cotton and linen long dress and put it on, looking a bit more modest, before turning to head towards the steward Lu Bo's courtyard. Lu Bo was sitting in the corridor checking accounts. When he saw her coming, he paused his abacus, stood up, and clasped his hands. Miss, what brings you here today? Su Ruoyao sat on the stone bench, shaking the begonia flower she had just picked in her hand. Lu Bo, I want to go to the Jinxiage on the street to buy 2 sets of ready-made clothes, but I don't have any cash on hand. Lu Bo frowned slightly, but didn't immediately refuse. He only said, Miss, you just received your monthly allowance last month. How come? He suddenly remembered that this young lady had been foolish recently, and the monthly allowance might have already been coaxed away by the little maidens in the courtyard. His tone softened a bit. However, the expenses in the manor have been tight recently. The master. Mentioning her father made Su Ruoyao's eyes light up. If father is well, would he still lack this little bit of silver? Her words were abrupt. But Lu Bo was taken aback. Recently, the young lady seemed much clearer and spoke more logically. Could it really be as the doctor said? That there might be a turnaround? Hesitating, he took out a money pouch from his pocket and handed it over. Here are 2 taels of broken silver. Miss, take it to use first. If it's not enough, come back and let me know. Su Ruoyao took the pouch and weighed it. It was enough to buy 2 sets of clothes with some leftover. She smiled and thanked Lu Bo before running out. Just as she ran out of the moon gate, she seemed to remember something and turned back. Lu Bo, I will be back soon. If father wakes up and asks about me, just tell him I went to buy osmanthus cakes for you. Lu Bo watched her light figure and told the young servant beside him. Follow her with 2 guards at a distance. Don't let anything happen to the young lady. After the young servant took his orders, he sat back down in the corridor, his fingers hovering over the abacus for a long time before finally sighing. If the young lady could stay clear-headed, the master would surely be overjoyed. Su Ruoyao walked out of the Su residence, and the sounds of street vendors rushed towards her. The shops on both sides of the bluestone road hung blue cloth awnings, looking much more vibrant than she remembered from the original owner's memories. She didn't rush to the jinxiyuj, but first stood by a sugar painting stall, watching the old artist shape a little rabbit, before smiling and turning to walk towards the jinxiyuj deep in the alley. As she reached the entrance, she saw the shopkeeper hanging a newly made water-red skirt on the door, the fabric soft as clouds in the sky. Her eyes brightened, and she stepped inside. "Boss, this dress is of good quality, and the workmanship is exquisite. Can I try it on?" The shopkeeper walked over, smiling at Suruyao. "Miss, you have a good eye. This dress was made by a new tailor we just hired, and the design is quite nice. It was just finished and is now on sale." "All right. Then please bring me one in my size." Suruyao didn't hesitate. She didn't have much silver, and if she bought clothes made of ordinary fabric, she might be able to get 2 sets, but buying this popular style might not be enough. Seeing Suruyao so straightforward, the shopkeeper's smile widened. "All right, miss. Please wait a moment while I go to the storeroom to get it in your size. It will definitely fit." Saying that, he turned and went to the storeroom at the back of the shop. Suruyao stood in place, lightly stroking the edge of the fabric of the dress she had just seen. The material was high-quality hang silk, smooth to the touch, and with sunlight filtering through the window, it shimmered with a faint soft glow. She genuinely liked it, but the hesitation from earlier hadn't completely dissipated. She had just touched the pouch at her waist. The broken silver and copper coins inside likely still fell short of the price of this dress. As she pondered how to explain if she didn't have enough money without appearing embarrassed, the shopkeeper returned, holding a plain cloth bag, placing it on the counter, and untying the knot to reveal the neatly folded dress inside. "Miss, here it is, made according to the size you provided. If you're not sure, there's a fitting room over there. You can try it on." Suruyao shook her head. Knowing that the shop sizes were always accurate, and there was no need to try the clothes on, she took a deep breath and reached for her purse. "No need to try, boss, please calculate the total." The boss quickly quoted a price. Suruyao dumped all the silver and copper coins from her purse onto the counter. The boss took a small scale to weigh the silver and counted the copper coins. His smile faded slightly, but he still politely said, "Miss, you're still short by 30 copper coins." Suruyao's face flushed slightly as she clenched her clothing's hem and whispered, "Boss, I really don't have enough silver today. Could you allow me to bring the remaining copper coins tomorrow? I really want this dress. My home is just down that alley not far from here." The boss was taken aback, sizing up Suruyao. Although she wasn't dressed extravagantly, her clothes were clean and well-fitted, making her seem quite genuine. After pondering for a moment, he waved his hand. All right, it seems you truly like it. 30 copper coins isn't too much. Just bring them tomorrow. We can't let you leave empty-handed." Suruyao's eyes lit up, and she quickly thanked him. "Thank you, boss. Don't worry, I'll bring the copper coins first thing tomorrow." Saying this, she carefully wrapped the dress and tucked it into her arms, stepping out of the shop with a light heart. As she left, she glanced back at the shop sign, remembering the boss's kindness. After changing into the new dress and stepping outside, Suruyao pondered where she could earn those 30 copper coins. It seemed that there was still a difference between the system and the real world. The currencies weren't interchangeable. What should she do? Just as she stepped out, she encountered a weak-looking man who resembled a scholar, collapsed at the entrance of the medical clinic. Why isn't the doctor helping him? Could it be that this person has a terminal illness? She noticed his lips were turning blue, with a bamboo basket behind him containing a snake. He probably got bitten by the snake, right? As Suruyao approached, wondering what to do, the system activated automatically. The Three Realms Problem-Solving Bureau system was initiated, diagnosing snake venom poisoning. The solution was timely injection of anti-venom serum, which could be exchanged for gold coins in the shop. Suruyao stared at the suddenly appearing system interface in her mind, her brows furrowing tighter. Anti-venom serum? Shop. Gold coins? What did all this mean? The man's lips were turning almost purple, and his breathing was getting heavier. There was no time to ponder these unfamiliar terms. She crouched down to check the man's pulse, her fingertips touching his skin, which was frighteningly cold, making her heart tighten. Just as she was anxiously trying to figure out what to do, the system interface suddenly flickered, and a line of small text appeared. Newbie task triggered. Successfully treating the poisoned person will reward you with 100 initial gold coins. The initial gold coins would be enough to exchange for the serum? Suruyao's eyes brightened. And without thinking any further about the origins of the system, she followed the interface's prompt and clicked to exchange. Just as she finished, a cold syringe appeared in her palm, with transparent serum gently swaying inside. She had learned a bit about injections from her grandfather, who was a veterinarian, although she had never used medicine on a person before. But now, she had no other choice. Gritting her teeth, she rolled up the man's sweat-soaked sleeve. located the vein on his arm, and injected the serum. Before half a tea time had passed, she noticed the man's blue-tinged lips slowly regaining some color, and his previously tightly clenched hand relaxed a bit. Just as Su Ruoyao let out a sigh of relief, the system's prompt sounded in her mind again. Newbie task completed. 100 gold coins have been credited. Detected that the host has used the system for the first time, unlocking basic pharmacology skills. She was still in shock when she suddenly heard rustling sounds behind her. Turning around, she saw that the lid of the bamboo basket had come loose, and the snake was slithering out, flicking its tongue. Su Ruoyao was frightened and shrank back, just as she was about to get up to find something to block it. The man on the ground suddenly groaned, picked up a nearby hatchet, and accurately pinned the snake's head down. "Thank you, miss." The man's voice was still weak, but much clearer than before. He looked up at Su Ruoyao, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Are you a doctor?" Su Ruoyao instinctively hid the syringe behind her back. "No, I'm not a doctor. I'm just someone who got lost looking for family after coming down from the mountains. If it weren't for this sudden system, I would have just watched you have an accident. Not a doctor, just understand a bit," she answered vaguely, her gaze inadvertently falling on the man's hand that was holding down the snake. His hands were well-defined, with calluses on the fingertips, unlike those of an ordinary farmer. The man didn't press further, instead using the hatchet to push the snake back into the bamboo basket, and tying the lid securely with some hemp rope. After finishing these tasks, he steadied himself against a tree trunk and slowly sat up straighter. "I am Xinyanji. I was bitten by this mountain wind snake, and fortunately, you saved me." "Mountain wind?" Su Ruoyao then carefully looked at the snake in the bamboo basket. It was black with white patterns. Indeed one of the most poisonous types found in the mountains. She was just thinking how timely the serum had been when the system chimed in again. Detected recyclable toxic substances nearby. Recovering the mountain wind snake carcass can be exchanged for 50 gold coins. Do you want to recover it? As soon as she clicked yes, she saw the hatchet in Xinyanji's hand tremble slightly, and the snake that had just been shoved back into the basket turned into a wisp of black smoke and floated into the silver bracelet on her wrist, which had appeared there unbeknownst to her. This bracelet. Xinyanji's gaze fixed on her wrist, a flash of surprise in his eyes. Su Ruoyao was also taken aback. This silver bracelet was an old item left by her mother. How could it suddenly absorb the snake? Just as she was puzzled, the system prompted again. Recovery completed. 50 gold coins have been credited. Detected that the host's gold coin balance is now 150, unlocking the basic detox pill formula. And no, it's nothing. Su Ruoyao quickly pulled the bracelet back into her sleeve, changing the subject. "You just woke up. It's best not to talk too much. Where is your home? Should I take you back?" Xinyanji shook his head, pointing to a dilapidated temple not far away. "I live in that broken temple. But what about you, miss? Are you here to see a doctor?" Su Ruoyao sighed and said, "I live nearby. It's just a coincidence that I was out shopping today, and happened to encounter you fainting on the road." Seeing that he was steady now, she also felt relieved. As she stood up, the silver bracelet on her wrist suddenly warmed up, and the system interface slowly popped up a message. Main storyline task triggered. Refine the initial detox pill. The required spirit herbs need to be found by the host to detoxify the poison in the host's body. The system detected that the host's body has issues and automatically matched a prescription. Can I cultivate on my own? The host needs to activate the Phoenix Divine Body's cultivation function to enter the space. Oh no, what a difficult level. She looked down at the bracelet, muttering to herself. Why does the system increase the tasks after saving a person? Isn't everything supposed to be exchanged with gold coins? Refining pills? I've never done anything like that. Su Ruoyao frowned at the silver bracelet for a long time, her fingertips rubbing against the cold, yet occasionally warm bracelet. Just a moment ago, she felt the system was reliable, but now it had thrown a hot potato at her. Something she had never even touched before. Finding spirit herbs on my own? I can't even tell what grows around here, let alone recognize spirit herbs. She couldn't help but complain softly. Just as the words left her mouth, the system interface popped up another line of faint golden text. Newbie benefit. The basic spirit herb illustrated guide has been unlocked for the host, which can be viewed through the spiritual link to the bracelet. Su Ruoyao was taken aback for a moment. Trying to concentrate on the words illustrated guide, she indeed felt a cool sensation trickle into her mind through her fingertips. Suddenly, it was as if a thin gauze-like scroll unfurled before her eyes, depicting a few types of herbs with simple drawings, along with their names and characteristics. Qingling grass. Leaves are three-lobed, stems have fine white hairs, grows in moist crevices. Can relieve mild snake venom. Jieha grass. Dark red color, exudes sticky juice when broken, often grows in humus-rich soil. Used as an auxiliary material for detox pills. She had just glanced at a couple of them when she suddenly heard footsteps behind her. It was the young man she had saved earlier, hurrying to catch up. The young boy, around 15 or 16 years old, was dressed in faded coarse cloth shorts and held a freshly picked wild fruit leaf in his hand. When he saw her turn back, his cheeks flushed slightly as he stuffed the leaf into her hand, saying, "Miss, thank you so much earlier. This leaf can help with saliva production. Are you looking for something?" Su Ruiyao pinched the dewy leaf, noticing the lingering fear in the boy's eyes. But he was trying hard to express his gratitude, which made her irritation with the system fade a little. She was just about to shake her head and say she wasn't looking for anything when the bracelet on her wrist heated up slightly, and the pattern of the qingling grass in the illustrated guide suddenly glowed. The boy's pant leg had a piece of crushed leaf stuck to it, in a three-lobed shape, with a bit of moist mud on the edge, just like the one in the illustrated guide. "Which way did you come from?" Su Ruiyao's heart stirred. Pointing at his pant leg, the boy was taken aback and pointed to a low hill not far behind him, saying, "Just that forest over there. I was chased up half the mountain by a poisonous snake." Su Ruiyao's eyes brightened, and she stood up, gripping her bracelet. "Take me to take a look? Maybe we can find the trace of that poisonous snake and prevent someone else from being bitten." Although the boy found it strange, he thought that this girl had saved him earlier, so he nodded eagerly. "Okay, I remember the way." The two had just taken a couple of steps toward the forest when Su Ruiyao suddenly remembered something and lowered her head to poke at the bracelet. "By the way, besides the spiritual herbs, we need an alchemy furnace to make the detoxification pill, right? I can't just use a clay pot to boil it, can I?" The system interface paused for a moment and slowly displayed a line of text. The host can obtain fragments of a basic alchemy furnace by completing side quests. Collecting 3 fragments allows for synthesis. Currently available side quest: find detoxification pill spiritual herbs. Su Ruiyao, I seriously suspect that this system is an exam system. This system has many functions, and the host still needs to unlock them gradually. Please complete the tasks promptly, with a time limit of 2 hours. Replied the spirit within the bracelet. Su Ruiyao was a bit puzzled. Does this system also have mind-reading abilities? The spirit of the system, master, is in your sea of consciousness. It's you who can't cultivate, and you can't even open your spiritual sea for introspection. How can you blame it? Okay. It seems the task isn't too difficult. If worse comes to worst, I can just buy it from the pharmacy. But unfortunately, the host has no money and currently owes the Jingxiagong 31. Truly, a single coin can thwart a hero. Since this Shen Yanji often went out to forage, he must know where these common herbs are. It would be better to ask him for help. Having made up her mind, Su Ruiyao told Shen Yanji the names of the herbs she was looking for. "Oh, these herbs are very common. There are plenty in that forest. But are you really going to pick herbs there? There are many snakes, insects, rats, and ants, and now it's summer. It might not be very safe to go there." Su Ruiyao had already regarded Shen Yanji as someone who could lend a hand. Hearing him say this, she immediately showed a sincere expression. "Brother Shen, I really have no choice. I urgently need these herbs. But I don't know the way and don't have the ability to deal with the things in the forest. If it's convenient for you, could you take me there? I'll just follow you and won't cause any trouble." Seeing the cautious hope in her eyes, Shen Yanji ultimately didn't have the heart to refuse. He rubbed the axe at his waist with his fingertips and nodded. "All right, I know that forest well. But you have to listen to me and stay close without running around. I'll point out the herbs for you. And you just need to dig with the small shovel, nothing else." Su Ruiyao immediately smiled, her eyes sparkling like fallen stars. "Thank you, Brother Shen. I will definitely listen." She quickly grabbed the small bamboo basket and wooden shovel that the system had prepared, following Shen Yanji into the forest. Just a few steps into the forest, she saw a gray shadow darting through the grass, and instinctively clutched the corner of Shen Yanji's clothing in fear. Shen Yanji looked back and saw it was just a wild rabbit, so he softened his tone. "Don't be afraid, although this forest is dense. As long as you don't rush deep inside, there's nothing dangerous." As he walked, he pointed out the herbs to her, saying, "That's dandelion. The herb you want is called shepherdess purse. The cluster with small yellow flowers nearby is bitter lettuce. If you break the leaves, it will ooze white juice." Su Ruiyao hurriedly squatted down to identify them according to his instructions, and quickly dug up a small handful. The bracelet on her wrist warmed slightly, and the spirit's voice sounded in her sea of consciousness. "Host, your efficiency is quite good, but you still need to find Nightshade, hurry up." Just as she acknowledged, she suddenly heard Shen Yanji hiss softly and motioned with his mouth to the left front. Following his gaze, Su Ruiyao saw a small green snake curled up in the tall grass, just 2 steps away from the patch of grass she was about to reach. She was so frightened that she held her breath, her hands stiffening. Shen Yanji said nothing but quietly raised his axe, swiftly striking the ground next to the snake's head with the back of the blade. The little snake, startled, quickly burrowed into the grass and disappeared. He then turned back to her. I told you to be careful. Don't just focus on digging with your head down. Although his words carried a hint of reproach, he reached out to pull her up from the ground. The nightshade is over there by the stone crevice. I'll go pick it for you. You wait here. Su Ruoyao watched him walk towards the stone crevice, feeling a sudden warmth in her heart. When he swung the axe just now, it was clearly very fast. Yet he deliberately used the back of the blade. She lowered her head to touch the bracelet on her wrist and murmured softly, this time, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. The person I found is quite reliable. The system spirit snorted. Of course, this system's choice of host has good judgment. Hurry up and collect the herbs and go back. The task time limit is approaching. Su Ruoyao quickly responded, and when Shen Yinji returned with a handful of purple nightshade, she eagerly took it and placed it in the bamboo basket. All set, Brother Shen, we can go back now. Shen Yinji glanced at her full basket of herbs and nodded. Let us go, it's getting late, and the forest will be even more unsettled. The two walked side by side out of the forest, with Su Ruoyao trailing behind, watching Shen Yinji occasionally lift his hand to brush aside the branches blocking the way. Suddenly, she felt that this system task didn't seem so unbearable after all. Chapter 12. About the cultivation realms on this cultivation continent named Biluo. The realms of cultivators are divided like climbing a mountain, with each level hiding completely different worlds. The most basic is the Qi refining realm, which is the first step onto the path of immortality. Cultivators must draw the thin spiritual energy from the heavens and earth into their bodies, allowing it to flow slowly through their meridians, gradually refining their mortal bodies to adapt to the presence of spiritual energy. At this stage, cultivators are only slightly stronger than ordinary martial artists. They can use a small amount of spiritual energy to enhance their punches and kicks, but most people will find it difficult to surpass this threshold in their lifetime. After Qi refining comes the foundation establishment realm. Cultivators need to compress and refine the mixed spiritual energy within their bodies, building a solid foundation of spiritual energy in their dantian, which is the essence of foundation establishment. Once the foundation is established, the capacity for storing and utilizing spiritual energy is greatly enhanced, allowing cultivators to control simple magical tools. While they may still struggle with flying, if they have a low-level flying magical tool, short-distance travel becomes commonplace, marking a true departure from the realm of mortals. Next is the Golden Core realm. Foundation establishment cultivators must use their own blood as a guide to repeatedly temper the spiritual energy foundation in their dantian, ultimately condensing it into a smooth golden core. The golden core is the embodiment of a cultivator's spiritual energy and soul. Not only does it multiply the amount of stored spiritual energy, but it can also autonomously nurture the cultivator's soul. At this point, cultivators can fly freely without any hindrance, and a casual strike can exhibit the power to move mountains and fill seas. In small to medium-sized sects, they can already be considered elder-level figures. After the golden core comes the Yuaning realm, which countless cultivators dream of attaining. One must shatter the golden core to give birth to a Yuaning, which is an identical replica of themselves. Once the Yuaning is formed, the cultivator gains a second life. Even if their physical body is destroyed, the Yuaning can escape with their soul, seeking opportunities for rebirth. At this stage, the spiritual energy a cultivator can mobilize can influence the weather of the surrounding world. And flipping rivers and seas is merely a thought away. They are the mainstay of the top sects and can be considered renowned powerhouses across the entire Lingyuan continent. As for the realms above Yuaning, there are the legendary Transformation God, Void Refinement, Integration, and Great Ascension realms, which are so ethereal that 1 in 1,000 years is born. They are only briefly mentioned in ancient texts, becoming the elusive dreams pursued by countless cultivators throughout their lives. The star region where the Biluid continent is located conceals countless planar continents. They are categorized from low to high based on the density of spiritual energy and the completeness of laws into the mortal realm, spiritual realm, and immortal realm. The cultivation levels across planes also delineate more astonishing boundaries as the continent levels rise. The mortal realm is the most basic plane, with places like the Lingyuan continent belonging to this category. Reaching the Yuaning stage is already a peak, not because the cultivators are not strong enough, but because the laws of the mortal realm have a ceiling here, and the thin spiritual energy cannot support higher energy operations. To advance further, one must undergo the Ascension Tribulation, and after enduring the 9 heavens thunder punishment, they can tear through the barriers of the mortal realm to enter the spiritual realm. In the spiritual realm, the spiritual energy is dense enough to condense into spiritual liquid, and the laws are more complete. When cultivators reach this stage, they must first completely fuse their Yuaning with their physical body, stepping into the Transformation God stage. At this point, their divine soul can leave the body to wander and gather a realm of divine thought outside the body, where within that realm, the cultivator is half a ruler. After the transformation God stage comes the void refinement stage, where cultivators begin to touch the laws of the spiritual realm, able to convert spiritual energy into more primal spiritual power. With a wave of their hand, they can move mountains and split valleys. And even ordinary cities can be easily flattened by their divine thoughts. Within the spiritual realm sects, they are already influential elders. The next level is the integration stage, where one must completely unify their physical body, divine soul, and spiritual power. Every gesture can resonate with the laws of heaven and earth. And those who can reach this step in the spiritual realm are already a select few great powers, capable of shaking half of the spiritual realm with a stomp. The endpoint of the spiritual realm is the Great Ascension stage. When cultivators reach this stage, their spiritual power is nearly limitless, and their divine thoughts can cover the entire spiritual realm. They can even momentarily command the laws to make it rain in one place, while ensuring the sun does not shine there. However, the ultimate goal of the Great Ascension stage is to undergo the immortal tribulation and ascend to the immortal realm. The immortal tribulation is 100 times more ferocious than the ascension tribulation. It is said that the thunder pillars are thicker than mountains, and throughout history, only 1 in 10 great ascension cultivators from the spiritual realm has been able to survive it. The immortal realm is a legendary plane, and no one knows exactly where it is, only that the immortal energy there is 10,000 times purer than the spiritual power of the spiritual realm, with laws that are complete and flawless. Those who can stand in the immortal realm are all immortals. Just the term immortal implies a lifespan close to immortality, capable of destroying the mortal realm continent with a casual strike. There are also levels within the immortal realm. Those who have just ascended are earth immortals, who need to re-establish their immortal foundation in the immortal realm. Above earth immortals are celestial immortals, who can manipulate local immortal energy in the immortal realm, and when flying, they leave behind a trail of colorful clouds. Above them are golden immortals, whose immortal bodies are as hard as top-tier treasures, and ordinary attacks leave no marks. Above golden immortals are the Tai golden immortals, who are great figures in the immortal realm, able to establish their own immortal domains. It is rumored that there are also great Luo golden immortals, said to be able to leap out of the river of time, existing beyond destruction. But such beings are too mysterious, even ancient texts of the immortal realm only dare to vaguely record them. Is there a higher plane above the immortal realm? Perhaps a divine realm that allows great Luo golden immortals to advance further? No one can say for sure. Perhaps those existing at the pinnacle of the immortal realm are spending millions of years searching for this ultimate answer. Above the immortal realm, there indeed exists the divine realm. However, this plane has long transcended the categories of spiritual and immortal energy. The energy flowing between heaven and earth is more primal divine power, energy crystallized from laws, which can make even the immortal souls tremble upon contact. Ordinary immortals who recklessly venture in without guidance will be instantly crushed into dust by divine power, leaving no trace of reincarnation. Those who can step into the divine realm are all quasi-gods who have passed the divine tribulation. The divine tribulation is far more treacherous than the immortal tribulation. It does not strike the physical body but refines the divine soul and the understanding of laws. One must comprehend their own path's flaws amidst the 9 heavens' divine thunder, binding their divine soul completely to the laws of heaven and earth to pass this hurdle. When quasi-gods reach the divine realm, their first task is to condense their divine status. Using their own path as a core, they construct a palm-sized crystal with divine power, which serves as their identity certificate and source of power. Only with a divine status can one truly be considered a divine being. Above the divine beings are divine generals. At this stage, the divine status has merged with the divine soul, allowing them to invoke local laws of the divine realm with a wave of their hand, saying let stones bloom, and indestructible divine flowers will bloom from stubborn rocks, saying let the waters flow upstream, and rivers will roll up to the sky. Divine generals are already notable figures in the divine realm, capable of commanding a piece of divine land, with dozens or even hundreds of divine beings under their command. Higher still are the divine kings. The divine status of a divine king can already influence the laws of an entire star region. They do not need to make deliberate moves, as their own aura can solidify the surrounding divine power. Even space must submit. It is said that there are 12 ancient divine kings in the divine realm, each presiding over a fundamental law. The divine king of fire can ignite an entire star system with a breath. The divine king of water can cause rivers to hover in midair with a furrowed brow. They are the stabilizing force of the divine realm, guarding its barriers for billions of years to prevent external evil from invading. Above the divine kings is the nearly legendary divine emperor. In the entire history of the divine realm, only 3 divine emperors have emerged. Their divine status has fused with the laws of the entire divine realm, and they themselves are embodiments of the Tao, able to turn back time by 1,000 years with a gesture, and to reshape the bodies of deceased gods with a wave of their hand. Even more astonishing is that they can tear apart the barriers of the divine realm to venture into the more ethereal chaos, seeking the secrets of the universe's birth. But is there a higher realm above the divine emperor? Like a creator god, who can create the divine realm? No one has ever seen it. Only on the oldest primordial monument in the divine realm are there faint inscriptions. The end of the gods is the void, and also rebirth. Perhaps those standing at the pinnacle of the divine emperor are waiting through endless ages for that moment of rebirth. Chapter 13 Different cultivation continents and time-space realms. This star region, spanning trillions of miles, is called the Xuanzang star region. It is home to 7 distinctly ranked cultivation continents, categorized based on the density of spiritual energy, the completeness of laws, and the cultivation limits they can support, connecting the paths of countless cultivators. The lowest level is the Biluid continent, where the spiritual energy is so thin it is nearly non-existent. Most cultivators can only remain at the Qi refinement stage for their entire lives, and only a few exceptionally gifted individuals manage to touch the threshold of the foundation establishment stage, making them legendary figures on the continent. Here, mortal towns are scattered like stars, while cultivators seem like outcasts, with most sects merely teaching shallow breathing techniques. Next is the Qinglan continent, where the spiritual energy is 3 times denser than that of the Biluid continent, and the laws are slightly more complete. Cultivators can steadily cultivate to the golden core stage. But even at this level, they are considered top-tier combatants here, with most sect leaders being at the late foundation establishment stage. The continent has many mountains that can produce low-level spiritual herbs and ores, and one can occasionally see golden core cultivators flying in the air, which gives the true appearance of a cultivation continent. A step higher is the Ziyuan continent, where spiritual energy can condense into mist, and the laws can support the existence of Yuaning stage cultivators. There are numerous sects on the continent, and Yuaning elders are the stabilizing forces of the sects, with occasional sightings of cultivators preparing for ascension. There are spatial rifts connecting the Qinglan and Biluid continents, where high-level cultivators often seek opportunities or suppress cross-border demon beasts. Crossing the planar barrier of the Ziyuan continent leads to the Kangwu spiritual realm. This is a continent of the spiritual realm level. The pure spiritual power flowing between heaven and earth and the completeness of laws far exceed that of the mortal realm continent, allowing cultivators to cultivate to the integration stage here. Floating spiritual islands and rivers flowing with spiritual liquid are seen everywhere on the continent. Although great ascension stage cultivators are rare, they are not extinct. Most are in deep seclusion preparing for the immortal tribulation. Above the spiritual realm is the Yaoguang immortal domain, immortal realm level. The air is filled with immortal energy, allowing ordinary plants to live for thousands of years. From the moment cultivators step into this place, they must reshape their immortal foundation. Earth immortals here are merely the initial stage, celestial immortals are common, and golden immortals are already elders of certain immortal sections. In the center of the continent stands an immortal ascension platform, which is said to be the landing point for spiritual realm cultivators when they ascend. Beside the platform stands a stele recording the number of immortal tribulations, with names that are all notable figures from the old tales of the immortal realm. Above the Yaoguang immortal domain is the Hongming divine land, divine realm level, which is clearly recorded only in ancient texts. There is no ordinary continent shape here. It resembles floating divine islands composed of countless fragments of laws, and the flowing divine power can dissolve immortal souls. Quasi-gods must condense their divine status here to establish themselves, and divine kings occasionally open their divine nations here. The divine stones scattered at the edges of these divine nations can stir up fierce competition, even in the immortal realm. At the pinnacle of the Xuanzang star domain lies the Taichu source realm, a place rarely trodden even by the divine emperor. No one knows its exact appearance. It is rumored to be the origin of the laws of the star domain, where there are no forms of energy, only the pure trajectories of the Tao. It is said that if one can comprehend even a trace of the source within the Taichu source realm, they can directly touch the threshold of the divine emperor from the divine king. However, throughout billions of years, the number of beings that have reached this place is exceedingly few. In the boundless universe, there are billions of star domains, scattered like sparks on black velvet, each possessing distinctly different rules of heaven and earth and cultivation foundations. Some star domains are enveloped in dense chaotic energy, giving birth to beings that can naturally comprehend laws, with a starting point of cultivation that is unattainable for ordinary practitioners. Others are barren as a desert, with even the most basic spiritual energy being pitifully thin, and beings struggle their entire lives to escape the gravitational pull of their planets. These star domains are separated by the void measured in light years, with spatial barriers so hard they can crush the bodies of golden immortals. For ordinary practitioners, crossing star domains is as difficult as ascending to the heavens, and they can hardly sense the existence of other star domains. The possibility of traversing star domains is made feasible by the cosmic transfer stations scattered in the gaps of the universe. These are not naturally formed, but were forged by a supreme being from ancient times who could wield the laws of the universe, and are now jointly maintained and operated by various powerful races. Each transfer station is located at spatial nodes between star domains, where the spatial barriers are the weakest, acting as hubs connecting different star domains. The core function of the transfer station is to preserve the physical bodies and celestial forms of beings. The spatial travel across star domains is extremely dangerous. Even the Divine King's divine body could be torn to shreds in superluminal spatial turbulence. If a practitioner wishes to travel far, they must first reach the transfer station, placing their physical body, or celestial form, divine body, into a storage hall filled with eternal formation patterns that can freeze the flow of time. Once the body enters, it will fall into absolute stillness, and even after millions of years, when retrieved, it will be unchanged from when it was stored, with not even a breath dissipating from its surface. Afterward, the practitioner only needs to detach their divine soul, attaching it to a specially made star shuttle talisman at the transfer station. The talisman will transform into a stream of light, traversing through the spatial nodes between star domains. Upon reaching the transfer station of the target star domain, they can return their divine soul to the physical body stored in the local storage hall, if the target transfer station does not have a physical body available. Arrangements can be made to transport one in advance or temporarily borrow a special container to store the divine soul. These transfer stations themselves are also special strongholds in the universe, with halls built from boundary stones that can withstand spatial storms. Inside, various races of practitioners have set up trading markets, showcasing rare treasures that can only be found in certain star domains. And there are often messengers passing through to relay messages across the star domains. However, only those who are capable of crossing the star sea can use the transfer stations. After all, just reaching the transfer station located at the edge of a star domain requires crossing countless perilous star domains. And ordinary practitioners cannot even touch the door of a transfer station. The time-space realm is the source of the rules that transcends all star domains and planes. It has no fixed form. It is neither a solid continent nor a void star domain, but rather a chaotic realm woven from pure laws of time and space. Even ordinary beings, when stepping into it, if they do not comprehend the essence of time and space, their divine souls can be crushed by the torrent of laws, leaving not even a trace behind. The core of the time-space realm is the river of time that flows through the past, present, and future. It looks like a river but has no water. What flows are fragments of time. Countless flickering light points float on its surface, each point a solidified moment from the past, possibly the birth of a star billions of years ago, the spiritual light of a mortal practitioner during Foundation establishment, or the spatial rift torn by a divine king during tribulation. These fragments do not dissipate. They slowly drift in the river, moving toward an unknown endpoint along the flow of time. No one can truly step into the river of time. Even the strongest beings who can barely reach the time-space realm can only pause on the riverbank and observe. If they forcibly reach out to grasp a fragment of time, they may be lightly rebounded by the power of years contained within the fragment, instantly aging for billions of years. Or they may be directly pulled into a tributary of the river, lost in a chaotic timeline, forever trapped in some long-lost past or an unarrived future. Beyond the river of time, the time-space realm is also scattered with spatial nodes. They are gray light points floating in chaos, each node corresponding to a spatial coordinate in the universe. From beside a node, one can see the real-time scene of the corresponding coordinate, as if separated by an invisible mirror. There are legends that if one can control a spatial node, they can instantly cross billions of light years and appear directly at the corresponding coordinate. But this method is too against the heavens. Since ancient times, the number of beings capable of achieving this is exceedingly few. Even more wondrously, time itself in the time-space realm is disordered. You might watch a stick of incense burn on the riverbank, while 1,000 years pass in the outside world. Or you might stand by a node for 100 years, only to find that merely a moment has passed when you return to your star domain. For this reason, the time-space realm is never a place for practitioners to cultivate, but rather a location for a few top beings to trace their origins. They seek to glimpse the secrets of the universe's birth from the fragments of the river of time, or find opportunities to break through their existing realms from the spatial nodes. As for where the endpoint of the river of time lies, whether there is a more core source of time and space within the time-space realm, no one can answer. Perhaps it has no endpoint at all, just like time itself, without beginning or end, silently bearing all that has been and all that is yet to come in the universe. Chapter 14. Collecting herbs to exchange for alchemy furnace fragments in the late spring afternoon. A thin layer of mist lingered in the forest, dampening Su Royale's coarse linen skirt. She crouched in front of a cluster of verdant grass blades, her fingertips just touching the faint purple patterns along the edge of the leaves when a clear mechanical voice rang in her ears. Ding! Detected purple pattern grass. Meets exchange standards, can exchange for alchemy furnace fragment 1. Do you wish to exchange? Su Ruoyao paused her fingertips, looking up at the dappled light filtering through the branches above. This was the Wanxiang recognition system of the Three Realms Problem-Solving Bureau. She hadn't expected that yesterday. She had gathered a common dew flower and actually exchanged it for half a piece of a furnace wall fragment with scorch marks. She used a bone hairpin to clear the rubble beside the purple pattern grass, carefully digging up the entire plant along with its soil. Fresh wet mud clung to the root, and dew rolled down the leaves, falling onto the back of her hand, cool and refreshing. Exchange, she murmured softly. As soon as the words fell, the purple pattern grass in her palm transformed into tiny light particles of pale green, floating away and dispersing. At the same time, a faint clicking sound came from the cloth bag at her waist. She hurriedly unfastened the bag and poured out its contents. 3 pieces of pottery of varying sizes lay quietly inside. The newly arrived fragment's edge curved perfectly to match one of the pieces, and a half-mystical cloud pattern could be faintly seen at the joint. How much more do I need? Su Ruoyao ran her fingertips along the edge of the pottery fragments, her eyes glimmering slightly. Having crossed over to this world of cultivation, alchemists are rare. Yet the spirit of the system said she possesses the phoenix divine body, inherently capable of absorbing the world's exotic flames. As if the profession of alchemist was tailor-made for her, if she could truly gather the fragments. In the vast and boundless world of cultivation, physique and opportunity often determine how far a practitioner can go. The phoenix divine body is said to be one of the most supreme physiques in legend. It is not something ordinary practitioners can obtain through cultivation, but is often derived from bloodline inheritance or the creation of the heavens and earth that is rarely encountered. It is said that this physique shares its origin with the ancient divine bird, the phoenix, inherently carrying the divine nature of rebirth through nirvana. Practitioners who possess the phoenix divine body can not only absorb spiritual energy from the heavens and earth faster during cultivation, appearing as if surrounded by an invisible spirit-attracting array, but they also possess an almost heaven-defying self-healing ability, even if they suffer near-fatal injuries. As long as the source of their divine body is not extinguished, they can slowly recover in places abundant with spiritual energy, and even trigger nirvana in desperate situations, being reborn in flames, with their cultivation potentially breaking through shackles as a result. Moreover, the phoenix divine body is naturally close to flames. Ordinary flames cannot harm it in the slightest but are instead absorbed and transformed into its own spiritual power, laying the groundwork for its bond with exotic flames. In the realm of cultivation, the strange fire is a unique flame born from the heavens and the earth. It does not burn with ordinary wood or grass but is condensed from special energies such as spiritual energy, earth veins, and the power of stars. Each type carries its own dominance and mystery, making it a treasure for alchemy, artifact forging, and breaking formations, and a coveted opportunity for countless cultivators. According to the widely circulated strange fire ranking, the top 5 each have their own legends. 1. Imperial Flame. It is not naturally born but is created by the mutual devouring and fusion of other that once ranked in the list, ultimately giving birth to the Emperor of all flames. It is rumored to have been controlled by an ancient alchemy emperor, carrying the oppressive might of the emperor's way, capable of incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas in an instant. 2. Void Devouring Flame. Born from endless void, it appears almost transparent but can devour all things, even burning space to create cracks. It is skilled in concealment and often hides in the fissures of the void, making it rare for anyone to trace its whereabouts. 3. Purifying Lotus Demon Fire. Legend has it that it was born from an eternal blue lotus that never wilts. The flame has an enchanting pink hue, capable of purifying worldly evils while carrying a strong charm power. Cultivators tainted by it can easily have their souls manipulated. 4. Fallen Heart Flame. Often found deep within ancient battlefields or graves where cultivators have fallen, it can sense the heart state of a cultivator. If a cultivator harbors obsessions or negative emotions, it will take advantage of the situation to burn their soul. However, it can also temper the cultivator's heart of the path. If one endures the burning, their heart will become more resilient. 5. Sea Heart Flame. Born in the core of the endless deep sea. The flame is a profound blue, in a constant state of conflict with water attribute spiritual energy. It can burn freely in water and even trigger tsunamis, making it a perfect match for cultivators who dual cultivate water and fire. In contrast, the from beyond the heavens is even more mysterious than those on the. They are not born in the local realm of cultivation, but come from the stars, black holes, and otherworldly dimensions. Such as not completely bound by the rules of the cultivation realm, possessing more primal and violent powers. For example, the Star Destruction Flame. born from the explosion of a core of a star from beyond, contains star fragments and can directly scorch a cultivator's essence. Another example is the chaotic mysterious fire, born from chaos, with a mixed color, capable of evolving all things. It is said to be able to turn scrap iron into divine artifacts and grant consciousness to ordinary grass. These rarely descend into the cultivation realm, and when they do, they often trigger cross-domain conflicts, as no one can clearly state how many secrets from beyond are hidden within the. When the phoenix divine body encounters, especially the from beyond, it is like a divine bird encountering divine fire, capable of sparking the most astonishing flames. For the phoenix divine body, the benefits of absorbing are immeasurable. The most direct benefit is the refinement of the divine body. The domineering power of flows through the bloodline, burning away impurities within the divine body, making the phoenix divine body's essence purer, significantly enhancing its self-healing ability and spirit-gathering speed, and even unlocking the hidden phoenix divine abilities within its body, such as summoning true flames of the phoenix with attributes. Secondly, it raises the upper limit of strength. The energy contained in far exceeds that of ordinary spiritual energy. After absorption, the phoenix divine body can convert it into fire attribute divine essence. This divine essence is more domineering than ordinary spiritual power, causing the power of fire-related divine abilities to surge when casting spells, significantly increasing the success rate of alchemy and artifact forging. After all, once the divine body merges with the cultivator's control over fire will be refined to the temperature of each flame. If one absorbs from beyond, the benefits are even greater. The power of the rules from beyond within can allow the phoenix divine body to break through the shackles of the cultivation realm, becoming closer to the legendary divinity of the phoenix. It may even gain special abilities such as traversing the void and resisting invasions from beyond, laying the foundation for future ventures into the outside realms. However, absorbing with the phoenix divine body requires caution, is domineering, and from beyond is even more so. If the divine body is not yet mature and one forcibly absorbs it, they may suffer a backlash from the, leading to the shattering of the divine body. Only by progressing gradually, allowing the divine body and to slowly harmonize and merge, can one truly harness the power of allowing the phoenix divine body to shine with the most dazzling brilliance amidst the flames. A gust of wind passed, and the leaves rustled. In the distance, there seemed to be the sound of grass moving. Su Ruoyao immediately collected the fragments, slung the medicine basket over her shoulder, and stood up. As her gaze swept across the bushes ahead, her eyes lit up. There grew several clusters of thick-leaved moon heart grass, with crescent-shaped white sap on their leaf hearts. Detected moon heart grass 5, can exchange for alchemy furnace fragments 3. The system's prompt sounded again, and Su Ruoyao pursed her lips and smiled, stepping towards the thicket. The fallen leaves under her feet crunched, mixed with the system's occasional prompts, adding a different kind of liveliness to the quiet mountain forest. Chapter 15. The birth of the Nirvana cauldron. Just as Su Ruoyao's fingertips collected the last moon heart grass, which shimmered with moonlight, the system jade bracelet on her wrist suddenly lit up with a blazing golden red glow. She looked down and the progress bar floating above the bracelet was completely filled. A line of golden text jumped out. Collecting 7 types of 9 heaven celestial herbs can exchange for a designated alchemy furnace. She hesitated not at all, and her fingertip tapped the option for the top-tier alchemy furnace on the jade bracelet. In the next moment, the bracelet erupted with a sky full of golden red sparks, which coalesced into a swirling cocoon of light in midair, accompanied by an increasingly clear sound, akin to the cry of a phoenix. The light cocoon suddenly burst, and a half-human tall alchemy furnace landed steadily on the stone platform. This alchemy furnace was entirely a warm, burning red, yet fine golden patterns flowed on its walls, resembling the eye patterns on the tail feathers of a phoenix, layered and blurred. The top of the furnace did not feature a common beast head, but a phoenix statue with its wings folded. The phoenix's head was slightly raised, and its beak held a crystal the size of a dove's egg, within which flames seemed to flicker gently, exuding a scorching warmth even without igniting. Su Ruoyao reached out and touched the furnace body. As soon as her fingertip made contact, a warm airflow surged from her fingertip throughout her limbs and bones. This airflow subtly resonated with the divine power that surged when her phoenix divine body awakened. She felt a stir in her heart, and tried to inject a trace of divine essence into the furnace. The phoenix statue atop the furnace suddenly trembled slightly. The crystal at its beak glowing with a hum, and the golden patterns on the furnace walls began to flow, producing soft sounds akin to a young phoenix chirping. This furnace is called the Nirvana furnace. The system's voice sounded at the right moment, stating, "It is made from the phoenix's heartwood from the parasol tree, with the phoenix marrow gold refined from the 9 heavens divine fire as its skin. The bottom of the furnace conceals a trace of ancient phoenix soul remnants." Su Ruoyao's eyes brightened. She could feel that this Nirvana furnace was inherently meant to match her phoenix divine body. When her divine body operated, the flames in the furnace could automatically adjust their intensity according to the strength of her divine essence, ensuring they would never scorch the medicinal properties of celestial herbs. Even when refining divine pills that required her own blood as a guide, the phoenix marigold of the furnace body could nourish her blood and replenish her divine body. The trace of divine essence she had just injected seemed to make the golden patterns on the furnace walls glow even brighter, as if the furnace were recognizing its master. She raised her hand and caressed the phoenix statue atop the furnace. The cool touch of the jade stone seemed to carry a hint of warmth, almost as if it were alive. In the distance, the mountain wind blew, and a faint, fragrant warmth wafted from the furnace mouth, carrying the scent of parasol wood. As the warmth brushed past her wrist, her phoenix divine body within stirred gently, as if greeting this long-awaited alchemy furnace. Su Royale's fingertips played with the nirvana cauldron she had just exchanged for, her gaze falling on the pile of 7-star lotus with beside the stone platform. This was the main material she had gathered a few days ago in the Miasma Valley, for refining a basic detoxification pill. She focused slightly, and her phoenix divine body quietly began to operate, causing a cluster of golden red flames to rise from her palm. The flames felt warm and gentle against her fingertips, unlike ordinary spiritual fire that scorched. She bent down and sequentially tossed the 7-star lotus, the accompanying clear dew grass, and a small pinch of cold cliff sand into the nirvana cauldron. As soon as the materials touched the furnace mouth, the golden patterns of phoenix feathers on the furnace walls shimmered lightly, as if disturbed by something. Su Royale brought the flames from her palm close to the bottom of the cauldron, before she could consciously control the fire. The trace of ancient phoenix soul remnants at the bottom of the cauldron suddenly stirred, causing the cauldron to hum lightly. The previously gentle flames surged up to half a foot high, changing from golden red to a soft orange, just the perfect temperature for roasting the 7-star lotus. She was momentarily stunned. When refining the primary detox pill, the most important thing is to prevent the fire from getting too hot and burning the lotus heart, or from being too lukewarm and failing to produce the medicinal effect. She used to need to divide her attention to monitor the flames, adjusting her fingertip spiritual energy repeatedly. But at this moment, the nirvana cauldron seemed to have a mind of its own, with the orange-yellow flame steadily wrapping around the bottom of the cauldron, barely fluctuating in intensity. A faint bitter aroma of the 7-star lotus wafted from within the cauldron, mixed with the damp sweetness of the clear dew grass, smelling purer than when she used an ordinary alchemy furnace. After a moment, a thin layer of white frost formed at the mouth of the cauldron, indicating that the impurities in the medicinal materials were being expelled. Just as Su Royale was about to raise her hand to brush it away, the crystal at the tip of the phoenix statue on the cauldron suddenly glimmered, causing the white frost to turn into droplets of water that fell along the edge of the cauldron onto the stone platform, leaving no trace behind. She felt a stir in her heart, and tried to probe a trace of phoenix divine essence into the cauldron. To her surprise, the golden patterns inside the cauldron began to circulate more quickly, and the orange-yellow flames mixed with a hint of faint golden light, swirling around the edges of the medicinal materials. The medicinal mass, which originally needed another quarter of an hour to condense into pills, unexpectedly shrank to the size of a fingernail at a visible speed. With a light sound, 3 plump detox pills rolled out from the mouth of the cauldron and landed in the jade plate she had prepared. The pills were entirely pearl white, with a bit of fine golden shimmer on the surface, resembling pearls wrapped in phoenix feather powder. She picked one up and brought it to her nose. The bitter aroma was faint, but the medicinal fragrance was quite rich, more solid than the usual detox pills. Just then, the pills in the jade plate suddenly trembled lightly, as if blown by the wind, but not quite. Su Royale looked down, and saw that the bit of golden shimmer on the pill had brightened, faintly connecting with a very fine thread of energy from her fingertips' phoenix divine essence. She suddenly understood that the nirvana cauldron had borrowed the energy from her divine body, and even the refined pills carried a trace of phoenix divine breath. Not to mention detoxifying, it might even help clear her internal ailments. She couldn't help but smile, tapping her fingertip on the cauldron wall. It really is a time saver. The cauldron seemed to respond, the phoenix statue on top tilting its head slightly, its crystal tip flashing, as if in acknowledgement. Su Royale's fingertips trembled as she held the edge of the jade plate. When the light sound rang out, she had almost held her breath, staring at the mouth of the cauldron. The moment the 3 pearl white pills rolled out, her eyes brightened, shining even more than the crystal tip of the phoenix statue. It really worked. She placed the jade plate down on the stone platform, not caring about the heat, and reached out to touch the wall of the nirvana cauldron. The cauldron still held residual warmth, pleasantly warm against her palm, as if the temperature of the orange-yellow flames from earlier still lingered. She had initially approached this with a mindset of just trying it out. After all, while the primary detox pill wasn't difficult, Her previous attempts with an ordinary alchemy furnace had either resulted in a pile of charred medicinal residue, or loose pills that couldn't hold their medicinal effect. She never expected that her first time using the Nirvana cauldron would yield 3 pills so smoothly. The pills in the jade plate still had a golden shimmer, round and plump, like 3 radiant pearls. She picked one up to examine it closely. Even the pill patterns were more orderly than those depicted in the medicinal reference book. And the bitter medicinal fragrance was wrapped in a warm aura, making her heart feel light. So this is what a top-tier alchemy furnace is like. She smiled, her eyes sparkling with excitement, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the phoenix feather golden patterns on the cauldron wall, forgetting to think about the cauldron's self-regulating fire during the refining process. Her mind filled with joy at having successfully refined pills. Just as she was reveling in her happiness, she suddenly felt a heat at her brow. It was as if a warm light had drilled into her mind, and she gasped, instinctively closing her eyes. The next moment, countless fragments of text surged into her mind along with that warmth. Not rigid words, but like living water flowing over her thoughts. The principles of controlling fire with the mind and sensing the medicine swirled in her mind, clear as if engraved. She could even see the diagrams described in the principles. How to guide the divine essence along the meridians. How to utilize the cauldron's spiritual energy to attract the medicinal spirit. And even the control of fire she had struggled with before was clearly written in the principles. If the fire is too strong, the medicine will burn. If the fire is too weak, the medicine will scatter. It must change with the medicinal energy, like phoenix feathers brushing against the wind, light yet not floating. Su Royale stood frozen in place, blinking for a long time before finally closing her eyes. She had never learned alchemy principles. The system had only given her the recipe. Her previous 2 attempts had been based solely on the recipe. Where did all this knowledge come from? Yet the words in her mind continued to flow slowly, even carrying a familiar warmth that subtly resonated with the energy of her phoenix divine body within. She tentatively raised her hand, placing her divine essence in the dantian as described in the principles, and when she raised her palm again, the flames that erupted from her palm were no longer the golden red from before, but a translucent amber color, steadily hovering at her fingertip without wavering. She glanced into the cauldron. The medicinal residue from earlier was still there, and almost instinctively, she reached out to pick some clear dew grass and tossed it in. In just 2 breaths, the grass leaves transformed into a drop of glossy medicinal juice in the flames, without any trace of burning. Heaven sent. Su Royale murmured. Her excitement greater than when she had just refined the pills, even her voice trembling a bit. She looked down at the Nirvana cauldron. The phoenix statue on top seemed to be smiling, its crystal tip glowing warmly. So this cauldron not only helped her control the fire, but also imparted this self-taught principle? She suddenly laughed, turning the detox pill in her hand. The phoenix divine essence at her fingertip gently swayed, causing the golden shimmer on the pill to flicker. With this cauldron and this principle, she was unlikely to be flustered in alchemy in the future. Chapter 16. Taking the detox pill and entering the divine bracelet space, Su Royale concentrated the last wisp of spiritual energy at her fingertip, carefully injecting it into the alchemy furnace. With a low hum, the furnace lid was pushed open by a burst of clear medicinal fragrance, and 3 round, plump detox pills floated at the mouth of the furnace, their bodies radiating a faint azure halo, the epitome of pure medicinal efficacy. She took a deep breath, receiving a pill into a jade bottle, and only when her fingertip touched the coolness of the bottle did she realize she had relaxed her grip. To refine this detox pill capable of resolving her internal ailments, she had been in the alchemy room for a full 3 days. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Royale poured 1 detox pill into her mouth. The pill melted upon entering, transforming into a warm flow that slid down her throat, dispersing vigorously as it reached her dantian, turning into countless fine streams of heat that drilled into her limbs and bones. She could clearly feel that those blockages that had hindered her cultivation for years were being gently pushed and massaged open by countless soft hands. The meridians in her wrists that used to sting with the slightest exertion now transmitted a warm, tingling sensation. And the previously stagnant spiritual energy began to flow slowly along the meridians, becoming smoother and smoother, finally converging in the dantian into a whirlpool of spiritual energy that was not strong but exceptionally clear. At the moment when her meridians were completely unblocked, a surge of immense power suddenly rose within Su Royale, as if something was breaking free from her chest. She looked down to see the phoenix birthmark beneath her clothing glowing with a dazzling golden red light, warmth spreading from the birthmark, flowing through her blood to her entire body. Suddenly, a vague piece of information appeared in her mind. The space-time traversing ability of the phoenix divine body had been completely unlocked at this moment. As soon as her thoughts shifted, she instinctively thought of the divine bracelet worn on her wrist. The next second, the ground beneath her feet seemed to turn into flowing water, and the scene in front of her twisted for a moment. When she opened her eyes again, She found herself standing in an unfamiliar place. This was the Divine Bracelet space. Su Royale looked around. The space was not very large, about the size of half a courtyard, and at the edges of her vision, there was a swirling white mist, dense and obscuring whether there was still a world outside. As if enclosed by an invisible barrier, in the center of the space stood a delicate small bamboo house, constructed from green bamboo stalks and topped with a thick thatched roof, with a string of dried herbs hanging at the door, which swayed gently in the wind, exuding a touch of ancient elegance. Next to the bamboo house, a small stream wound its way, the water clear enough to see the smooth pebbles at the bottom. The water flowing with a pleasant sound, unsure from where the fresh water was sourced. At the end of the small stream was a spiritual spring lake. The surface of the lake shimmered with a faint silver light, and the soil at the lake's edge was a rare purple-black color, with wisps of spiritual energy rising from the lake's surface, making one feel refreshed just from taking a breath. Su Royale walked a few steps along the lakeside, and her gaze was suddenly drawn to several low trees by the lake. There were 7 or 8 fruits hanging on the trees, some glistening with a translucent pink, others wrapped in a silvery light. Visible spiritual energy surrounded the fruits, and with just one glance she recognized one of them as a spirit-condensing fruit, which she had seen in the ancient texts from the divine realm. It was said to refine the soul, and there were hardly 3 of them to be found in the entire divine realm. Yet here they hung quietly on the branches, and there was more than one. Standing by the lake, Su Royale looked at this not-so-large space filled with treasures, lightly brushing her fingertips over the divine bracelet on her wrist, her eyes sparkling with barely contained surprise. Her meridians had opened up, and her divine body-s abilities were unlocked. The path ahead should be smoother now. The small bamboo building in the space looked ancient, but upon approaching, she realized it concealed mysteries. Although it had only 2 stories, it exuded faint waves of spiritual power. The door frame was engraved with several faint golden patterns, which upon closer inspection resembled some sort of ceiling formation. Su Royale reached out to lightly touch the wooden door, and as her fingertips made contact with the wood, a piece of information surfaced in her mind. This bamboo building was the main building of the space, with each floor divided into several rooms, but they couldn't be entered at will. One had to cultivate to the corresponding level for the seals on the door frame to unlock automatically. She raised her eyes to the room on the far east side of the second floor. The door was currently covered with a layer of grayish light, and the door frame was engraved with the words for the initial stage of foundation establishment, indicating that her current cultivation level was insufficient. Then she looked at a room on the west side of the first floor, where the door frame glowed faintly, and the inscription of full chi refining was clearly visible. She tried to push it, and the wooden door creaked open. The room was simply yet neatly furnished. A rosewood bookshelf stood against the wall, with several ancient books neatly arranged on it. The most eye-catching one had the title Qinglan Ju on the cover. Flipping through a few pages, she found the explanations of the techniques to be very detailed, perfectly suitable for the transition from chi refining to foundation establishment, much more complete than the fragmented texts she had practiced before. Next to the bookshelf was a jade table with a 3-legged cauldron on it, containing about 10 small jade vials, labeled with names like Gathering Chi Pill and Cleansing Spirit Pill, all commonly used medicines for the chi refining stage, with a faint scent of medicine wafting from the bottle openings, clearly fresh and recently refined. In the corner, there was a clever setup, a green bamboo sword, with a spiritual power rope wrapped around its sheath. She held it in her hand and tried it out. The weight was just right, and although the fluctuations of spiritual energy on the sword body weren't strong, it was sufficient for chi refining cultivators, even equipped with a complete magical tool. Stepping out of the room, Su Royale glanced at the neighboring room. That door was covered with deeper dark patterns, and the door frame was engraved with the words for the golden core stage. Through the crack, she could vaguely see brighter spiritual light, suggesting that the techniques and pills inside would be even more exquisite. Behind the main building was a small medicinal field, not large, only about half an acre. The ridges were paved with fragments of spirit jade, and the soil glistened with an oily black, emanating wisps of spiritual energy. A palm-sized green stone tablet stood by the edge of the field, unmarked, yet it resonated faintly with the system task in Su Royale's mind. Just as she entered the space, the system had presented her with a new task: cultivate 3 spirit dew grass. At that moment, in the corner of the medicinal field, there were 3 small seedlings just sprouting, their leaves still damp with the moisture from the spiritual spring, clearly the spirit dew grass. It seemed that the system's task would mostly rely on this medicinal field to complete, and once the task was finished, she might even unlock new plots of the medicinal field, or obtain rarer seeds. Standing by the medicinal field, watching the locked rooms in the main building and the seedlings on the ridges, Su Royale's heart gradually brightened. This space was not merely a simple resting place. It was clearly a treasure trove for cultivation that aligned with her level of cultivation. Whatever step she reached in her practice, it would provide corresponding support. And with the medicinal field and system tasks intertwined, it felt like it was pushing her forward. The spiritual spring lake was not far from the bamboo building, separated by a half-thicket of azure spiritual grass. From a distance, she could see the fine silver mist rising from the lake's surface. This mist was not ordinary water vapor. It was the spiritual energy overflowing from the spring, condensing. As she got closer and took a deep breath, the sweet and moist sensation filled her nostrils, alleviating the heaviness in her chest. Su Ruyao crouched down by the lake, dipping her fingertips into the water. The spring water was cool, and the moment it touched her skin, she felt fine spiritual energy burrowing into her flesh through her fingertips, causing her fingertips to tingle. As she submerged half of her arm, a refreshing force began to travel up her meridians. The old injuries from her past sword practice tingled slightly, as the spiritual energy slowly soothed the damaged tissues. Even the few fine meridians that had not fully opened when she took the detoxification pill earlier, were now softened by the spiritual energy in the spring water. Like a long-blocked pipe suddenly soaked with warm water, gradually feeling the blockage loosening. The most remarkable aspect of this spiritual spring was not just its ability to open meridians, but its power to wash bones and marrow. Su Ruyao tried to scoop a handful and splash it on her face. As the spring water glided over her cheeks, it surprisingly brought up a very faint gray vapor, which was the turbid energy that had accumulated in her body for years, being forced out through her pores by the spiritual energy of the spring. She simply took off her shoes and socks, dipping her feet into the lake. In just a moment, a faint black halo appeared around her ankles, and even the soreness from her past practice was alleviated by more than half. No wonder she noticed the soil by the lake looked glossy. It must have been nourished by the spiritual spring for years, infusing the soil with the energy that cleansed marrow. Even more wonderful was its potential to act as a body-refining pill. Su Ruyao remembered seeing in ancient texts that top-tier body-refining pills could make flesh turn to gold, capable of withstanding low-level magical tools, but that recipe had long been lost. Yet after soaking in this spiritual spring for a while, she felt her skin tighten a bit. When she tapped her forearm with her fingertips, the sensation was firmer than before, and when she circulated her spiritual power, the flow of energy through her flesh was smoother, as if her flesh had become a vessel for spiritual energy, capable of holding more power. She even dared to guess that if she soaked in this lake for years, she might not need body-refining pills at all, and would cultivate a physique that could withstand blades and spears. She crouched by the lake for a while longer, watching as the silver mist on the lake's surface was blown by the wind, settling on the spiritual grass on the shore, which instantly looked even greener. She already had a plan in mind. Whenever she felt tired from cultivation in the future, she could come to soak in the spiritual spring for half a cup of tea, which would be equivalent to half a day of meditation. If she wanted to practice her body, she could scoop some spring water to mix in her medicinal bath, which would surely be more effective than ordinary body-refining pills. This spiritual spring was indeed a more tangible treasure than the pills in the main building. Chapter 17. The preciousness of the spiritual spring and its automatic purification function. The preciousness of this spiritual spring was simply beyond the measure of ordinary cultivation resources. Su Ruyao had seen records in the ancient texts hidden within her family, stating that among the 3 realms, the most top-tier marrow-cleansing spiritual spring could produce a drop of true spiritual marrow in 100 years, a rarity that could not be sought after. A powerful being once severely injured 3 celestial veins in a secret realm just to seize half a bottle of spiritual marrow. But the spiritual spring before her was not measured by drops. A whole lake of spring water shimmered with a silver light like spiritual marrow. Just scooping up a spoonful, the spiritual energy was thick like unmelting honey, and when it touched her fingertips, the invigorating force that penetrated her meridians was 3 times more intense than the high-quality spiritual stones she had used before. This was not merely a spiritual spring. It was clearly a lake full of living cultivation treasures. What was even rarer was its ability to purify itself automatically. When Su Ruyao dipped her feet into the lake, the black halo around her ankles drifted away with the water flow. She initially thought the spring water would become murky from the turbid energy, but as the black halo floated out about half a foot, it was enveloped by the silver mist rising from the lake surface. She watched for a moment, only to see the silver mist, seemingly with a spirit of its own, gradually tighten around the black halo. When it dispersed again, the black halo had completely vanished, and the section of spring water that had been adjacent to it was, in fact, clearer than elsewhere, without losing any spiritual energy. She then deliberately scooped up a handful of turbid water and splashed it into the lake. The moment the droplets fell onto the lake surface, the surrounding spring water seemed to come alive, gently swirling. In just the blink of an eye, the turbid energy was spun away without a trace. The soil by the lake, soaked with the turbid water, had darkened slightly, but before long, A wisp of silver mist from the depths of the spiritual spring rose up, circling around the soil twice, and the soil surprisingly returned to its previous luster. This spiritual spring not only purifies its own water, but also gradually cleanses the surrounding areas that have been contaminated through the circulating spiritual energy. Su Ruiyao crouched by the lake, watching as the spring water flowed along the small creek, and when it passed through the medicinal field, the spiritual energy within the creek water remained unchanged. After circling around the bamboo building and flowing back into the lake, the water color appeared even clearer. She finally understood that there was no need to worry about the spiritual spring being drained or contaminated. It was a self-sustaining purification cycle. Impurities could enter but could not linger. The more spiritual energy was used, the more it could condense again after a cycle. Even if she used it alone, or if 10 or 8 cultivators soaked in it for years, it would still remain the same after 1,000 years, filled with pure spiritual essence. Such a self-circulating and eternally clean spiritual spring was not something one could find in the mortal realm. Even if one looked up to the divine realm, it would probably still be a treasured foundation in a top-secret realm. Su Ruiyao lightly traced the surface of the water with her fingertips and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. With such a living treasure hidden in the space of the divine bracelet, there was no need to worry about the purity of cultivation resources in the future. Just the cyclical purification power of this spiritual spring was worth more than half a treasure bowl. Su Ruiyao gazed at the silvery water in the spiritual spring, and with a thought, she shed her outer clothes and cautiously stepped into the water. As the spring water reached her waist, a cool and refreshing force began to penetrate her skin, far stronger than when she had just tested it with her fingertips. It felt like countless fine spiritual energies had condensed into tiny brushes, drilling into her body through her pores. After standing in the water for a moment, she felt a tingling sensation on her back. Looking down at the water's surface, she gasped in surprise. A thin layer of gray-black dirt had floated up in the originally clear spring water, and upon closer inspection, it even had a slight oily smell, which was seeping out from her back. She raised her hand to wipe her arm, and her fingertips were covered with a layer of greasy black ash, which was the accumulated impurities from years of blockage in her flesh and the residues from past ineffective cultivation methods. All being forced out by the spiritual energy of the spring, she decided to move deeper into the water, allowing it to reach her chest, and closed her eyes to focus on the changes within her body. The power of the spiritual spring flowed through her blood, permeating her limbs and bones. The knees that used to ache from blockages now felt like old tendons soaked in warm water, gradually relaxing. Even the scars from where her wrist had been cut by a magical tool faded under the soothing effect of the spiritual energy. It was the power of washing the tendons and marrow taking effect, scraping away the chronic ailments accumulated in her bones over the years. Not knowing how long she had been soaking, she raised her hand to wipe her face, and was momentarily stunned when her fingertips touched her skin. Her cheeks, which had previously felt rough, were now as smooth as they had been coated in a layer of jade fat. And even the faint spots left by her late-night alchemy had disappeared. Looking down at her reflection in the water, she was even more surprised. Her eyes widening. The girl in the water had skin that was translucent and radiant, a pearly white imbued with spiritual energy, not pale or dull. More like high-quality warm jade soaked in water, exuding a natural luster. As for her eyes, which had always carried a hint of fatigue, the corners now looked much brighter. Her pupils resembling obsidian immersed in clear spring water. When she looked at the spiritual herbs by the creek, she could even see the fine hairs on the grass blades clearly, shining like they contained light. When she emerged from the spiritual spring, all the dirt on her body had been washed away, leaving only a faint gray mark on the shore, which was instantly cleared by the silver mist drifting from the spring. She stood in front of the bamboo building, holding her outer clothes. As the wind blew, the hem swayed gently, and she felt an indescribable sense of relaxation. The tension that had always accompanied her due to the blockages in her meridians was gone, and even standing felt light and easy, as if she had shed a heavy burden. When she looked up again, the heaviness at the corners of her brows and eyes had dissipated, replaced by a layer of clear spiritual energy. It was still the same face, but it seemed different, radiating an inner cleanliness and ease, like dust-covered jade being polished, enhancing her overall aura. Su Ruiyao touched her smooth arms and looked down at her increasingly clear reflection in the water, feeling warmth in her heart. This spiritual spring was not just washing her tendons and marrow. It was as if it had renewed her entirely. In the future, her cultivation would not only be smoother, but her spiritual energy would also be fuller than before. Just this transformation alone was worth 10 top-grade washing marrow pills. Su Ruiyao sat on the green stone by the spiritual spring, her fingertips playing with the silvery water, when a thought suddenly popped into her mind. While soaking in the spring, she had noticed that even a shallow spoonful of this spring water mixed with ordinary water could infuse the clear water with a hint of spiritual energy. A few days ago, she had tried adding half a drop of spring water to the ordinary well water beside the bamboo building, and the originally astringent well water had become sweet and smooth, helping to clear the impurities in her throat. She stroked the divine bracelet on her wrist and thought, the wealthy families in the mortal realm value life the most, and are willing to spend money. If she diluted some spiritual spring water, claiming it was a divine spring elixir that could calm the mind and beautify the skin, and delivered it to those high-end mansions, it would surely exchange for quite a bit of gold and silver. With mortal currency, she could buy some common medicinal materials needed for alchemy, without constantly depleting the stock in her space. Perhaps she could even hire someone to gather information, and look for the whereabouts of the enemies who had caused her family to fall apart. This spiritual spring water could be infinitely purified. Exchanging some for worldly silver was not wasteful. Just as she was lost in thought, a light sound suddenly rang in her mind. It was the system's notification sound. Immediately, a line of faint golden text floated up. Main quest triggered. Refine 3 washing marrow pills. Quest reward. Unlock a new plot of medicinal field, plus a pack of dewgrass seeds. Quest deadline. Within 3 days. Suruoya was taken aback for a moment, and then her eyes lit up. Washing marrow pills. Although this pill was not as rare as detoxification pills, it was an essential item for cultivators before establishing their foundation, capable of solidifying the meridians after washing the tendons and marrow. She had just soaked thoroughly in the spiritual spring, and was in need of this pill to stabilize the effects. Moreover, the system also provided a medicinal field plot and seeds. Was it pushing her to make use of the medicinal field? She stood up and walked toward the main building, her steps feeling lighter. The idea of selling spiritual spring water for money could wait a couple of days. Refining the washing marrow pills was the priority. The spiritual spring was right at hand, and there were alchemy materials stored in the bamboo building. So perhaps using the spring water to adjust the danfire would yield even purer pills. Once she refined the pills, solidified her foundation, she could then consider the matter of exchanging spiritual spring water for money. Chapter 18. Different time flow in space. After spending a long time in the space, Su Ruoyao gradually realized that the passage of time in this place held a mystery. The first time she flipped through the cultivation manuals in the bamboo building, she distinctly remembered that she had only read for a little over 2 hours. However, when she exited the space and checked the jade pendant at her waist, which could sense the external time, it showed that less than a stick of incense had passed. She deliberately conducted an experiment. She picked up a burning candle from outside, noted the height of the flame, then flashed into the space and monitored the time using the stone hourglass by the spiritual spring. When the water in the hourglass had filled a whole pot, which counted as a full day in the space, she hurriedly exited to check, only to find that the candle had burned down by only about an inch. Calculating, she realized that only 1 hour had passed in the external world. 1 hour in the outside world equated to a full day in the space. Su Ruoyao gasped in surprise. This meant that if she spent a day meditating and cultivating in the space, only 1 hour would have passed in the external world. If she sought a quiet place at night to enter the space, when she emerged at dawn, others would see that she had only slept for 1 night, while she had actually practiced for a full 12 hours by the spiritual spring. The spring nourished her meridians. The cultivation techniques were readily available in the bamboo building. And with this nearly 12-fold time difference, it was practically a natural cultivation paradise. In the future, when she faced the need to retreat and break through her realm, staying in this space would allow her to catch up with the results of others' hard work in half a year within 10 to 15 days. Even more strangely, the space would evolve alongside her cultivation level. Just a few days ago, she had just unblocked her meridians with detoxification pills, and had only broken through to the small realm of perfecting qi. However, when she entered the space again, she noticed changes. The originally misty edges of the space had retreated half a zhang, revealing more patches of green spiritual herbs. The stream flowing beside the bamboo building had also become faster than before, and a new stone large enough to sit on had even emerged by the creek. She recalled that when she first entered the space, it was only half a courtyard in size, and the spiritual spring was only enough for sipping. Now, as her cultivation level rose, the space seemed to have gained some spirit of its own, gradually expanding outward. And even the vapor from the spiritual spring was denser than before, with the spiritual energy in the air becoming thicker. Perhaps in the future, once she successfully established her foundation, this space could even grow a new bamboo building? Or perhaps a short tree that could bear sacred fruits would sprout beside the spiritual spring. Su Ruoyao squatted by the spirit spring, looking at her reflection in the water. Her brows and eyes seemed much brighter than before she entered the space, all thanks to the time difference and spiritual energy accumulated in the space. She gently tapped the water's surface, already aware in her heart. From now on, she wouldn't have to worry about not having enough time to practice. With this ever-growing space, as long as she was willing to put in the effort, The speed at which her cultivation improved would likely astonish many. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the next day was the day Su Ruoyao and Morongxian had agreed to remove the stitches. At dawn, Morongxian couldn't sit still in his room. His fingers repeatedly rubbed his sleeve, and his gaze occasionally darted towards the window. Fully aware that Su Ruoyao had said she would come at the hour of Chun, yet his heart raced like a fluttering bird, tight and jumping. These past 2 days, he had no mind for anything else. As soon as he closed his eyes, his mind was filled with Su Ruoyao's image. The focused look on her face as she treated his wounds, her fingertips glowing with a faint blue spiritual energy. The coolness in her eyes when she handed him medicine. Even her casual reminder to change the dressing on time as she left echoed in his ears. He was both nervous about how the stitches would look. After all, the wound was deep enough to see bone, and if it left a hideous scar, it would be bothersome when wielding a sword, and excited at the thought of seeing her soon, hoping to find an excuse to talk to her a little longer. Meanwhile, Su Ruoyao almost forgot the time in the divine bracelet space. She hadn't stepped out of the space for 3 days. Relying on the time difference between the outside world and the inside, she stayed in the bamboo house alchemy room, finishing refining the marrow cleansing pill, and then meditated for 2 full days using the spiritual energy from the spring. Her meridians felt thoroughly opened, and the effects of the marrow cleansing pill steadily nurtured her foundation. She felt her spiritual energy in the dantian becoming more solid, as if she was just a thin paper away from establishing her foundation. If it weren't for the little white fox, Xiaobai, suddenly crashing into the space with a yelp, she might have forgotten about the appointment until Morongxian sent someone to find her. Xiaobai was the spirit fox raised by Su Ruoyao. Yesterday, she had intentionally left a trace of spiritual energy, so it could call her before the hour of Chun. At this moment, the little creature just passed through the spatial barrier, its fluffy white tail wagging joyfully, its black grape-like eyes sparkling as it circled around the spirit spring twice before rubbing against Su Ruoyao's feet, nudging her hand with its head, making soft cooing sounds. Clearly delighted by the rich spiritual energy in this place. Seeing Xiaobai, it was even more excited than usual. Su Ruoyao snapped back to her senses from its nudging, raised her hand to rub its ears, and glanced at the sky outside the bamboo house, softly exclaiming, "I almost forgot the time." She focused her fingertips and stored the freshly refined marrow cleansing pill into a jade bottle, then patted Xiaobai's head before leaving, intending to remove Morongxian's stitches first. Xiaobai seemed to understand, running after her towards the exit of the space, its tail still wagging happily in the air, even more eager to get out than Su Ruoyao. Before dawn fully broke, Morongxian had already circled his bedroom for the 3rd time, gripping the jade pendant at his waist. The icy jade couldn't suppress the anxious thumping of his heart at the thought of seeing Su Ruoyao soon. He was even more nervous than the first time he stepped onto the arena to duel. "Young master, how about this moon-white brocade robe? The fabric is soft, and the color complements your complexion." A servant approached, holding a neatly folded robe. Before he could finish speaking, Morongxian shook his head to interrupt. "It's too plain. She looks cold and indifferent. Wearing something so simple would probably make it harder to converse." He personally rummaged through the wardrobe, first picking up a dark green robe embroidered with cloud patterns, comparing it in the bronze mirror, but frowned and put it down. "Too heavy. It looks like I'm going to a banquet, too deliberate." Finally, he chose a light green casual outfit, made of ordinary silk, with half a bamboo leaf embroidered in silver thread at the cuffs, looking refreshing yet unpretentious. While changing his clothes, his fingers trembled slightly, and he mistakenly tied the strings 3 times before getting it right. Even the servant noticed something was off and couldn't help but whisper, "Young master, why are you like this today?" "Don't say too much," Morongxian scolded with a stern face, though his ears secretly turned red. He adjusted his collar in the bronze mirror and raised his hand to smooth his hair, fearing it might be slightly messy. In truth, he usually didn't care about such things, but the thought of Su Ruoyao seeing him made him feel like everything was not quite right, as if not dressing well or grooming properly would lead her to look down on him. After tidying up his attire, he moved to the treasure shelf, staring at the items displayed, troubled. He had prepared gifts yesterday, but after picking and choosing he felt they were all wrong. Jade pendant? Damn pills? Ancient books? He glanced at Su Ruoyao, who didn't seem to enjoy these things. Finally, his gaze fell on a small box made of rosewood. It was something he had specially sought out the other day, containing 3 smooth and round essence beads, rare water essence stones that could calm the mind and settle the spirit. The most precious aspect was that the beads had a faint white halo, looking clean and elegant, reminiscent of Su Ruoyao's cool and transparent aura. He carefully tucked the wooden box into his bosom, his fingers lightly rubbing its surface. This gift wasn't expensive, but it was something he had put effort into finding. He hoped she wouldn't find it abrupt. After finishing these preparations, he walked to the window to take a look. There was still a minute before the hour of Chun, but he had already gazed at the stone path outside 8 times, his heart still fluttering like a bird, eager to stand at the door and wait, yet afraid of losing composure and making a fool of himself. "Young master, the tea is ready." The servant entered with tea, and upon seeing him staring blankly out the window, couldn't help but say, "Miss Su said she'd arrive at the hour of chun. It should be soon." Murong Xian responded with a sound, picking up the teacup but not drinking, his gaze still glued to the courtyard entrance. His fingers pinched the edge of the teacup, even the knuckles turning white as he hoped that slender figure would appear soon, yet feared that when he saw her, he would be so nervous he couldn't even speak coherently. Chapter 19. Changing Murong Xian's dressing on a late spring afternoon. The wind carried the faint fragrance of the begonia flowers from outside into the elegant room. Su Ruoyao was already waiting by the pear-wood table by the window, her fingers gently brushing over the deep brown medicine box on the table. The tweezers and disinfecting cotton pads inside were specifically exchanged from the system mall that morning, still carrying a coolness that belonged to another world. When she heard footsteps, she looked up. Murong Xian stood at the door, the moon-white brocade robe complementing his tall figure, but the fabric on his left shoulder still slightly bulged, indicating the previous injury. "Miss Su," he said gently, his gaze falling on the box beside her. And he smiled knowingly. "Thank you for your trouble." Su Ruoyao shook her head, gesturing for him to sit by the couch. Once he was settled, she carefully untied the straps on his shoulder, removing the outer robe to reveal the wound wrapped in old gauze. The previous dressing had already soaked through with some blood. She took a new disinfecting cotton pad and softly said, "It might hurt a bit, bear with it." Murong Xian said nothing, only lowered his gaze to watch her. When she was focused, her eyelashes trembled lightly, and her profile, illuminated by the light filtering through the window, looked even more fresh than the celadone vase on the table. Using the tweezers to gently lift the thread, the old stitches loosened. Su Ruoyao's movements were steady. After removing the stitches, she cleaned the blood around the wound with warm water, applied a new cooling powder, and finally wrapped it carefully with pristine white gauze, making sure to tie the knot on the side that would be less prone to rubbing. "All done. Don't move the wound for the next few days." She was tidying up the medicine box, and just as her fingers touched the lid, she saw Murong Xian take out a small wooden box from his sleeve. "I haven't properly thanked you for taking care of me before." When the box opened, it revealed a jade hairpin, carved from translucent mutton fat jade into a half-blooming begonia, with a delicate pearl attached to the top. "I thought this might suit your taste, as you seem to prefer simple elegance." Su Ruoyao was momentarily taken aback, and when she took it, her fingertips felt the coolness of the jade. She softly expressed her gratitude. Before she could properly put away the hairpin, she heard Murong Xian speak again, his tone heavier than before. "I haven't dared to ask until now, but how are your parents at home?" Seeing Su Ruoyao pause, he added, "Also, may I ask if you are already married?" The question was direct. Su Ruoyao raised her eyes to meet his serious gaze. Before she could respond, Murong Xian swallowed hard, continuing directly, "I know this is abrupt, but since the last time you saved me, his voice slightly hoarse yet clear, "Miss Su, I have feelings for you. May I have the chance to pursue a relationship with you?" The room fell silent. Only the sound of the wind brushing against the window paper could be heard. Su Ruoyao placed the jade hairpin on the table, her fingertips tracing the edge of the wooden box. When she lifted her gaze, her eyes were bright. "Young Master Murong, if I agree, I have a few conditions." Murong Xian immediately responded, "You say it, as long as I can do it. I want a lifetime of being a pair of people." Su Ruoyao emphasized each word. "From now on, you cannot take a concubine, you cannot visit those places of frivolity, and in this lifetime, your heart can only have me. Can you agree to these?" When her words fell, Murong Xian didn't hesitate at all, and instead his eyes brightened a bit more. He leaned forward slightly, his voice carrying an undeniable earnestness. "Ruoyao, I can do all of this." He looked into her eyes as if holding a heart full of sincerity. "Trust me, give me this opportunity, and I will show you my true heart bit by bit in the days to come." The wind blew in again, stirring the loose strands of hair by Su Ruoyao's temples. She looked at the light in Murong Xian's eyes, and without speaking, her fingertips gently grasped the wooden box containing the jade hairpin. The wrapping motion paused for a moment as Su Ruoyao tightened her grip on the gauze. The sunlight outside slanted down onto her head, creating a layer of soft warm light. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke softly, "Young Master Murong, there is something I should still tell you." Murong Xian was focused on her profile and, upon hearing this, slowed his breathing to listen quietly. "Previously, there was someone in my heart." Su Ruoyao's voice was very soft, as if afraid of disturbing something. "He treated me very well, but later, when our fate ended, I never saw him again." She didn't mention Jiang Zhiyuan's name, nor did she say that he was from another time and space. She carefully chose her words, afraid that if she spoke too openly, The strange matter of time travel would change the way he looked at her, making him see her as some kind of strange existence. When her voice fell, she secretly glanced at Morongxian and saw his brows slightly furrowed, causing her heart to flutter lightly. Unexpectedly, after a moment of silence, Morongxian smiled warmly instead. I thought it was something serious. His tone held no resentment. We have just agreed to be together, and the fact that you had someone in your heart before does not mean you are still holding on to someone else now. Moreover, you are not married, so what is there to care about in the past? He paused, his gaze softening. Royale, what I care about is the future, not the past. The weight on her heart eased, and Su Royale let out a sigh of relief, her fingertips continuing to wrap the last circle of gauze. Her movements becoming a bit more lively as she tied the knot. She raised her eyes to look at him. Then I should also tell you about my family situation. My parents passed away early, and I have no relatives. I have been living alone for these years, without any burdens. Upon hearing this, Morongxian's gaze deepened, seemingly filled with pity, but he didn't ask too much, only saying, from now on you have me. He paused, as if having made a decision, and took out a jade pendant from his chest. The pendant was dark-colored, carved with intricate cloud patterns, which looked extraordinary. Actually, there is something I have also kept from you. Su Ruoyao's hand, which was gripping the edge of the medicine box, froze. I am not just an ordinary merchant's son. Morongxian's fingertips stroked the jade pendant. I am the 7th prince of the current emperor. Morongxian is my real name. He looked at her, his gaze sincere. You may have heard of the affairs in the court, how the princes fight fiercely for the position of heir, but he gently shook his head, have never liked those disputes since I was a child. To me, the throne and imperial power are not as free and easy as the breeze in the mountains. I have no intention to fight, nor do I want to. As he spoke, there was a hint of uncertainty in his voice. I say this because I worry you might think I lack ambition, or even that I am unaccomplished. A prince not acting like a prince, but more like a leisurely person who seeks comfort. I don't know if you would mind? Su Royale, however, was taken aback for a moment. Then her eyes curved into a smile, the joy spreading from the corners of her eyes, brightening her entire being. Mind? How could I mind? Her tone was light, her eyes sparkling with genuine light. What I want is not wealth and glory. She looked out at the clouds floating outside, her voice light and clear. I just want to live a carefree life. If I can find a few places with beautiful mountains and clear waters in the future, to watch the sunrise and sunset, to stroll by the streams and in the woods, like a free-spirited cloud or crane, without being tied down by anything, that would be enough. Morongxian was stunned for a moment, then joy surged in his eyes. He leaned forward, almost reaching for her hand, but fearing his sudden movement might startle her, he asked with a trembling voice, Royale, are you saying you don't think I'm unaccomplished? You are willing to live this kind of life with me? Su Royale was warmed by the light in his eyes. She gently turned her face away but nodded, her ears slightly reddening. The wind outside brought in the fragrance of flowers, softening the silence in the room. Seeing that there was no hint of disdain in Su Royale's eyes, but rather a longing for a carefree life, Morongxian's heart settled completely, and his smile deepened. He leaned slightly forward, his gaze falling on her plain clothing, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. Royale, although I have no intention to fight for the dragon throne, I will never let you suffer with me. He gently tapped the table beside him, his voice steady. My mother left behind some properties, and over the years, I have also acquired a few estates in the suburbs and managed 2 bookstores. Although it's not as wealthy as the East Palace, it's enough for us to live without worry. In the future, whatever you want, as long as it exists in this world, I can provide it for you. Whatever you want to eat or use, just say it. I will ensure you live a prosperous and stable life without worrying about a bit of livelihood. When he said this, his eyes were bright, filled with unwavering certainty, as if he had calculated it 1,000 times in his heart, wanting to bring the best to her. Su Royale listened but gently shook her head, her fingertips fiddling with the plain-colored sash at her waist. Her tone calm yet sincere. Young Master Morong, wealth has never been important to me. She raised her eyes to look at him, her gaze reflecting the light from the sky outside, clear and bright. I have lived alone before, and even simple meals felt comfortable. Now, if I can really settle down with you in a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters, with a small courtyard to plant some flowers and grass, and a little house to shelter from the wind and rain, that would be enough. She paused, her lips curving into a shallow arc. Moreover, I trust you. Since you can maintain your heart in this ever-changing capital and manage your life well, you naturally have the ability to ensure our future life is stable. And that is all that matters. Morongxian was warmed by her words of trust, his throat moved slightly, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. He only felt that the fragrance of the begonia flowers around them seemed to grow stronger, wrapping around them, softening the trust and warmth in her eyes, making it feel incredibly soothing as it settled in his heart. Chapter 20. Su Royale looks through the original owner's memories. Su Royale sat on the soft couch made of pear blossom wood by the window, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the half-bloomed plum blossom embroidered on her sleeve. The sun outside had already slanted down onto the ridge beast of the west wing, dyeing the blue stone slabs in the corridor a warm orange, but the chill in her heart felt like it was soaked in well water. Not warmed at all by this warmth. Counting the days, it had already been the 7th day since she opened her eyes in this body. During these 7 days, she had often heard the old maid and the young maid in the courtyard chattering. They said that the Yongding River in the suburbs of the capital had burst its banks, flooding 3 counties downstream, and the victims were flocking to the city. Lord Yi, who is her father in this body, Yi Wenjing, had been busy at the Ministry of Revenue and the disaster relief points in the suburbs since the day she woke up, not even stepping back into the mansion. Miss, please wait a bit longer. Once the Lord is done with this, he will definitely come to see you. The maid who combed her hair in the morning, Zhang Mama, still advised her like this, her tone cautious and coaxing, as if afraid she would throw another tantrum. At that time, Su Royale only pulled her lips slightly, but didn't he respond? Tantrum? The original owner might. She still retained some fragmented and sharp memories of the original owner. She remembered that before she was foolish, she was also the cherished daughter of the Yi family. Yi Wenjing would hold her in his arms in the study while reviewing memorials, rubbing his stubble against her cheek, and calling her a Yao. Little cotton-padded jacket with a smile. He would personally cook osmanthus cake for her when she first learned to channel energy, saying she was the most promising child of the Yi family. But what happened later? After recovering from a high fever with no known cause, the original owner became foolish and lost all her spiritual power, turning into a joke in the capital as a useless young lady. From that day on, the title A Yao, little cotton-padded jacket, was no longer mentioned by Lord Yi in the original owner's memories. There were countless dusks when she peeked through the crack of the study door, seeing Yuan sitting behind his desk, frowning deeply as he reviewed official documents, never sparing a glance in her direction. Once she ran over with the cloth tiger he had given her, wanting him to hug her like he used to, but he was stopped by a servant who said the Lord was busy. She heard him coldly order her to go back, his voice as frigid as ice, lacking any warmth from before. After that, she stopped causing a scene and no longer peeked through the door. Instead, she curled up in her own courtyard, hugging the old cloth tiger, waiting day by day. How long did she wait? Long enough for the cloth tiger's ears to wear out. Yet she still didn't wait for the father who used to make her osmanthus cakes. Su Royale sighed, pushing down those bitter memories. She was not the original owner, but the grievances and coldness etched in her bones quietly seeped into her heart through this body's meridians. She knew Yi Wen was busy with important matters. Natural disasters were a matter of life and death, and as the chancellor, he could not ignore them. But while she understood the reasoning, the awkwardness in her heart could not be suppressed. After all, in her limited memories, this father had long ceased to care for her. Footsteps came from the corridor. It was the young maid returning with a food box. As she set the table, she said, "Miss, the kitchen has made your favorite lotus seed soup, just warmed up. By the way, I heard from the steward that the Lord seems like he won't be back tonight. He is checking the disaster relief rations in a tent outside the city." Su Royale picked up the spoon and gently stirred the lotus seed soup in the bowl, the steam blurring her features. "I see," she replied softly, her voice as light as the wind brushing over the water, leaving no ripples behind. Whether he came back or not seemed to make no difference. Her impression of this father was still stuck on the cold, hard back that turned away. Su Royale pressed her fingertips against her temples, closing her eyes to sift through the original owner's memories from the past few years. The deeper she delved, the heavier her heart felt. In those fragmented images, there was hardly any warmth. It was filled with coldness and grievances. The original owner's life had gradually sunk into despair after Aunt Jo Meyer completely took control of the household. While the original mistress was still around, though not overly doting, the original owner still received her due in terms of food and clothing and lacked nothing. But once Jo Meyer took charge, things changed. She would put on a fake smile in front of the original owner, while secretly treating her harshly. For instance, during meals, the original owner spent years barely seeing a warm meal. Most of the time, the wooden tray brought by the maid held the leftovers from Jo Meyer and her servants, with greasy soup floating on top, and the bottom of the bowl filled with chewed scraps. Occasionally, there would be a piece of meat that was either tough to chew or cold and fishy remnants. When there were feasts at the mansion, the food sent over was mostly cold dishes that had been picked clean, mixed with some bones that were gnawed clean, making one feel nauseous just to look at. As for fruits, they had become a rare item in the original owner's memories. Occasionally, if Jo Meyer remembered that there was still a legitimate young lady, she would send a few over, but they were never fresh. They were either wilted, wrinkled, or half-rotten, hastily wiped with a cloth, with the rotten marks still faintly visible. Some even had small holes from insect bites. and getting close would reveal a musty smell. The original owner, who didn't he know any better in the past, would want to nibble on the fruits even if they were rotten. But each time she was stopped by the old woman beside Joe Meyer, who would mockingly say that the young lady was precious and couldn't he eat such spoiled things. Then turned around to throw them to the dogs in the yard. The clothes she wore were even worse. Su Royale looked down at her outfit, made of rough fabric worn and frayed, with several mismatched patches stitched onto the cuffs and hem, the stitches crooked and obviously sewn carelessly. This had become routine. There were hardly any clothes in the original owner's wardrobe that didn't have patches, with layers upon layers of them, some even faded with washing. Occasionally, when Joe Meyer showed mercy and gifted her a couple of patched-up clothes, they were all worn out and outdated, either too thin or stained with marks that couldn't be washed away, making them more uncomfortable than the patched ones. What made Su Royale frown even more was that Joe Meyer had never hired a tutor for the original owner. Having mixed with the maids and servants since childhood, the original owner couldn't even recognize the most basic characters, a complete illiterate. Thinking of this, Su Royale gently rubbed her brow. In her previous life, she had been a proper student, recognizing all the Chinese characters and understanding some English. But now, in this Biluid continent, her previous knowledge had become useless. The characters here were twisted and looked somewhat like Oracle bone script, and she couldn't recognize a single one. Just as she was feeling troubled, the system in her mind gently buzzed, and a line of clear text appeared before her eyes, exactly what she had seen earlier, written in the unfamiliar script in the corner of the desk, with a thoughtful translation beside it. Su Royale felt relieved. The system was indeed intelligent. Not only could it automatically convert text, but also provide real-time translations. With it, at least she wouldn't become a complete illiterate in this foreign world. However, after the relief she became serious again. The system could help for a while, but not for a lifetime. If she wanted to live well in this Biluid continent, she would eventually have to learn these characters herself. She couldn't rely on the system for everything. What if one day she encountered a situation where the system couldn't assist? Not knowing how to read would be a real problem. With this thought, Su Royale raised her eyes to look out the window, her gaze filled with determination. Whether for herself or to avenge the original owner, she was determined to learn the characters of Biluid continent. Su Royale propped her chin on her hand at the table, her fingertips unconsciously tapping on the surface. But her brows were tightly knitted. Deciding to learn the characters was settled, but who would teach her? The moment the question arose, it felt like a small thorn piercing her heart, making her uneasy. Find a tutor? She instinctively touched her empty sleeves. The original owner had lived a meager life for years, let alone private savings. She probably hadn't seen many coins. Now that she had taken over this body, she was naturally poor as well. Hiring a tutor wasn't something one could casually mention. Tuition and gifts all cost money. With her current situation, she might not even be able to step over the threshold of a tutor's door. Besides, she pursed her lips slightly, a sense of discomfort washing over her. In her past life, she was used to being in a classroom with dozens of people, listening to the teacher at the podium, which felt lively and comfortable. But this place was different. Hiring a tutor would most likely mean one-on-one lessons, sitting face-to-face with a strange man, learning those twisted characters word by word. Just thinking about it made her feel stiff in the back and incredibly uncomfortable. This effectively blocked off any paths to finding a tutor. Su Royale sighed, tapping the table a bit harder, making it emit a soft sound. She couldn't just rely on the system to get by, could she? Just when she was at a loss, a sudden ding echoed in her mind, as if a line had suddenly connected. She abruptly raised her head, her eyes brightening. Morong Xian. How could she have forgotten him? A few days ago, when Morong Xian came to the Yi residence, he had clearly brought up wanting to spend more time with her under the pretense of visiting, and the meaning couldn't have been clearer. At that time, she had been vague in her response, feeling that they had no prior relationship and didn't know what to say if they suddenly had to spend time together, fearing the conversation would fall flat and become awkward. But now it was different. Su Royale's fingertips stopped on the table, her lips curving up slightly. What if she asked Morong Xian to teach her how to read? First, Morong Xian comes from a prestigious family, so he must have a good education and should have no problem teaching her some basic characters. Second, this just happens to give them a reason to spend time together. Right? She was worried about not having the opportunity to be together more, but now it's great, when they study characters together, with their heads down focused on ink and paper, and their heads up seeing each other. Even if they don't have anything to say at the moment, they can use the written words as a topic, so it won't be awkward. Moreover, she secretly added in her heart, having him as a teacher is definitely more comfortable than finding a stranger. After all, Morong Xian's face is pleasant to look at, and his temperament is gentle. Even if he is a bit strict while teaching, it should be better than facing a stranger. Thinking this way, the difficult problem that had been stuck in her heart seemed to suddenly clear up. Su Ruoyao let out a sigh of relief. And even the fingertips that were tapping on the table became a bit lighter. It's settled then. The next time Murong Xian comes, she will find a reason to bring it up, and he shouldn't refuse, right? Chapter 21. Su Ruoyao begins her training. The mist from the spiritual spring had not completely dissipated from Su Ruoyao's hair tips when she stood by the spring and took a deep breath. The fresh scent of grass and trees lingering at her nose. What is more surprising is that her fingertips seemed to be able to touch the tiny specks of light floating in the air, which were the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that she had previously only known from ancient texts. Since completing the cleansing of her veins and marrow in the spiritual spring the other day, her body felt as if it had completely opened up the clogged river channels. The previously stagnant meridians had become smooth and warm, and even her breathing felt lighter than before. Just now, when she tried to raise her hands and stretch her limbs, she found that the heaviness from sitting for a long time was gone, as her skirt brushed against her ankles. She even had the illusion of wanting to float with the wind. Is this the feeling of being able to cultivate? Su Ruoyao looked down at her palms. The dark impurities that had washed away during the cleansing left her skin with a faint luster, and the calluses on her fingertips had faded a bit. More importantly, she didn't have to deliberately do anything. The spiritual energy floating in the air seemed to recognize her, constantly drilling into her pores and slowly flowing towards her dantian along her meridians, warm and cozy, like holding a handful of spring sunshine. She remembered the small bamboo house deep in the space. When her body had not yet been adjusted, she always felt a heaviness in her chest when approaching that house. But now there was only an inexplicable sense of intimacy, walking on the blue stone slabs laid on the ground toward the bamboo house. The leaves of the spiritual grass by the roadside were covered with morning dew. As she passed by, the breeze she created made the dew drop to the ground, producing tiny bits of spiritual light. Perhaps she could now sense spiritual energy. Even the surrounding grass and trees seemed to have added a layer of freshness. Pushing open the wooden door with bamboo joint patterns, it creaked softly as she walked straight towards the innermost door that could be freely entered and exited. She had tried to push the doors of the other rooms before, but they felt blocked by an invisible barrier. Only this one, with half a blooming phoenix flower carved on the doorframe, seemed to be waiting just for her. The room was simply furnished, with only a wooden table that held 3 lustrous white jade tablets. The jade tablets were about the size of a palm, with edges polished smooth and rounded, and the surface engraved with intricate patterns. Upon closer inspection, she could faintly make out the outline of a phoenix spreading its wings. Su Ruoyao picked up one of the tablets, and as her fingertip touched it, she felt a gentle pulling force coming from the tablet. She recalled hearing the elders in her clan say that some ancient legacy jade tablets needed to be activated with blood. So she bit her fingertip and squeezed out a drop of bright red blood onto the tablet. As soon as the blood drop touched the tablet, it seemed to be absorbed like a sponge. In the next second, the patterns on the surface of the tablet suddenly lit up with a golden red light, and the ancient characters engraved on the tablet began to flow with the light, almost as if they were alive. Before Su Ruoyao could take a closer look, the characters suddenly peeled off the tablet, transforming into a slender golden light that shot directly into her forehead. She instinctively closed her eyes. When she opened them again, the tablet had returned to its original luster, with the patterns and characters disappeared, but a new mental method had clearly appeared in her sea of consciousness. This mental method was fascinating, and as it circulated, the spiritual energy in her dantian seemed to leap with excitement. What delighted her even more was that the phrases in the mental method seemed to carry the aura of a phoenix. Although it was her first encounter, there was a sense of innate familiarity. She vaguely sensed that this mental method was just the beginning. As her cultivation level increased, the mental method in her sea of consciousness would automatically unlock deeper versions, as if it were tailor-made for her phoenix body. Su Ruoyao suppressed the excitement in her heart, sat cross-legged beside the wooden table, and tried to guide the spiritual energy to circulate according to the mental method in her sea of consciousness. As soon as she focused, the spiritual energy around her body flowed into her dantian like a stream being guided, slowly integrating into her meridians. After one cycle of circulation, her dantian felt a bit fuller than before, and her body felt even lighter. She completely immersed herself in her training, dedicating her heart and mind to it. Time and the space passed quietly. The bamboo shadows outside the window moved from east to west, then back again, and she was completely unaware, just following the rhythm of the mental method to circulate the spiritual energy over and over. When she finally came back to her senses from the state of cultivation, and rubbed her slightly stiff knees, she realized that 4 or 5 days had actually passed in the space. She remembered entering in the morning, and although the light outside the window was still bright, it was much softer than when she first came in. Su Ruoyao got up and walked out of the small bamboo house, calculating the time and suddenly realizing that while 4 or 5 days had passed in the space, only a morning had gone by outside. She looked at the lush grass and trees in the space, and a wisp of faint spiritual energy gathered at her fingertips, a smile involuntarily rising at the corners of her mouth. The path of cultivation had just begun. The path of cultivation is traditionally divided by levels. From the initial stage of sensing spiritual energy as a spiritual apprentice, to being able to draw energy into the body as a spiritual practitioner, and then to condensing energy into a vortex as a spiritual master. Each stage requires countless efforts and time. However, Su Ruiao's progress was as swift as a refreshing downpour, almost giving no one a chance to react. During the spiritual apprentice stage, she had just touched the threshold of cultivation under the guidance of the mental method in her sea of consciousness. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which she used to barely capture with a focused mind, now flowed into her meridians like a stream recognizing its master. In just half a day, she had gathered the first trace of formed spiritual energy in her dantian, firmly stepping over the boundary of the spiritual apprentice stage, and becoming a spiritual practitioner who could freely draw energy into her body. Once she crossed the threshold of the spiritual practitioner stage, the spiritual energy within her body began to grow vigorously. Others needed months of honing to allow the spiritual energy to flow smoothly in their meridians, but she, relying on the unobstructed meridians from the cleansing of her veins and marrow, and the mental method specially tailored for her phoenix body, found that the spiritual energy flowed without any stagnation. In just a day and night, the spiritual energy in her dantian transformed from scattered streams into a faint vortex. With a flick of her fingertip, she could even draw out weak fluctuations of spiritual energy, and quietly, she broke into the spiritual master stage. Even more astonishing was the advancement after entering the spiritual master stage. The spiritual master level is divided into 9 tiers, and each tier requires condensing the dantian vortex further. For ordinary people, each advancement in the spiritual master stage takes at least half a month, and sometimes several months. However, Su Ruoyao's dantian was like an insatiable treasure chest. After just 2 days in the space, she soared from the first level of the spiritual master stage, with the spiritual energy vortex transitioning from a thin mist to a semi-solid luminous form. By the time she could stabilize a small ball of spiritual energy at her fingertips, she was firmly standing at the threshold of the 5th level of the spiritual master stage. All in all, it had only taken a few days. Su Ruoyao sat cross-legged in front of the small bamboo house, feeling the abundant spiritual energy in her dantian. As she lightly moved her fingertips, the spiritual energy flowed onto the leaves of the spiritual grass beside her, causing the leaves to tremble gently. She vaguely recalled her sister Su Ruoxiue, who had been cherished by the family since childhood, starting her cultivation journey at the age of 3, and had trained for a full 10 years. Now, she was already a standout among the clan's younger generation, but her cultivation level had only reached the 3rd level of the spiritual master stage. In comparison, even she couldn't help but take a deep breath. If in the past she had no concept of the speed of cultivation, at this moment, she truly realized the gifts of the spiritual spring as cleansing, and the mental method that upgraded with her level, and what an unimaginable smooth path it had provided her. Chapter 22. Su Ruoyao thinks of ways to earn money. The leaves of the phoenix trees outside rustled in the autumn wind, and Su Ruoyao tightened her old quilted jacket that had faded to white, her fingers gripping tightly. Her father had been in the south for disaster relief for nearly half a year. The family letter only mentioned that the disaster situation was severe, and even her monthly allowance had been cut off twice. The concubine Lu in the side courtyard seemed to have figured out that she had lost her support. Every few days, she would find reasons to criticize her, such as saying that the cleaning lady in her courtyard was lazy, punishing her to kneel for half the night, when in fact, she was just unhappy that the coal used had increased by half a basket compared to last month. Today, she was again picking at the handkerchief that she had embroidered for the old lady, claiming that the stitches were too coarse and didn't match the dignity of the Marquis's house. Implicitly, she blamed her for occupying the title of the second young lady, without being able to provide anything decent. Sitting in front of the cold dressing table, looking at her slightly thin face in the bronze mirror, she had only one thought in her mind. She had to move out. But even if she repeated this thought 100 times on the tip of her tongue, she didn't dare to say it out loud. Even a small courtyard in the capital city would cost 300 won per month, and to buy a house with a small courtyard, it would take at least dozens of taels of silver. She was now empty-handed, and the little jewelry that her father had given her years ago was already being eyed by Lu. How could she dare to touch it? Making money? Su Ruoyao murmured to herself while looking at the bronze mirror, her fingertips unconsciously tapping the table. The gold coins in the system could be exchanged for some exotic ingredients, but they couldn't be turned into silver that she could hold in her hands. She was anxious and picked up a rough soap pod from the table to wipe her hands. The soap pod tightened her skin and suddenly it hit her. She came from Earth. Her mind lit up with the realization. In this era, girls washed their faces with either soap pods or lye. The soap pods were rough on the skin, and lye often had a strange smell. Wiping the face was just some greasy ointments that felt stuffy in summer and couldn't retain moisture in winter. But she knew about those facial cleansers that could produce fine bubbles, cooling toners that felt refreshing on the skin, and soft, moisturizing creams. Each one was a novel item. Girls loved to look pretty, and the noble ladies in the capital were willing to spend a fortune on cosmetics. If she could create these products, would she still worry about money? Su Ruiyao's eyes brightened, and she immediately rummaged through some rough papers and charcoal pencils that she had kept. Starting with the simplest, she thought about making facial cleanser. It didn't need to be complicated. She could boil some gentle soap pods and mix in some aloe vera juice from her courtyard. Who knows, it might work. The toner would be even simpler, just distilled water from flower petals would suffice. If she could find glycerin, she would have to think about how to make it from lard and wood ash. Adding a bit would definitely make it more moisturizing. As for the cream, she could mix beeswax with vegetable oil and add a few drops of floral essential oil. It would smell upscale. The more she wrote, the more excited she became, the charcoal pencil scratching on the paper. Even the little maid sent by Lu to spy on her didn't notice as she passed by. When she came back to her senses, the paper was already filled with a list of materials and approximate steps. And at the end, she drew a small porcelain bottle, imagining that she would package the products in exquisite bottles and give them to a few familiar young ladies as samples. Su Ruiyao held the paper and smiled, her brows and eyes relaxing a bit. What did Lu's difficulties count for? Once she earned enough silver and moved to her own little courtyard, when the door closed, no one would dare to bother her again. The most important thing now was to make these fresh items and give them a try. While Su Ruiyao was contemplating cosmetics, her fingertips scratched on the rough paper, and suddenly, she remembered something else. She abruptly raised her eyes, her gaze landing on the old clothes hanging outside the window, her cheeks secretly flushing with heat. In this era, girls used cloth filled with wood ash during their monthly cycle, which was rough and uncomfortable. And if one wasn't careful, it would leak, making it a source of constant worry. Sanitary pads. A common item in modern times was a rare commodity here. But then she thought again, frowning. Making this would require a large amount of clean cotton, as well as pure white fine cotton cloth. Most importantly, it needed a top-notch seamstress to sew it neatly. If she wanted to produce them in bulk, she would need to invest a lot of silver up front. She bit the pencil and continued thinking, her gaze returning to the loose belly band she was wearing, which clung to her but was useless. Modern underwear was so much better. It could provide some support, looked good under clothing, and the styles were designed to add some romance to the bedroom. When couples looked at each other happily, how could there be no market for it? But as soon as this thought emerged, it was quickly suppressed by reality. Making underwear required choosing soft and snug fabrics. Just procuring the cloth would cost a fortune, not to mention hiring a bunch of seamstresses. She couldn't possibly sew everything by herself until the end of time. Just as she was feeling troubled, her fingers unconsciously sketched a diagonal design on the paper, and suddenly her eyes lit up. The qipao. How beautiful were modern qipaos. Fitted at the waist, flowing at the hem, embroidered with delicate flowers at the collar and cuffs, wearing one was both elegant and flattering. This alternate era was relatively open-minded. Noble ladies loved new things, and the matrons also valued dignity. Wearing a qipao would definitely stand out. If she made a few sample outfits and presented them to the ladies in the palace or the noble houses, perhaps they would spread the word. But the more she thought about it, the more she felt that all these ideas revolved around money. Cosmetics were fine. She could start by experimenting on her own. But for sanitary pads, underwear, and qipaos, which one didn't require a large quantity of materials? Which one could be done without manpower? Su Ruiyao put down the charcoal pencil and sighed, smiling again. Why rush? The most important thing right now was to make the cosmetics and earn her first bit of silver. Once she had money in hand, she would find a couple of reliable seamstresses and slowly save up for materials. One day she would be able to produce all these items. By then, not only would she be able to buy a small courtyard, but she could even open a few shops in the capital, making Lu no longer dare to underestimate her. It was not impossible. The more Su Ruiyao thought, the clearer her mind became, her fingertips gently tapping on the table. Her brows and eyes tinged with a hint of excitement. She looked at the pot of wilting orchids on the windowsill. But her mind was sketching a more vibrant scene. Once the cosmetics earned their first silver, she would first secure the small courtyard, then set up the sanitary pads, underwear, and qipao business. Perhaps in the future, there could be several shops in the capital bearing her name. Just as she was lost in thought, she suddenly paused. Right. She still had the system. What doesn't the system mall have? The facial cleanser and toner she had just been contemplating. There were plenty of samples in the mall. And for the intimate wear, the fabrics were soft, and the styles were decent. It was much more reliable than her own random ideas. As for sanitary pads, they were even better, individually packaged, clean, and convenient. If she could buy these directly from the mall and then sell them, why would she need to worry about finding cotton or looking for seamstresses? The more she thought about it, the more she felt this idea was brilliant, her lips almost stretching to her ears. Besides, she wasn't short on system gold coins. The pigsty in the backyard was simply a treasure. The manure from several pigs every day could be converted into gold coins by the system, and after saving up for some time, the gold coins in the storeroom were already enough for her to exchange for quite a few things. Wasn't this a perfect cycle? Su Ruiyao couldn't help but clap her hands, her voice filled with pride. Pig manure exchanged for gold coins exchanged for materials sold for silver. And with silver she could do anything. By then, not only would she be able to buy a small courtyard, but even a house with a garden wouldn't be out of reach. What would Lu do to make things difficult for her then? Not a chance. Just as she was happily calculating, a sudden sound rang in her mind. The system's cold prompt directly interrupting her fantasy. System prompt: if the host wishes to purchase 3 or more similar items at once, in addition to consuming the corresponding gold coins, an additional amount of merit value must be paid. Su Ruiyao's smile froze on her face. Merit value? What was that? Before she could figure it out, the system's prompt sounded again. System prompt: merit value must be obtained by the host through performing good deeds. If the host's merit value is insufficient, even if the number of gold coins is sufficient, it will not be possible to complete a large-scale exchange of goods. The more items exchanged, the higher the required merit value. Su Ruiyao stood there in shock. The excitement she had just felt was like being doused with cold water. She blinked, listened carefully to the system prompt again, and finally understood that her plan of exchanging pig manure for silver simply wouldn't work. Exchanging a large quantity of goods required merit value. But where would she get merit value? Her father was accumulating merit by helping with disaster relief outside, while she was just dealing with Lu in the Marquis's backyard every day. At most, she could be considered harmless. How could she have done anything to accumulate merit? Feeling deflated, Su Ruiyao slumped her shoulders, leaning back against the chair. Just a moment ago, she had thought she was incredibly clever, and now she felt that her thinking had been too simplistic. The system can't let her take advantage so easily. However, she didn't feel too discouraged for long and quickly sat up straight. It's fine, she can manage without the system's help. She can handle cosmetics on her own, if necessary. She can start small and earn some money before planning for more. As for the merit points, maybe she can help her father with some disaster relief efforts in the future and accumulate some? She picked up the rough paper on the table again. The pressure of the charcoal pencil on the paper was steadier than before. The road must be taken step by step. There's no need to rush. Chapter 23. Selling spirit spring water for beauty and profit. Su Ruiyao gently adjusted her bangs in front of the copper mirror. The mirror wasn't particularly shiny, but it reflected her current appearance clearly enough. Her skin was as radiant as freshly peeled lychee, exuding a natural pinkish-white hue, and even the faint freckles on her nose had vanished. The contours of her eyes and brows were more delicate than before. She raised her hand to touch her cheek. The delicate feel beneath her fingertips made her smile. Ever since she used the system's power to cleanse her muscles and marrow, her face seemed to have been carefully polished like jade, becoming more and more striking each day. Even her posture had improved significantly, and while walking in the village, some aunts and young girls would gaze at her, their envy evident in their eyes. She turned around in front of the mirror, recalling that she hadn't touched any cosmetics for nearly half a year. Back at home, her mother often liked to draw her eyebrows and apply lip color, saying that girls should be more delicate. But after coming to this foreign world, the village girls and wives, let alone applying eyeliner or blush, hardly anyone even used a bit of scented balm. They all went barefaced. It wasn't that they didn't want to look beautiful. They simply had no idea that makeup even existed. Wait. Su Ruiyao suddenly clapped her hands, her eyes sparkling like fallen stars. The system shop was indeed limited. Staple goods like grains and fabrics could hardly be exchanged for much, but those small items like eyebrow pencils, blush, and lip balms were not restricted. She had caught a glimpse of a complete makeup set last time she browsed the shop, containing everything from foundation balm to eyebrow powder to lip gloss. She hadn't paid much attention then, but now it seemed like a treasure. The more she thought about it, the more brilliant the idea became. People in this era didn't understand makeup. If she could teach them to draw elegant willow leaf eyebrows, apply blush to enhance their complexion, and use lip balm to make their lips look rosy, even ordinary village girls could add a touch of charm. When they stood among beauties, they wouldn't necessarily be outshone. By then, which girl wouldn't want to learn? Once they learned to beautify themselves and looked more attractive, they could draw more glances while walking down the street, and when looking for a marriage partner, matchmakers would surely be more proactive. Isn't this a benefit for the girls? As her thoughts expanded, she considered not just the unmarried girls but also the married women who had children. Who wouldn't want to be a little more charming in front of their husbands? Who would like to see fine lines at the corners of their eyes and a sallow complexion without any means to remedy it? And then there were the girls in the town's brothels. They relied on their looks to make a living. If they could stand out even more with makeup, they would certainly fight to learn. With this in mind, she could first teach makeup to let everyone taste the sweetness of becoming beautiful. Su Royao tapped her chin with her finger, pacing around the room as her thoughts became clearer. Once they got used to drawing eyebrows and applying eye makeup daily, she could then bring out the skin creams and whitening creams she had, which could cleanse and beautify them. Daily skincare would also be essential. By then, she could lead a beauty association, becoming the president herself. The girls and wives who joined would pay a small membership fee each year, and with that membership, they could buy her skincare products at a 50% discount. Just think, as long as everyone experienced the benefits of makeup and skincare, who would hesitate to pay that small membership fee? By then wouldn't the money come rolling in? In a short time, she would have enough money, and whether to improve her living conditions or make other plans, she would have a lot more confidence. The more she thought about it, the more pleased she became. Unable to help herself, she raised her eyebrows at her reflection in the mirror, her lips curling up high. Su Royao, you are truly clever. Su Royao was always someone who acted on her plans. As soon as she thought of the idea to use spirit spring water, she turned around and called for Chunner and Xiar. These two personal maids had been specially kept for her since she arrived in this village. They were quick and considerate. As soon as they heard the young lady wanted to set up a stall at the village entrance, they immediately got to work. Chunner, go to the general store in town and pick out some small porcelain bottles that look like sheep fat and white jade. They should be small, with a snow-white, smooth surface, and feel flawless to the touch. Su Royao said while laying clean cloth in the bamboo basket. Buy several, don't be stingy. Then she turned to Xiar. Xiar, go to the kitchen and bring that jar of spirit spring water. Be careful, don't spill it. Before long, Chunner returned with a stack of porcelain bottles. They were indeed selected very well, white and smooth like congealed fat, cool to the touch and exquisite to look at. Xiar also brought the ceramic jar containing the spirit spring water, which was clear and bright, with a faint herbal fragrance. Su Royao rolled up her sleeves and personally poured the spirit spring water into each porcelain bottle, filling them to the brim, then tightly sealing them with perfectly cut corks. Without even labeling the bottles, the clarity of the water and the quality of the porcelain exuded an extraordinary aura of luxury. Let us call it divine water. Su Royao tapped the bottle with her fingertips, her eyes crinkling with a smile. The name may be similar to a brand on earth, but it straightforwardly conveys the effect of the spirit spring water, worthy of those two characters. The three of them carried the bamboo basket to the most crowded area. They found a flat stone to set up their stall, arranging the 10 or so porcelain bottles filled with divine water in a neat row. The white porcelain bottles sparkled under the sun, attracting several passing ants to peek over. Young Lady Royao, what are you selling here? Those bottles look quite nice. One ant approached and asked, a faint spot on her cheek from not recovering well after giving birth. Su Royao smiled as she picked up a bottle of divine water. Aunt Zhang, this is the divine water I made. Just apply it to your face, and I guarantee your skin will look brighter. Just look at your face. Why not give it a try? Aunt Zhang was skeptical, but Su Royao didn't push her. She then looked at another woman nearby who was wiping sweat with a handkerchief. This woman had 2 red pimples on her forehead that looked painful. Sisterly, that pimple looks quite uncomfortable. My water can help reduce the redness and swelling. How about I let you try a bit? No charge. Sisterly was already troubled by the pimples, and hearing it was free, she nodded and stepped closer. Su Royao opened the cork, dipped her clean fingertip into the spirit spring water, and gently applied it to the pimple on Sister Lee's forehead. In just a moment, the originally swollen and shiny pimple visibly reduced, looking much less noticeable, and Sister Lee's complexion improved a little. Hey, it really works, Sister Lee exclaimed in surprise, raising her hand to touch her forehead, the texture feeling much softer. Next to her, Aunt Zhang's eyes widened, and she hurriedly leaned in. Young Lady Royao, give me some too. I have spots. Su Royao obeyed, and applied some divine water to the spots on Aunt Zhang's cheekbones. In just a moment, that faint spot had noticeably faded, and her somewhat sallow face appeared a little more rosy, looking years younger. This caused quite a stir. It really looks better. Is this water really that magical? I saw Aunt Zhang's spots fade. More and more people gathered around, initially just passers-by. But seeing the changes in Sister Lee's pimples and Aunt Zhang's spots, they all became eager. Young Lady Royao, Give me a bottle. One girl was the first to pull out her money. I want one too. Give me 2 bottles. Me first. I already handed over my money. In just half an hour, a long line formed in front of the stall, everyone holding out money and reaching forward, continuously shouting for a bottle of divine water. The scene was even livelier than the village market. Chunner and Xiar were busy collecting money and handing out bottles, their hands almost overwhelmed. Yet their faces were beaming with joy. Su Ruoyao stood behind the stall, watching the bustling scene in front of her, her eyes shining. This first step was indeed a solid one. Su Ruoyao looked at the crowd in front of the stall, her fingers clutching the freshly collected money, feeling a warm sensation in her fingertips. She knew very well that the popularity of this divine water relied entirely on the foundation of the spirit spring water. Others only thought of this water as a treasure for moisturizing the face, not knowing that its abilities go far beyond that. This spirit spring water is not an ordinary thing. Ever since she bound the system and obtained that ice spirit spring, she had never seen it dry up. When a jar was scooped out, within half an hour, the spring would slowly seep back to full clarity, and it would not be an exaggeration to say it was inexhaustible. At first, she only used it to dab on her face, merely a small test. If we were to talk about it, its capabilities are quite significant. Take beauty, for instance. A couple of pats on the face can make one radiant. But if it is used to wash the face and wipe the body daily, over time, rough skin can become so tender that it feels moist. The fine lines at the corners of the eyes will gradually fade until they are invisible, and even hair can be nourished to a shiny black. Recently, the wet nurse often complained that her hands were too rough to hold a needle and thread. So Su Ruoyao secretly gave her half a bottle of spirit spring water to rub on her hands. In just over 10 days, her hands became soft and smooth, and she wouldn't let go when she saw people, constantly asking where she found such a treasure. Even more impressive is its ability to heal. A couple of months ago, the butler's father, Lord Wang, was so ill he couldn't straighten his back. The doctor shook his head, saying he wouldn't survive the winter. And the family started preparing a thin coffin. Su Ruoyao couldn't bear to see it, and secretly mixed half a bowl of spirit spring water into the medicine he was drinking. Unexpectedly, 3 days later, Lord Wang was able to sit up and drink porridge. Although he was still short of breath, he managed to last a bit longer, and in the end, he didn't suffer as much when he passed. She knew very well that half a bowl of that water had allowed Lord Wang to hold on for half a year longer. If he could drink it every day? Su Ruoyao tried it herself. Every morning, she would scoop half a cup of spirit spring water to drink as tea, and after almost a year, despite having passed the age of maturity, she still looked like she was barely 20, with not a single fine line at the corners of her eyes, and the youthful charm still lingering when she smiled. She even secretly observed the old hen raised at home, mixing some spirit spring water into its feed, and that hen was much more spirited than its peers, laying eggs more frequently than before. She dared to be certain that if a person drank this water for years, they might really be able to keep their appearance at 20, aging slower and slower. For now, selling the divine water as a skincare product was just a way to draw people in. Once everyone tasted the sweetness, she would gradually reveal more of the spirit spring water's other abilities. By that time, whether it was those wanting to heal or prolong their lives, or those wanting to maintain their youthful looks, how could they do without her spirit spring water? Su Ruoyao thought, glancing down at the nearly empty porcelain bottle in the bamboo basket, then looking up at the figures running this way in the distance, her smile widening even more. Chapter 24. Attracting investment in the late spring, the roses in the back courtyard of the Prime Minister's residence were blooming beautifully, their pink and white petals adorned with morning dew, fluttering down with the breeze. Murongxian, accompanied by Dark Seven, had just rounded the shadow wall when they heard a lively commotion coming from the front yard, mixed with the crisp sounds of coins clinking. Even more bustling than a market. He raised an eyebrow and quickened his pace. When he reached the moon gate and looked, he was astonished to see a long line of people outside the small warm room that Su Ruoyao usually used to rest. There were ladies in satin dresses as well as ordinary folk in rough cloth, each clutching money bags and stretching their necks to peek inside. At the warm room's entrance was a wooden table, where 2 maids were busily sealing ceramic bottles, and the pile of copper coins on the table was nearly overflowing. Before Murongxian could finish asking, he saw Su Ruoyao poke her head out from inside, a thin sheen of sweat on her forehead. When she saw him, her eyes brightened, but she was quickly pulled back by the shouts for more bottles, only able to wave her hand at him helplessly. Murongxian chuckled and turned to Dark Seven, saying, "Go lend a hand." He stepped forward himself, taking the ceramic bottle from the maid and deftly tying the knots. Although he was a prince, he was not one to live in luxury, and he managed this task even more steadily than the maids. Seeing this, Su Ruoyao sighed in relief, taking the opportunity while she helped the guests with their change to come over. "What brings you here? I can't let you do these things." "I'm just idle anyway," Murongxian said, helping her move a stack of packaged spirit spring water to the side, and glancing at the small mountain of coins, teasing her. Su Xiaonyang, your business is thriving. In a few days, you might become the richest woman in the capital. To his surprise, Su Ruoyao's expression fell, rubbing her sore wrist. She frowned and said, "Rich woman? I'm still poor right now." She gestured towards the warm room. "Look at how busy the spirit spring water sales are. But the money earned is just enough to buy new ceramic bottles and hire people. The things I truly want to do haven't even started yet." Morongxian's interest was piqued. "Oh, you have other plans?" "Yes." Su Ruoyao pulled him a couple of steps toward a secluded area and lowered her voice. "I want to create 2 new products. One is a close-fitting garment, softer and more comfortable than what is currently worn. The other is for women's monthly needs, clean and convenient. But both require a large amount of fine cloth and good cotton. And I need to find a quick-handed seamstress. I've been asking around for several days, but haven't found a suitable source." She paused and added, "I also need a spacious place for a workshop. A place where the seamstresses can concentrate on their work. The small warm room in the residence definitely won't be enough. I'm worried about all these things. And since you have connections, can you?" Before she could finish, Morongxian nodded. "Cloth, cotton, and seamstresses. I'll have someone look for them. And I'll make sure to find you the best. Finding a space is easy. There's an idle courtyard outside the city that would be perfect when tidied up." He looked at the gleaming eyes of Su Ruoyao and added, "How about I also get a share in this? I'll provide the supply connections, you manage the operations. And we can split the profits 50-50. Su Ruoyao's eyes widened in surprise and delight. Before Morongxian could react, she tiptoed and gave him a quick kiss on the smooth side of his face. The soft touch was fleeting, and she blushed as she murmured, "I've wanted to touch such a handsome face for a long time." Morongxian froze in place, his cheeks turning a visible shade of red, spreading from his ears down to his jaw, looking like a cooked shrimp. He swallowed hard and didn't speak, but raised his hand to gently support Su Ruoyao's neck, slightly bowing his head to place a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead, carrying an unnoticeable tenderness. The air instantly became still, even the wind seemed to slow down. Su Ruoyao's face also flushed deeply. Just as she was about to say something to break the ambiguous atmosphere, the door creaked open, and Dark Seven rushed in with an anxious expression, reporting, "Master, the spirit spring water in the warm room is almost sold out, and the customers outside are urging for more supplies." The two quickly separated, and Su Ruoyao hurriedly turned to walk back to the warm room. Morongxian cleared his throat, turning his back and saying, "Understood, just keep the customers settled for now." However, the redness of his ears couldn't be hidden. The chaos surged like a tide among the crowd. Women clutched the divine water they had just snatched, still trembling, while several children cried out in fear from the earlier shoving. Even the men, who had been relatively calm, furrowed their brows, unsure whether to comfort their families or check the surroundings. Amidst this turmoil, Su Ruoyao quickly emerged from the side door of the marketplace, holding a peculiar black object that was the large horn she had just exchanged from the interface. She stepped onto the steps, holding the large horn to her mouth, clearing her throat to shout, "Everyone quiet down." The words "quiet down" carried a clear, powerful force that burst forth. Although it wasn't a particularly loud voice, it seemed to have a penetrating quality that instantly overshadowed the cries, discussions, and even the rustle of the wind through the treetops. The crowd paused as if a pause button had been pressed. Heads that had been moving about a moment ago turned in unison, eyes filled with astonishment. And it fell silent in an instant. Morongxian stood at the front of the crowd, and the few men accompanying their wives to shop beside him widened their eyes in shock, instinctively tightening their grips on the hilts of their knives. "What strong internal energy!" one bearded man exclaimed in a low voice, his fingers subtly moving towards the sword sheath behind him. To be able to project sound so far and so clearly, it could only be deep internal strength, right? Another man in a blue short outfit nodded in agreement, and when his gaze fell on Su Ruoyao, there was a hint of reverence. This girl seemed delicate and soft, with a gentle demeanor like an ordinary young lady, yet she truly was not to be underestimated. The foundation of this inner strength is probably more solid than that of the martial arts school owner in our town. Morongxian remained silent, but his fingertips twirled in his sleeve, worried that this girl would be frightened by the chaos, only to find out she was actually a hidden expert. If Su Ruoyao could hear these thoughts, she would probably be bent over laughing. She looked down at the large loudspeaker in her hand, the plastic shell still slightly cool from the time of exchange. Where was there any inner strength? It was just a matter of pressing a button. Holding back her laughter, she raised the loudspeaker again and shouted, "Just now, a shelf collapsed and knocked over a porcelain vase. It's nothing serious, everyone stay calm." As soon as she shouted this, there was another faint gasp from the crowd. A few men exchanged glances, both seeing in each other's eyes that indeed, her calmness while speaking a second sentence indicated her inner strength was quite stable. Su Ruyao was just about to say a few more reassuring words when her mind couldn't help but wander. Just by holding a loudspeaker, this group of people treated her as a martial arts master? If she shouted a few more times in the square with this thing, would someone come to present her with a leader's token in a couple of days? At that time, if she stood on the platform, holding the loudspeaker and announcing that no one was allowed to snatch vegetables in the town, perhaps she could really manage to keep the peace. Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. Fortunately, the loudspeaker covered her face, preventing others from seeing her suppressed smile. Chapter 25. Making skincare products. The afternoon sunlight slanted through the window, casting a warm yellow glow on the edge of the wooden table. Su Royao pinched the corner of her clothes, watching as Morong Xian prepared to get up and leave. Finally, she mustered the courage to speak. Young Master Morong, I have a request. Morong Xian paused, turned back to look at her, and said, Miss Su, please go ahead. I can't read. Su Ruyao's voice lowered a little, her ears secretly turning red. Seeing how eloquent you are, you must have good knowledge. I wonder if you could spare some time to teach me a few characters? She quickly added, I won't take up too much of your time. Just half an hour every day. If you're busy, once every few days is fine. Thinking she would have to persuade him, and might even be politely refused. She was surprised when Morong Xian almost didn't hesitate and simply nodded, saying, It's a small effort, Miss Su need not be polite. After a moment's thought he added, I need to go to the outskirts of the city tomorrow afternoon to check on some goods. How about the day after tomorrow at the hour of the dragon? Right here? Su Ruyao's eyes brightened instantly, and she hurriedly nodded, Great. The day after tomorrow at the hour of the dragon is just fine. Thank you, young Master Morong. Morong Xian smiled faintly and nodded, then turned to leave. He had been injured in a fight with a group of bandits a few days ago while protecting the ancient jade at the auction house. Although he had asked a doctor to tend to it, his left shoulder still subconsciously felt a bit heavy while walking. Su Royao noticed this and suddenly remembered something. She turned and quickly walked into the inner room, and a moment later came out holding 3 mineral water bottles filled with clear liquid, pressing them into his hands. Morong Xian felt the bottles in his hand. They were slightly cool, and the liquid inside was clear and seemed to carry a faint herbal fragrance. This is a miraculous water I stumbled upon, Su Royao explained. You were injured, right? This bottle is worth about 5 or 6 bottles of regular porcelain ones. When the doctor changes your dressing later, use this to wipe the wound. It will heal much faster. She paused and added, If you feel any internal injuries that haven't healed well, you can pour some to drink, it will help too. Morong Xian's fingertips paused slightly as he looked down at the 3 ordinary plastic bottles. He had seen Su Ruiyao patting this miraculous water on her face the other day, thinking it was just ordinary beauty water. But now, as he leaned in to smell it, he realized that the refreshing spiritual energy was certainly not mundane. He had handled many rare treasures in his auction house and knew its worth. This was no beauty water. It was clearly a spiritual spring containing pure vitality. Not to mention healing injuries, even giving it to someone who has been sick for a long time could lift their spirits. If he really took it back to the auction house, it could fetch an astronomical price. He looked up at Su Royao, seeing her eyes filled with genuine concern. Completely unaware of the treasure she was offering, treating it simply as ordinary medicine. Morong Xian felt a warmth in his heart and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Such a rare spiritual spring water, kept in these commonly seen bottles and treated as just a facial wash or a remedy for minor injuries, was truly a waste. Thank you, Miss Su. He tightened his grip on the bottle, his fingertips brushing against the cool bottle surface, swallowing back the words that this item was too precious, and simply said, I will come on time the day after tomorrow at the hour of the dragon. Su Royao smiled in response, watching his figure turn to leave, and couldn't help but call out, Remember to use it on time. Morong Xian paused slightly, turned back to nod, and then pushed the door into the sunlight at the alley entrance. The 3 bottles in his hand weren't heavy, but as he held them, he felt they were quite heavy. This girl always took the most precious things and did the most ordinary things with them. After seeing Morong Xian's figure disappear at the alley entrance, Su Royao turned back into the house. The moment she closed the door, the leisurely demeanor from before vanished, and she quickly made her way to the little corner in the inner room where she temporarily worked on things. Earlier, to maintain appearances, she had given away quite a bit of spiritual spring water, and now she was calculating the future plans in her mind, her hands already skillfully busy. In the corner were fresh items just collected from nearby farmers that morning. Green loofahs still carrying morning dew, a large lotus leaf washed to a shine, and a half basket of spiky cucumbers. She rolled up her sleeves, first peeling and chopping the loofah into pieces, placing them into a stone mortar to grind into a paste, wrapping it in clean coarse cloth and squeezing tightly. The clear juice dripped into a ceramic bowl, carrying a sweet herbal fragrance. She then took fresh lotus leaves, tore them apart, briefly blanched them in warm water, and also ground them for juice. The cucumber was even easier, simply grating it into shreds. The juice squeezed out clearer than that of the loofah. Before long, there were 7 or 8 ceramic bowls on the table, each filled with loofah water, lotus leaf water, and cucumber water, filling up a space. She looked at these natural juices, lightly tapping the rim of the bowls with her fingertips. Previously, selling the spiritual spring water as beauty water was truly a loss. That water was inexhaustible in the divine bracelet space. But if she were to open it up for use, it wouldn't fetch a good price since others would think it was just ordinary water. And it would also draw too much attention. The astonishment in Morongxian's eyes when he saw the miraculous water was still fresh in her mind. She was well aware. This divine bracelet space was her foundation for survival, and once it was discovered by others, it wouldn't just be difficult to establish herself in this unfamiliar place. Her very life could be at stake. Today could be considered a way to pave the way for future endeavors, establishing a good reputation first. She muttered softly, picking up an empty porcelain bottle, pouring in more than half a bottle of freshly squeezed loofah water, then taking out a small jade bottle from her pocket that she specifically used to store the spiritual spring water, only dropping 2 drops into it. The clear loofah water instantly shimmered with a faint glow, and the originally fresh fragrance seemed to gain a hint of indescribable warmth. From now on, she would do it this way. Adding a drop or 2 of the spiritual spring to the toner would not only avoid waste, but also make it less likely to reveal her secret. In addition to these water solutions, she had also set up a small pot in the kitchen, pouring in some fresh milk exchanged from the farmers, and cutting a few thick slices of aloe vera into it, simmering it slowly over low heat. In the nearby bamboo basket lay plenty of other items: dried snow grass, freshly picked purslane, clean dandelions, and even 2 ripe tomatoes. Everything she could think of that could be found nearby, she pulled out, planning to try making cream one by one. As she stirred the milk and aloe vera mixture in the pot, her eyes caught sight of the shiny set of metallic equipment at the corner of the table, which she had just exchanged for points from the system mall that morning. She had never made cosmetics before, back in the modern world. She was even too lazy to apply cream, but now that she was in a place where she couldn't buy skincare products, and also wanting to rely on this to earn a living, she had no choice but to learn. Fortunately, the mall had everything. She had already exchanged for several books on making cosmetics, such as Essentials of Herbal Skincare and Introduction to Cream Making, which were now spread out on the table, their pages already frayed from her flipping through them. These books were much more practical than the old medical books in her space's bamboo house. At least they could help her find her way. As she stirred, her wrist slowed down. The steam from the pot rose, blurring her vision and evoking some old memories. The scene of her previous argument with her boyfriend Jiang Zhiyuan suddenly came to mind. At that time, Jiang Zhiyuan advised her not to stick to a 9-to-5 job, saying that she was skilled and loved to experiment, so she might as well try doing what she liked, such as researching natural skincare products. But what did she say back then? It seemed she stubbornly retorted, claiming that those were unrealistic fantasies, and even complained that he was speaking without understanding the hardships. Looking back now, she realized how short-sighted she was. She gently tapped the edge of the pot with a wooden spoon, feeling regretful. In this ancient time, where she couldn't even find a bottle of cream, she could concoct skincare products with just a few books and a few herbs. When she was in the modern world, with so many ready-to-use tools and materials, why hadn't she thought of trying it out? If she had made up her mind earlier, perhaps she could have ventured into this craft and wouldn't have to squeeze into the subway every day just to clock in and check her boss's mood. Her thoughts drifted far away, and she couldn't help but think of home. Did her parents panic and lose their appetite when they found out she had suddenly disappeared? What about Jiang Zhiyuan, that guy who loved to bicker with her but would secretly cook her midnight snacks? Would he be searching all her usual spots for her? She raised her hand to touch the divine bracelet on her chest. The cool jade pressed against her skin. But her heart felt uneasy. Would the flow of time and the place the bracelet brought her to be different from that of the modern world? What if she stayed here for a year or so, only to return to find decades had passed? Her parents' hair would be gray, and she might never see them again. The milk in the pot gradually thickened, releasing a faint milky fragrance, but Su Ruoyao had lost her earlier enthusiasm. She lowered the heat and rested her chin on her hand, gazing out the window at the still bright sky, but her heart felt heavy. She both hoped to establish herself in this strange world with her skills and longed for a home that she might never return to. Chapter 26. Interaction soon. A small courtyard that was originally cluttered with miscellaneous items became Su Ruoyao's little world. Fresh cucumber juice bubbled in a clay pot. Half-dried rose petals were spread out on a bamboo tray. Finely ground almond flour was being pounded in a stone mortar. And bottles of skincare products were slowly taking shape here. What was stored in these jars and bottles were all genuine good things. There were no chemical powders that smelled pungent, nor sticky industrial oils. Everything was made from natural materials she had gathered in the courtyard and along the field paths. The freshly picked cucumbers carried the morning dew's freshness, the ripe papayas exuded a sweet fragrance, and even the honey used for blending was old honey from the previous year, thick enough to pull fine threads. The best part about this era was that everything grown in the fields and on the vines didn't require any pesticides to force them to grow. They could be picked and used directly after a quick rinse. The essence of those fruits and vegetables was pure, free from any chemical pesticides, making her feel at ease when applying them to her skin. Once the products were made, Su Ruoyao didn't rush to think about how to exchange them for money. Instead, she carefully divided them into small porcelain jars and sent them to her father's several concubines. Even Aunt Zhou, who usually had a stern face, received a small box from her, a blush made with peach blossom paste, radiating a natural rosy hue. Although she hadn't directly sold anything for profit, the concubines were quite cooperative. The third concubine, upon receiving the almond moisturizing cream she had given, sent back a half basket of freshly picked peaches the next day, all plump and juicy. The fifth concubine took the cucumber toner and genuinely brought her a plate of osmanthus cake the following day, sweet but not cloying, still warm. What surprised Su Ruoyao the most was Aunt Zhou. Although she hadn't said much when receiving the blush that day, whenever Su Ruoyao went to the kitchen for ingredients afterward, the servants sent by Aunt Zhou no longer pinched her as they used to. Sometimes, they would even give her an extra handful of freshly picked vegetables. Su Ruoyao held a piece of cake she had just received from the fifth concubine, savoring the sweet taste, feeling extremely relieved. Now it was great. She no longer had to sneakily send Xiaobai, the little fox that always wagged its tail, which usually transformed into a small dog, to the kitchen to steal leftover buns to fill her stomach. In the corner of the small courtyard, Xiaobai was wagging its tail, gnawing on a piece of walnut cake, and the sunlight shone brightly on the jars and bottles of skincare products, dazzlingly bright. Outside the window, the sunlight seemed to have been quietly sped up. It had just been slanting on the windowsill but quickly moved to a corner of the table, warmly spreading over the open plain paper where Morongxian was teaching Su Ruoyao calligraphy, arriving silently. When Morongxian pushed the door open, the hem of his robe brushed against the bamboo shadows in the corridor, creating a very light breeze. He was a prince, having been immersed in the royal study since he could remember. The emperor always said that princes were all candidates for the crown prince, teaching them with great care. There was no need to mention classical texts and historical records, just the characters he wrote had been molded by the grand tutor for over a decade. At this moment, he stood by the table, casually picking up the characters Su Ruoyao had written a few days ago to take a look. His fingertips landed on the turning points of the strokes. His handwriting was originally upright and restrained, with a dignified style characteristic of royal children, but facing Su Ruoyao, he always felt that a girl's handwriting should be different. Let us try this book today. He pulled out a scroll from the box he brought, and as he unfolded it, the scent of ink mixed with the old smell of the paper wafted out. This was a small script by a female calligrapher from the previous dynasty, with strokes soft yet firm, perfectly matching her style. Su Ruoyao leaned over to take a look, and the characters on the scroll indeed resembled dew-kissed willow leaves, delicate yet resilient. She lightly tapped the paper with her fingertip, her eyes brightening. It looks better than the one yesterday. Seeing that she liked it, Morongxian's lips curled into a slight smile. He picked up a brush, dipped it in ink, and said, "I'll write it first. You watch closely." The brush almost made no sound as it touched the paper. He turned his wrist lightly, each stroke moving at just the right pace. Su Ruoyao stared at his fingers holding the brush, watching how his well-defined knuckles guided the brush across the paper, forgetting to blink for a moment. She was not a beginner at writing, but the characters of this by Luo continent were different from those she had learned before. However, the moment her fingertip touched the brush, that familiar feeling of being acquainted with the paper and brush returned. The strength in her wrist and the rhythm of her breathing while writing felt like memories etched in her bones. When Morongxian finished writing, she took the brush from him and imitated his movements to dip it in ink. Initially, she was a bit clumsy, but after writing 3 or 4 characters, the strokes gradually became smoother. Morongxian quietly watched from the side. When he saw her write a crooked stroke, he tapped the table with his fingers. "Relax your wrist here. You don't need to apply too much pressure." Su Ruoyao responded with an "oh" and quickly adjusted. The tip of the brush paused for a moment, and the ink dripped onto the paper, spreading into a small dot. She stuck out her tongue and wrote it again. He didn't rush her, only occasionally offering a suggestion. As the sunlight moved from the table to their feet, the characters Su Ruoyao wrote began to show some of the elegance of the scroll. "Let us take a break." Morongxian put away the brush, and Su Ruoyao immediately relaxed her hand, rubbing her slightly sore wrist as she stood up and turned towards the table where a blue and white porcelain fruit plate was filled to the brim. The purple grapes were glistening with water droplets, the peeled lychee was as white as jade, and there were halved oranges with translucent flesh. The sweet fragrance wafting through the air. These fruits were sent by Murongxian, changed daily, always picking the freshest ones. Su Ruoyao picked a lychee and stuffed it into her mouth. The sweet juice melted on her tongue, and she mumbled, "Today's lychee is sweeter than yesterday's." Murongxian picked a grape and slowly peeled it. The kitchen said it was just transported from the south this morning, very fresh. Su Ruoyao took another bite of the orange. The flesh was so tender it hardly needed chewing. As she ate, she thought that she might have to treat these fruits as meals since the quantities delivered were generous, and she didn't like to share them with others. So she could only keep stuffing them into her mouth day by day. But it wasn't a loss. Although this Bailuo continent was said to be the lowest level cultivation continent, it was much better than the earth she had been on before. Just the fruits, rich in sweetness, included many she had never seen before. A few days ago, they sent over a type of red-skinned fruit. When peeled, the flesh was light pink and tasted slightly floral, and she almost swallowed the pit. "Are the fruits from those trees in your space this sweet?" Murongxian suddenly asked. Su Ruoyao nodded, her eyes crinkling. "Yes, sweet. They're just short trees, easy to pick, but they ripen slowly, unlike here where there are new fruits every day." She stuffed her mouth full, her cheeks puffed out. Murongxian glanced over and handed her a peeled grape, softly saying, "Eat slowly, no one is competing with you." The time spent together was like the fine water dripping from the eaves, gradually washing away the initial awkwardness of their acquaintance. As Su Ruoyao and Murongxian spent more time together, their conversations evolved from mere small talk about the weather over a meal, to chatting comfortably by the warm stove for half the night. After dinner one evening, Murongxian was picking out longans from the fruit plate for her when Su Ruoyao, fiddling with a piece of candied fruit, suddenly spoke softly, "Actually, the water in the well at the back of the courtyard where I live is a bit special." Murongxian paused in his picking, his eyes still holding a hint of a smile as he looked at her, and she continued, "The water tastes sweet, and if used to water flowers, even withered potted plants can turn green again. If used for medicine, wounds heal faster than usual. I call it spirit spring water." Su Ruoyao didn't tell him that her space had spirit spring water, and instead used the well water as a substitute. Perhaps it was all just an explanation. Before she finished speaking, Murongxian had already set down the silver pick he was holding, his brows slightly furrowing. He leaned forward, lowering his voice a bit. "Have you mentioned this to anyone else?" Seeing Su Ruoyao shake her head, he relaxed a little but still spoke in a serious tone. "You must never mention it again. If this matter gets out, it could bring disaster." His fingers were tense, and Su Ruoyao felt a bit of relief in her heart. In fact, she had wanted to tell him for a long time. They were now bound together, and keeping this secret made her feel insincere. If even this small matter required mutual suspicion, life would be exhausting. Murongxian looked into her clear eyes, his throat moving slightly, and he fell silent, silently pushing the picked longans closer to her. A few days later, on a morning, Murongxian handed her a neatly folded piece of paper. Su Ruoyao unfolded it, and was surprised to find it filled with dense writing, listing everything from the silk shop in the south of the city to the fertile fields outside the city, even including the several boxes of rare ancient books in his study, along with the age and profits of each property at the end. This made her look up at him, her eyes filled with astonishment. A betrothal list. The tips of Murongxian's ears turned slightly red, but he still met her gaze seriously, saying, "The matter of the crown prince selecting a consort should be settled soon. Once that is done, I will go ask His Majesty for a marriage decree. All of this will be managed by you then." He paused, his voice softening a bit. "I ask for nothing else, just that in the days to come, you and I can have no barriers between us and walk forward together." Su Ruoyao stared at the words on the paper, and then looked up at the man before her. The sincerity in his eyes was so genuine, like the melted ice in a spring stream, clear all the way to the bottom. She opened her mouth, but the words she wanted to say got stuck in her throat and wouldn't come out. Yes, she couldn't go back. It had been nearly half a year since she arrived here. She had tried countless methods, kneeling before the thunderous mountain peaks when she first came, shouting at the lake that could reflect the moon, even grasping at the light that had crossed over in her dreams. In the end, it was all in vain. How could she still have the right to say no? But how could she say this to Murongxian? He lived in this ancient world, believing in the hierarchy of rulers and subjects, understanding the 3 books and 6 etiquettes, and he didn't even know how to write the words crossing over. So how could he understand the insurmountable chasm in her heart? Su Ruoyao lowered her eyes, her fingertips lightly brushing over the line that mentioned the pharmacy in the west of the city. That was something she casually mentioned a few days ago about the high price of medicinal herbs in winter, and he had remembered it. She finally gave a soft listening to Murongxian's suddenly lighter breathing, feeling her eyes moisten. Perhaps this was also good, she thought. In this unfamiliar time and space, Having someone willing to lay their heart and resources before her was already a rare warmth. Chapter 27. Refining the body tempering pill. As the morning light just crept over the windowsill, Su Ruyao was arranging her hair in front of the bronze mirror. As her fingertips brushed against her skin behind her ear, she could clearly feel a slight stiffness. Since drinking the spirit spring water that unblocked her meridians, she had finally freed herself from the shackles of a useless spiritual root, and could now practice her cultivation following the heart method. However, the residual impurities in her body still felt like dust clinging to her bones, leaving a faint sense of obstruction when circulating her spiritual energy, like a few grains of fine sand settling in a clear stream. It didn't hinder the flow, but it always lacked a complete clarity. Host, please note, the time limit for the side quest, Refining the Body Tempering Pill, is 12 hours remaining. Please complete it as soon as possible. The sudden mechanical voice in her mind made her fingers pause. Without needing to think, she knew it was the awkwardly named Three Realms Problem-Solving Bureau system. This system could take her through the realms of gods, humans, demons, magic, and ghosts, with absurdly powerful functions, but its personality was like a rigid overseer, always popping up when she was least prepared. Su Ruyao helplessly curled her lips. She was equipped with a divine bracelet that could store items and assist in cultivation, and bound to such a cross-realm system. It should have been an enviable opportunity for others, yet she was clumsy with both. The divine bracelet had once felt like a locked mechanism, and it took her half a month to figure out how to use it. The system was even more random, releasing tasks based entirely on its schedule, never caring whether she was eating or meditating. Fortunately, today was different from the past. She gently twisted her fingers on the divine bracelet at her wrist, and a light blue aura enveloped her as she vanished from her current location, appearing in the space of the divine bracelet. Below her were medicinal fields covered in morning dew, water droplets rolling on the verdant leaves of the nourishing grass, and the purple washsoul flower was gently unfurling its petals, with the air filled with a clear, bitter yet sweet medicinal fragrance. Since she had finally been able to enter and exit freely a few days ago, she had spent most of her time in the library deep within the space, memorizing the characteristics of thousands of medicinal herbs. The yellowing medicinal herb illustrations clearly depicted even the leaf veins, not to mention those alchemy secrets, from the fire control techniques to the condensation methods, and even included insights written by a master alchemist, with tips for refining the body tempering pill, such as the trick of using spiritual energy to draw arcs if the herb stuck to the pot. Although she had personally refined only a handful of pills, she had amassed a wealth of knowledge. Now that she was to refine the body tempering pill, which herbs to use and how to control the heat were already as clear as if etched in her heart. Su Ruyao crouched down, carefully pinching off 3 dew-covered leaves of the nourishing grass to use for the body tempering pill. Fresh herbs were necessary, and the spiritual energy in the space was abundant, making the freshly picked herbs the most effective. She also gathered the flower cores of the washsoul flower, and the tender stems of the dragon whisker vine, each according to the amounts specified in the texts, placing them in a bamboo basket on the stone table. As she turned, she caught sight of a jade bottle on the stone shelf, and recalled the system's earlier mention that refining the body tempering pill didn't require spirit spring water, but adding it would enhance the efficacy at least 5-fold, and it was compatible with all pills without any restrictions. So she casually took 3 bottles and tucked them into her sleeve. The spirit spring water was living water from the space. She had relied on it to unblock her meridians last time, and now it could double the efficacy of the body tempering pill, which she certainly couldn't neglect, especially since the impurities in her body were waiting for this pill to cleanse them completely. Su Ruyao patted the herbs in the bamboo basket, gazing at the dark alchemy furnace not far away, taking a deep breath. In the past, she had always worried about being unfamiliar with the divine bracelet and the system. But now, holding a basket full of herbs and recalling the alchemy formulas she had memorized in the library, she felt a sense of determination rising within her. This time, she would definitely refine the best body tempering pill, not just to complete the system task, but also to thoroughly cleanse her newly cultivated body. On the stone table, the bamboo basket was neatly arranged with various medicinal herbs, the fresh green of the nourishing grass still glistening with moisture, and the purple core of the washsoul flower exuding a lustrous sheen. Su Ruyao shifted the basket aside, and ran her fingers over the cold wall of the alchemy furnace. This dark furnace was a part of the divine bracelet space, the body engraved with vague cloud patterns. It was said to have been used by some scattered immortal in the past. Although it wasn't top tier, it was stable enough. Taking a deep breath, she raised her hand and brushed over the furnace opening. Refining elixirs is the most mentally exhausting task. Ordinary cultivators often need to concentrate and meditate for half an hour before daring to open the furnace. However, as soon as Su Ruyao's fingertips brushed against the edge of the furnace, her consciousness became clear and bright. She was a strand of rope twisted from 2 souls. The original owner, Su Ruoyao, inherently possessed a bit of spiritual wisdom, and her mental strength was steadier than that of her peers. Coupled with the experience of the other her who had traversed from another world, having endured countless nights of studying by lamplight, she had long cultivated a calm and composed mind. The two strands of mental energy intertwined, like a tightly twisted hemp rope, far stronger than an ordinary cultivator's, causing a gentle warmth to rise at her fingertips. Following the advice of that master, she whispered softly and lifted her hand to pour all the herbs from the bamboo basket into the furnace. The congealed fat grass, marrow-cleansing flowers, and dragon beard vines collided at the bottom of the furnace, producing a faint sound, but she didn't give the herbs a chance to clash against each other. The mental energy in her sea of consciousness surged out like an invisible net, precisely enveloping each herb. This was the most exquisite method from that alchemy master. While ordinary people refining body-strengthening pills often preferred to slowly refine each herb one by one, fearing that mixing them would lose the balance, the master said that what was needed for body-strengthening pills was fusion. Whether early or late, it was all fusion, so it was better to guard it from the start. Su Ruoyao followed the method, splitting her mental energy into 7 or 8 strands, with each strand wrapping around a different herb, her fingertips resting against the furnace wall to sense the internal temperature. The congealed fat grass was the most tender and required gentle heat to slowly roast, so she guided that strand of mental energy to sway gently, like coaxing a delicate child, watching the grass leaves gradually soften in the warmth, turning into a pool of shimmering juice. The dragon beard vine was tough and needed a bit more heat to force it to dissolve, so she tightened the mental energy, applying a bit of pressure, watching the vine curl into a circle in the flames, ultimately melting into translucent silver threads. The marrow-cleansing flower was the most crucial. The spiritual energy in its core was the richest, and she dared not rush. The mental energy wrapped around it like a soft veil, waiting for the petals to dissolve before gently urging the core to merge into purple mist. Gradually, the scent of the herbs wafted from the furnace. Initially mixed with various herbal odors, it slowly blended into a dense and warm aroma. Sweat beaded at Su Ruoyao's temples, and her fingertips trembled slightly. She had exhausted her mental energy too much, feeling as if a large chunk had been hollowed out from her sea of consciousness, leaving it aching and empty. Gritting her teeth, she did not relent, her eyes fixed on the gradually solidifying herbal essence in the furnace, watching it slowly gather into a round mass, gradually collecting the dissipating spiritual energy. It was almost done, her throat dry as she watched the mass of herbal essence finally stabilize in shape. She shakily took out a jade bottle from her sleeve pocket, removed the cork, and dripped 3 drops of spiritual spring water into the furnace. As the spiritual spring water fell into the furnace, before she could react, a wave of sweet herbal aroma surged out, richer and more transparent than the warm fragrance from before, like the spring water just melted in a mountain stream, drifting out from the furnace opening, making one feel their limbs relax significantly. The pill was completed. Su Ruoyao's eyes lit up. Ignoring the sweat, she reached out to lift the furnace lid. At the bottom of the furnace lay 5 pills, stable and round, about the size of a fingernail, glowing a light golden color with a layer of moist sheen on the surface. Each pill was perfectly round and plump, with evenly arranged patterns. Su Ruoyao picked one up and weighed it in her hand. It was warm to the touch, and the herbal fragrance danced between her fingers, looking even more perfect than the top-grade body-strengthening pills illustrated in the texts. But how effective were they? She turned the pill in her fingers, feeling uncertain. In alchemy, a good appearance did not necessarily mean strong efficacy. One had to test it to know. She glanced at the corner of the space, where a pile of hay was stacked, and saw Xiaobai curled up on the hay, napping. Should she test the pill on Xiaobai? As soon as this thought arose, Su Ruoyao quickly shook her head. What if the pill was wrong and its effects were too strong, potentially poisoning Xiaobai? She tightened her grip on the pill, looking at the small, curled-up Xiaobai, her heart softening. But then she recalled the details of the alchemy process. Every herb was selected according to the diagram, and none were mistaken. The heat was controlled according to the master's insights, exactly right. The spiritual spring water was very gentle, and she had drunk it without issue last time. Where could there be anything lethal? As this worry dissipated, Su Ruoyao smiled, holding the pill. She took a couple of steps toward the haystack, raising her hand toward the still napping Xiaobai. Xiaobai? Wake up, I have a good thing for you to try. Chapter 28. Taking the body-strengthening pill, Xiaobai in the haystack stirred, slowly stretching from its original curled-up position, revealing its pointy little ears and fluffy tail. It turned out to be a little fox, not the rabbit she originally thought. It rubbed its drowsy amber-colored eyes, its little nose twitching as it sniffed the air filled with the herbal aroma, instantly waking up more than half. Its tail even wagged joyfully against the hay. Master, master! What is it? It smells so good. Su Ruoyao extended her hand holding the pill, her fingertip hovering above its nose. Here, this is the body strengthening pill I just refined. Try it and see how it tastes. Xiaobai's eyes brightened, and it hurriedly extended its small, pink paws, the soft pads ready to carefully cradle the pill. But Su Ruyao was quick. Tilting her fingertip, the light golden body strengthening pill landed steadily in its mouth. The pill melted immediately upon entering, leaving only a trace of faint sweetness on its tongue, so quick it felt like an illusion. Xiaobai was momentarily stunned, tilting its head, still wanting to savor the flavor. Su Ruyao had already crouched down, her eyes fixed on it without blinking, even holding her breath a little. She was more eager than Xiaobai to see the effects. In just a couple of breaths, changes began to occur on Xiaobai. First, a bit of gray-black appeared on the white fur around its neck, like a speck of dirt. Then that gray-black spread visibly fast, crawling along its back toward the tip of its tail. In a moment, Xiaobai's originally snowy white fur was covered with a thick layer of filth, and even its fluffy tail drooped down, looking dirty and disheveled. Even worse, as the filth accumulated, a foul smell accompanied by a fishy odor began to waft out. While not overwhelming, it was certainly not pleasant. Su Ruyao took half a step back, pinching her nose and clicking her tongue. Wow, Xiaobai, I really didn't realize you were this dirty. She recalled how just a few days ago she had held this little creature in her arms to warm her hands, unable to help but laugh. I even hugged you earlier. Thinking back, I feel a bit cheated. Xiaobai clearly noticed the smell too. It shook its small body, disdainfully shook its head, and no longer cared to savor the flavor of the pill. With a whoosh, it darted out from Su Ruyao's feet, and headed straight for the corner of the space where the pool of spiritual spring water was. That pool was formed by the gathering of spiritual spring water in the space, perpetually exuding a faint white mist. Xiaobai loved to lie by the pool to drink water. With a splash, it jumped into the pool, sending up a few small splashes, and its little paws flailed in the water, vigorously scrubbing off the dirt on its body. Strangely, when the spiritual spring water came into contact with the dirt, the originally clear water did not become murky. Instead, it seemed to have a suction effect, gradually peeling the dirt away from Xiaobai's white fur. When Su Ruyao followed over, she saw Xiaobai splashing happily in the pool. The filth that had wrapped it was already floating on the water's surface, drifting toward the edge of the pool. Near the edge, next to the medicinal field. As the filth approached the ridge, it seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, slowly seeping into the soil of the medicinal field. The spiritual spring water had a self-purifying function. These impurities expelled from living beings turned out to be good nourishment for the herbs. And even a few newly sprouted herbs along the ridge seemed to have stretched their leaves a bit. After Xiaobai had cleaned itself up, it shook off the water droplets and revealed its snowy white fur again, even fluffier and softer than before. Its amber eyes sparkled more. But when it looked at Su Ruyao, it still bore a hint of grievance. Master is mean. Seeing Xiaobai shake off the filth and return to its fluffy snowy white appearance, looking a bit wronged, Su Ruyao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Her last bit of worry completely dissipating. It seemed that this body-strengthening pill not only had no side effects but was also genuinely effective. She took out 2 more body-strengthening pills and weighed them in her fingers. I saw in the alchemy books before that the body refinement pill, when taken for the first time, has the best effect, able to expel the deep impurities accumulated in the body over many years. Subsequent doses would be much less effective, almost negligible. My physique is much sturdier than that little guy, Xiaobai, so I probably have more impurities left. 1 pill might not be thorough enough. 2 should be just right. Su Ruyao made up her mind, no longer hesitating, and put 2 into her mouth. The pills melted instantly, seeming even more gentle than the one she had just fed Xiaobai. A faint warmth slid down her throat and quickly spread to her limbs and bones. Just as she internally praised how comfortable it felt, the changes began. First, a slight tingling sensation came from beneath her skin, followed by gray-black dirt seeping out from her arms and neck, exactly like what had happened with Xiaobai. In just a moment, the dirt accumulated more and more, flowing down her skin, accompanied by a much stronger foul smell than that of Xiaobai. Su Ruyao couldn't help but frown. The sensation of the dirt sticking to her body was truly unpleasant, sticky and slimy, with a strange odor. She secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, she was in the space of the divine bracelet. If this happened outside and someone saw her like this, it would be utterly embarrassing. Without thinking too much, she turned and ran towards a small house not far away. Earlier, for convenience, she had dug a medium-sized pool against the wall inside, channeling spiritual spring water into it, using this water for washing. At this moment, she couldn't be picky. With a splash, she jumped into the pool, the icy and clear spring water instantly washing over her ankles and waist, flushing away the uncomfortable dirt. This spring water was indeed alive, possessing purifying abilities. The spring water that had just touched the dirt was only slightly murky for a moment before quickly becoming clear again. The dirt that was washed away quietly flowed out through the gaps at the bottom of the pool, presumably directed to the medicinal field as nutrients. Just like the dirt Xiao Bai had washed off, Su Ruoyao soaked in the pool for about half a quarter of an hour, until she felt every inch of her body was free of dirt, her skin glowing with a fresh sheen, before climbing out. Wrapping herself in a clean outer garment that she had prepared earlier, she took a deep breath, feeling a refreshing aura rush from her nose to her heart, as if all her bones had been soaked open, feeling relaxed and comfortable. The spiritual power that had been depleted from refining the pills seemed to have been replenished significantly, and even her sea of consciousness became much clearer. She raised her hands to stretch her limbs, feeling as light as if she could fly, with every pore feeling transparent. Her condition was excellent. The effect of the body refinement pill was indeed impressive. In a good mood, Su Ruoyao remembered that she hadn't fully completed the part-time task given by the system, and turned around to head back to the medicinal field. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. With the experience of successfully refining pills the first time, and coupled with the alchemical formulas in her sea of consciousness that she had already mastered, the subsequent refining process went much smoother. She was no longer as cautious as the first time, fearing mistakes. Her control over spiritual power became increasingly precise, and her grasp of the heat was becoming more and more proficient. 1 furnace, 2 furnaces, she refined more than 20 batches of body refinement pills in succession. On the open space beside the medicinal field, rows of jade bottles filled with pills quickly piled up. By the time she reached the last furnace, facing the same amount of medicinal materials as the first furnace, Su Ruoyao guided the furnace fire with her fingertips, keeping the temperature just right for the medicinal materials to fuse. When the furnace opened, even she was taken aback to see 20 body refinement pills neatly lying at the bottom. Each one was plump and round, with an even color. Even more perfect than the initial 5. It worked. Su Ruoyao looked at the full furnace of pills, her eyes shining with joy. From 5 pills in one furnace to 20 in another, this was quite an improvement. She carefully packed the last batch of pills into jade bottles, counted the total, and saw that it far exceeded the system's task requirements. Satisfied, she clapped her hands. Not bad, time to wrap up. Chapter 29. The appearance of the space spirit. Su Ruoyao counted the jade bottles piled on the stone table, tapping the bottle bodies with her fingertips, calculating seriously that each furnace had at least 7 or 8 pills, and at most 20, totaling around 150 body refinement pills in her hands. Just as she finished capping the last jade bottle, a mechanical voice echoed in her mind. 3 Realms Problem Resolution Bureau System Notification. The task of refining 100 body refinement pills has been completed. Do you want to unlock the next task? Yes. Without thinking much, Su Ruoyao replied. As soon as her voice fell, a light blue screen popped up in front of her, clearly listing the new task. Please supplement the medicinal materials in the medicinal field, and dry the mature medicinal materials for storage. She glanced at the task content, feeling no panic. Earlier, while rummaging through the bamboo house, she had seen a shelf piled with many cloth bags. Aside from the dried medicinal materials, the remaining bags were filled with bulging medicinal seeds. Once the medicinal materials in the field matured, she could also collect new seeds, so she wasn't worried about exhausting the medicinal field. However, planting medicinal materials required tilling the soil, sowing seeds, and taking care of everything. And she had just refined over 20 batches of pills. Her arms still felt sore. She felt that it would be a bit too much for her to handle alone. It would be great to have a helper. Su Ruoyao rubbed her arms and muttered, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards the little white fox lying on the grass pile licking its paws. Upon hearing the noise, Xiao Bai raised its amber eyes to look over, its tail lightly swishing. But after all, it was just a small fox. At most, it could dig a bit in the soft soil. When it came to planting medicinal materials or managing the medicinal field, it couldn't really help with anything substantial. Just as she was thinking this, the light screen suddenly flickered, and the system's voice rang out again. Detected that the host has completed the designated task, triggering a special exchange. 100 body refinement pills can be exchanged for the prize, Space Spirit. This opportunity is available only once. If you exit the interface, the Space Spirit will no longer appear. Immediately, an introduction to the Space Spirit popped up on the screen. The Space Spirit can assist the host in managing space and organizing the medicinal field, introduced from the spirit realm by the system, and is the only one of its kind. A helper. Su Ruoyao's eyes lit up instantly. Without hesitation, she waved her hands. Hey, don't exit. Don't exit. It's just 100 body refinement pills. I'll hand them over. She smiled broadly, nodding repeatedly. Exchange. Immediately exchange. As soon as she finished speaking, a chubby little figure popped out of the light screen. However, this little figure was quite small, only about the size of a watermelon. Wearing a light green little coat, wobbling slightly when it landed on the stone table. Su Royale waved her hand to dismiss the light screen, and leaned in closely to examine the little figure, which looked just like a human child, except for its pointy ears that stood up like a little rabbit's on its head, moving slightly. The most striking feature was its eyes, which were a transparent blue, like sapphires submerged in water, shining brightly enough to reflect her shadow. Oh, hello, little spirit. Su Royale couldn't help but poke its soft arm, welcoming it to her space. Can you grow a bit bigger? You're so small. I'm afraid I might step on you if I'm not careful. The little spirit blinked its blue eyes. Its voice soft and a bit childish. Master, I'm not an adult yet. This is already the biggest I can grow. Not an adult? Su Royale became interested. So that means it will grow up? How long will it take for you to become an adult? Master, that's not certain. The little spirit shook its head, its pointy ears quivering. It depends on your level and the space's level. Once you cultivate to the divine level, and the space evolves into a small world of its own, I'll meet the conditions for adulthood and be able to grow up then. How tall can you grow when you're an adult? Also, are you a boy or a girl? Su Royale became more and more curious. Master, I'm just a little cub. I'm a boy. The little spirit puffed out its small chest, its eyes sparkling with pride. When I grow up, I'll be able to transform my height. I can be big or small. I can already change now, but I can only become small and can't grow bigger. When I reach adulthood, although I won't be as tall as the heavens, I can grow to about 2 meters in this space, like Optimus Prime. However, once out of the space, it won't work. 2 meters? Su Royale rubbed her chin and muttered to herself. That's about the same as us Earthlings. Besides, his blue eyes look quite like those of Caucasians on Earth. Many of them have blue eyes. But after all, he is an elf, and he can shrink down. Which is quite interesting. She casually said, you can shrink? That's impressive. Yes, master. The little elf nodded seriously, using its tiny paws to count. Our elf realm has long signed a long-term contract with the system realm. Every system has an elf as a steward. Oh, is that so? Su Royale became interested. What can you do? By the way, do you have a name? What should I call you? Master, I don't have a name, only a code. That code isn't my name, it's the ranking of the space system I am bound to. The little elf looked up at her with its bright blue eyes. You can give me a name. As for my functions, there are many, but they can only be gradually unlocked when the space levels up. Right now, I can help the master manage the medicinal field and plant herbs. Since your eyes are blue, let's call you Little Blue. Su Royale clapped her hands and then asked. You just said you have many abilities. What can you do now? Master, when the space unlocks to a higher level, I can freely change forms. I can transform anything in the space. I can become invisible, enter and exit freely within 10 miles of the space, and help the master with surveillance and gathering information. Little Blue counted diligently with its tiny fingers. Usually, I can manage the medicinal field, remove weeds, and even clean the room. Once the space upgrades, I can also build houses. Wow, you're quite versatile. That's amazing. Su Royale raised her eyebrows in surprise and couldn't help but examine its tiny body. But looking at your small frame, how can you build a house? You can't move bricks and tiles, right? Master, I have telekinesis. Little Blue puffed its little belly with a hint of pride in its tone. This ability is like the mental energy you use for cultivation. It doesn't require brute force. I can move stones and transport wood with just my thoughts. That's great. Su Royale smiled, thought about the current situation, and said, but you don't have to do any heavy work right now. Just help me with weeding and watering in the medicinal field. Little Blue nodded vigorously, its blue eyes curving into crescent moons. Okay, master. Saying that, it trotted off towards the medicinal field, its pointy ears gently swaying in the wind, looking quite clever. Su Royale watched its back and couldn't help but smile. With Little Blue's help, managing the space would certainly save her a lot of trouble. As Su Royale was watching Little Blue run towards the medicinal field, she suddenly remembered what it had said about being able to shrink. She paused her steps and called out, "Oh right, Little Blue, you mentioned you can shrink. How small can you get?" As soon as she finished speaking, she saw the chubby little figure the size of a watermelon on the stone table gently shake. A faint green light wrapped around it and flashed. When she looked closely again, the stone table was empty. There was no trace of Little Blue. Ha! Su Royale was stunned, instinctively looking under the table and rummaging through the basket of herbs nearby, but she didn't see a single trace of the elf. She couldn't help but mumble, "Hey, Little Blue, where did you run off to? Did you use your invisibility ability early?" "Master, I'm right here," a delicate voice whispered close to her ear, soft and smaller than before. Su Royale quickly turned her head and caught a glimpse of a tiny dot the size of a sesame seed on her sleeve. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Little Blue, now with a pair of transparent wings that flapped so fast they were almost invisible. "I can shrink down to the size of a mosquito," Little Blue's voice floated over with the wind, thin yet clear. This is the smallest form I can take in the macro realm. Plus, when I shrink, I grow wings and can fly without making a sound. To put it broadly, this is my invisibility ability. Su Royale stared at the tiny mosquito-sized Little Blue for a while and couldn't help but laugh. So this is what you meant by invisibility. No wonder I couldn't find you earlier. At the size of a mosquito, you can fly silently, and even if someone is watching, they would probably have a hard time spotting you. It's almost like being invisible. She held her finger nearby, afraid to touch it. Worried she might accidentally sweat the tiny creature away. Come back to your normal size. You're so small that I have to tiptoe to talk to you. Afraid of scaring you. Little Blue buzzed its wings and emitted another green flash. In the blink of an eye, it transformed back into the watermelon-sized little figure, landing steadily on her hand with its bright blue eyes sparkling. If the master wants to find me in the future, just call out, and I'll be able to hear you. Chapter 30. Gift of Body Refining Pills to Morong Xian. Using 100 body refining pills, Su Royale exchanged for Little Blue from the system. She counted the remaining pills. There were still over 50 in the jade bottle. She twisted the bottle in her hand, having already consumed 2 herself. The impurities in her body had been mostly expelled. According to the records, taking more wouldn't have much effect. So it would be better to try them out in the real world. After all, this was a cultivation world. And body refining pills were essential for refining and purifying impurities. Not to mention that the pills she refined also contained spiritual spring water, making their efficacy at least 5 times stronger than ordinary pills. Even if other alchemists had the formulas, she was confident that her pills would outshine them in quality and effectiveness, so she wasn't worried about them being unwanted. Having made up her mind, Su Royale stored the magical bracelet. Just as she securely placed the pills, footsteps sounded outside the courtyard. It was Morong Xian arriving. He had been coming frequently these days to teach her calligraphy, which had become quite routine. When Morong Xian walked into the room and spread the writing tools on the table, Su Royale took out a small porcelain bottle from her sleeve and handed it over. Here, this is for you. Morong Xian paused with the wolf hair brush in his hand, took the porcelain bottle, and examined its plain body, sealed with a cork. It had a faint herbal fragrance. He raised an eyebrow. What is this? Body refining pills that I made myself. Su Royale sat casually in a chair. They can expel impurities from your body. You can try them out. Oh, but don't eat them now. Prepare some bathwater at home first, and take them before you bathe. Otherwise, you'll get very dirty afterward. Body refining pills? Morong Xian pinched the cork, frowning slightly. He had never heard of this name before. What? You've never heard of it? Su Royale was taken aback. This body refining pill wasn't obscure in the records. How could he not have heard of it? I did see a few words about it in a miscellaneous book earlier. Morong Xian recalled, lightly tapping the table with his fingers. That book seemed to record oddities, saying that this item and the materials used to make it seemed only to be found in the upper realm. He looked at Su Royale with a hint of confusion in his eyes, adding, as for the so-called upper realm, we've only heard of it in legends. In the past years on Biluo continent, no one has ever heard of any ancestor truly ascending. He paused and added, people here aren't enthusiastic about cultivation and ascension. They are more focused on martial arts. Just like my sect, the Tianjian sect, the library is filled with swordsmanship and techniques. And I can't even find a decent book on alchemy. So that's how it is. Su Royale supported her chin, but her heart suddenly brightened. Biluo continent didn't have body refining pills? Even the formulas were rare? Did that mean that only she could refine these pills, and only she had them? She gazed out the window, her fingers unconsciously picking at the armrest of the chair. If she took these pills to the auction house, with their unique scarcity, wouldn't they sell for a sky-high price? Morong Xian carefully tucked the porcelain bottle containing the body refining pills into his sleeve. As his fingers touched the cool porcelain surface, he remembered Su Royale saying that he should bathe after taking them. Although he still had some doubts about this unfamiliar pill, he didn't ask further. He simply continued teaching her to finish half a piece of writing before taking his leave back to his residence. After returning home and dismissing his servants, he sat alone on the soft couch in the clean room and pulled out the porcelain bottle again. Pulling out the cork, a refreshing medicinal fragrance wafted out. Much better than the tonics usually kept in the residence. He poured out the pale golden pill, watching it glow warmly in his fingers. After hesitating for a moment, he tilted his head and swallowed it. The medicinal pill melted in his mouth. He initially thought it would taste like the usual bitterness of herbs, but to his surprise, it had a hint of faint sweetness. As it slid down his throat, it was enveloped by a warm sensation. Morong Xian thought to himself that it wasn't too uncomfortable. But suddenly that warmth exploded at his dantian, not as a gentle warmth, but as a stinging heat, like countless fine needles drilling through his blood vessels into his limbs and bones. He instinctively clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Unlike the slight tingling he felt when taking the pill with Su Ruiyao, the spiritual spring water in the body refining pill seemed to carry a certain domineering force. He was not of any special constitution, and as the spiritual spring water flowed through him, it was almost stripping away impurities inch by inch, not even sparing the long accumulated filth between his bones. That feeling was akin to someone using a small chisel, slowly tapping away the dirt inside his bones, causing him to break into a sweat instantly, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks, quickly soaking his clothes. A foul smell gradually wafted through the purification chamber, much stronger than when Su Ruiyao took it. The impurities expelled from his bones were far more pungent than the dirt on his skin. Morongxian gritted his teeth, pressing his back firmly against the couch, forcing himself not to make a sound. Having grown up in the Tianjian sect and endured numerous injuries while practicing swordsmanship, he had developed a fortitude for suffering, but the pain he felt now was drilling out from the gaps in his bones, making him feel faint. Thankfully, he remembered to take the medicine at home as she suggested. In his dazed state, he even thought that if he had taken the medicine in front of Su Ruiyao earlier, and was now curled up in pain, covered in dirt, wouldn't that be embarrassing? He didn't know how long he endured, but the bone-piercing pain gradually receded. Morongxian collapsed on the couch, gasping for breath, feeling as though all his strength had been drained, but the previous stagnation in his bones had completely vanished. He tried to lift his hand, only to find his arm felt as light as if it had no weight, and his whole body was permeated with an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Only then did he notice that he was already covered in a layer of dark brown filth, sticky and foul-smelling. He forced himself to get up and hurried into the bathing room. The wooden tub was already filled with hot water, and with a splash he sat in, watching the filth dissolve upon contact with the water, flowing down the sides of the tub. After washing twice, until his skin felt smooth and soft, he finally wrapped himself in an outer robe and came out. The reflection in the copper mirror made him pause. His skin, which had always been slightly tanned from years of sword training, appeared several shades lighter, radiating a healthy glow. The sweat on his forehead hadn't dried yet and, as it slipped down his face, gave him a glistening sheen. Even his gaze was much brighter, giving him a somewhat ethereal clarity. Morongxian raised his hand to press against his arm, clearly feeling that his meridians were several times more open than before. Even his wrists, which often felt heavy when holding a sword, were now incredibly agile. He looked at his refreshed self in the copper mirror, and his admiration for Su Ruiyao's body refining pill deepened even further. The efficacy of this pill was even more astounding than he had imagined. The porcelain vial given to him by Su Ruiyao contained a total of 5 body refining pills. Morongxian held the empty vial for a while, his fingertips rubbing against the lingering herbal fragrance on the bottle. The efficacy of this pill was so remarkable, yet he couldn't be sure how long it could be stored. If left for too long, the spiritual energy might dissipate, which would be a pity. He sat by the window, his gaze landing on the few silent parasol trees outside the courtyard. His shadow guards were likely stationed in hidden spots on the wall, having followed him for many years, blocking arrows and exploring dangerous places for him. They were no longer just simple subordinates, but rather brothers he could trust with his back. With something so good, it was better to share it with them than to sell it for material gain. Resolutely, Morongxian called out, "Dark 1, Dark 3, Dark 7, Dark 9. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 dark figures silently landed in the room, kneeling on one knee. "Master, get up." Morongxian took out 4 body refining pills from his sleeve pocket, placing them into 4 small paper packages, and handing them over. "This is a body refining pill that can cleanse impurities from your body and help improve your cultivation. When you return, follow my instructions. Prepare hot water first, and bathe immediately after taking the medicine." The shadow guards, though unaware of what the body refining pill was, could see their master's serious expression and the warm luster of the pills, realizing they were rare treasures, and they replied in unison, "Thank you, master." They carefully received the medicine packages, and silently exited the room. The room fell quiet again as Morongxian sat cross-legged on the couch, recalling the smooth sensation of his meridians after taking the medicine. He focused and began to cultivate. In the past, when he practiced his techniques, he always felt as if there was a thin veil separating his meridians, causing his spiritual energy to flow sluggishly. Now, however, it was entirely different. Spiritual energy surged in through his nose and mouth, flowing through his body as smoothly as a rushing stream, making the energy in his dantian much more abundant than before. With his eyes closed and fingers forming the hand seals, he let the spiritual energy circulate repeatedly in his meridians, refining itself. He did not know how long had passed when he suddenly felt a slight swelling pain at his dantian, followed by a buzzing sound, as if an invisible barrier had been broken. His heart leaped with joy as he focused inward, realizing that the spiritual energy in his dantian had condensed several times compared to before, and the aura around him surged significantly. When he finished his cultivation and opened his eyes, the sky outside had already darkened. Morongxian raised his hand to feel the surging spiritual energy within him, a smile creeping onto his lips. In just a short period of cultivation, he had directly broken through 2 small realms from the 3rd level of Foundation Establishment, firmly standing at the threshold of the 5th level of Foundation Establishment. The effect of this body-refining pill was astonishing, even aiding in his cultivation advancement. He looked in the direction where the shadow guards were stationed outside and imagined that they would also see significant benefits after taking the pills. With that thought, the intense pain he had endured earlier seemed entirely worth it. Chapter 31. Morongxian speaks for the guards. Morongxian's 4 shadow guards followed their master's instructions, each finding a secluded spot to take the body-refining pills. When the effects kicked in, the bone-piercing pain nearly made them grind their teeth. Yet none of them uttered a sound. After all, they were accustomed to living on the edge of a knife, and this little pain was bearable. Once they endured that wave of discomfort and looked down, they found themselves covered in a layer of black filth, the foul smell causing them to frown. They hurriedly jumped into the prepared hot water to wash off the dirt, and when they raised their hands again, they felt as light as if they could ride the wind. When they circulated their internal power, there was not a trace of stagnation in their meridians. Dark One clenched his fist, feeling the significantly thicker spiritual energy at his dantian. His eyes flashing with surprise as he realized he had jumped directly from the 1st level of Foundation Establishment to the 4th level, a 3-level advancement. Even more surprisingly, the shoulder injury he had sustained while shielding his master from arrows in the past, which had always hurt during rainy days, was now completely gone. His shoulder felt incredibly agile while cultivating. Dark 3, Dark 7, and Dark 9 experienced similar improvements. Dark 3 advanced 2 levels, while Dark 7 and Dark 9 each advanced 1 level. The long-accumulated dark injuries seemed to have been dissolved by the spiritual spring water. Even the filth in their bones felt relaxed. When the 4 gathered together, looking at each other's faces filled with uncontainable joy, they all understood that this body-refining pill was truly a treasure. They naturally knew that the pills were given by Miss Su, and were aware that their master had few left. But when they thought of their brothers still stationed in the shadows, they exchanged glances, each seeing hope in the other's eyes. They were brothers who had been through life and death together, and with something so good, they all wished to share the benefits. Should we mention it to the master? Dark One lowered his voice and asked whether Miss Su might be willing to sell some pills. We are all Prince's guards, and our monthly allowance isn't small. Maybe we can gather enough. However, Dark 3 frowned. I'm afraid this pill is too rare. If it's too valuable, our monthly allowance might not even be enough for 1 pill. As soon as those words were spoken, the group fell silent. They were not afraid of spending money, but they feared that even if they spent it, they might not be able to buy it. In fact, they didn't need to speak up. Morongxian had already considered this matter. The day he saw the 4 shadow guards return impeccably clean, each exuding a much steadier aura. He sensed their cultivation had improved just by checking their levels, and he began to formulate a plan. These shadow guards had followed him, blocking arrows and enduring poison for him. Several times he had managed to crawl back from the gates of hell, all thanks to their life-threatening protection. Now that he had something that could make them stronger and heal their dark injuries, he certainly wouldn't be stingy. The next day, when Morongxian went to teach Su Ruiyao how to write, he didn't first spread out the ink and brush but instead got straight to the point. Miss Su, yesterday my 4 bodyguards took your body-refining pills. Not only did they level up, but their old injuries have also healed. I have many shadow guards by my side, brothers who have been with me for many years. I wonder if you would be willing to sell me some more pills? As he spoke, he clapped his hands, and immediately a servant outside carried in a heavy wooden box and placed it on the ground with a thud. When the lid was lifted, the box was filled with gold ingots, shining and dazzling, with at least 100 ingots, each heavy. Morongxian felt it was still not enough. So he took out a purple sandalwood box from his sleeve, opened it, and inside were stacks of silver notes, the smallest denomination being 1,000 taels, which together could probably buy half a city. You can take these for now. He looked at Su Ruiyao with a sincere tone. I know this may not be enough. After all, I have taken advantage of you. Seeing that Su Ruiyao did not respond immediately, he added, if you have any remaining pills, I can help you sell them at the auction house. I am familiar with the people at the auction house, and I am sure they can sell for a good price. I won't take a single cent from the auction proceeds. I just hope you can spare some pills for my bodyguards. His words were genuine, and the concern in his eyes was not a facade. Compared to money, he cared more about the safety of these bodyguards. They were willing to risk their lives for him, and naturally, he was willing to invest in their well-being. After listening to Morongxian, Su Ruiyao couldn't help but chuckle. pointing her fingertip at the gold ingots on the table, her eyes sparkling with excitement. There is no need for you to be in such a hurry to offer money. The body refining pills she created were originally for completing system tasks, and as she completed them, it was like playing a game where she fought monsters to accumulate experience, gradually evolving herself and her space. She had never really thought of selling them. Moreover, the cost of refining the pills was almost negligible. The medicinal materials were all harvested from the medicinal fields in her space, and time flowed differently there. While she spent 3 to 5 days outside, the herbs in her space had already sprouted new shoots and produced seeds, maturing continuously without any worry of running out. Earlier, she was concerned about the medicinal fields being unattended, but now with the help of Xiaolan, the spirit of her space, she was completely at ease. Although Xiaolan was only the size of a watermelon, he was very efficient. When the herbs were ripe, he would use his thoughts to gather and transport them to the bamboo house. When the fields were empty, he would hold seeds and sow them, watering them evenly with the spirit spring water. And he took the initiative to handle the tedious tasks of drying and storing herbs, even organizing the medicinal baskets in the corners of the bamboo house neatly, with such a clever assistant keeping watch. She didn't have to stay by the medicinal fields every day, which saved her a lot of time to think about other things. During these days of idleness, she had been refining pills in the space, one furnace after another, and had already accumulated over 500 body refining pills. She had eaten two herself. And Xiaobai had also benefited, unknowingly becoming enamored with the taste of the pills. She simply treated the pills like candy beans, feeding him at least 200 to 300 over time. Xiaobai, being a fox, didn't feel any pain after eating them. Every time he finished, he would soak in the spirit spring water, and his fur became even whiter and fluffier, his eyes shining as if they had been polished, looking more spirited than before. I have plenty of pills on hand, 500 for sure, Su Ruiyao said, taking out a bulging jade vial from her sleeve and shaking it. Xiaobai and I have had enough. There's no harm in keeping some. She paused, then remembered something, her eyes curving with a smile. Speaking of which, I was just thinking about it. It's getting boring to keep refining body refining pills. I need to find a way to unlock some new pill recipes. Xiaobai has been eating the same candy bean, and should change it up a bit. Murong Xian noticed Su Ruiyao's mention of wanting to unlock new recipes, and his eyes brightened as he followed up on the topic. If you need new recipes, I can help with that. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table, contemplating as he counted. For instance, the hemostatic pills and blood consolidating pills commonly used by cultivators during their training are very basic recipes. You might find remnants of them in any ordinary alchemy shop. There are also energy replenishing pills used by cultivators during meditation, which can quickly replenish lost spiritual power, and many sects have them recorded in their libraries. As for beauty-enhancing pills that women might like, several noble ladies in the capital who are skilled in alchemy probably have improved recipes that are gentle and nourishing. He paused for a moment and added, even the advancement pills that help cultivators break through their realms, though they are a bit rare, should be traceable in the depths of the library of the Tianjian sect, or with some esteemed alchemy masters. These pill recipes are not too obscure. Almost every slightly experienced senior alchemist would have one or two on hand. He looked at Su Ruiyao with a sincere tone. If you really need them, I can send someone to look for them later. Whether it's asking elders in the sect or visiting the alchemical families in the capital, we can find a way to gather them for you. If that's possible, that would be wonderful. Su Ruiyao's eyes lit up, and a genuine smile spread across her face as she bent her eyes at Murong Xian. Thank you so much, young Master Murong. Murong Xian glanced at the light in her eyes. A faint smile appeared at the corners of his lips, but he quickly restrained his expression, his tone becoming serious. I know very well that you are giving me so many body refining pills. To you, they may not mean much since you can easily refine hundreds of them. But if you really take one out to sell, I doubt there are many on the Biluo continent who can resist the temptation. He lightly tapped the table with his fingers, his tone carrying a hint of certainty, especially those powerful families with deep connections, large sects, and the royal families of several neighboring countries. Who wouldn't want their descendants to strengthen and advance? Your body refining pills not only purify impurities, but also assist in cultivation. Just one of them could fetch a sky-high price if sold. 500, let alone 500, even 5,000 would be worth a fierce competition. When it comes to true value, it could be worth more than the treasury of a small country. At this point, he looked at Su Ruiyao, his eyes carrying a hint of honest helplessness. While I do have some wealth, I certainly cannot come up with a price that could match these 500 pills. Moreover, my shadow guards and bodyguards only total a little over 20. There's no need for so many. You should keep the excess for now. It might be more useful in the future. But keeping them is useless for me. Su Ruiyao waved her hand, speaking casually yet sincerely. These pills are just a piece of chicken ribs to me. I fed Xiao Bai 2 to 300 pills earlier, and he enjoyed them, but to be honest, he was just chewing them like candy beans. How could they truly exert their medicinal effects? It would be a waste to give them to him. She remembered how Xiao Bai would cling to the spirit spring water pool for a bath after eating the pills and couldn't help but laugh. It would be better to roast a chicken for him every day, letting him gnaw on the chicken leg. He would be even happier that way, and it would be more substantial. Chapter 32. Su Ruiyao wants to buy a house, alright. Then I will take these body refining pills for now. Murong Xian agreed, pushing the box of gold ingots and the purple sandalwood box toward Su Ruiyao. You should also take care of these gold and silver notes. It's a token of my appreciation. He paused, tapping his fingers on the table as he calculated. As for the remaining pills, I plan to take 10 to the auction house in the capital to test the waters. Once everyone sees the effects, word will spread naturally. And then I can take out the pills in bulk to auction in various cities across the countries, ensuring a solid price. After saying this, he looked at Su Ruiyao again, his tone becoming gentler. If you have time another day, would you accompany me to the auction house? They hold a large auction every month, featuring many rare and novel items. Perhaps there is something you would like. Sure. Su Ruiyao did not decline, and reached out to store the gold ingots and silver notes in her sleeve. The space of the spirit bracelet could store items, so she was not worried about carrying them. She suddenly remembered something and looked up to ask, by the way, do you know where to buy a house in the capital? Murong Xian was taken aback. You want to buy a house? What kind do you want? For what purpose? You've given so much money, so naturally, I should acquire a few properties. Su Ruiyao patted her sleeve pocket, smiling with her brows arched. You didn't mention it. And I almost forgot that I originally wanted to buy a small courtyard to live in myself. Since you asked about the purpose, why not help me look for it? I want to make cosmetics, lingerie, and sanitary napkins, so I need a processing factory. Medicinal materials and finished products need a place to store, so I also need a warehouse. Can you keep an eye out for these? The auction house already has real estate transactions, so I'll help you find something suitable. Murong Xian replied straightforwardly, but then his tone changed suddenly. His gaze resting on her face with a hint of probing. But you need to move out of your current place. I don't see the necessity. When I marry you in the future, the entire Wangfu will be yours. Will you still worry about where to live? If you want, I can always make space for you in this Wangfu. Su Ruiyao felt her cheeks flush slightly from what he said and retorted. How can one move into their husband's house before getting married? That is quite improper. She adjusted her sleeve pocket and continued, besides, I have plenty of money right now. Just don't blame me for spending it recklessly. By the way, you should also help me keep an eye out for a few shops as I want to open a specialty store. A specialty store? Murong Xian frowned, puzzled. What does that mean? It means a shop that sells only one type of product, Su Ruiyao patiently explained, drawing circles on the table with her fingertips. And I won't transfer the techniques. It has to have its own brand, which is my signature, so others can't buy what I uniquely offer. The more she spoke, the brighter her eyes became, as she had already started to plan for the long term. Not just a cosmetics and lingerie specialty store. She also wanted to open a modern lottery shop, so that people in the Biluo continent could experience the thrill of luck. She wanted to open a takeout shop so that those who are too lazy to go out could enjoy hot meals. And a refreshing cold drink and fruit tea shop for summer. With new ideas bubbling in her mind, eagerly hoping to secure a shop soon. If I can't find a suitable ready-made house right away, just keep an eye out for some land too, Su Ruiyao said, gently tapping her fingers on the table. Her eyes sparkling with excitement. I also want to build a few modern houses. Along with that, I want to build an inn, which should be multi-story. The first floor will be for dining and chatting, and I can set up a stage for performances, concerts and the like, lively and bustling. The upper floors will be guest rooms, and I want to reserve a few rooms as cultivation rooms. Once the inn is built, I will set up a spirit gathering array in the cultivation rooms, and the spiritual energy will be several times denser than elsewhere. Cultivators will surely rush to stay there, and the inn will be packed every day. Murong Xian's eyes flickered slightly as he nodded along with her words. That idea does sound pretty good. His gaze then turned to Su Ruiyao with a hint of surprise. But do you understand formations? I hadn't heard you mention it before. I don't know how yet, but I can learn, Su Ruiyao replied candidly, then seemed to remember something, pulling him to ask, by the way, Murong Xian, if you have free time, could you help me gather some books on alchemy, weapon forging, and formations? I just discovered that the Biluo continent is truly amazing. There are so many things I haven't seen and don't understand. She began counting on her fingers. Just take that space stone for instance. It can actually be used to refine space rings. Wearing one is so convenient. You don't even need to carry a bag when going out. And there's the communication stone. I heard that once it's refined, even if two people are separated by thousands of miles, they can communicate directly. Even see each other's faces. This is way more amazing than the long-distance messaging I knew before. Morongxian listened to her glowing descriptions but couldn't help but laugh, gently pressing her shoulder to calm her down. You might be thinking too much. His tone carried a hint of helpless sincerity. Perhaps one day when we can ascend to a higher continent, we might see such things. But as far as I know, there aren't any here in our Biluo continent. Seeing a hint of disappointment flash in Suruoyao's eyes, he added. Even if there really are treasures like space stones and communication stones, they are likely just ordinary stones lying unnoticed in a corner, their use is undiscovered. As for alchemy, weapon forging, and formations, if you really want to learn, there's a good place. Morongxian observed Suruoyao's eagerness for knowledge and softened his tone. You're still young, just recently coming of age. It's the perfect time to try out Tianlan Academy. When he mentioned the academy, his tone was serious. Tianlan Academy is quite renowned in the Biluo continent for its collection of books. Its library is the largest and most comprehensive on the continent. Not only can you find the techniques and texts commonly studied by cultivators, like alchemy, weapon forging, and formations, but even some obscure ancient inheritance fragments can occasionally be found there. The faculty is even more impressive. Most of the teachers are elders from major sects teaching part-time. These individuals are either alchemy masters or formation experts. Any one of them would be a revered figure outside, yet they willingly teach students at the academy. After a pause, he added a crucial point. Most importantly, graduates of Tianlan Academy can directly enter major sections. You should know that in the Biluo continent, sects are far more powerful than the royal family. The royal family governs the people of a city or country, but the sects hold the lifeblood of cultivators. Take my sect, the Tianjian sect, for example. If we were to take action, the royal families of several small countries combined wouldn't be able to contend with us. Although there are many sects on the continent, over 100 in total, there are only about 10 major sections. It's extremely difficult to enter these sects. But only students graduating from Tianlan Academy have the qualifications to join directly, even exempting from entrance exams. He looked at Su Ruoyao. If you can get into Tianlan Academy, you can learn skills from top-notch teachers, and later you can smoothly enter a major sect, which would be incredibly beneficial for your current cultivation and future path. Chapter 33. A kiss seals the deal. It seems Tianlan Academy is enrolling next month. Morongxian absent-mindedly rubbed his sleeve cuff, suddenly remembering this matter, and looked up at Su Ruoyao. If you plan to enroll, you need to start preparing now for registration and testing your spiritual roots. These trivial matters don't require you to handle them personally, but you need to understand the regulations ahead of time. He paused, recalling what he mentioned earlier about business, his tone softening a bit. As for those fresh businesses you want to pursue, whether it's selling cosmetics or opening a specialty store, you don't need to worry. I'm free anyway. Just leave those matters to me. You only need to focus on designing styles, drawing blueprints, making products, finding shops, and managing sales. I'll take care of everything. But then he frowned slightly, a hint of unnoticeable melancholy crossing his features. However, I still feel like it's a bit rushed. If it weren't for the fact that Tianlan Academy only enrolls students every 3 years and has strict age requirements around coming of age, I would really want to ask the principal for some leniency. After we get married, I'll personally take you there. Hearing a hint of clingy reluctance in his words, Su Ruoyao couldn't help but tease him, deliberately elongating her tone as she laughed. What? Are you afraid I'll be taken away by someone else at the academy? Also, there must be quite a few royal offspring at Tianlan Academy. Most importantly, she blinked, pausing deliberately, there will definitely be handsome guys. She didn't finish her sentence, as her lips were suddenly sealed by a warm touch. Morongxian had leaned in without her noticing, lowering his head to kiss her. It was clearly his first time kissing a girl, yet his movements carried an urgent recklessness, as if instinctively knowing that this was the only way to silence her words that tightened his heart. At first it was just a gentle, tentative touch. But once he tasted that soft sweetness, he could no longer control himself. The kiss gradually intensified, carrying a hint of punishment as he lightly bit her, his teeth grazing her lips, causing Su Ruoyao to shiver slightly. In the next moment, his tongue pried open her teeth, tangling with hers. Su Ruoyao's head buzzed. Being kissed so tightly made it difficult to breathe. Her chest felt tight and panicked, yet she couldn't move at all. One of his hands was gripping the back of her neck with such force that it felt like he was trying to melt her into him. She had kissed her ex-boyfriend before, but this body was experiencing such intimate contact with a man for the first time, and an unfamiliar shiver traveled up her spine, even numbing her fingertips. What made her even more anxious was that Morongxian's hands began to wander restlessly. The pair of large hands, calloused from years of wielding a sword, pressed against her back through the thin fabric of her clothing, slowly caressing her. She could clearly feel the warmth of his palm, and the unconscious tightening of his fingers, as if he were suppressing something. His knuckles turned white from the strain, and she could vaguely sense that he wanted to tear her clothes apart, to lift her up horizontally, to kiss every inch of her skin. Morongxian himself was in disarray. His mind was a mess, filled with her earlier words about the outstanding disciples of Tianlan Academy, and the people who coveted her. Just thinking about this ignited jealousy in his chest like a raging wildfire, burning away his rationality. His body reacted long before his mind, only wanting to prove that she was his, and that no one could take her away. The kiss deepened, his breath enveloped in a faint scent of sword tassels, wrapping around her completely. Su Royale leaned dizzily against him, almost too weak to struggle, allowing him to hold and kiss her, her heart in a chaotic mess. Was he jealous? Morongxian had always been a man of action. Growing up in the royal family, he had always gotten what he wanted. Whether it was a rare sword manual, or for forging divine weapons, or ancient books hidden in his father's study, he had never failed to obtain anything. That inherent desire to possess had never made him think to restrain his cravings. For him, desire was something to be indulged, not suppressed. Yet when it came to matters of love, he seemed to be born without a clue. Other princes had nurses arranging for serving mates by the time they were 7 or 8, and as they grew older, their mothers or fathers would grant them concubines. By adulthood, they had long taken secondary wives, with only the principal wife's position still hanging in the balance. Who among them had not tasted the pleasures of love early on? Yet Morongxian had never understood such matters since childhood. The palace maids were all beautiful, and occasionally, some bolder ones would try to get closer to him. He would either ignore them or coldly send them away. The noble ladies sent by prominent families, whether gentle or flamboyant, seemed no different from ordinary passers-by in his eyes. While others had childhood friendships or secretly admired girls in their youth, he had never even felt a hint of affection. His emotional history so clean it could shine through, like a piece of untouched white paper. Who would have thought that fate would come knocking so suddenly? Ever since she saved him, it felt as though someone had suddenly stuffed his heart with thoughts of her. Whether he was practicing swordsmanship and seeing her smiling eyes or handling official documents, and recalling the warmth of her fingertips brushing against his palm when she handed him the body-refining pills. The strangest thing was, as long as he was away from her for more than an hour, he would feel inexplicably anxious. Like he had a rabbit thumping around in his chest, unable to help but ponder. Would she sneak away while he was gone? Would she encounter something? Would he never see her again? When she wasn't by his side, he would retreat to his study. The desk was laid with fine rice paper, and fresh ink was ground in the inkstone. He held the brush, sketching her figure with her sleek ponytail, hair cascading down her neck, looking fresh and lively. Or with a simple hair bun, secured with a wooden hairpin, exuding a hint of gentleness. Or even imagining her in modern clothes. Though he didn't know what she meant by modern attire, he loosely sketched something based on the pants and short shirt she had mentioned. And after finishing, he would stare at the portrait for a while, feeling both soft and sweet inside. At that time, he had no idea what this feeling was called. He only thought he had met someone he liked, and wanted to see her every day. Until later, when he could clearly be by her side, watching her smile, listening to her speak, and occasionally, like just now, unable to resist leaning in to kiss her, doing things he had never even thought of before. He finally realized that liking someone felt like this, where even the slightest brush of his fingertips against her clothing would make his heart skip a beat. These experiences, never before felt, sprouted in his heart like tender buds in spring, so vibrant that he couldn't bear to look away. That kiss lasted a long time. Long enough for Su Royale to feel like the air in her lungs was about to run out, her nose tinged with a sourness, making her eyes slightly red. It was only when she instinctively pushed against Morongxian's chest that he seemed to snap back to reality, releasing her with a slight gasp. Their foreheads touched. Their noses brushed against each other, and they could clearly feel each other's rapid breaths. Su Royale lowered her eyes, seeing his flushed ears and his tightly pressed lips, glistening slightly with moisture. When she looked up at herself, she didn't need to see a mirror to know her cheeks were undoubtedly bright red. Like the most vibrant peach blossom on a spring branch, her ears burning hot. How annoying! After holding back for a long time, she finally squeezed out 2 words from her throat, her voice soft and still carrying a hint of breathlessness, sounding less like a reproach and more like an inexplicable cuteness. After saying this, she quickly turned her face away, reaching for the brush on the table, dipping it in ink, and lowering her head to scribble on the rice paper. The characters she had practiced before had not been finished, and at this moment, she could barely hold the brush steady. The ink spreading into a small blur on the paper, looking messy. Morongxian maintained his previous position, his fingertips seemingly still holding on to the sensation of her fabric, and his lips still carrying the faint fragrance of her hair. He gazed at her flushed profile and her distracted demeanor as she held the brush. An indescribable sweetness suddenly surged in his heart. He had not expected that being a teacher would come with such benefits. He secretly rejoiced that he had been the one to seek an opportunity to teach her calligraphy, and that she had thought of him as her first companion. If another man had gotten there first, sitting close to her every day, teaching her hand in hand, spending day and night together, who knew when someone might take the lead? If that happened, wouldn't he his girl be taken away by someone else? The more Morongxian thought about it, the more he felt a chill of fear, and he couldn't help but curve his lips in relief. Truly fortunate. He raised his hand, gently touching his still warm lips, his gaze falling on Su Ruiyao's flustered figure as she wrote, the smile in his eyes so tender it was about to overflow. Chapter 34. Attending the auction. Morongxian managed the promotional affairs for the Muxian Pavilion auction flawlessly. Beside the most conspicuous tavern in the city, a notice of the auction was hung, adorned with mysterious patterns. It simply stated in gilded letters that the pavilion would open in the middle of the month, with rare treasures awaiting their masters. Yet it was enough for the news to spread throughout the streets and alleys within 3 days. The servants responsible for delivering the invitations took posts printed with the Muxian Pavilion emblem to various noble families, leaving no wealthy merchant's private residences unvisited. After finishing these tasks, he returned to his study, picking up a brush to write a few lines on a piece of gold-streaked red paper. It was a personal invitation for Su Ruiyao, with elegant handwriting, and at the end, he intentionally left a blank space, using cinnabar to dot a small character for Xian. After finishing, he took out a black card from a Zeton wooden box, its surface exuding a soft luster, with finely engraved cloud patterns on the edges, and a small jade-like inkstone embedded in the center, feeling cool to the touch. He placed the card and invitation into a silk pouch, instructing his trusted aide to deliver it to Su Ruiyao's residence, specifically reminding him, "Tell Miss Su that this black card is exclusive to the Muxian Pavilion's supreme guests, and it allows her access to the inner hall's elegant rooms, so she doesn't have to squeeze with others in the outer hall." The name Muxian Pavilion was personally decided by Morongxian. Mu was derived from the character Xian in his name, and Xian phonetically echoed the Mu in his surname. Others thought it was just an ordinary business name, but little did they know it concealed his mark. He had expanded his business extensively, with shops bearing his name in nearly every major city, from spice shops in the southern regions to fur businesses in the north. He had dozens of shops and hundreds or thousands of people waiting to be fed, with guards protecting various strongholds, stewards managing the accounts, and waiters running around attending to guests. To say he was a giant in this world would be an understatement, if compared to modern times. He could rival the chairman of publicly traded companies managing tens of thousands of employees. He dared not reveal his identity too openly. The Muxian Pavilion auction was already eye-catching, and the items within were said to be gathered from all over the world. A description that felt conservative. A few days ago, I received a hand-warming night pearl from a merchant caravan from the western regions, and yesterday a hunter brought me a snow fox fur. It's not surprising to hear about the 1,000-year snow lotus that can soothe the mind, or the iron ingots used for sword forging. Occasionally, there are special auction items, such as slaves with certain skills. As long as they don't break the law and can feed their subordinates, Morongxian doesn't mind too much. He often stares at the old locust tree in the backyard, knowing that each of his subordinates has a family behind them. The burden on his shoulders is heavy. He can't squander like he did in his youth. When Su Ruiyao arrived at the entrance of the Muxian Pavilion, the sun had just passed noon. By the stone lions next to the vermilion gate, Morongxian was waiting for her, dressed in a moon-white brocade robe, appearing less distant than the last time they met. With more smiles, a tall man stood beside him, wearing a silver mask that revealed only his deep-set eyes, which seemed to hide a lake when he looked at people. "Ruiyao, this is Dongfang Yuchu," Morongxian introduced, his tone filled with trust. "The auction at Muxian Pavilion is managed by him, from business to personnel." Dongfang Yuchu slightly nodded to Su Ruiyao, his voice coming through the mask, low and husky, "Miss Su." As Su Ruiyao smiled and returned the greeting, she didn't notice the complex expression that flashed in Morongxian's eyes. She didn't know that the name Dongfang Yuchu concealed a meaning. Yu means beautiful jade, and Chu means the first meeting, as if hoping to forget the past and start anew. Even fewer people knew that Dongfang Yuchu had escaped from the upper realm. It is said that he was a descendant of a prominent family, but due to internal power struggles, he became a sacrificial victim pushed out. While fleeing from pursuers, he fell off a cliff, but instead of dying, he ended up in a spatial rift and accidentally entered a secret realm. It was a coincidence that Morongxian was in the secret realm for training at that time. He found Dongfang Yuchu by a cold pool deep in the realm, injured, with his forehead struck against a stone edge, blood covering half his face, and his breath weak like a candle in the wind. Morongxian saved him, and when he woke up he realized that he had been injured in the chaotic flow of space and had hit his head, resulting in amnesia. Fortunately, he hadn't forgotten everything. He still had the ability to calculate and recognize people, but he couldn't remember where home was. nor could he clearly recall the faces of his parents and relatives. Forget it, let it be forgotten. Morongxian still remembered how lost he looked when he first woke up and simply said, "Stay here and manage the Mushuan Pavilion. It's better than going back and getting caught up in the struggles." Dongfang Yuchu nodded at that time without saying a word. Later, he became the president of Mushuan Pavilion, managing the auction with great efficiency and expanding his connections. Everyone wanted to explore his origins, but no one had ever seen the face behind his mask. At this moment, he stood beside Morongxian, his gaze sweeping over the brocade bag in Su Ruyao's hand. When he caught sight of the corner of the black card peeking out, his expression shifted slightly, but he didn't say a word. He knew the significance of this card. Since Morongxian was willing to give it, it meant he regarded Su Ruoyao as someone very special. As Morongxian led Su Ruoyao into the Mushuan Pavilion, he casually took 2 items from the tray held by a maid at the door, a dark-colored cloak woven with subtle patterns, and a simple silver mask. The edge of the mask was polished smooth, feeling neither cold nor rough against the cheek, leaving 2 narrow slits for the eyes, which did not obstruct the view while covering most of the face. "Put it on." He handed the items over, his fingertips brushing against the cloak's fabric. Soft and smooth like flowing water. Everyone entering here must conceal their identity. As he spoke, he raised his eyes to scan the figures nearby heading towards the elegant rooms. All wrapped in cloaks and wearing masks, their shapes difficult to distinguish. As you can see, most of the items at the auction are precious, and some even involve secrets. Doing this protects the safety of our guests and preserves their privacy. No one wants to buy a treasure and then be targeted. As Su Ruoyao took the cloak and draped it over herself, Morongxian also donned a matching set. He was already tall, and with the dark cloak, his figure appeared even more streamlined. The silver mask covered half his face, revealing only his well-defined jawline and thin lips, adding an air of mystery compared to his usual self. Only Dongfang Yuchu remained still. He was already wearing that signature silver mask, and his cloak was of a commonly worn style. However, his mask was engraved with intricate cloud patterns, different from the others. Su Ruoyao had noticed that each person's mask had its own design, likely for easy identification when looking for someone, to avoid mistaking someone else while wrapped in a cloak. Following the 2 inside, as they pushed open the intricately carved wooden door, the lively atmosphere of the auction hall surged in. The seemingly low-key Mushuan Pavilion from the outside actually concealed a spacious hall inside, with dozens of square tables set up below, already occupied by many masked guests. The low buzzing of conversation mixed with the sounds of waiters serving tea, creating a lively atmosphere that was not noisy but hinted at a current of excitement. Above the hall, there were 4 more floors, each surrounded by carved railings, with elegant rooms behind them, where shadows of people could be vaguely seen through the window curtains. Each of these 4 floors had its own significance. Morongxian's voice came through the mask, carrying a warm, slightly muffled tone. He raised his hand and pointed upwards, saying that the higher up, the more prestigious the identity. The elegant rooms on the first floor looked simple, with only a layer of paint on the windowsills. The next 2 floors were different, with floral and bird carvings on the window frames and lanterns hanging in the corridor. By the 4th floor, even the railings were made of rosewood, polished to a shine, looking very grand. The elegant rooms on the upper levels were larger, capable of accommodating tables and chairs, allowing people to rest inside, but they were few in number, with only about 10 rooms on each floor. Su Ruoyao was engrossed in her observations and didn't stop her steps, following Morongxian straight up the stairs. 1 floor, 2 floors, until she stopped at the last step, only to find that there was actually a 5th floor, the top floor. This level was quieter than the 4 below, with only 3 elegant rooms side by side. The door of the first room was engraved with the character 1, made of black wood and inlaid with silver threads, clearly more valuable than those below. "We're here." Morongxian pushed the door open, and indeed, the inside was spacious, with a soft couch by the window, a small table in front of it, and a landscape painting hanging on the wall, much more refined than the elegant rooms below. As soon as they entered, Dongfang Yuchu took half a step back, slightly nodding to Morongxian. "Master, I have matters to attend to, so I'll step out for now." His gaze swept over Su Ruoyao, but lingered for only a moment before he turned and quietly closed the door behind him, retreating down the stairs. Not long after he left, a young waiter dressed in a blue cloth shirt entered, carrying a tray. On the tray was a fruit plate stacked with sliced preserved plums, peeled lychees, and a delicate plate of osmanthus cake, alongside 2 cups of warm tea, the fragrance of which wafted through the air, hinting at high-quality pre-rain Longjing tea. The waiter placed the items on the small table and bowed as he exited, making sure to close the door quietly, not daring to steal a glance. Once the room was left with just the 2 of them, Su Ruoyao reached out to grab a plum when she saw Morongxian take off his cloak and drape it over the back of a chair. Yet he didn't remove his mask. Instead, he sat down beside the small table and picked up the teapot to pour her a cup of tea. His tone playfully serious. Today I'll stay here to accompany you, acting as your personal server. If you want to eat or drink anything, just tell me. He pushed the teacup closer to her, and the eyes behind the silver mask curved slightly, truly resembling a thoughtful server. Chapter 35. Before the auction. Ever since that day in the calligraphy room, when Morong Xian, with ink still fresh on his fingertips, leaned down and kissed Su Ruoyao's lips, the feelings between them spread like ink blurring on rice paper, becoming an inseparable passionate romance. At this moment, the private room in the auction hall was very quiet, with only the faint sounds of bidding from downstairs occasionally breaking the silence. Morong Xian held a plump lychee between his fingers, rubbing the rough, slightly astringent skin with his fingertip. Gently peeling it, the translucent white flesh was revealed, glistening with a thin layer of juice, the sweet aroma drifting towards his nose. He raised his hand to her lips, his voice soft. Open your mouth. Su Ruoyao slightly tilted her chin up, taking a small bite of the fruit, her tongue brushing against his cool fingertip, causing her eyelashes to flutter. As the sweet juice spread across her tongue, just as she was about to spit out the pit, Morong Xian's hand was already there, cupping it palm up to catch it. As she spat it out, her fingertips unintentionally brushed against his palm. Their eyes met, and the smile in his eyes was so thick it was almost tangible. Her cheeks quietly flushed with a light pink, and fearing he would notice, she quickly looked away to grab a piece of pastry from the plate. The pastry was just served, a powdery white piece topped with a layer of crushed candied fruit. Su Ruoyao pinched it and brought it to Morong Xian's lips, her voice carrying a hint of childishness. You try this first and see if it's sweet. Morong Xian had already tasted all the snacks in this private room, and had no particular interest, but seeing the sparkle in her eyes, he opened his mouth and took a small bite. The pastry was soft and just sweet enough, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he slightly leaned in, bringing the remaining half of the pastry to Su Ruoyao's lips. Su Ruoyao was taken aback, but obediently leaned in to take a bite. Her lips brushed against his, carrying the sweet fragrance of the pastry, which was even more heart-melting than the pastry itself. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief that it was a solid piece of pastry. If it had been something round like lychee or grape, he would definitely have used the excuse of feeding her to press the fruit against her lips, and when she went to bite, he would kiss her, lingering for a while before letting go. It had been like this before in the calligraphy room. He always loved to peel grapes and feed them to her. And as soon as she held the fruit in her mouth, his lips would come over, his tongue entwining with hers, making the sweetness of the grapes feel scorching. The Xian paper lay on the table, the ink stick resting by the inkstone. And what should have been a quiet time for practicing calligraphy was always disturbed by such kisses, leaving her flustered. Yet he never grew tired of it. And she didn't mind at all. Morong Xian slowly stood up, his fingers resting on the intricately carved brass handle of the private room door. With a soft click, the heavy pearwood door closed firmly, isolating most of the bustling voices from the auction house outside. This private room was his exclusive space in the auction house. Low-key yet exuding elegance, with intricate cloud patterns subtly engraved on the door frame, a family mark recognized only by him and a few others. The layout of the room was quite clever. The outer side was the main viewing area, with a large piece of glass directly facing the auction stage. This glass was specially customized by the auction house, so transparent that it was almost unbelievable. From inside, one could clearly see the details of each item on the auction stage, and the subtle expressions on the bidders' faces, even able to adjust the magnification through a knob on the wall, allowing them to see the cracks in the jade clearly. However, if someone stood outside looking in, the glass appeared as a deep ink color, preventing anyone from glimpsing even a hint of activity inside the room. The soundproof mechanism was located on the rosewood cabinet beside the glass, a palm-sized silver switch. Earlier, during the bidding, Morong Xian had pressed it lightly. At that time, the price he quoted passed through the built-in sound amplifier, reaching every corner of the auction house clearly and with undeniable force. At this moment, the switch was in the closed position, and when Su Ruoyao accidentally knocked the jade pendant off the sofa, it was completely locked inside the room. The floor was covered with a thick, snow-white cashmere carpet, woven from fine wool brought from the far north, soft like sinking into clouds, with even footsteps absorbed entirely. A few pairs of velvet slippers embroidered with silver-threaded cloud patterns were placed on the low stool at the entrance. Anyone entering this private room had to change out of their shoes, fearing that even a speck of dust would dirty the carpet. Just a moment ago, Su Ruoyao had been sitting steadily on the rosewood sofa by the window, her hands holding the auction item catalog that Morong Xian had handed her. But Morong Xian was restless. He leaned over to point at the catalog, discussing which piece of jade had good water quality, his elbow unintentionally brushing against her hand. Then he got up to pour tea from the gilded small table in the corner, and intentionally sat down close to her shoulder. The sofa was not wide to begin with, and his movement nearly caused the catalog in Su Ruiao's hands to slip away. It was cramped sitting there. Murong Xian let out a low laugh, simply picking up a nearby cushion and tossing it onto the carpet, sitting cross-legged on the floor first. He patted the space beside him. Come here, there's more room. Su Ruiao glanced at the mischievous glint in his eyes, but didn't he argue that the sofa was indeed cramped? The faint scent of cedar from him wafted over, making it hard for her to concentrate on the catalog. She carefully lifted her skirt and sat down on the cushion, the warmth of the cashmere carpet seeping through her thin clothing, feeling even more comfortable than the sofa. Seeing her settled, Murong Xian took the catalog over, spreading it out on the carpet between them. He pointed to one of the pages, his voice lowering even further. Look at this. The catalog lay on the cashmere carpet between them, its corners slightly curling from the warm air. There was still more than an hour until the auction officially began, and the scattered voices from downstairs drifted up through the glass, faint like cotton wool soaked in water. Su Ruiao's fingertip landed on a page depicting a jade pendant. Her brow slightly furrowed as she closely examined it. It was a white jade pendant with double fish holding a pearl. The jade looked moist, but the edges seemed to have some cracks. She was contemplating whether to try it on later when suddenly, a warm breath fell beside her ear. She didn't raise her head, just slightly tilted her face, her nose brushing against Murong Xian's sleeve, carrying the familiar cedar scent mixed with a hint of ink. This piece didn't seem too valuable, she murmured softly while flipping the page, but as her fingertip brushed across the paper, she felt someone gently touch the back of her hand, warm and slightly burning. Only then did she lift her eyes, meeting Murong Xian's gaze. He was not looking at the catalog. The man leaned half against the low couch behind him, one leg bent and the other stretched out casually, but his gaze was firmly fixed on her face, his black eyes sparkling like stars, bright enough to dazzle. From her hair tip to her nose, then to her lips that were slightly heated from his gaze, he meticulously traced every inch, focused as if she were a rare auction item, never seeming to get enough of her. Su Ruiao felt uneasy under his stare, biting her lip and wanting to look away. With that movement, it only made Murong Xian's gaze deepen. Her lips were still swollen. The soft pink lips were slightly fuller than usual, exuding a natural red, resembling cherries soaked in morning dew, even the lip line blurred. In the past few days, she hadn't dared to apply the rose balm she had just bought from the cosmetics shop, yet Murong Xian always loved to stare at them. Once he had enough of looking, he would lean in to kiss her. From the soft kisses in the morning when she was just waking up to the deep kisses in the study when he pinned her wrist, there had been at least a dozen times throughout the day. Earlier, she had looked at herself in the bronze mirror and could see faint teeth marks on her lips. Feeling both angry and shy, yet when facing him, she couldn't bear to say a harsh word. What are you looking at? Su Ruiao felt her ears turn pink under his gaze, pushing the catalog towards him. Quick, see if there's anything you want. Murong Xian didn't take the catalog. Instead, he leaned in closer. They were already close, and with his movement, his knee nearly brushed against hers, the warmth enveloping her in a small bubble of heat. Nothing I want, he said in a lower voice, slightly hoarse, his gaze glued to her lips. I just want you. Su Ruiao's heart skipped a beat. Just as she was about to scold him for being improper, her wrist was suddenly held by him. The man's fingertips, slightly calloused, grazed over her wrist bone, the heat seeping into her skin. Murong Xian was only 25, the age of youthful vigor, always maintaining a composed demeanor in front of others. But ever since that time in the study when he pinned her against the bookshelf, kissing her until she could barely breathe, the restraint in his eyes had shattered significantly. With the one she loved right in front of him, their breaths mingling, the fragrance from her hair tickling his heart, the suppressed desires grew wildly like creeping vines. He gently pulled her wrist, and Su Ruiao, caught off guard, leaned forward with the force, colliding right into his embrace. Her head rested against his chin. Feeling his Adam's apple move slightly. What are you going to do again? Her voice was soft, carrying a hint of playful inquiry. Murong Xian didn't speak, only lowered his head, rubbing his nose against her nose, his breath landing on her lips, hot enough to make her eyelashes flutter. The next moment, he gently captured her lips. It wasn't as urgent as the previous times, just a tender caress, holding a hint of careful cherishing, mixed with uncontainable desire. Su Ruiao felt weak all over from his kiss, and the album in her hand fell to the carpet with a thud, leaving her no time to pick it up. The light outside the window gradually slanted, and the private room was quiet, only the soft sounds of their lips touching mixed with their increasingly heavy breaths, making her feel more flustered than the auction that was about to begin downstairs. Chapter 36. The auction begins. A room filled with spring-like warmth. The sunlight outside the window filtered through the carved wooden frame, casting tiny golden rays that fell on the pair-wood long table covered with soft cushions. The green porcelain teacup on the table still emanated faint steam, and beside it lay a stack of freshly cut candied fruits. their crystal-clear colors blending with the warmth of the room, adding a touch of leisure. Fortunately, there was still more than an hour before the auction began. Su Royale leaned against the soft couch, holding a thick album of auction items, occasionally pausing her fingers on some yellowed pages. The neat handwriting in the album was accompanied by simple sketches of a jade hairpin, suggesting its gentle curve, which would surely look soft when worn in the hair. There was also a small bronze tripod etched with intricate patterns, with a note suggesting it might be an ancient refining tool, which made her glance at it a couple more times. Flipping to the last few pages, her finger pointed at a black jade inkstone, and her eyes clearly showed her intention to buy it. Next to it lay a silver incense ball, and she lightly scratched a mark with her nail, calculating that there were 4 or 5 items that had caught her interest. The sun outside slowly shifted its position, and the steam in the teacup gradually dissipated. Soon, the time for the auction to begin arrived. From behind the screen in the inner room came the sound of rustling, and before long 2 people emerged fully dressed. Su Royale was still wearing that moon-white soft satin dress, with a few branches of entwined lotus embroidered at the neckline, making her cheeks look even more radiant. However, the dress had some wrinkles, and she feared it might make her a laughingstock. Morongxian had changed into a dark brocade robe, with a finely made jade pendant tied at his waist that jingled pleasantly as he moved. Yet the two who usually stood very close were now separated by a distance of 2 steps, distinctly apart. Su Royale lowered her eyes, gripping a silk handkerchief, occasionally glancing at the venue. When her gaze fleetingly passed over Morongxian, it carried a hint of reproach for the intensity he had just shown her. He didn't seem to have the usual 3 parts of restraint. Instead, he resembled a hungry wolf in the wilderness, fixating on its prey with an unstoppable momentum. At that moment, Su Royale felt her mind was in disarray, thinking she was like a little white rabbit caught under a wolf's claw. A soft bundle that made struggling seem insignificant, as if she would be swallowed whole in the next moment. But this feeling was strange. When his nose brushed against the back of her ear, it brought warmth, and the grip of his fingers around her wrist was so tight that she couldn't break free. Yet it didn't hurt her in the slightest. That urgent yet tender intensity felt like a warm fire, quietly spreading a sweetness in her heart, a joy of being cherished at the core, like honey that had finally melted after being hidden for a long time. However, recalling how he had blocked her behind the screen earlier, leaving her unable to utter a complete sentence, with her hair tousled from his nuzzling and her earlobe feeling hot from his bite, he still chuckled softly in her ear, that smug laughter making her nose feel a bit sour. Clearly, it was he who had been improper first. Yet it felt as if she was the one who had given in first. The sense of grievance welled up, causing her eyes to redden slightly. But she refused to let him see, turning her face away to press her lips together, feeling both sweet and bitter in her heart, like chewing on a plum wrapped in honey. Yet Morongxian was not the least bit annoyed. His eyes, always filled with a smile, rested on Su Royale, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, as if he held the spring breeze within him. He sat not far away, holding a small silver seed sheller, leisurely peeling sunflower seeds for Su Royale. The seed kernels were carefully arranged in a small white porcelain dish, filling nearly half of it, while he himself hadn't touched a single one. Only when his throat felt dry from peeling for too long did he lift the teacup in front of him to sip some warm biluacun. And when his gaze returned to Su Royale, it still held an unshakable gentleness. Su Royale glanced at herself in the bronze mirror, and her face turned bright red. After being closely entangled with Morongxian, her neck and body bore his marks, patches of varying shades of purple-red, resembling dark ink that had accidentally fallen on fine brocade, especially conspicuous on her fair skin, particularly on her neck, which was in a very noticeable place. She raised her hand to adjust her collar. When her fingertips brushed against the warm skin, her ears turned hot as well. How could she go out to meet people like this? She still had to go to the auction room later, and if anyone caught a glimpse of it, who knows how much gossip it would stir. As she pondered in front of the bronze mirror, her fingers unconsciously fiddled with the low-cut dress she had just worn, inwardly blaming Morongxian 100 times for not having prepared a change of clothes for her in this private room. Just as she was in a predicament, she suddenly heard soft footsteps behind her. Su Royale turned to see Morongxian, who had gone out and returned, holding a gilded and embroidered clothing box. Seeing her looking over, he smiled and said, "Don't be upset. I had the hidden guards fetch it earlier. I wasn't considerate enough. In the future, I will add another wardrobe in the bedroom to prepare the most fashionable clothes for you. This time was my first time, and I didn't prepare in advance. But next time it won't be like this. I promise you will have clothes to change into. Next time? We just finished this time. And you're already thinking about next time?" Su Royale felt somewhat speechless. While speaking, he placed the clothing box on the vanity and opened it. Inside was lined with moon-white soft satin, holding a garment made of high-quality cloud brocade in a smoky hue, embroidered with entwined lotus patterns. And the stitches were so fine that one could tell it was crafted with great care by a top embroiderer, taking at least a month to complete. Su Ruoyao reached out to touch the fabric, which was as smooth as flowing spring water, and her anger dissipated by more than half. She examined the neckline closely. It was a perfectly low-cut design, understated yet comfortable. Just as she was about to ask what to do about her neck, Morong Xian pulled out a matching lightweight veil from the bottom of the box and handed it to her. This will pair well, and just about cover it. The veil was as thin as a cicada's wing, embroidered with delicate cloud patterns in silver thread. When draped around her neck, it perfectly concealed those conspicuous marks. Swaying gently with the breeze and adding a touch of hazy beauty, Su Ruoyao held the veil, looking at her reflection in the mirror, and her earlier anxiety finally dissipated. Though when she glanced at Morong Xian, her cheeks still bore a hint of lingering redness. At that moment, a young woman walked onto the stage. Appearing to be in her 20s, dressed in a lake blue outfit that accentuated her tall figure. She wore no makeup, yet her eyes were bright and spirited, standing there calmly, clearly a capable person confidently hosting affairs in front of others. In today's world, this was not something an ordinary woman could accomplish. She was indeed a self-sufficient ancient professional woman. The auction is now starting. Her clear voice, slightly melodious, resonated in the quiet venue. Like a stone gently tapping on a jade plate, crisp and lively. With this announcement, the auction officially began. She turned to indicate the tray brought in by a maid behind her, covered with a dark red velvet cloth. As she gently lifted it, a piece of armor with a faint brown luster was revealed. The first auction item is a piece of armor. Her voice was loud and confident. This armor is made from the skin of a century-old pangolin, with finely woven silver threads embedded along the edges. It has been tested and can reliably withstand a full-force strike from an ordinary Foundation establishment-level cultivator, protecting the wrists well. As she spoke, she raised her hand to signal the maid to pass the armor to the front row for the audience to examine closely. Her finger traced the edge of the armor as she added, "Armor made from pangolin skin of this age is rare." And during tanning, 3 types of calming herbs were added, making it lightweight and capable of calming the mind. The starting bid is 500 spirit stones. Let the bidding begin. As soon as her words fell, several low bids echoed in the venue, and the atmosphere gradually heated up. Chapter 37. The auction is in full swing. The auction hall was no longer shrouded in the earlier silence. The gilded bronze censer on the mahogany table burned expensive ambergris, and the curling smoke could not drown out the rising tide of bids. In the private box on the second floor, the intricately carved wooden window was half open, allowing a clear view of the figures below, some flushed with excitement, others raising their paddles with red eyes. Even the elderly auctioneer raised his voice, spitting out the words, 5,000 taels. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Su Ruoyao leaned on the window, her elbow resting against the frame, her fingertips unconsciously fiddling with the jade pendant tied around her waist. The item being auctioned downstairs was a curved dagger inlaid with rubies, its scabbard carved with a fierce tiger, exuding a bloody aura. She frowned slightly, her gaze sweeping past the dagger without lingering, finding the bidding noise too distracting. She turned and sat down on the soft couch, casually peeling a grape, her eyes drifting to the eaves outside, clearly distracted. Just as she was feeling annoyed by the noise, a soft rustling sound of fabric came from behind her. Before she could turn around, someone wrapped their arms around her waist from behind, pressing a warm chest against her back, enveloping her in an embrace. Su Ruoyao paused in her peeling, already knowing who it was without looking back, and sighed helplessly. Morong Xian rested his chin on her shoulder, his breath warm and slightly ticklish against her neck. He was no longer the calm figure he had been in front of others. The brief intimacy they had shared in the side hall seemed to have stolen his soul, and now his gaze was glued to the top of her head, the commotion of the bids below fading into a blurred background. At 25, having spent his early years either practicing in the military or studying strategy, he had never experienced such a sweet feeling in his heart. The softness of her sleeve against his fingertips, the fragrance of her hair brushing against his nose. These sensations were spinning in his mind, and the more he thought about it, the more he wanted. His arms involuntarily tightened around her. Stop it. Su Ruoyao felt herself pulled closer into his embrace, and the grape in her hand rolled off onto the brocade cushion. She turned her head to look at him, a hint of reproach in her eyes. But the tips of her ears were slightly flushed. They were still auctioning downstairs. She had to be careful not to be seen. But Morong Xian hardly cared about that. He lowered his head and buried himself in her hair, his nose brushing against her strands. She always washed her hair with herbal infusions. Unlike other girls who use scented oils, the scent was fresh and clean, mingled with a hint of soap. This particular aroma made his heart race. He swallowed hard, and with a sudden motion, he lifted her off the ground and carried her toward the soft couch, creating a gust of wind. Su Ruoyao gasped. her hands flailing as she grabbed his clothing, only to see the hint of red in his eyes, his smile carrying a playful charm. "Why hold on so tightly?" he teased, rubbing his cheek against hers, his voice husky. "I still want more." As he leaned in to kiss her neck, Su Ruoyao quickly pushed him away, her fingertips pressing against his chest, but lacking the strength to resist. "Don't be reckless. This outfit is brand new. Look at the fabric." She tugged at her sleeve. The soft cream-colored silk adorned with delicate vine patterns, made by the embroiderer just a few days ago. The last outfit had been torn by him, and she had to send her secret guards to buy a new one. Murongxian ignored her protests, his lips brushing against her neck as he murmured softly, "One outfit isn't enough to compensate?" He looked up to meet her flushed ear, his fingers lightly brushing the ends of her hair. "Let them buy 10 sets in pink, white and green. You wear one, and I'll help you change. If one gets damaged, it won't matter." Before he could finish, Su Ruoyao covered his mouth with her hand. She shot him a glare, her cheeks burning, even the tips of her ears tinged pink. No seriousness at all. But as her fingertips touched his warm lips, she quietly relaxed her grip, ultimately failing to push him away. The bidding continued outside, the shout of 7,000 taels, ringing loudly. But the private box felt as if it were separated by a barrier, leaving only his low laughter and her soft breaths mingling with the scent of ambergris, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Su Ruoyao fiddled with the gilded auction catalog, lightly resting it on the velvet-covered armrest, her long lashes casting down as she sighed, her breath tinged with a hint of disappointment at being disturbed. It was supposed to be a grand auction, with red candles burning brightly, the air filled with the faint aroma of sandalwood and the rhythmic calls of the auctioneer. She had just circled 2 jade pendants in the catalog that she liked, and hadn't even had a chance to raise her paddle before being distracted by the person beside her. She turned her head, her eyes narrowing playfully at Murongxian, who was half leaning against the neighboring chair, his dark silk robe sleeves casually rolled up, revealing a wrist adorned with a string of black jade beads. At that moment, he was rubbing her hand resting by her side with his fingertips, occasionally brushing against the back of her hand, making her heart flutter. "Stop it," Su Ruoyao pushed his hand away, lowering her voice, wary of being overheard. "If you don't quiet down, the carved jade hairpin I want will be snatched away. Just wait until I go back and take it out on you with the few new scrolls in your study." Rather than retracting his hand, Murongxian held her wrist firmly, his fingertip grazing the delicate skin there. His gaze fell on her flushed ears, and a low chuckle escaped his throat. His voice laced with a mischievous rasp. "What you truly want should be me, right? Just now you weren't saying that." He paused deliberately, leaning in closer, his warm breath brushing against her ear. "Didn't you already get that?" Su Ruoyao felt her ears heat up even more at his words. She pinched his arm lightly, and turned her head back to pick up the auction catalog again, her fingertip tapping on a page before she suppressed the heat rising in her chest and spoke, "Stop talking nonsense. Just look at this catalog. Isn't there anything that catches your eye?" She nudged the catalog toward him, her fingertip stopping on an illustration of a sword. "I think this Hanyan sword is quite good. Look at the note next to it. It says it took 3 years for the Southern Sword-Making Workshop to forge it. The most precious part is the material. It's said to be made from meteorite iron, which is extremely rare. Do you know how hard it is to find meteorite iron? Ordinary swords can't withstand blows from it." She paused, her fingertip moving down to point at the words Hanyu stone, her eyes flashing with a rare excitement. "The most important thing is that they added powdered Hanyu stone during the forging process. Think about it. When fighting with it, the cold air would disperse along the blade, perfectly freezing the opponent's meridians. Even if the opponent has deep internal strength, if their meridians are stiffened, their moves will be hindered, and their internal power won't be able to manifest. Moreover, ordinary swords would break effortlessly against it. Isn't this the best weapon for self-defense?" She raised her eyes to look at Murongxian, her brows arching slightly. "You really don't want it?" Murongxian's gaze swept over the sword illustration in the catalog, showing no reaction. Instead, he moved the catalog she held to the side and took her hand again, his fingers gently stroking her knuckles. "These things were originally gathered by me," he said casually, as if discussing the weather. "If I wanted it, I would have intercepted it before it even made it to this auction, instead of giving others the chance to bid on it. But this Hanyan sword is different." Su Ruoyao was still reluctant. She had seen the sword Murongxian carried daily, although it was crafted by a renowned master. It couldn't compare to this rare item made from meteorite iron mixed with Hanyu stone. "That sword you usually carry is quite ordinary. The gems on the scabbard are even a bit dull. Don't you want to change it?" As she spoke, she calculated in her heart that if Murongxian didn't want it, she would simply bid for it herself and give it to him later. Such a rare item would not be a waste on him. "All right, then you give it to me, and I'll accept it," Murongxian replied. Chapter 38. Su Ruoyao bids. The candlelight in the auction hall flickered, casting a glow of anticipation on everyone's faces. Only moments remain before the auction of the cold meteor sword, and Su Ruoyao pinches the small bidding device with her fingertips. Tilting her head to look at Morong Xian beside her, her voice low. You have to be quiet later, I'm going to start bidding. The corners of her eyes lift slightly, carrying a serious determination. She has been eyeing this cold meteor sword for several days, so don't mess it up for me. Morong Xian leans back in his chair, casually spinning a jade ring with his fingers, and replies with a smirk. Got it, you bid your way. Despite his words, his gaze is fixed on Su Ruoyao's hand gripping the bidding device, a hint of amusement hidden in his eyes. At this moment, the red velvet curtain on the auction stage is slowly drawn back, revealing a long sword shimmering with a faint blue cold light, lying quietly in a brocade box. The sword's blade flows with a chilling glow under the candlelight, making the air feel a bit cooler. The auctioneer, an experienced middle-aged man, clears his throat, and his voice echoes through the amplified jade tube across the auction hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a good look. The next item to be auctioned is the cold meteor sword. He gestures towards the sword in the brocade box, his tone suddenly rising. The material of this sword is no ordinary item. It is made from cold meteor iron, which was mined when the extreme northern glacier collapsed 3 years ago. There is only this one piece in the entire continent. As he speaks, he lightly taps the sword with its sheath, producing a crisp and clear sound. Listen to this sound. It can cut through iron like mud. It is said that if you pour half a cup of clear water into the sheath, within the time it takes to burn an incense stick, ice shards can form. In summer, keeping it on your person is more effective than 10 basins of ice. A low murmur of discussion arises from the audience, and some people can't help but lean forward to get a better look. Seeing this, the auctioneer adds fuel to the fire. Even more remarkable is that this sword was forged by the renowned Mr. Machine, who has traveled the world. How long has it been since the old master took up his hammer? To say this sword is a treasure would be an understatement. With this statement, many people's eyes light up even more. After the murmurs die down, the auctioneer announces loudly, "All right. The cold meteor sword starts at a base price of 5,000 taels of silver. Now bidding begins. 10,000 taels." Almost as soon as he finishes speaking, someone in the front row raises a card, the voice crisp and decisive. 20,000 taels. Immediately, someone follows up, and the bidding sounds ripple out like stones thrown into a lake. 22,000 taels. 30,000 taels. The price keeps jumping up. Su Ruoyao sits a bit further back, her fingers lightly tapping on the bidding device, not rushing to speak. She is waiting for those eager to bid to calm down, waiting for the price to reach a relatively stable point. Morong Xian beside her, however, remains quiet, propping his chin up to watch her, the smile in his eyes almost impossible to hide. The bidding continues intermittently, slowly climbing to 50,000 taels. At this point many people stop bidding. After all, 50,000 taels of silver is no small amount. Although it is the cold meteor sword, if it goes higher, they must weigh their options. The auctioneer raises his voice. 50,000 taels. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 50,000 taels, first call. Su Ruoyao's fingertip moves, just about to press down, when suddenly a clear male voice comes from beside her. 100,000 taels. The voice is not loud, but it clearly reaches the auction stage, and the entire hall falls silent in an instant. Su Ruoyao turns her head sharply to glare at Morong Xian, her eyes wide. You said you weren't going to buy it? Morong Xian retracts his hand, looking completely nonchalant. Didn't you say you were going to give it to me? He leans closer, his voice lowered, carrying a hint of mischief. How could I let you spend your money on a gift you're giving me? What kind of nonsense is that? Su Ruoyao is both angry and anxious, lowering her voice. The things I give you should be bid by me. How could the recipient of a gift pay for it themselves? But Morong Xian just laughs, pointing above. Have you forgotten? This auction house is mine. His casual tone is as if he is saying the weather is nice today. It doesn't matter how much is bid. It's just moving from my left pocket to my right pocket. Su Ruoyao is left speechless by him, her cheeks slightly puffed out. She glares at him for a while before huffing. People come to the auction to experience the thrill of bidding. Next time I bid for something, you're not allowed to speak. She pulls the bidding device closer to her chest, turning her face away from him, though her ears secretly turn a bit red. This person is always like this. He doesn't say much, but his actions always touch her heart. The auctioneer on stage pauses for a moment before quickly reacting, raising his voice. 100,000 taels. Young Master Morong bids 100,000 taels. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 100,000 taels, first call. 100,000 taels, second call. 100,000 taels, third call sold. The wooden hammer strikes the table with a crisp sound, marking the final decision. Su Ruoyao doesn't turn around, but she hears Morong Xian chuckle softly beside her, warm and gently landing in her ear. The auction for the cold meteor sword concludes. And shortly after, the auctioneer holds up a small gilded box, lifting the lid to reveal a jade hairpin that gleams warmly under the candlelight. The jade is as smooth as freshly melted mutton fat, carved with a half-blooming magnolia at the top, its petal edges adorned with a few delicate pearls. It is clear that this is the item Su Ruyao had previously set her sights on. Ladies and gentlemen, take a look at this mutton fat jade hairpin. The auctioneer spins the hairpin on his fingertip, explaining that the jade material is from an old mine deep in Kunlun Mountain, so moist that it could exude water. And the craftsmanship is by the skilled artisan Yu Jiaoer, taking a full half-month just to carve this magnolia. Starting price is 3,000 taels, let the bidding begin. This time, Su Ruyao doesn't wait. Almost as soon as the auctioneer finishes speaking, she presses the bidding device, her voice clear. 4,000 taels. Immediately, someone beside her follows up. 5,000 taels. Su Ruyao's eyebrows lift slightly, her fingertips moving again. 6,000 taels. 6,500. 7,000 taels. She bids decisively, without any hesitation. The irritation from earlier when Murong Xian interrupted her has not yet faded. Now holding the bidding device feels like grasping the initiative. And her eyes shine brightly. Murong Xian sits beside her, watching her with a small smirk on her lips, and he obediently leans his elbow on the armrest. His fingertips lazily tapping the table, not interrupting at all. He doesn't understand these hairpins that girls like. He only knows that Su Ruyao had looked at that box twice, and she must really like it. Whatever the cost, it's worth it. After several rounds of bidding, when Su Ruyao raises her bid to 10,000 taels, the audience falls silent. The auctioneer strikes his hammer decisively, and she finally breathes a sigh of relief, turning to Murong Xian and lifting her chin, looking like a little bird that has just found something interesting, before she can bask in her triumph for long. The next item is brought up, a bronze cauldron half her height, its body adorned with intricate cloud patterns, each of its 3 legs carved with a mythical beast holding a pearl. It looks ancient yet exudes a solid atmosphere. A bronze cauldron for alchemy. The auctioneer taps the rim of the cauldron. Look at this patina. It has at least 300 years of history. The base has fire patterns, making it very stable when refining alchemy. Starting price is 8,000 taels. Su Ruyao's eyes light up again. She had been complaining that her previous alchemy furnace was too small, and this one looks just right. Without waiting for others to speak, she presses the bidding device. 10,000 taels. This time, quite a few people join in the bidding, as it is a practical alchemy furnace. Several people who look like pharmacy owners take turns raising the bid, and it quickly rises to 15,000. Su Ruyao is not worried at all. When the opponent calls 16,000, she bids 18,000. When they grit their teeth and bid 20,000, she thinks for a moment and directly calls 25,000. As soon as this bid is made, the audience goes silent. The several pharmacy owners exchange glances, but ultimately don't raise their bids. The auctioneer smiles and strikes the hammer. 25,000. This young lady wins the bid. Only then does Su Ruyao put down the bidding device. Her fingertips still warm with excitement, turning to Murong Xian and saying, "Now it's perfect. I have the hairpin and the cauldron." Murong Xian nods in agreement, reaching out to smooth down her hair that had been blown by the wind, speaking naturally. "Yes, as long as you like it. He is in this business. She is the buyer, and he is the seller, so moving money from one pocket to another is not worth calculating. As long as the items end up in her hands and are not snatched away by others, that is better than anything else." Su Ruyao feels the warmth of his fingers and her ears secretly turn red, but she doesn't pull away, just lowers her head to fiddle with the tassels on her sleeves, her smile growing sweeter. Chapter 39. The auction of body refining pills. Just as the matter of the bronze cauldron comes to an end, the auctioneer brings up a dark wooden box, and when opened, a ink jade inkstone lies quietly in the satin. The ink jade is as smooth as its texture, so delicate that it seems to melt at a touch. The edge of the inkstone is carved with entwined lotus patterns, and the ink pool is shallowly curved, indicating it is a high-quality item. A fine ink jade inkstone. The auctioneer's voice carries a hint of amusement, as it does not produce residue when grinding ink. And the ink produced is just the right consistency, perfect for nourishing the brush. The starting price is 2,000 taels. Su Ruyao, who has a fondness for writing implements, brightened at the sight of the inkstone, and without waiting for others to react, she pressed the bidding device. 2005. Outside, a pale scholar-like figure also raised a sign. 3,000 taels. Su Ruyao slightly raised her eyebrows and said directly, 4,000 taels. She noticed the scholar hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not follow up, and she secretly let out a sigh of relief. When the auctioneer brought the hammer down, she turned to Murong Xian and smiled, saying, "This inkstone looks very handy. It will be more convenient for grinding ink in the future." Murong Xian followed her gaze to the inkstone and nodded. Indeed, it is not bad. He did not understand these things, but as long as she liked it, that was enough. After a while, another item was brought up for auction, a silver incense ball, the size of a fist, with the body hollowed out and carved with entwined peonies. When gently turned, the incense cup inside moved along but showed no sign of tilting. A silver incense ball. The auctioneer turned the incense ball around, noting that the incense cup inside is alive. Even if it's hung in a tent, it won't spill. Suitable for incensing clothes and tents, starting at 1,000 taels. Su Ruiyao's incense ball had accidentally broken a few days ago, and she was just thinking of getting another one. Seeing this one was exquisitely crafted, she pressed the bidding device. 1,005. This time, no one followed the bid, and it was quickly auctioned off to her. Once these two items were hers, the auctioneer had someone bring up several jade boxes. When opened, they were lined with layers of satin, and contained several sprigs of dew-laden spiritual herbs. Everyone take a look at these spiritual herbs. The auctioneer pointed to the herbs in the jade box, saying they were collected by farmers who risked their lives to gather them from the mountains, and were immediately placed in specially made cold jade boxes that can preserve freshness. Look, the dew on the leaves hasn't even dried yet. Su Ruiyao's sharp eyes quickly recognized that several of the herbs were just what she needed for alchemy. Recently, when she was refining pills, she felt that the previous herbs were insufficient, and those from the pharmacy were expensive, leaving her quite troubled. Seeing these herbs, she hurriedly pressed the bidding device, and after several rounds of bidding, she finally secured them. When she received the herbs, she carefully opened the jade box, and a refreshing fragrance with the scent of dew rushed at her. The dew on the leaves was crystal clear, indeed very fresh. She quietly recited a spell and moved the spiritual herbs into her space. Inside the space, Xiaolon was napping on a patch of grass and immediately rushed over when she saw Su Ruiyao. Xiaolon, Su Ruiyao pointed at the herbs and said, "Plant these spiritual herbs in the space." Xiaolon nodded, carefully holding the herbs with her paws, and bounced away. Su Ruiyao followed her, watching as Xiaolon dug a hole in an empty patch of land to plant the herbs, thinking to herself, most of the herbs in the space are from the divine realm, and ordinary spiritual herbs are indeed lacking. She used to have to buy them from the pharmacy, and the materials there aren't cheap. As a novice just starting to practice, she wasted a lot of materials and needed a large quantity, spending quite a bit of silver. Xiaolon, Su Ruiyao patted Xiaolan's head and said, "You can open up another piece of land here specifically for planting these ordinary spiritual herbs. This way, she wouldn't have to run to the pharmacy often. And most importantly, she could save money, which was truly perfect." Xiaolon seemed to understand and nodded, continuing to focus on planting the herbs. Su Ruiyao watched her busy figure, unable to suppress a slight smile. Su Ruiyao's soul had entered the space, while outside, Morong Xian observed her as though she was merely resting with her eyes closed for a moment. Su Ruiyao's fingertips fiddled with the cold jade box she had just stored in her sleeve, and as her thoughts withdrew from the space, the refreshing scent of the herbs lingered at the tip of her nose. The candlelight in the auction hall was brighter than before. She raised her eyes to the stage, and saw the auctioneer holding a gilded medicine bottle, speaking with a hint of seriousness. "Next up for auction are pills and pill formulas." As soon as he finished speaking, Morong Xian leaned in and whispered, "You don't need to worry about these formulas." He tapped his fingers on the armrest, his gaze sweeping over the recently unveiled pill formula on stage. "I've prepared them all for you in my study. These being auctioned are merely copies, not exclusive secrets." He paused and added, "Although this auction house is mine, some items are consigned by others, and I haven't actually received them yet. If you see any pills you like, you can bid on a few bottles to take home." Su Ruiyao followed his words and looked at the pills on stage. The bottles were ordinary white porcelain, but exuded a faint medicinal fragrance. "Are you saying it's okay to take a look?" Morong Xian's eyes crinkled with a smile. "You can see how these pills differ from the ones you refine. Consider it a reference." Su Ruiyao nodded. When the auctioneer announced the names of the pills, there were clear spirit pills, revitalization powder, and several bottles of concentration pills, all practical for healing or assisting in cultivation. She did not hesitate and raised her sign for each. These pills she currently could not refine, but having them on her person could save lives. So it was wise to stock up. Moreover, those that could be auctioned off surely had better efficacy than the ordinary ones from the pharmacy. She observed that the bidding below was not too fierce, so she simply and decisively bid for one bottle of each, feeling much more assured when storing them in her sleeve. The auction house was brightly lit, and the air was filled with a faint sandalwood fragrance, but it could not suppress the whispers from the audience. The rosewood auction table on the high platform was polished to a shine. The auctioneer, oldly, adjusted the satin sash on his chest, cleared his throat, and his voice, amplified by a sound array, resonated throughout the hall. "Esteemed guests, The grand finale of today's auction is a rare item. He gestured, and a maid behind him stepped forward holding a tray covered in dark velvet, at the center of which lay a palm-sized white jade porcelain bottle. The porcelain bottle was translucent white, without any engravings, yet it emanated a warm luster. Clearly not an ordinary item. Oldley carefully picked up the porcelain bottle, and as soon as his fingertip touched the bottle, he seemed to inhale slightly, then smiled and raised it high. This is the body refining pill crafted by Master Su Ruiyao. Just by looking at this porcelain bottle, one can tell its weight. Let us take a look inside. He gently removed the stopper, and before the pill could be poured out, a refreshing aura wafted out. The scent was unlike the bitterness or sweetness of ordinary pills. Instead, it resembled the snow melt from a mountain stream mixed with the fragrance of morning dew and grass. Many people in the audience instinctively straightened their backs, even breathing a little lighter, feeling a refreshing scent linger at the tip of their noses, and their minds, which had been somewhat dull from sitting for too long, became clearer. However, the discussions below grew louder. The body refining pill? Never heard of it. A burly man in the front row with a scruffy beard frowned, pausing his play with a jade pendant in his hand. Isn't the market's body refinement pills just the solidifying essence powder, or the body forging pill? Where did this name come from? A scholar in a blue robe next to him nodded. This Su Ruiyao's name is unfamiliar. Could it be some new alchemist's gimmick? Who knows? Someone shook their head, saying that pills are not useful just because they smell nice. What if? The doubts spread like ripples, but Oldley was well prepared. He maintained his smile, resealing the porcelain bottle and placing it back on the tray. I understand your concerns. After all, this body refining pill is making its debut in the world. Not only you all, but even I had my doubts when I first saw it. But mere words don't prove anything. We need to let the effects speak for themselves. He waved to the audience. Xiao Wang, come up. A young man in casual clothes from the corner walked up to the stage in response. He was a worker at the auction house, stuck at the third level of qi refining for almost 2 years, often troubled by the sluggish flow of spiritual energy. Standing on stage now, he still felt a bit dazed. Oldley poured a body refining pill from the porcelain bottle and handed it over. Open your mouth. Xiao Wang instinctively put the pill in his mouth. It melted instantly, and a warm current flowed down his throat, spreading throughout his limbs. Before he could savor the pleasant sensation, he suddenly felt an itch all over his body. Then with a pop, a layer of dark brown grime seeped out from his back, accompanied by a stench that was hard to bear. Whoa! The audience was startled and sat up straight. What's even more astonishing is that the spiritual energy on Xiao Wang suddenly surged, breaking through the barrier that had been stuck at the third level with a crack. Before anyone could react, there were 2 more cracks, and he directly rushed to the 6th level of qi refining. He himself was also stunned. Looking down at the black mud emerging from his hands, feeling the unprecedented smoothness of the spiritual energy in his body, and opened his mouth in speechlessness. Quick! Take him to wash up. Oldley quickly waved his hand, and 2 young servants hurriedly supported the still-dazed Xiao Wang towards the back hall. At the same time, he exchanged glances with the people below, and the attendants on both sides immediately opened the intricately carved wooden doors. The exhaust magic array in the corner also buzzed to life. The foul smell that had already made people frown was blown away by the wind, mixed with the suction of the magic array, and within half a cup of tea's time, it had dissipated nearly completely. Oldley clapped his hands, and when the attention of the crowd was drawn back, he raised his voice and said, Everyone has seen this body refining pill, which first clears impurities and then improves cultivation. What happened to Xiao Wang just now was the expulsion of the turbid qi he had accumulated over the years, as well as the medicinal toxins from the cheap pills he had taken in the past. He weighed the white jade porcelain bottle in his hand. For practitioners, taking 1 will yield results. If you want to achieve immediate results, you can swallow 2 at once the first time. But I must say in advance, this body refining pill is only effective for first-time users. Taking it again later will not have the same immediate effect. After a pause, he added a crucial point. Not only does it improve cultivation and clear medicinal toxins, but if anyone accidentally gets poisoned and has no antidote at hand, chewing a body refining pill will at least expel 80 of the toxins, ensuring that you stay alive. To put it simply, it is both a precious body refining pill and an emergency antidote. As soon as this was said, the crowd below erupted. Just a moment ago, the bearded strong man who had been skeptical slammed the table. Oldley, name your price. I want this body refining pill. Why should you have it? Someone immediately retorted. The atmosphere in the auction house, which had already been heated due to the shocking scene of the drug testing, became even more intense as Oldley held up the white jade porcelain bottle again, and the gazes of the crowd seemed to stick to the warm porcelain surface, with their breathing becoming more hurried than before. Please everyone calm down. Oldley raised his voice to suppress the rising inquiries, lightly tapping the porcelain bottle with his fingertips. He had heard many distinguished guests asking for prices, so he clarified, today, for this body refining pill auction, we will not accept gold or silver, only spirit stones. As soon as this was said, there was a moment of silence below, followed by fragmented discussions. Some people nodded slightly, clearly having expected this. After all, it was a rare pill that could allow someone to advance 3 levels on the spot, and also expel toxins. It was indeed unreasonable to measure it with ordinary gold and silver. Spirit stones, which of you sitting here doesn't have a few? They are usually treasured, either held in hand to absorb spiritual energy during meditation, or used to buy high-level magical tools and rare medicinal materials, and rarely taken out for circulation. But everyone knows that the value of spirit stones far exceeds that of gold and silver. It's already established on the market that 1 tael of gold can be exchanged for 10 taels of silver, while a small piece of low-grade spirit stone the size of a pigeon egg can be worth 100 taels of gold. The gap in between is a whole 1,000 times. I know spirit stones are precious, and everyone is reluctant to take them out easily. Oldly pretended to be confused while smiling amiably, but the benefits of the body refining pill, as everyone had just seen with Xiao Wang, were clear: clearing impurities, improving cultivation, and detoxifying. Such an opportunity is not encountered every day. He paused, deliberately elongating his tone. When the thirst in the eyes of the crowd intensified, he loudly declared, but there's no need to rush to fight for them. I know many distinguished guests want to try it. Today, I brought a total of 10 bottles of body refining pills. Each bottle contains 1 pill, with real weight. This statement was like a reassuring pill. The crowd, who had been tense just moments ago, immediately relaxed, and their confidence in bidding rose a few notches. We will auction them one by one. The highest bidder wins. Oldly made a gesture for calm, his gaze sweeping over the eager crowd below. Even if they didn't win the first bottle, there were still 9 more chances. There would surely be a turn for them. Without further ado, the starting price for the first bottle of body refining pill is 50 low-grade spirit stones. 50? I bid 60. As soon as he finished speaking, someone in the front row eagerly raised their sign, their voice filled with undeniable urgency. 70. Immediately, someone followed up, afraid of falling behind. 80. The bidding voice instantly erupted again. The atmosphere, which had been somewhat restrained due to the spirit stone transaction, returned to a fever pitch in the blink of an eye. The spirit stones, which were infused with pure spiritual energy, now seemed even more ordinary than regular pebbles in the eyes of the crowd. After all, compared to slowly cultivating with them in hand, being able to break through bottlenecks and clear internal ailments right on the spot with the body refining pill was simply too tempting. Oldly watched the lively scene of people competing to raise their signs below, and the smile in his eyes deepened. Chapter 40. Saving enough money to look at houses. The auction for the 10 bottles of body refining pills hardly took much effort. Before the spiritual fluctuations of the previous bottle had dissipated in the auction house, the bidding for the next bottle had already blown the roof off. When the last bottle was bought by a cultivator sitting in the elegant room on the 2nd floor for 320 low-grade spirit stones, Oldly stood on the high platform, rubbing his hands, looking at the backstage with astonishment. No one had expected that this newly revealed body refining pill would be so popular. Su Ruiyao listened to the gradually quieting noise outside from her compartment, her fingertips pinching the spirit stones she had just collected from her storage bag. As the bag opened, countless low-grade spirit stones rolled onto the table, each gleaming with a faint white luster. Although they were not as rich in spiritual energy as mid- or high-grade spirit stones, when piled together, the pure spiritual power made the air in the compartment feel a bit warmer. She roughly counted, and there were more than 2,800 pieces. This amount might not be much where she had previously stayed, but in this low-level region known as the Qingyan continent, it was an unimaginable fortune. It's worth noting that most cultivators on this continent are stuck in the qi refining and foundation establishment stages, and spirit stones are already extremely scarce. High-grade spirit stones are only mentioned in ancient texts. Some say that 100 years ago, a powerful being obtained one, worth 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. But no one has seen it for real. Mid-grade spirit stones are even harder to find. And as for high-grade spirit stone mines, that is simply a pipe dream. Even these low-grade spirit stones, an ordinary cultivator would consider themselves wealthy if they could hold a dozen. If anyone could occupy a low-grade spirit stone mine, they would be truly wealthy enough to rival a nation. And even the major sects would have to bow and scrape to build relationships. As Su Ruiyao put the spirit stones back into the bag, she didn't realize that what was even more valuable than spirit stones was her name. In just 3 days, the name Su Ruiyao seemed to have grown wings, flying throughout the cultivation world of the Qingyan continent. Whether it was disciples in the sects or scattered cultivators in the market, whenever they gathered, they couldn't help but mention, "Have you heard? A master alchemist named Su Ruoyao has emerged, and the body refining pills she makes can clear impurities, allow for instant advancement, and even detoxify. The previously quiet alchemist guild completely transformed. In the past, only apprentices would come to exchange pill recipes, and the elders would occasionally discuss matters. These days, the threshold was nearly trampled down, with people blocking the door before dawn, some bringing rare medicinal materials seeking body refining pills, some bearing generous gifts hoping to get a chance to meet Su Ruoyao, and many children being brought by their parents, kneeling on the steps and refusing to get up, crying and shouting to be taught alchemy by Su Ruoyao. The elders of the guild sighed in worry, but there was nothing they could do. After all, the body refining pills she made were truly rare. But amidst the excitement, everyone was still puzzled. Just who is Su Ruoyao? The elders of the Alchemist Guild flipped through the registered roster, from entry-level apprentices to high-level alchemists, checking each name one by one. But they simply could not find any trace of the name Su Ruoyao. Some became anxious and slammed the table, saying, "Could it be some hidden old monster? But how could an old monster have such a young name?" Some speculate that it might be a newcomer just entering the field. But checking the recent alchemist assessment records reveals no such person. Su Ruoyao has never set foot in the guild from the very beginning, let alone put in the effort to take any alchemist qualification exam. Her miraculous alchemy techniques were all derived from studying the dusty ancient texts in her spatial bamboo house. The knowledge contained in those ancient books, not to mention the elders in the guild, even the oldest alchemy masters on the continent might not have seen. Unable to find the main person, the crowd's thoughts took a turn. Since the body refining pills came from the Mushuan auction house, the auction house must know Su Ruoyao's whereabouts. Within a few days, the Mushuan auction house faced the same troubles as the Alchemist Guild. The originally grand red-painted doors were surrounded by layers of people every day, even more bustling than when the body refining pills were auctioned off earlier. Some cultivators in brocade robes shouted with their hands on their hips. "People from Mushuan auction house, come out. Call Master Su Ruoyao to appear. I am willing to pay double for the body refining pills." There were also young cultivators with bundled bags squeezing in the crowd, standing on tiptoes and shouting, "If Master Su is willing to take me as her disciple, I am willing to serve her like a dog or horse." The shopkeeper of the auction house was so anxious that his mouth was blistering, standing inside the door and cupping his hands to the outside. "Dear guests, please allow me to explain. We have only seen the person Master Su sent to deliver the pills. We truly do not know her whereabouts." But who would believe such words? Someone in the crowd immediately shouted, "Stop fooling us. If she wasn't your person, how could you auction off such precious body refining pills here?" Others were even more direct, blocking the door and refusing to leave, determined to not budge until they saw Su Ruoyao. This caused the auction house to be unable to conduct any proper business for several days, having to wear a smiling face to appease the crowd while secretly lamenting that they should have asked about Master Su's background when they first knew the body refining pills would cause such a stir. Meanwhile, Su Ruoyao, who was being desperately sought after, was sitting by the window of her spatial bamboo house, flipping through a yellowed ancient book. The noise from outside filtered through the spatial barrier, reduced to a vague buzzing sound. Her fingertips glided over the alchemical formulas on the pages, her eyes carrying a hint of indifference. She never intended to gain fame through the body refining pills, now that she had enough spirit stones. Whether others could find her was no longer that important. Cultivators who understood the craft would always carefully examine the body refining pills in the light. The pills were round and plump, with 3 faint golden patterns on the surface, which were proof of the spiritual energy condensing during the pill-forming process. 3 patterns already indicated a very high grade. More surprisingly, on one side of the pill was a very intricate character Yao, which Su Ruoyao had engraved using ancient methods learned from the ancient texts, using spiritual power during the pill-making process. Touching the warm character with her fingertips and smelling the refreshing spiritual energy emanating from the pill, she truly felt as if she was holding a treasure from the Yaoqi, adding an inexplicable sense of reverence towards the name Su Ruoyao. She had originally only wanted to refine some pills to exchange for spirit stones, but unexpectedly caused such a stir. However, now that she had enough spirit stones and her name had spread, it was time to plan her future properly. Su Ruoyao pinched the heavy storage bag, the opening slightly ajar, and the crisp sounds of spirit stones clinking inside slipped out through the gap, rolling through her heart like a string of jade beads. She glanced down at the cultivation bracelet on her wrist, which was emitting a faint spiritual light. In recent days, absorbing spiritual energy had become significantly smoother, and the spiritual power in her dantian was thicker than before, all thanks to the abundance of spirit stones. Previously, she had always been constrained by the lack of spirit stones, even calculating her cultivation carefully. Now with her storage bag bulging, even her breathing felt easier, and naturally, she needed to seize the opportunity to focus on cultivation. just as she was arranging her hair in front of the bronze mirror. A light knock came from the courtyard door, and a servant announced that young Master Morongxian had sent something over. Morongxian sent gold and silver notes again. Su Ruiyao raised an eyebrow and instructed her maid to receive it. When the maid returned, she was holding a gilded lacquer box, and upon opening it, there was a layer of dark red velvet inside, stacked with several heavy gold ingots, alongside a few substantial silver notes. The ink characters on the pristine paper exuding genuine strength. She traced her fingertip over the gold ingots. The cold touch mixed with the unique heaviness of metal suddenly reminded her of the thoughts she had pondered a few days ago. Staying in an inn was ultimately not a long-term solution. Cultivation required tranquility, and in the future, alchemy and medicine production would also need a stable place. Buying a residence was only a matter of time. She had initially thought of saving some more spirit stones, but now with these gifts from Morongxian, her resources were more ample, allowing her to act immediately. She had already inquired about the locations of courtyards in the capital city. Morongxian's Mushuan auction house occasionally handled some excellent properties, many of which were urgent sales from noble families, guaranteed to be in good locations and regulations. However, she also heard that there was a Yifeng pavilion in the West City, specializing in real estate transactions. Though the storefront was small, it was well regulated, holding quite a few suitable residences for ordinary cultivators or merchants, offering great value for money. Su Ruiyao stored the gold ingots and silver notes in the bottom of her storage bag, took out a medium-quality spirit stone to keep in her sleeve pocket for small expenses, adjusted her moon-white robe in front of the bronze mirror, and turned to her maid. Go prepare a simpler carriage. We'll first go to Yifeng Pavilion to take a look. If we don't find anything suitable, we can then ask at Mushuan auction house. The maid complied and left, while Su Ruiyao stood in the corridor, glancing at the sun outside the courtyard. The warm light fell on the blue bricks, making the air feel soft. She touched her storage bag, unable to suppress a smile. Just a while ago, she was frowning over spirit stones. Now she could cultivate in peace and choose a residence to buy. Her life truly felt like the budding branches of early spring, gradually moving towards brightness. Chapter 41. Encountering Xiejing, Su Ruiyao changed into a light lotus-colored outfit, accompanied by her close mates Chenu and Xiar, and got into the carriage. The carriage curtain was woven from fine bamboo strips, allowing a faint light to filter through, giving a glimpse of the bustling crowd outside. The experienced coachman, Old Zhou, drove the carriage slowly through the crowd, the wheels rolling over the bluestone road with a soft clattering sound, keeping the carriage relatively stable. Chunner was peeling the freshly bought candied chestnuts for Su Ruiyao, while Xiar leaned against the window to watch the street scenery. Suddenly she exclaimed, "Miss, look ahead. It seems someone is being chased." Su Ruiyao lifted a corner of the carriage curtain following her gaze, and saw a commotion in the diagonal front. A man dressed in tattered clothing, with a large tear in his pants, his grayish fabric stained with mud, looking almost like a beggar on the street, was frantically running forward, tightly clutching a bulging little cloth bag in his hand. Behind him were two burly men, shouting as they chased, "Little thief! How dare you steal from me? Stop!" The man was running so fast, his eyes focused on the back and not watching the road ahead. The carriage was already moving slowly, almost leisurely following the flow of people. But he was running too quickly, like a gust of wind, and crashed right into the horse's side. The horse, startled, raised its front hooves and neighed sharply, causing the carriage to sway violently to one side. Su Ruiyao's teacup fell from the small table, spilling tea all over. Chunner and Xiar were also nearly thrown against the carriage wall, quickly reaching out to steady themselves against the carriage frame. Fortunately, Old Zhou reacted quickly, immediately tightening the reins and softly calming the horse. The carriage swayed a few times before finally stabilizing, avoiding a complete overturn. Looking back at the man, he stumbled and fell to the ground after being hit by the horse, rolling on the bluestone road. It seemed he wasn't seriously injured, as he got up while still tightly gripping the money bag, clearly not planning to let go. However, this moment's delay allowed the two chasing men to catch up quickly. One of them grabbed him by the collar and pushed him back down, while the other directly tried to snatch the cloth bag from his hands. Still daring to hold on? The man spat, snatching the bag back and stuffing it into his own pocket, then raised his foot to kick him. The two men unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks on the man lying on the ground, with fists landing on his back and arms, the dull thuds making one's teeth ache. The man curled up on the ground, groaning but not struggling much, until his face turned red from the beating, and the corner of his mouth bled before the two men seemed to have vented their anger, cursing as they spat and turned to merge back into the crowd. The man on the ground lay there for a while, not moving, blocking the path right in front of the carriage. Old Zhou was still at the front of the carriage, calming the frightened horse. The horse was breathing heavily, occasionally tossing its head, clearly still shaken. Su Ruiyao looked at the crowd blocking the road and frowned. The carriage couldn't possibly get through. She glanced at her two young maids, Chun'er and Xiar, who were pale from witnessing the fight, and didn't expect old Zhou to be distracted. After all, the horse was the priority. I'll go take a look. Su Ruoyao adjusted her clothing, lifted the curtain of the carriage, and got out. She walked over to the man, bent down, and reached out to help him. Are you okay? Can you get up? The man, dazed from the beating, slowly pushed himself up with her assistance. When he raised his head, his messy hair parted, revealing his face. Just that glance made Su Ruoyao's outstretched hand suddenly freeze, her pupils slightly constricting. How could this face, its brow and eyes, the curve of the nose, look so much like Jiang Zhiyuan's? Her heart skipped a beat, her voice trembling slightly. Zhiyuan? How could you be here? Could it be you also traveled through time? The man on the ground was taken aback by her question, blinking in confusion before frowning. His cheeks were indeed red, with a bit of blood at the corner of his mouth, looking quite disheveled. Yet his gaze was relatively clear. Miss, you must have mistaken me for someone else. His voice was a bit hoarse, carrying a sense of weakness from not having eaten well for a long time. I'm not Zhiyuan, I'm Xiejing. He paused, looking at Su Ruoyao with a puzzled expression. What do you mean by traveled through time? Is it about what kind of fabric the clothes are made of? What does traveling through time mean? It was only then that Su Ruoyao suddenly came back to her senses. She carefully examined the person before her. The face was similar but also different. He had a small mole on his brow, but Jiang Zhiyuan didn't seem to have one. Furthermore, looking at his build, he was thin and short, with narrow shoulders, clearly showing signs of long-term malnutrition, much shorter than Jiang Zhiyuan. As for his voice, Jiang Zhiyuan spoke with a hearty northern accent, while this person's tone was soft, with a hint of local dialect, completely different. It was she who was too caught up in the past and mistook him for someone else. A trace of disappointment flickered in Su Ruoyao's heart. But she quickly steadied herself, released her hand, and helped him again so he could sit more steadily. I was too abrupt and mistook you for someone else. I apologize. She glanced at the restless horse beside her and then at Xiejing's injuries, softly saying, although it was you who bumped into us. Our carriage was moving through a crowd, so we should have been more careful. This matter is also partly our fault. As she spoke, she fished out a small cloth bag from her sleeve, which contained the broken silver she had brought when she left home, weighing about 2 taels, and handed it to Xiejing. Please take this bag of silver. Consider it your medical expenses to buy some medicine to treat your wounds. Su Ruoyao slightly loosened her grip on Xiejing's hand, her fingertips trembling a bit. She straightened up and took half a step back, looking at Xiejing's face, which bore a 7 or 8 point resemblance to Jiang Zhiyuan's. Her heart felt as if it had been gently bumped, then sank again. Thankfully, it really wasn't him. The panic from that moment was now matched by her relief. She even instinctively clenched her sleeve, her fingertips brushing against the warm jade bracelet that Morong Xian had given her. The warmth of the jade gradually calmed her chaotic thoughts. If Jiang Zhiyuan, the one who used to bicker with her on Earth, shared a bowl of instant noodles with her, and said he would wait for her to graduate to get a marriage certificate, were truly standing here across the vastness of time and space, what should she do? She was no longer the naive Su Ruoyao who had traveled here with a heart full of confusion. She had developed attachments in this alternate capital, and she had Morong Xian. The moonlight beneath the peach tree that night, the seriousness and passion in his eyes, and the later entanglements that were involuntary but not entirely without desire had all become indelible marks on her. She had given herself to Morong Xian and had unconsciously made space for him in her heart. If Jiang Zhiyuan truly came looking for her, how should she handle it? Should she explain the current entanglements to her old lover, or tell Morong Xian about that distant past? Just thinking about it made her feel conflicted and suffocated. Moreover, how could Jiang Zhiyuan possibly find her? Across such an unreachable time and space, crossing countless dimensional barriers, that would require becoming a true immortal to accomplish, right? Her earlier exclamation of traveling through time was merely a slip of the tongue born from panic, a manifestation of the lingering thoughts deep in her heart that had never completely extinguished. It must have been the busy days spent accumulating spirit stones, planning to buy a residence, and thinking about cultivating properly that had caused her mind to become chaotic. Su Ruoyao gently closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, the daze in her gaze had dissipated significantly. She should have let go by now. From the moment she traveled to this era without the internet and familiar friends and family, and from the countless attempts to find her way back that ended in failure, she should have realized that Earth was no longer a place she could return to, even if there were some great fortune that allowed her to embark on the journey home. The time and space she left behind might not still be in the same place. Perhaps Jiang Zhiyuan had already married and had children. Or perhaps everything she was familiar with had changed beyond recognition. What good would returning do? It would be better to settle down, find a good residence in this capital, and cultivate diligently, relying on her own abilities to establish her footing. She remembered Murong Xian's affection. In the days to come, she had to look forward. Su Ruoyao took a deep breath, suppressing the last trace of melancholy in her heart. When she looked at Xie Jing again, her expression had returned to calm. Quickly take the silver and go see your injuries. Don't block the road any longer. Chapter 42. Taking Xie Jing as a servant, Xie Jing curled up, shrinking back, rubbing his back against the mud-stained edge of his clothes, looking at the silver bag that Su Ruoyao extended towards him. He swallowed but did not reach out to take it. He managed to prop himself up slightly, his voice still hoarse from the beating, but with a hint of stubbornness. He said, "Actually, I'm not hurt much." He raised a hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, running his fingers over his reddened cheek. Those few hits looked fierce, but they didn't injure any bones. You don't need to spend money, miss. Seeing him in such a clearly awkward, yet still holding on, Su Ruoyao thought of the stray puppy she had seen earlier on the street, clearly starving yet still wary when offered food. She pushed the silver bag forward again, her tone firm and carrying an air of insistence. "Take it. You should take it." Her gaze swept over his patched and worn sleeves, then caught sight of his fingers, which were white-knuckled from gripping the ground, with thin calluses and dirt embedded between them, clearly a sign of someone who had endured hardship for a long time. She snorted softly, "Seeing how flustered you were earlier trying to grab something, you must be having a hard time in life. I'm not a wealthy philanthropist, but I can still help a little. Every bit counts." Xie Jing was momentarily stunned, the wariness in his eyes easing somewhat, yet he still hesitated to take it. Suddenly, Su Ruoyao recalled the moment of confusion she had felt earlier, and looked at his frail yet stubborn appearance, feeling an inexplicable stir in her heart. She took half a step back, leaning against her carriage, tapping her fingers on the yoke. "By the way, I haven't told you. My family lives at the Prime Minister's residence. If you don't know the way, you can ask a passerby." She paused, watching the bewildered look in Xie Jing's eyes, and continued, "I happen to need a personal servant, someone to help me run errands and deliver things, nothing too heavy. If you're willing, after this period, you can go to the Prime Minister's gatekeeper to find me." Seeing Xie Jing still in a daze, she directly shoved the silver bag into his hand, the heavy feeling making him instinctively grip it tightly. Su Ruoyao patted the back of his hand. "You take this bag of silver first. Even if you don't want to be a servant, you can buy a few pieces of clean clothing and some warm food. It's better than wandering around in these tattered clothes." After saying that, without waiting for him to refuse again, she turned to the coachman and asked, "Old Joe, has the horse calmed down? Let us head to Yifeng Pavilion first." Xie Jing's hand, which was clutching the bag of silver, suddenly began to tremble. The cold silver pressed against his palm, yet it made his nose sting with warmth. As he was just beaten, not a single tear fell, but now, looking at Su Ruoyao's back as she turned to walk towards the carriage, 2 lines of tears unexpectedly slid down his flushed cheeks, splattering onto his dirty clothes and leaving a small dark stain. He never expected that in such desperate times, he would encounter such a benefactor. Who would have thought that this boy, dressed in ragged clothes and unable to afford a full meal, was once a precious prince of the Biling royal family? He came to the Southern Dynasty under his father's secret order, intending to quietly lay down a network to gather information about the court's movements and accumulate leverage for the future struggle for the throne. At that time, he entered the country with a personal guard, riding in a splendid carriage, filled with youthful ambition, thinking that this trip to the Southern Dynasty would be an effortless experience. But he forgot that there was no warmth in the royal family. The other princes had long regarded him as a thorn in their side, and when they saw him arriving alone in this foreign land, they thought it was the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Before he could establish a foothold in the Southern Dynasty, even before he set up a network of information, he was besieged by successive assassins. Those assassins were swift and ruthless, breaking in through windows at night and shooting arrows at him during the day, leaving him restless and exhausted. What made him even more desperate was that his guards fell one after another in blood to protect him. During the last ambush, he thought he would surely die. But those pursuing him were actually his half-brother subordinates, who wanted to play a cat-and-mouse game with him. They didn't kill him. Instead, they dragged him away like a dead dog and sold him into the slave market. On the day he entered the slave market, he was pressed onto a cold stone platform, and a red-hot branding iron was sizzled onto the back of his neck, burning him to the point of near fainting. The mark of a lowly slave became a shameful imprint, embedding itself in his very being. In the following days, he was locked in a small wooden cage, crammed together with a group of emaciated slaves. The traffickers never cared about their lives, merely throwing in scraps of leftover food that were as disgusting as pig slop, moldy and rotten, which he had to pinch his nose to swallow, otherwise he wouldn't survive. He had thought countless times about escaping, but the cage was chained with heavy iron and there were thugs guarding it day and night. He could barely stand up straight, let alone break free. Until today. when a customer with a face full of fat chose him to be bought as a laborer. When the trafficker opened the cage door and pulled him out, a spark ignited in his heart. This was his only chance. He fixed his gaze on the customer and the trafficker haggling over the price. And at the moment they both relaxed their guard, he suddenly broke free from the trafficker's hand and dashed towards the market exit. The shouts in pursuit behind him echoed, but he couldn't care less, only knowing to run with all his might. It was only after he burst out of that nauseating cage that he barely escaped the tiger's mouth. But what good was escaping? He had no money on him. The brocade robe and jade belt he had worn before had long been stripped away by the traffickers and worn by them instead. Now, he was wrapped in tattered rags picked up from who knows where, full of holes, letting the wind blow right through, barely covering his body. If it weren't for meeting Su Ruiyao, he probably wouldn't survive the night, either being caught back to the slave market or starving to death on the streets. Xie Jing clutched the silver in his arms, his back still aching, but the relief of surviving outweighed the soreness in his body. The fact that he managed to escape from the slave market was truly a stroke of luck. The one who bought him was a fat man, dressed in shiny satin, whose belly jiggled as he ran, bending over to catch his breath after just a few steps, nowhere near able to catch up with him as he ran for his life. Coincidentally, there were many buyers that day. The fat man picked out 5 or 6 slaves at once, and the trafficker hurriedly opened the cages one by one, leading the slaves out. The stall was chaotic, and the trafficker had to keep an eye on counting people on one side and collecting money on the other, unable to divide his attention. Xie Jing was clear about this. Running at this moment was the safest option. If the trafficker pursued him, the other newly released slaves would likely follow suit to rush out, unwilling to let go of the deals they were so close to securing. So he watched as the fat man counted his silver, and during the trafficker's distraction of noting accounts, he swiftly slipped free from the loose hemp rope on his wrist and dashed out, successfully running out of the slave market's door. Once he was out, he truly faced a dilemma. He didn't have a single coin on him, but finding a dilapidated temple was easy. There was one at the city's edge, with a broken incense table covered in thick dust, barely offering some wind protection. But his stomach growled with hunger, and as he curled up in a corner at night, his empty stomach felt uneasy, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Fortunately, the bowl of leftover food thrown to him by the trafficker yesterday wasn't fully digested. Although it was a mix of rancid rice bran and vegetable roots, it at least gave him some strength. Otherwise, he might not even have the energy to steal a wallet today. When he was just beaten down by those 2 men, he thought he was unlucky, having his hard-earned money snatched away and adding several new pains to his body. But now looking back, he realized he had actually been quite fortunate. If it weren't for Su Ruiyao's offer to let him go to the Prime Minister's residence as a servant, he really couldn't imagine what his future days would be like. He couldn't rely on stealing wallets every day. If he got caught again, it might not just end with a beating. He could very well be handed over to the authorities, and once the mark of a slave on his neck was exposed, the outcome would only be worse. He even dared to assert that he would never have a chance to return to Bailing alive again. The palace walls of Bailing were so high, in the past. When he stood on top looking at the sunset, he always felt the throne was within reach, but now he didn't even dare to think about it. Ever since his brothers learned that he had been branded with the mark of a slave, they probably regarded him as a discarded pawn. A lowly slave pressed into the mud, with no qualifications to compete with them for the throne. They wouldn't even bother to send someone to assassinate or follow him. After all, killing an ant that has fallen into a dung pile would only dirty their hands. Xie Jing squatted by the roadside, wiping his red, frostbitten nose with his sleeve. The silver in his arms felt heavy, and Su Ruiyao's words about finding him at the Prime Minister's residence felt like a lifeline, allowing him to see a glimmer of light in the dark days. He needed to find a place to change out of these rags, and buy something warm to eat to fill his stomach. Once he regained his strength, he would wait at the Prime Minister's residence, whether to be a servant running errands or cleaning the courtyard. As long as he had a place to stay, it would be better than drifting as he was now. Chapter 43. Looking for a house. The sound of the wheels rolling over the bluestone road gradually slowed down. Su Ruiyao lifted a corner of the carriage curtain, and the 2-story small building with the sign of Yifeng Pavilion in the West City came into view. Compared to the grandeur of Morong Xian's wooden auction house, Yifeng Pavilion looked more modest, but the flow of people coming in and out was much livelier than at the wooden auction house. After all, this was the place in the capital dedicated to real estate transactions, and in terms of housing sources, it was far richer than the wooden auction house. Earlier, she had visited the wooden auction house, where properties were concentrated for trading only once a month. Although there were small auctions every week, the venue was small. The items were mixed, and most attendees were just there for novelty. Very few were serious buyers, and the few transactions that occurred were usually for tiny courtyards. Yifeng Pavilion, on the other hand, was different. Aside from being closed for one day on weekends, It was open for selection at any time on the remaining 6 days, allowing transactions whenever needed, and the prices were more reasonable than at the wooden auction house. No wonder people in the capital generally came here first when looking to buy a house. As soon as she stepped inside, a smiling attendant in a blue cloth shirt came up to her. "Miss, please come inside. Are you looking for a residence or a shop? We have several new courtyards on the outskirts of the city, as well as storefronts on 2 bustling streets, all very suitable." Su Ruoyao followed him inside and soon discovered that Yifeng Pavilion was quite a different world. On the shelves against the wall were exquisite wooden boxes, and when opened, they contained miniature models of houses, complete with carved eaves, stone tables in the courtyard, and even the arrangement of tables and chairs inside meticulously replicated. The young lady looked at the model, and the attendant, seeing her focused gaze, smiled and explained, "These are specially made by our model craftsmen at a 1-to-1 scale. You can see which part you like without having to go far. Just look at the model, and you'll have a clear idea of how thick the trees in the yard are, and how many rooms the house has. If you're really worried, you can pay a deposit, and we can take you to see the real place. The deposit is only 100 taels, which is nothing compared to the house price. Even if you end up not liking it, you won't feel bad about losing that." She slowly looked along the shelves, her gaze suddenly stopping on a set of shop models. The model was like a small sand table, meticulously carved to show the 3 connected storefronts, with the street outside, the cosmetics shop across the street, and the cloth shop next door all clearly visible. These 3 storefronts were located on the bustling Juke Street, not far from a quiet alley, making them perfect for selling the cosmetics, lingerie, and sanitary pads she was planning to sell, which were aimed at young ladies. If they could buy cosmetics and then easily pick out lingerie without taking a long detour, it would naturally attract more customers. Su Ruoyao gently tapped the model with her fingertip, noting this location in her heart. As she walked further in, a model of a suburban courtyard made her stop. The yard was much more spacious than those in the city, with 5 main rooms and additional side rooms that could accommodate over 10 people. There was even a small open area in the backyard, perfect for setting up a shed for work. Su Ruoyao's eyes brightened. Her lingerie and sanitary pads weren't large items, so they didn't require a big space. This place was quiet, close to the city gate, making it convenient for delivery trucks, and workers and tailors could live in the side rooms, saving them the trouble of commuting. It was perfect for a processing factory. The attendant, observing her interest in the suburban courtyard, quickly said, "Miss, you have a good eye. This courtyard is 10 miles from the city, surrounded by farms, and very quiet. It was recently owned by an old scholar, who is in a hurry to sell because he is going to take up a post in Jiangnan. The price is 30% cheaper than in the city." Su Ruoyao didn't respond but shifted her gaze to a small courtyard model in the corner. This house wasn't large, just 2 sections, but its location was excellent. The model indicated it was only a couple of streets away from Murongxian's royal residence. Her heart warmed. Since she and Murongxian often met, the earlier place was far, and every time he came to pick her up, they would spend half an hour just on the road. If she lived here, it would be much more convenient for future meetings. Moreover, if she truly married into the royal residence, this house could be left for relatives to live in. The original owner's grandparents were still in the countryside. She remembered what Murongxian had said a few days ago, her fingertip gently rubbing the door knocker of the model. Murongxian had said that the emperor had recently been thinking of the old officials, especially mentioning her grandfather often. Her grandfather had been high-ranking and powerful in the past, but was sent to a small county at the border as a county magistrate due to offending the empress's family. At that time, several uncles were still young and went along. The original owner had never seen her grandfather's family since birth. It had been nearly 20 years. Perhaps in a few days, her grandfather would return to the capital. Murongxian had held her hand at that time, his voice gentle, saying, "The old eunuch said the emperor has already sent someone to investigate your grandfather's achievements at the border. If all goes well, there will be an edict within half a month." If her grandfather's family truly returned, they couldn't possibly stay at an inn. This house was close to the royal residence, making it convenient for her to visit her grandmother, or for her grandmother to visit her. As Su Ruoyao thought about it, she gradually formed a decision. She pointed to the suburban courtyard, the 3 connected shops, and then to the small house near the royal residence, saying to the attendant, "I want them all. Please calculate the total price for me, and let us complete the paperwork today." The attendant was taken aback, clearly not expecting this young lady to be so decisive. His smile became even warmer. "All right, miss. Please wait a moment. I'll go call the accountant to calculate it." Just as the attendant was about to turn to call for the accountant, he seemed to remember something and turned back to Su Ruoyao, smiling, "Miss, according to our rules, you can just pay the deposit today. It's not that we don't trust you. We mainly worry about the property situation. If someone else has their eye on the house you like, it could lead to trouble." In fact, the deposit isn't much. To put it simply, it's just to provide some food for the model craftsmen and support the few people working in the yard. Su Ruyao looked out the window. The sun had just passed the morning hour, and the shadow under the eaves was still quite short. She shook her head. It's all right. There's still plenty of time. And you just opened not long ago. I don't have anything else to do today, so I might as well go see the house now to avoid making another trip later. I have the carriage and driver with me, so just send someone to lead the way. The attendant's eyes lit up, his smile becoming more genuine. It's so convenient that you brought your own carriage. If we were to send a carriage, we would have to reserve it at the carriage shop a day in advance, and during busy times, we might not even be able to book one. In that case, I'll go fetch the person to show you the house right away. Before long, Yifeng sent a familiar steward named Lu, who looked to be in his 50s, holding a few property booklets and speaking with a steady demeanor. Su Ruyao got into her carriage with her maid, and steward Lu rode a chestnut horse from the shop, following alongside. First heading to the small courtyard not far from the royal residence. The carriage stopped at the alley entrance, and steward Lu guided Su Ruyao inside. Pushing open the vermilion small door, the scene inside was surprisingly identical to the model. Half the wall was covered in green vines. The main room's window frames were carved with entwined lotus flowers, and even the crooked-necked crabapple tree outside the west side room looked just like the one in the model. Su Ruyao strolled around the yard, the blue bricks laid cleanly, and the stone steps in the corridor were stable. She felt 7 parts satisfied. Next, they went to see the 3 connected shops. Lifting the bamboo curtain of the storefront to take a look, the floor was paved with smooth bluestone, and the beams and columns were made of sturdy old wood. The street-facing windows were large and bright, allowing a view of the bustling crowd outside. Indeed, it was the most lively section next to Juke Street. Steward Lu said, these shops were previously selling silk. The owner moved to Jiangnan, which is why they are for sale. Look, the paint on these beams is still fresh. Finally, they visited the suburban courtyard. The carriage took nearly an hour to arrive. But as soon as she entered the courtyard, Su Ruyao felt it was worth it. The yard appeared more spacious than the model, with ready-made wooden racks in the east side room, perfect for storing fabrics. The empty space in the backyard was paved with gravel, so it wouldn't be muddy on rainy days. Even the well in the corner of the yard was deep, with clear water coming up. Steward Lu smiled and said, Miss, look at that old locust tree in the corner of the yard. The model shows 3 branches. Count them, aren't there exactly 3? Su Ruyao looked up, and indeed it was so. Her last bit of doubt dissipated, and she was very satisfied with these properties. On the way back, the sun had just reached the end of the hour, and it was still not noon. Upon entering Yifeng, the accountant was already waiting with an abacus. Seeing Su Ruyao return, he quickly handed over the calculated list. Miss, the suburban courtyard is 200 taels, the 3 shops total 500 taels, and the small house near the royal residence is 800 taels, making a total of 500 taels. Our boss said, since you are purchasing 3 properties at once, we'll give you a 5 discount, bringing it down to 225 taels. Su Ruyao didn't hesitate, taking out a few silver notes from her pouch, which were given by Murong Xian earlier, along with her own savings. She counted them and handed them to the accountant. That's perfect. The accountant verified the silver notes and quickly called for someone to bring the property deeds. Before long, the attendant brought over a small redwood box, opened it to reveal 3 neatly stacked papers inside, stamped with the official seal. Su Ruyao examined them carefully. They were correct, and she put them into her brocade bag. Just as she was about to stand up to leave, a slightly plump middle-aged man suddenly walked out from the back room, wearing a satin long robe and holding a small gold-embossed card. He smiled and approached. You must be Miss Su? I am the owner of Yifeng. My surname is Wang. As he spoke, he handed over the small card. You are our major client for purchasing so many at once. This is our membership card. Next time you come to buy a house, you'll get a 20 discount. Su Ruyao took the plaque and looked at it. The words Yifeng VIP were engraved on it, and the craftsmanship was quite exquisite, so she smiled and accepted it. Thank you, Boss Wang. Boss Wang personally escorted her to the gate and watched her get into the carriage before heading back. Su Ruyao lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked outside, feeling very lighthearted that the matter of buying a house was finally settled. She turned to the maid beside her and said, Let's go to that Jiffulu in front. I'll treat you, and you and the coachman can enjoy the benefit as well. The maid was taken aback for a moment, then smiled in response. Thank you, miss. Su Ruyao smiled lightly. She didn't have many friends here, and these servants had treated the original owner well before. Now they were also being attentive to her, so she had long regarded them as family and naturally wanted to reward them well. Chapter 44. Buying slaves. As the carriage leisurely made its way back, Su Ruyao still held the few property deeds between her fingers. The rough texture of the paper transmitted through her fingertips, But her heart no longer felt the lightness from the transaction earlier. Instead, it felt heavy with some burdens. The house was bought. But the empty residences and shops were like blank sheets of paper waiting to be filled with color. She gazed out at the passing streets, sorting through the matters in her mind. The factory on the outskirts needed to be remodeled. The yard had to be tidied up. Was the roof leaking? Was the ground uneven? She needed to find a renovation worker to check. Workers and seamstresses were indispensable. And the women who made underwear and sanitary napkins had to be quick and meticulous in their sewing and cutting. Once the shop opened, there needed to be someone to manage it, a sweet-talking and reliable girl who knew how to deal with customers. Someone had to keep the accounts, tracking how much material came in, how much was sold, how much labor was paid. Every detail had to be clear. Carelessness was not allowed. Even the coachman. She would need to hire 2 more to handle deliveries. She silently counted and realized she would need to recruit about 10 people. Suddenly, she was taken aback. Running a business actually meant supporting so many mouths. Behind each person is a family, and they would depend on this work for their livelihood, supporting their elderly and children. If she didn't manage this well, it wouldn't be just 1 or 2 people who would be affected. Previously, she only thought about getting things started. But now she truly felt the pressure on her shoulders. She sighed lightly and leaned back in her seat. In fact, Morong Xian had said he would help her with these matters. Just a few days ago, he held her hand and smiled, saying that he knew people in the capital for craftsmen and accounts, and could easily call a couple to handle everything neatly, without her needing to get involved in hiring. She had stubbornly insisted that she needed to personally choose the house to be satisfied, and that other matters could be discussed later. Morong Xian didn't press further, just went along with her wishes, saying it was fine as long as she was happy. But how could he truly not care? She had casually mentioned wanting to open a fabric shop, a clothing store, even wanting to design her own clothes, thinking it was just idle talk. Saying she was just starting out and couldn't take 2 big steps, lest she bit off more than she could chew. Those plans were only kept in her mind, and she hadn't dared to put them into action. Yet Morong Xian had remembered all of it. A couple of days ago, when he came to find her, his sleeve still had some indigo dye on it. When she asked, he casually mentioned that he had visited a weaving workshop in the south of the city, and checked out a dyeing workshop in the west. I saw a weaving workshop with some fine cotton fabric, soft and perfect for those intimate items you mentioned. He even laughed and told her that the old shopkeeper at the dyeing workshop said they had just released a new light pink color, not gaudy, which girls would definitely like. She had thought he would directly buy the fabric to save trouble. Who would have thought he personally ran around to establish connections? It seemed he had already planned for her, so that when her factory opened, the fabric could be used directly, saving her the intermediary steps. The carriage rattled over the gravel road, shaking gently. Su Ruoyao looked at the increasingly familiar street scene outside the carriage window, feeling both warm and soft inside. All those trivial matters of finding craftsmen and hiring workers, all those unclear accounts and endless channels, Morong Xian had shielded her from them. He wasn't worried about her being tired. He was worried that these miscellaneous issues would dampen her enthusiasm and trap her, even making her forget her earlier thoughts of opening a fabric shop. He stood quietly behind her. Whenever she took a step forward, he would clear the path ahead for her. When she paused, he didn't rush her, but silently scouted the road ahead for her. Su Ruoyao gently clenched the property deeds in her hand, feeling a bit of the pressure lighten, and instead, some strength emerged. She needed to handle the current matters well. Otherwise, she would be failing to live up to his intentions. By the time the sun climbed overhead, Su Ruoyao had just finished lunch at a small restaurant facing the street. The warm lingering essence of the green rice porridge in the celadone bowl still remained. She pinched the handkerchief to wipe her lips and, looking out the window at the passing carriages, suddenly focused on the slave market that Xie Jing had mentioned in their earlier chat, which now became a persistent thought in her mind. She indeed needed more hands. Since taking over those 2 shops, relying solely on Chun'er and Xiar, the 2 maids, to manage everything inside and out felt quite stretched. However, hiring help from outside was always a concern. The woman she had tried hiring a few days ago secretly hid some broken silver from the cabinet, leading her to fire her. On the other hand, the slave market. Su Ruoyao's fingertip made a knot on the handkerchief. Those people trapped in the fires of hell needed someone to pull them out. She needed loyal and useful people, and it seemed they could be a perfect match. Go to the slave market. As she lifted the curtain of the carriage to instruct the coachman, Chun'er was just handing her some sour plum cake. Hearing this, she blinked. Miss, that place is very chaotic. Su Ruoyao took a bite of the plum cake, the sweet and sour flavor spreading, and gently nodded. The chaos makes it easier to pick. She wasn't a great benevolent person aiming to save the world, but watching people being sold with iron chains inevitably weighed on her heart. Moreover, these people had no relatives. Once they were taken in, they would be her own. Much cleaner than those with families and burdens. In the future, if they wanted to start families, she could help arrange things, but for now, she needed to fill the immediate gaps first. The coachman was evidently familiar with the route. The carriage turned down 2 bustling streets, gradually quieting, with only the faint sound of iron chains dragging on the ground. Su Ruyao got out of the carriage, with Chunner and Xiar protecting her on either side. Just as she stepped into the alley marked with a wooden sign for the human market, she saw a row of people squatting on the ground, each with a thick iron ring locked around their necks. A trader was wielding a whip, shouting, "Look here. These few are quick on their feet, only 31. Su Ruyao first looked over at the girls. In the corner, 3 little maids, about 13 or 14 years old, had dry yellow hair but bright eyes. Seeing her gaze, they shyly shrank back. Just these 3. She raised her chin at the trader and pointed at 2 women nearby who were twisting hemp rope. These 2 should be included as well. I see their knuckles are worn, so they must know how to sew? The woman in the blue cloth shirt quickly raised her head to respond. In response to the young lady, I can embroider some flowers and grass. I worked in an embroidery workshop for 3 years. Su Ruyao nodded, and instructed Chunner to take them to wait by the carriage first. Turning, she walked over to the boys. Leaning against a post were 4 half-grown children. Though thin, they stood straight. When they saw her examining them, they didn't shy away. Su Ruyao asked the one in front, "Can you run errands and deliver messages?" The child straightened his neck and replied, "I can. I know the roads in the city." She smiled, about to agree, when she caught sight of 2 young men being pushed forward by the trader not far away. Both had high brows and deep-set eyes. Their arms muscular, and though tied up, they stood firmly. "What about those 2? When she pointed, the trader immediately smiled broadly. "Miss has a good eye. These 2 just came from the north. They can drive a carriage and carry things." Su Ruyao touched the jade bracelet on her wrist and decisively said, "Take them all." Finally, she still needed someone to manage the accounts and watch the shop. She picked 2 young men from the literate slaves, both in their 20s, with handsome features. When they saw her, they politely bowed halfway and said they had previously helped in a bookshop and knew how to handle accounts. As for the shopkeepers, she chose 3 young men. Men always had to support families, and with attachments, they would be more diligent. Furthermore, the shop would often need to move silks and fabrics. And men had more strength, which could protect against difficult customers. As the trader calculated the money with an abacus, Chunner was quietly counting with Xiar. "Miss, you picked a total of 15. Su Ruyao heard it and gently tapped the edge of the cart with her fingertips. "The men and women are about the same, and their ages are close to. If there are any suitable matches in the future, I will act as their matchmaker." She paid the money and watched as the group of people followed Chunner towards the cart. The iron rings around their necks had just been removed, and a little girl secretly wiped away her tears, but then clenched her fists and stepped forward. The coachman, holding the horse, was momentarily taken aback by the scene. As Su Ruyao stepped onto the cart and turned to look back, she saw the vendors in the alley starting to shout for the next batch of slaves. However, the 15 people she brought out were standing next to the cart, still a bit reserved, but their eyes showed a hint of vitality. She let out a soft sigh. When buying people, she aimed for convenience and low cost, but at this moment, she suddenly felt that perhaps it was not just her saving them. In the future, these people would help her guard the shop and live good lives, which would be a mutual fulfillment. At the manor, when she lowered the curtain of the cart, she heard a little girl outside quietly asking Chunner, "Sister, will we really be able to learn to make new clothes in the future?" Chunner replied with a smile, "Of course, our young lady is the kindest." Su Ruyao leaned back against the soft pillow, listening to their conversation, and her lips unconsciously curved into a smile. Regardless of the gossip outside, she was content to manage her shop and live well with these people. Chapter 45. Arranging for the slaves to settle down, Xiejing held the bag of silver that Su Ruyao had given him, running his fingertips over the coarse fabric of the bag, feeling inexplicably grounded. There was a ready-made clothing shop at the street corner, the blue fabric awning swaying in the wind. When he lifted the curtain to enter, the shopkeeper was busy with an abacus and, upon seeing his dusty short coat with mud spots and torn pants, furrowed his brow slightly. "I need 2 sets of fitting short clothes," Xiejing said, not saying much, his voice still a bit hoarse as if recovering from exhaustion. The shopkeeper nodded and went to rummage through the shelves, picking out 2 sets of somewhat old and worn coarse clothes, one light blue and one dark blue, both typical styles for common servants. Changing clothes in the back of the shop, he tossed the old clothes into the corner like a crumpled lump of gray cotton, making the light blue short clothes look somewhat neat and slim. Although the 2 sets of clothes were a bit tight to wear interchangeably, he had always liked to keep clean. Even when he was in that dark and sunless place, he would find a clean corner to curl up in. Now that he was going to serve Miss Su, he couldn't possibly show up looking disheveled. After paying for the clothes, he still had quite a bit of silver left in his bag. He turned to the bun stall at the alley's entrance and bought 2 steaming white buns. The warmth and wheat aroma wafted up to his nose as he swallowed them quickly, choking a bit. After days of eating only dry and hard cornbread, he had almost forgotten the taste of white flour. Feeling full, it was time to clean up his smell. Originally, he intended to go outside the city where the river water was clean and easy to wash in. But as he took a step towards the city gate, he hesitated. First, the round trip was too far, and if he missed the time to go to the Prime Minister's residence, it would be bad. Second, there were no soaps in the river. Relying solely on river water for washing, the accumulated sweat and mud smell would likely not wash away. Moreover, he glanced down at his newly changed clean clothes. The little bit of royal dignity within him had not completely worn off. Squatting by the river like a wild dog to wash? He simply couldn't do that. There was a bathhouse at the end of the street, with white steam drifting out and the sound of splashing water inside. Xie Jing paid a few copper coins and chose a tub deeper inside to soak in. When the hot water reached his chest, the tension in his muscles relaxed. He scrubbed vigorously with soap pods on his arms and back, reddening every reachable spot, until his skin exuded a refreshing soap scent before wrapping himself in a cloth towel to come out. After drying and combing his hair neatly, tying it back with a cloth band, and changing into the dark blue short clothes, he stood in front of a copper mirror, and truly looked like a neat and refreshing young servant, with only a hint of unintentional sharpness in his brows and eyes, still holding on to some remnants of his former stature. Once he was ready, he headed to the Prime Minister's residence. When he arrived outside the Vermilion Gate, the doorman, seeing him dressed neatly, did not stop him but asked for his purpose. After confirming, he cupped his hands and said, "Miss Su has not returned yet. If you don't mind, you can wait inside." Xie Jing shook his head, tightening his fingers in his sleeve pocket. He was here to serve as a young servant and had not yet been received by the master, so it was against the rules to enter first. "Thank you, but I'll wait here," he replied, stepping back and choosing a corner near the wall opposite the main gate to squat down, where he could see the entrance clearly without being in the way. The sun slowly sank to the west, casting golden light on the copper rings of the gate. Shining brightly, Xie Jing squatted there, occasionally brushing off the dust from his shoulders, feeling quite calm. It wasn't until the sky was tinged with orange that he heard the sound of wheels and horses approaching, getting closer. It was Su Ruyao's carriage. Just as he was about to stand up, his gaze was caught by the people following the carriage. There were more than 10 of them, of all ages, with heads lowered, following the carriage. Their clothes were better than his previous outfit, but they were still old garments with several patches. Some had pants that were too short and hung loosely, while some girls wore blouses that had faded and worn collars. From a distance, they looked like refugees, but their steps carried a restrained steadiness, with no one daring to look around. Xie Jing was taken aback for a moment. Then he had a rough idea that these were the people Miss Su had chosen from the slave market. He straightened up, brushed the dust off his pants, and waited until the carriage stopped at the entrance before quickly stepping forward, standing by the carriage with his hands down, his voice neither too high nor too low. "Mississippi." As the carriage came to a stop at the side gate of the Prime Minister's residence, Su Ruyao stepped down from the wooden stool provided by the coachman. Before she had even smoothed her skirt, she caught a glimpse of Xie Jing standing at the corner of the wall out of the corner of her eye. He had changed into the dark blue short clothes, and his hair was neatly tied back with a cloth band, completely shedding the previous disheveled look, revealing a bit of a clean and slim appearance. "Xie Jing?" Su Ruoyao called out, her tone warm and familiar. "Have you been waiting long?" Xie Jing quickly took 2 steps forward, responding with his hands down. "Not long, just a moment." Su Ruoyao smiled and nodded, just as she was about to step inside. As her foot touched the bluestone slab inside the gate, she suddenly paused. "How can we accommodate people here?" Earlier, in order to find peace and quiet, she had chosen the most secluded small courtyard in the residence, which consisted of 1 main room and 2 side rooms. Even with her and Chun'er and Xiao'er living there, it felt cramped. If those more than 10 people squeezed in, there would hardly be enough room to turn around, not to mention a place for them to wash up first. She raised her hand to pat her forehead, realizing she had forgotten about this. Fortunately, she had bought a new house in the west of the city this morning, which had originally belonged to a retired official. The seller was eager to take his family to Jiangnan for a new appointment, so besides the money and valuables, all the furniture, including tables, chairs, beds, and kitchenware, was left behind. Although the courtyard was not as grand as the Prime Minister's residence, it was more than enough for more than 10 people to live in. "Chun'er," Su Ruoyao called back, "you take them to the new house in the west of the city. There's a well and a kitchen in the yard. Let them rest for a bit and heat some water to wash up." She pointed to the younger girls and boys, especially to keep an eye on the children and not let them run around. Chun'er replied cheerfully yes, and turned to call the people following the cart. A group of them timidly followed her towards the street corner, and as they passed by Xie, a little girl secretly glanced up at him before quickly lowering her head. Su Ruoyao watched them walk away, then turned to find Xiar. Go to the ready-made clothing shop first, then to the fabric store. Did you bring the sizes I asked you to remember? Xiar quickly took out a folded piece of paper from her sleeve. Miss, don't worry, I have it all down. Good. Su Ruoyao nodded. Get each of them 2 sets of changeable clothes, and buy some fabric to make 2 more sets. Making clothes takes some time, and 2 sets won't be enough. The fabric doesn't need to be too good, just sturdy and durable. The men need short coats and long pants, and the women should have 2 half-sleeve skirts. Make sure to cut the children's clothes according to their sizes. She then pulled out a silver ingot from her pouch and handed it over. If it's not enough, come back for more. Oh, and be sure to write down Xie size too. Xiara took the silver and responded before leaving. Su Ruoyao, still feeling uneasy, called to the coachman, you go to the market and buy some fresh fruits and vegetables, and get some meat. Slaughter a chicken and a duck, and bring 2 fish. With so many people in the new house, they need to have a hearty meal first. The coachman acknowledged and headed off to the market with the cart. After a flurry of commands settled down, Su Ruoyao finally breathed a sigh of relief. She turned to Xie, who had been standing silently by her side, and smiled. I almost forgot about you. Since you're here to be my personal servant, you can stay with me here in this place. No need to squeeze into the new residence. Xie responded affirmatively and followed Su Ruoyao inside. As they entered the moon gate of the courtyard, a faint odor wafted over. The smell from the pig pen in the backyard. Su Ruoyao smiled a bit awkwardly. I have 2 pigs in the yard, and the servants come to collect pig manure 3 times a day. She didn't mention the system, so it's relatively clean, but this smell really can't be completely eliminated. Xie gaze swept over the low wall of the backyard, and he calmly replied, it's nothing. He had been in the military camp before, and had smelled odors 10 times worse than this. This little stink was really nothing. Chapter 46. Inquiring about Xie situation, Su Ruoyao led Xie to the east side of the courtyard, and pushed open a half-worn wooden door. Inside was tidy, with a wooden plank bed covered with coarse bedding, a square table, and 2 chairs arranged against the wall. Simple but orderly. You can stay here for now, she said, stepping aside to let Xie in. Her eyes swept over the small package he held, guessing it contained just the 2 sets of clothes he had bought. I fear the clothes you just bought might not be enough, Su Ruoyao casually said. I'll have Xiaoda go to the fabric store to pick out 2 more pieces of cloth, and make 2 sets according to your size. Mixing and matching should be enough. She didn't mention how these clothes were far inferior to what he used to wear, considering Xie previous destitution. Now that he had clean clothes, he probably wouldn't be picky. Xie indeed only responded with a low thank you, miss, his fingers still pinching the corner of the package tightly. After falling from the heights of luxury into the mire over these days, he had long lost the mindset of being picky. Having a roof over his head and clean clothes to wear was already a rare stability. He dared not ask for more. Su Ruoyao didn't keep him busy with tidying up. She turned and walked towards the main room. Come in with me. I have some other questions to ask you. Once inside the inner room, she sat down on an embroidered stool by the window, and gestured for Xie to sit in the chair opposite her. Just then, Chun'er brought in a bowl of hot tea. Su Ruoyao took it but didn't drink. Instead she asked, where is your home? Do you have parents? Are they still alive? The question was straightforward, causing Xie fingers to tighten around the teacup. When he raised his eyes, the shyness he had moments ago was gone, replaced by a calmness that was almost numb. My home is in the Bailing Kingdom. I have been an orphan since childhood, raised by my grandparents. A few years ago, they both passed away, and now I am the only one left. He spoke half-truths. The Bailing Kingdom was real, and having no relatives was true. But he didn't dare mention his identity as a prince. He was afraid that if Su Ruoyao learned the truth, she might not only drive him away but also suspect him of being a spy and report him. She was the daughter of the Prime Minister. Even if she seemed amiable, who knew if she understood righteousness deeply? In this chaotic world, an exiled prince could easily be subjected to the righteousness of destroying kin. However, Su Ruoyao didn't think much of it. After hearing his response, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Being alone was good. Without relatives or connections, there would be no meddling from distant relatives, nor would there be troublesome family matters for her to worry about, saving her a lot of trouble. She was evidently pleased with this answer, a hint of a smile in her eyes. Then she asked, can you read and write? Do you have any skills? Xie lowered his eyes and replied, when my grandfather was alive, my family was also of official and scholarly background. From a young age, my grandfather sent me to school to learn the knowledge of governing the country and managing the family. He also hired a martial arts master to teach me martial arts morning and night. Throughout my life, I have not neglected either literature or martial arts. This statement was not entirely false. As a prince, he had been educated by high-ranking tutors and generals, and being well-rounded was perfectly normal for him. Wow. Su Ruiyao's eyes lit up, staring at Xie Jing with wide-eyed amazement, her expression akin to that of a child who had just discovered a rare treasure. You are well-rounded. That's wonderful. She had initially thought she had picked up a useful servant, but unexpectedly, she had found someone with real ability. She leaned forward and asked eagerly, "Can you ride a horse? If you can ride, you must know how to handle horses and drive a carriage, right?" Xie Jing replied with his head down. "Of course I can ride. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to travel from Bailing all the way to the Southern Dynasty. I can also drive a carriage. I can manage a regular horse-drawn carriage." He had never needed to drive himself when traveling before. However, horse handling techniques were a required skill in the royal archery classes, and driving a carriage was just a minor extension of that skill. Su Ruiyao was even more delighted now, her eyes practically sparkling. "Then can you refine pills or forge weapons? Are you a practitioner? Can you play chess or dance with a sword?" Her questions came in rapid succession, clearly getting more and more excited. Xie Jing paused at her questions, and then slowly replied, "I have learned a little about refining pills and forging weapons, but I am currently poisoned, and my meridians are blocked, so I can't use any spiritual power. As for chess, I'm not a master, but I can manage a few rounds against someone. I know some sword techniques due to my martial arts training. I can show you a few moves." He didn't want to oversell his abilities but also didn't want to hide them, thinking they might come in handy later. "You are simply a jack of all trades." Su Ruiyao was genuinely astonished now, her eyes wide open, completely like a little fangirl, almost comparable to Murong Xian. Little did she know that Xie Jing was a prince, and the royal education was inherently strict and comprehensive. Knowing so much was completely normal. She wasn't done yet and continued to ask, "Can you understand account books? Can you manage accounts?" Xie Jing nodded, "I can. When my grandfather's family was still flourishing, I studied account management for a few years." This statement was half true. He wasn't managing his grandfather's accounts, but rather the accounts of his own fief and businesses, which were exponentially more complex than those of ordinary families. But he couldn't explain this, so he just made up a reason. After hearing this, Su Ruiyao clapped her hands, her face blooming with joy. "All right. I've asked all the questions I needed to ask." She leaned forward, her tone full of excitement. "Since you are so excellent, you will take on multiple roles. I'll have those kids do the running around, and you will be my chief steward, my personal guard, and also my tutor. I have limited knowledge of characters, so you should teach me more regularly." After thinking for a moment, she added, "I'll pay you double, no, triple the salary. As long as you work hard, there will be plenty of benefits for you in the future." Xie Jing sat across from her, listening to her chatter, and his fingers relaxed slightly. Being a chief steward, a guard, and a tutor sounded far more respectable than just being a mere servant. He raised his eyes to meet Su Ruiyao's sparkling ones and softly replied, "Thank you, Miss Su. I will certainly do my best." As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized something was off and quickly corrected himself. "I will certainly do my best." Su Ruiyao, however, didn't mind his use of subordinate, and just waved her hand with a smile. "All right, you can go back to your room to rest for now. I'll call you when dinner is ready." When Xie Jing exited the inner room, a thin layer of sweat had formed on his back. He rubbed the corner of his sleeve nervously, barely suppressing the lingering fear from Su Ruiyao's eager and detailed questioning. He had almost been improvising and was worried that he might slip up and reveal a flaw. Fortunately, he had managed to get through it. He let out a low sigh, lightened his footsteps as he headed toward the side room, but he still felt uneasy, as if that stability was stolen and could shatter at any moment. By the time the sun sank low, Chunna was carrying bowls and chopsticks to the main room. Passing by the side room, she called out, "Xie Jing, Mrs. calling you for dinner." Xie Jing responded and came out, following her to the main room. Just as he reached the door, he paused. Su Ruiyao was already sitting at the table, with Chunna and Xiar arranging bowls and chopsticks, the three of them chatting and laughing like sisters from an ordinary family. Instinctively, he shrank back behind the door and stood in the shadow with his hands hanging down. Su Ruiyao noticed him, raised her chopsticks and waved, "Xie Jing, come over and eat. If you don't hurry, the dishes will get cold." She pointed to the porcelain dishes on the table. These were all made by Chunna and Xiar in the little kitchen. They stir-fried some greens, made a bowl of tofu soup, and there are the steamed buns you bought this afternoon. Come and try them. Xie Jing didn't move, swallowing hard before saying in a low voice, "Miss, I think I'll just take a bowl of rice back to my room, or maybe just give me 2 buns. He said, "I am a servant. How can I sit at the same table as the master?" This statement is sincerely spoken. In the past, when he was in the palace, there were 2 rows of attendants standing below him while he ate, and not even the sound of bowls and chopsticks clashing was allowed. The boundary between the master and the servant had long been ingrained in his bones. Su Ruoyao frowned and placed her chopsticks on the table. Why are you being so polite with me? Look at Chunru and Xiar. When have they ever distinguished between master and servant with me? She scooted over to make space beside her, adding, You are not a servant. You are my calligraphy teacher. In fact, I should be bowing to you as my master. How could I let my teacher carry a bowl back to his room to eat? Sit down quickly. And stop with all that pretentiousness. The world is vast, but eating is the most important thing. You can't go hungry. Her words were both straightforward and warm, leaving Xie Jing at a loss, so he could only shuffle over to sit at the edge of the table, unsure of where to place his hands. Chun'er served him a bowl of rice, and he accepted it with his fingertips tense. When he picked up his chopsticks to grab some vegetables, it showed a different side of him. He held the chopsticks in the middle, and with a gentle flick of his wrist, the greens landed steadily in his bowl without a trace of sauce. When he chewed, his lips moved lightly, savoring each bite without making a sound, not even causing the bowl's edge to make a noise. The elegance in his every gesture was not something he was trying to display. It emanated from his very bones, more refined than the noble sons she had seen before. Su Ruoyao blinked in surprise, thinking to herself as she ate. How is this person like someone who just came out of a hard life? He seems more like Morongxian, as if he has taken over his body. Morongxian was a prince, known for the strict etiquette of the royal family, and even at mealtimes he displayed this meticulous demeanor. She couldn't help but glance at him a couple more times, and when she noticed that Xie Jing seemed a bit uncomfortable under her gaze, she quickly lowered her head to eat her own food, mumbling, Hurry and eat, the soup will get cold. Only then did Xie Jing relax a bit. But he still didn't dare to raise his head, just taking small bites of rice. However, he was secretly shocked that he had forgotten to restrain himself. These habits ingrained in his bones were probably hard to hide for long. But Su Ruoyao's gaze held no suspicion, only curiosity. And she thought it was just that he was well taught at home. He quietly sighed in relief, but his grip on the chopsticks tightened again. After the meal, Chun'er and Xiar went out to clean up the bowls and chopsticks, leaving only the sound of the evening wind rustling through the sycamore leaves in the courtyard. Su Ruoyao returned to the inner room. Just as she was about to place the jade pendant from her waist onto the dressing table, she suddenly remembered Xie Jing's poisoning. She had no medical knowledge at all. When the doctor invited to check on her cold earlier, she had to pinch her nose to listen to the discussion about pulse and qi, let alone detoxifying. Fortunately, she had a precious system called the Three Realms Problem-Solving Bureau. Thinking of that name, Su Ruoyao couldn't help but complain to the spirit of the system in her mind. Honestly, that name is too convoluted. It sounds like a government office. Can't you come up with something simpler? Immediately, the spirit of the system replied with a hint of pride. This name makes my system sound impressive. Do you think it can compare to those names of small village shops? After a pause, it added, Of course, this system also has other names, like the Divine Bracelet system or the Mall system. But those don't reflect my ability to traverse the three realms and solve difficult problems. Three Realms Problem-Solving Bureau sounds imposing. Su Ruoyao pouted and didn't respond further. While eating earlier, she had quietly used her mind to ask the system about Xie Jing. At that time, the system had quickly popped up a light blue screen that only she could see. To others, it probably looked like empty air. She remembered the words on the screen clearly. Poisoning symptoms, meridian stagnation, spiritual power blockage, occasional chills. Toxic components, cold snake gall powder and rotten heartgrass juice. Both common poisons in the mortal realm. The regular antidote requires a beginner detox pill. However, as the patient has been poisoned for a long time, the toxin has penetrated deep into the bones and muscles. Using only the detox pill may not eradicate it completely. It needs to be taken together with a body refining pill to gradually eliminate the residual poison in the bones and clear the meridians. When she saw the words beginner detox pill, Su Ruoyao's heart lit up. Wasn't this the few pills she had made clanging away on the small alchemy furnace a while ago to complete a system task? At that time, she had wasted 3 furnaces to produce 2 pills, thinking they were useless, so she had wrapped them in paper and stuffed them at the bottom of her makeup box. She never expected they would come in handy now. As for the body refining pill, she had refined hundreds or even thousands of them. And Little White treated them like candy. She had given 500 to Morongxian, and since she had run out of bottles at the time, she had stored the rest in a mineral water bottle. That bottle was casually placed on the shelf in her spatial pill room. Su Ruoyao rummaged through her makeup box and quickly found a small porcelain bottle. This was the beginner detox pill she had made a few days ago, with some charcoal dust still sticking to the bottle from the alchemy process. She then went into her space again and took out 2 body refining pills from the mineral water bottle, putting them into the porcelain bottle. With both types of pills gathered, they should be able to help Xie Jing detoxify smoothly, right? She turned the porcelain bottle in her palm, hoping to resolve this matter quickly. According to the system, he had been poisoned for some years. And who knows how much suffering he had endured in secret during that time. The sooner she could give him the medicine, the less he would have to suffer. She held the porcelain bottle tightly in her hand, and instructed Chun'er and Xiar. Go to the kitchen and boil a bucket of hot water, make sure to boil plenty, and then take it to Xiejing's room later. Although Chun'er and Xiar were puzzled about why she was boiling hot water so early in the night, they still cheerfully complied. Only then did Su Ruoyao carry the lamp and walk towards the side room. When she reached the door, she gently knocked. Xiejing, are you asleep? There was soon a sound from inside, and when Xiejing opened the door, he still had a hint of laziness from just sitting down. When he saw the porcelain bottle in her hand, a look of confusion flashed in his eyes. Miss, is there something else? I brought you medicine. Su Ruoyao raised the bottle in her hand, pushed the door open to walk in, placed the lamp on the table, and poured out 2 pills to hand over. The detox pill was light brown, and the body refining pill had a faint white sheen, looking quite decent under the lamp. There were 2 types of pills in the bottle, a total of 3 pills. 1 was a beginner detox pill, and 2 were body refining pills. You need to take all 3 at the same time. Remember to come out and take a bath half an hour later. I've asked Chun'er and Xiar to boil hot water. They will bring it to you. Take a bath? Xiejing paused when he took the pills, his ears subtly turning red, revealing an unusual shyness. I just took a bath at the bathhouse before coming today. I'm not dirty. In his life, apart from being forced to wash by his wet nurse when he was young, he had never taken 2 baths in such a short time, especially when it was specially instructed by a young lady, making him feel even more uncomfortable. Su Ruoyao didn't explain further. She just pushed the pills into his hand, her gaze carrying an undeniable certainty. You take the medicine first, and you'll know later if you need to take a bath. She estimated that after the pills took effect, the toxins would be expelled through sweat, and by then, he might be quite dirty. There was no point in explaining it to him now. He would understand naturally once the medicine took effect. Seeing her serious expression, Xiejing didn't ask further. He brought the 2 pills to his nose and sniffed. They had a clean medicinal smell without any strange odor. Although he couldn't figure out the reason for Su Ruoyao's sudden gift of medicine, he inexplicably trusted that she wouldn't harm him, so he tilted his head and swallowed both pills at once. The pills were slightly bitter at first but quickly dissolved, sliding down his throat into his stomach, and soon he felt a warmth slowly rising from his dantian. As Xiejing swallowed the pills Su Ruoyao had given him, he didn't think much about how strong the medicine would be, but in a moment, a fine piercing pain emerged from his limbs and bones, as if countless fine needles were simultaneously stabbing into his flesh. Immediately, even the joints in his bones began to ache, and the sensation was not a dull pain but a sharp pain with a burning feeling, as if something was gnawing away at his bones bit by bit. He knew very well that this was the accumulated poison in his body acting up. For ordinary people, taking body refining pills would only involve the pain of their skin and muscles being refined, but he was different. The toxins and the medicinal effects collided violently in his body. The 2 forces intertwined with the toxins surged, and each collision drove the pain deeper into his bones, making his suffering several times worse than that of others. Cold sweat dripped down from the corners of his forehead along his cheeks, and his back was already soaked with sweat, sticking to him in a cold and clammy way. His jaw was clenched so tightly that his cheeks ached, and even his chin was taut with hard lines. But not a single groan of pain escaped his throat. He trusted Su Ruoyao, that seemingly gentle girl, would never harm him. When the sound of soft footsteps came from outside the room, Xiejing was just beginning to feel dizzy from the pain, but thankfully, the most excruciating moments had already passed. Chun'er and Xiar entered with hot water, and as soon as they crossed the threshold, they instinctively frowned. The smell in the room was overwhelmingly pungent, both fishy and foul, mixed with an indescribable medicinal odor, far worse than a pigsty. Looking at Xiejing, he was leaning against the edge of the bed, his face still pale, but what was even more shocking was the layer of dark brown filth caked on his skin, with dirt even lodged beneath his nails, clearly the impurities expelled from his body. Chun'er and Xiar exchanged glances, their surprise quickly transforming into realization. Miss had specifically instructed them to prepare hot water, and mentioned bringing bathwater later. It turned out it was for this. They dared not say much, nor did they act like ordinary girls who would cover their noses in disgust. Instead, they quietly placed the hot water aside and tiptoed back out, remembering the Miss's words and keeping watch at the door to prevent others from approaching. After waiting for about half an hour, Xiejing finally let out a slow breath. The medicinal power that had been battling with the toxins in his body finally calmed down. The toxins that had been bothering him completely dissipated, and instead, a warm stream of spiritual energy rose in his dantian, slowly flowing through his meridians. He took a moment to inspect himself, unable to suppress a slight smile at the corners of his lips. Although he had been plagued by poison for years and was significantly weakened, he had managed to advance a level due to this body refining process, reaching the second level of foundation establishment. Compared to the sluggishness he had experienced while being entangled with the toxins, he felt much better. When he immersed himself in the bathwater brought by Chun'er and Xiar, scrubbing away the foul and filthy grime from his body, he felt all his bones relax. His muscles no longer felt tight, the spiritual energy in his meridians flowed smoothly, and even his breathing was much more even than before, a comfort he hadn't experienced since becoming poisoned. Leaning against the edge of the bathtub, he gazed at the wooden beams of the ceiling, feeling warm inside. This encounter with Su Ruiyao today was truly a stroke of luck. If it weren't for her, how could he have so easily cleansed the toxins and even advanced his cultivation? With this thought, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Chapter 48. Morongxian gets jealous. Last night's detoxification and body refining had brought about a dramatic transformation for Xie Jing. His face, which had long been yellowed and emaciated from the toxins, now shed its dullness, revealing a lustrous whiteness, as if finely polished warm jade, subtly glimmering with a healthy sheen under the light. His body was still lean, but that leanness no longer appeared sickly. Instead, it added a certain sharpness to his bone structure. If anyone were to encounter him in the morning, they would surely wonder which young master he was, having secretly consumed some nourishing delicacies at night, resulting in such a radiant appearance. Last night, while taking the medicine for detoxification, Su Ruiyao hadn't clearly seen this change in the dim candlelight. It wasn't until the next morning, after she finished washing up and instructed Chun'er and Xiar to set the breakfast, that she called out for Xie Jing to come to the main hall for the meal. As the door curtain was gently lifted, the moment Xie Jing stepped in, Su Ruiyao paused, her teacup momentarily still in her hand. She blinked, instinctively glancing towards the hall, wondering to herself, which distinguished young man is this? How did he quietly enter her home's main hall? The young man before her still wore the same plain coarse cloth clothes from yesterday, the fabric even a bit frayed at the edges, but on him, it couldn't suppress his calm and noble aura, with his back straight, clear brows and eyes that, despite having weathered hardships, remained bright and clean. Combined with his refreshed complexion, he was utterly captivating. Chun'er and Xiar at the table were even more straightforward. Holding their chopsticks, their eyes were glued to Xie Jing, and their mouths nearly watered. If it weren't for the steaming porridge and dishes on the table, an uninformed person might think these two girls were drooling over the food. Xie Jing felt a bit uncomfortable under their gaze and nodded slightly. Miss Su. This soft call brought Su Ruiyao back to her senses, and she smiled in realization. Oh, it's Xie Jing. Please sit down. Look at me. I almost didn't recognize you. Just as she was speaking, familiar footsteps came from outside the courtyard. Morongxian pushed the door open, carrying a food box, and wore his usual cheerful smile. Ruiyao, I brought. Before he could finish, his gaze landed on Xie Jing, and the smile on his face instantly froze, his brows slightly furrowing. He looked Xie Jing up and down, then glanced at Su Ruiyao, his expression filled with curiosity and a barely concealed jealousy. Who is this kid? How did he end up in Ruiyao's home? And dressed so unremarkably? Su Ruiyao didn't notice Morongxian's peculiarity and cheerfully introduced. Xian, this is Xie Jing. Xie Jing, this is Morongxian. Turning back to Morongxian, she said, Xian, I thought you were busy, so for the calligraphy lessons, I'll practice on my own first. If I have any questions, I'll just ask Xie Jing. As soon as these words were spoken, Morongxian's jealousy boiled over. So not only was there an outsider, but even the occasional help he had given Ruiyao with her calligraphy was being taken away. He shot a glance at Xie Jing, who was quietly sitting there as if he hadn't heard anything, and his indifferent demeanor only fueled Morongxian's anger. A wave of sour jealousy surged within him, and he grunted in response, placing the food box on the table, losing all the warmth he had shown earlier. The atmosphere at the dining table became subtly awkward. Morongxian was seething inside, but his eyes were still scanning. Unintentionally, he caught a glimpse of Xie Jing's neck, which had been obscured by his collar yesterday, but now, perhaps due to carelessness while dressing, had loosened a bit, revealing a small patch of skin where a faint but clear brand was visible, an unmistakable mark of a slave. Morongxian's pupils contracted slightly, and his mind began to formulate a plan. After finishing the meal, he found an excuse to leave Su Ruiyao's home. And as soon as he stepped out of the courtyard, he immediately summoned his attendant, whispering his orders. Investigate a person named Xie Jing, focusing on his identity and background, especially the details of that slave brand on his neck. The faster, the better. On the other side, Su Ruiyao also noticed the brand on Xie Jing's neck. When she handed him a handkerchief earlier, she had seen it clearly. Though faint, the brand made her heart ache. As soon as Xie Jing went to the back courtyard to clear the dishes, she called out in her heart, System. That mark on Xie Jing's neck is a slave brand, right? Can it be removed? The system's mechanical voice soon responded. Detected an old burn scar on the target's neck, non-permanent mark. A scar removal cream is available in the shop. Effective for this type of scar. Requires a treatment course, 1 box per course, totaling 3 courses, costing 15,000 gold coins. Su Ruoyao mentally calculated the amount of gold coins needed, and the system added. Given the host's concern for issues not related to their own health, a benevolent behavior determination has been triggered, rewarding 1 merit coin. Huh? Su Ruoyao was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but silently complain in her heart. Seriously? When I wanted to buy some cosmetics or feminine products before, you either limited the quantity or made me exchange for merit coins, being so stingy. Why is it that now, when I want to buy scar removal cream, you reward me with merit coins instead? The treatment is too different. Complaints aside, she still remembered the matter of the scar removal cream. Although 15,000 gold coins was not a small sum, it would ultimately be good to help Xie Jing remove that brand. Su Ruoyao was preoccupied with the thought of getting the scar removal cream for Xie Jing. But in front of Chun'er, Xiar, and Morong Xian, who had just sat down, she couldn't just conjure something out of thin air. Her eyes turned, and she stood up, brushing off her skirt. You all sit tight, I'll go get a handkerchief from my room. The one I used to wipe my hands is on the dressing table. Saying this, she turned and entered the inner room, closing the door behind her. She quickly walked to the bedside, sat down, and with a flick of her finger in the air, the familiar system shop interface popped up. Her gaze landed on the list, spotting the scar removal cream. She glanced at the price. 3 bottles cost exactly 15,000 gold coins. Luckily, her pig dung could be sold for 5,000 gold coins a day, and she had saved up over 100,000 coins now. Without hesitation, she tapped to confirm her purchase, and the system instantly deducted 15,000 coins. On the low table beside her, 3 palm-sized porcelain bottles appeared out of thin air. Their surfaces plain, exuding a faint medicinal fragrance. Just as she tucked the porcelain bottles away, the system's prompt sounded again. Detected that the host has purchased a scar removal product. Additional information. For quick scar removal, you may choose the scar excision and suture service in the mall, which will immediately fade the scar and leave no obvious traces after the recovery period. Su Ruoyao waved her hand and smiled inwardly. No rush, no rush. How could I let him go through a knife for nothing? It's better to apply the ointment slowly, it's safer. With the 3 bottles of scar cream tucked away, she lifted the curtain and walked out of the inner room, heading straight to Xie Jing. She handed the porcelain bottle to him. Here for you. Xie Jing, who was holding a warm teacup, paused instinctively and didn't he reach out immediately. With a slight frown he asked, what is this? Scar removal cream, Su Ruoyao said with a straightforward smile, pointing to the burn on his neck. It's for the burn on your neck. 1 bottle is enough for a week, and 3 bottles will last 3 weeks. If you apply it the way I said, after 3 weeks, that scar will definitely be gone completely. Xie Jing's gaze fell on the porcelain bottle, surprise flickering in his eyes, followed by undisguised astonishment. Such a miraculous medicine exists? Where did you buy it? It must have been expensive, right? As he spoke, his brow furrowed even tighter, and his voice lowered. But I'm currently broke, relying on you for food and lodging, and even the monthly stipend comes from you. I really can't afford the medicine. What money? Su Ruoyao waved her hand, pushing the porcelain bottle into his hands. This is your reward for teaching me to read. You help me recognize words, and I give you some ointment. What a good deal. Holding the cool porcelain bottle, Xie Jing paused for a moment. When he looked up at Su Ruoyao, warmth filled his eyes. Then I will accept it. Thank you, Miss Su. While the two spoke naturally, Morong Xian couldn't sit still any longer. He had been eavesdropping the entire time, and jealousy surged within him like a tidal wave. Scar removal cream? Ruoyao specifically prepared scar removal cream for Xie Jing? He also had scars. A while ago, he got a cut from a knife while hunting bandits on the outskirts of the city, a good half-foot long on his chest. And the scar was glaring after it scabbed. Ruoyao clearly knew about it, yet she never mentioned giving him medicine. Could it be that she only remembers Xie Jing and has forgotten about him? The more Morong Xian thought about it, the more wronged he felt. His nose even turning a bit sour. When he looked at Su Ruoyao, his voice carried a hint of a whine. Ruoyao, I also have scars. It's a knife wound, you know, it's a long one. The latter part, can you give me some medicine too? Got stuck in his throat. And he didn't dare to say it out loud, but the grievance in his eyes was almost overflowing. Su Ruoyao couldn't he possibly not understand his hidden meaning. She stifled a laugh, waved her hand, and pretended to be stern. Why are you in such a hurry? This medicine is something I just developed. I can't guarantee its effectiveness yet. Xie Jing is my guinea pig for testing it. Once I confirm it works, I can give it to you later. Seeing Morong Xian's face fall further, she quickly added, "But since you're so anxious, I still have a dozen bottles left in my room. I might as well give them all to you. Your wound is long, so you'll need more than Xiejing." After saying that, she turned and went back to the inner room. This time, she directly exchanged for 12 bottles of scar removal cream in the system mall. Just as she confirmed the transaction, the system prompted, detected continuous benevolent behavior from the host, rewarding 4 merit coins. Su Ruoya was momentarily stunned, realizing that she received 1 merit coin for buying 3 bottles earlier, and now 4 coins for 12 bottles, which meant 3 bottles exchanged for 1 coin. She didn't have time to think it through, found a cloth bag, stuffed all 12 bottles inside, and rushed out, directly shoving it into Morong Xian's hands. Morong Xian weighed the heavy cloth bag, and the grievance on his face vanished in an instant, his brows and eyes relaxing. He quickly said, "Royale still thinks of me." He glanced at Xiejing with a hint of pride, raised his chin, and then left contentedly. In fact, Morong Xian had a lot on his mind regarding the matters in his hands, such as the government affairs, shops under his name, the auction house, and the newly opened factory. Each task required his attention, leaving him almost no time to sleep. He had previously thought about teaching Ruoyao how to write, but now, with Xiejing taking on that role, he could visit Ruoyao without having to worry about strokes and characters, simply changing the teaching time into a time to rest and sleep here. This way, he could take a break while also being alone with Ruoyao, which was simply perfect. Chapter 49. Daddy Comes Home. The rain in late spring always carries a lingering quality, but after it has poured for almost half a month, it becomes suffocating. Several southern states have turned into a marshland, with muddy waves crashing against collapsed embankments, and cries mixed with the rain drifting far away. The current Prime Minister, Su Wenzheng, has been squatting there for almost a month, with mud spots on his gray robe that have turned to scabs. His face looked dark and swollen, as if he had been punched twice, as he squatted by the newly repaired embankment, pointing at a gap that had just been filled while instructing a small official overseeing the work. "This soil must be compacted 3 more layers. The rain hasn't stopped. We cannot afford to be careless." As soon as he finished speaking, a fast horse came galloping from afar, splashing water up to half a person's height. The rider nearly slipped when dismounting, clutching a yellow scroll and shouting, "Prime Minister Su, His Majesty urgently summons you. Return to the capital immediately to see the Emperor." Su Wenzheng was taken aback, pinching the mud on the corner of his robe. The river had just begun to show signs of improvement, and it was the most critical time. Why summon him back now? He took the scroll, unfolded it, and saw only a few terse words. Yet they conveyed an undeniable urgency. Return to the capital immediately for important matters. It didn't specify what the matter was, but the imperial seal's ink marks carried a pressure that couldn't be ignored. He had no choice but to hurriedly entrust his current tasks to his deputy, not even taking the time to change into clean clothes. He grabbed a mouthful of cold rice and boarded the boat back to the capital. The boat moved quickly, but the doubts in Su Wenzheng's heart accumulated even faster. Having followed the emperor for these years, he knew this ruler was always calculating and would never interrupt important matters without reason. Was there another change in the disaster situation in the south? Or was there some unrest in the capital? He stroked his half-white beard, pondering all the way until the boat docked. He didn't even bother to go home, directly entering the palace with the smell of river mud on him. The Golden Luan Hall was very quiet. The emperor sat on the dragon throne, his brow furrowed like tightly twisted brocade. When Su Wenzheng arrived, the emperor waved his hand to dismiss those around him, and then said in a deep voice, "Minister Su, you must know what is the greatest fear after a flood." Su Wenzheng's heart sank, and he hurriedly bowed. "I know. If the bodies are not buried and the filthy water floods the city, it could lead to an outbreak of plague. I have already dispatched people to search for the remains, but the rain hasn't stopped, and the progress. I don't want progress, I want a strategy." The emperor interrupted him, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the armrest of the dragon throne. "The crown prince is the heir to the nation and should be a model for the world. Now is the time when we need people in the south. I want to send him to provide disaster relief and prevent epidemics. This will not only stabilize the people's hearts, but also allow him to gain experience. What do you think?" Su Wenzheng's eyelids jumped. How could he not understand the emperor's intentions? The crown prince was the child of the current empress, who used the power of her family to secure his position. However, the emperor's true affection lay with the 7th prince, Morong Xian, who was left by the late empress. Over the years, the emperor had tried to find faults with the crown prince, but the crown prince acted without a hitch, leaving no handle for him to grasp. This time, sending the crown prince to the disaster area was clearly putting him on the hot seat. If he did well, it was his duty. But if there was any misstep, he could be labeled as unworthy and incapable of bearing the great responsibility. As expected, before Su Wenzheng could respond, The next morning during court, this matter caused an uproar in the Golden Yuan Hall. Your Majesty, absolutely not. The Minister of Personnel was the first to step forward, his white beard trembling violently. The Crown Prince is the foundation of the nation. The disaster area is rife with miasma. If anything happens, the dynasty's stability will be at stake. Yes, Your Majesty, the Deputy Minister of Rights echoed. There are numerous officials for disaster relief, and many doctors for epidemic prevention. There is no need for the Crown Prince to go personally. The seventh prince is clever and quick-witted, but before he could finish speaking, the Emperor coldly interrupted him. As the Crown Prince, shouldn't he be worried for the country? I am stationed in the capital while he goes to the front lines. What's wrong with that? Should I, this old bone, personally wade through that muddy water? He pounded the dragon throne, his voice stern, but the ministers below still knelt, each taking turns to advise him, all emphasizing the safety of the Crown Prince. The Emperor's expression darkened. But he knew that pressing too hard would only earn him the reputation of disregarding the Crown Prince's life. After a moment of stalemate, he suddenly changed his tone. Fine. If you don't want the Crown Prince to go, then let the seventh prince go. The ministers in the hall were stunned for a moment, then breathed a sigh of relief. Although the seventh prince was favored, he was ultimately not the heir. So it made sense for him to gain experience in the disaster area. Only Su Wenjing stood still, watching the fleeting smugness in the Emperor's eyes, feeling enlightened. The Emperor was not compromising. He was paving the way for Murong Xian. If Murong Xian went and performed well, he would be seen as wise and decisive, worthy of great responsibility. If he did poorly, he would merely be a prince who made a mistake during training, and would only receive a few reprimands, nothing that would harm his foundations. Moreover, the Emperor likely already understood Murong Xian's background. Although the seventh prince appeared idle, he had quietly amassed a considerable fortune through the imperial merchants, and the disaster area needed money. His going would allow him to spend his own money to win people's hearts, and the Emperor, feigning ignorance, was merely pleased to see it happen. When the court adjourned, Su Wenjing walked out last, glancing back at the Emperor on the dragon throne, then casting a sidelong glance at Murong Xian, who stood at the end of the ministers with a faint smile on his lips, and sighed softly. The winds in the capital were colder than the floods in the south. When Su Wenjing returned to the minister's residence, he was so exhausted it felt like his body had fallen apart, and the last rays of sunlight in the sky were just about to fade away. He had been in the south managing flood control for over a month, hardly having the chance to sleep in a stable bed. Now, the dark circles under his eyes were heavy as if splashed with ink, and he walked with a slight unsteadiness. The servants in the residence had already received news, and were waiting at a distance, not daring to approach or speak, only holding their breath and silently watching as the steward led him to the inner courtyard. He didn't even step into the main hall, let alone ask about the affairs of the residence. He hoarsely instructed the steward that no one was allowed to disturb him in his bedroom, then collapsed onto the soft quilted bed without even bothering to take off his boots, and soon fell into a deep sleep. The sound of his snoring filled with the exhaustion of having endured to the utmost. This sleep lasted a full day and night. It wasn't until the next day, around the time of the evening lanterns, that some noise finally came from the bedroom. A maid brought warm water to help him wash up a bit, then served him carefully cooked porridge and side dishes. Su Wenjing ate slowly, the weariness in his brow fading somewhat, but he still lacked spirit. Waving his hand to dismiss the maid and turning over for another round of sleep. This time he fell into a deep slumber again, sleeping until it was nearly noon on the third day. When he finally emerged from his room, the dullness in his eyes had faded significantly, and his back was somewhat straighter. He had just sat down in his study when a few of the concubines in the residence received word and, as if they had made an appointment, came one after another, each carrying their own tonics. One brought ginseng soup, another brought bird's nest, softly saying that the master had suffered at the front lines and needed to supplement his health. Su Wenjing merely responded lightly, letting the maids collect them, and did not keep them to talk any longer. Not long after, Su Ruoxua also came with her mother, Zhou Meyer. Zhou Meyer held a delicate food box, smiling as she opened the lid. Master, this is the black-bone chicken soup I had the small kitchen stew for an afternoon, with some warming herbs added. You must drink it while it's hot. Su Ruoxua stood beside her, timidly calling out, Father. Looking at the bowl of oily chicken soup, Su Wenjing did not refuse, taking it and drinking most of it before putting down the bowl and finally speaking, his voice still somewhat hoarse. You can go back now. I have many official documents to handle. There's no need to send dinner to the main hall, just bring it to the study. Zhou Meyer and Su Ruoxua did not dare disturb him further, responding and then retreating. When the news reached Su Ruiyao's courtyard, she was lost in thought looking out the window. Having been in this body for some time, she had yet to see her original father's face. Although the original owner had been foolish for many years and the father-daughter relationship likely held no affection, she had occupied someone else's body and should do her filial duty. But what should she give? She stared blankly at the hairpins and jewels in her dressing box. Knowing that a big man like her father probably wouldn't care for such things. Cooking something to eat? She was intimidated just looking at the stove, let alone making something presentable. Just as she was troubled, her eyes lit up, and she decided to call out to the system. System. Help me see what gift would be appropriate for father. The system store interface popped up in response, a dazzling array of products that dazzled the eyes. On the left were rare medicinal materials like ginseng, ganoderma, and deer antler, each marked with long years, nourishing and replenishing. In the middle were various pills like blood replenishing pills and energy replenishing pills, their effects clearly written. On the right were some sparkling weapons and spiritual tools. As she scrolled down, she even found modern furniture, appliances, clothing, and hats. Su Ruiyao's finger skimmed across the screen, finally stopping at the icon for a body refining pill. This pill could strengthen the body and even rejuvenate it a few years. Her father had worked hard all his life, so he must have suffered physically. Sending this would be perfect. Moreover, she still had an entire bottle of body refining pills left. This would save her gold coins. Having chosen the gift, Su Ruoyao held a carved wooden box and walked briskly to the study. When she reached the door, she gently knocked and called out brightly, "Father." Inside the study, Su Wenjing was buried in a pile of official documents. Hearing her voice, he looked up. When he saw the girl standing at the door, the brush in his hand fell onto the rice paper with a thud, smudging a small blot of ink. The girl before him had skin as fair as high-quality mutton fat jade, and in the light from the window, she seemed to emit a lustrous glow. Her brows and eyes were bright, completely unlike the foolish appearance he remembered. He stared blankly for a moment before hesitantly speaking. "Miss, you are?" Su Ruiyao smiled, took a few steps forward, and gently placed the wooden box in front of him on the desk, tilting her head and playfully asking, "Isn't there just 2 daughters for you, father? Take a look, which one am I?" The words were clear and logical, with a touch of playful rebuttal typical of a young girl. Su Wenjing's heart skipped a beat, his gaze locking tightly onto the girl's face. The only ones who called him father in the residence were Ruoxue, and the one who had been foolish for many years, with her spiritual roots completely destroyed, Ruoyao. But the appearance before him was clearly "You are Ruoyao?" His voice trembled, his fingertips shaking slightly as he pointed at her. Your mind has recovered?" Su Ruoyao nodded vigorously, laughter dancing in her eyes. "Yes, father. A few days ago, I was playing in the back mountain, and happened to meet a wandering master. He saw that I was pitiful and gave me a pill. After taking it, my mind became clear." She pointed at the wooden box on the desk. "This body refining pill I have here was also given to me by that master to bring to you, saying it would be greatly beneficial for your health. If you're worried, you can have the apothecary check it before taking it." Good. This is wonderful." Su Wenjing grabbed the wooden box, feeling its warmth, as if he were holding some rare treasure, his eyes reddening with excitement, repeating, "You are truly a good daughter. A good daughter. It seems heaven has not forsaken the Su family." Looking at his radiant daughter, he felt as if a great stone that had weighed on his heart for many years had suddenly fallen, carrying away much of the fatigue he had endured in recent days. Chapter 50. Father wants Murong Xian to request an edict. The incense in the study was burning gently, a faint sandalwood scent wafting through the air, mixed with the fresh aroma of grass and trees coming in from outside, adding warmth to the room that had just been filled with official documents. Su Ruoyao sat by the desk on an embroidered stool, feeling somewhat reserved at first as she spoke with her father. However, seeing the tenderness in Su Wenjing's gaze as he asked if she felt completely well, and if she had suffered any grievances over the years, her heart relaxed, and she gradually opened up. After chatting about family matters for a while, Su Ruoyao unconsciously fiddled with the intertwined branch pattern on her sleeve, and the little matter in her heart could no longer be suppressed. She secretly raised her eyes to glance at her father. Seeing him repeatedly looking at the body refining pill with joy in his brows from his daughter waking up, she bit her lip and softly spoke. "Father, I have something to tell you." Go ahead." Su Wenjing didn't lift his head, his fingertips stroking the smooth edge of the pill, assuming she wanted something else. "It's just that I have someone I like now." Su Ruoyao lowered her voice even more, her cheeks quietly flushing a light red. "It's the 7th prince, Murong Xian." Su Wenjing's fingers abruptly paused on the pill, and he finally raised his eyes to look at her, his gaze adding a hint of scrutiny. But he didn't immediately get angry. Instead, he said in a deep voice, "How did you get to know him? Tell me in detail." His reaction was much calmer than Su Ruoyao had anticipated, and she breathed a sigh of relief. She chose what she could say and briefly recounted the story of how they met and fell in love. From when she bandaged his wounds when he was injured and unconscious, to the care during their subsequent meetings, and later, the ordinary moments they shared. All narrated in a gentle manner, creating a warm atmosphere. However, there were some things that she absolutely couldn't mention, such as that day in the auction house box, where Morongxian's almost domineering closeness, and later the intimate moments that made her blush. She knew very well that if she dared to say such things, with her father's protective nature, he would probably rush to the 7th prince's residence with a weapon, either forcing Morongxian to marry her immediately or demanding a huge explanation, making it impossible to speak so calmly as they were now. Even though she chose gentle words, after listening to her, Su Wenjing still placed the body-refining pill on the desk, his brow slightly furrowed as he stood up and paced a few steps in the study. The 7th prince. He muttered softly, then looked at Su Ruoyao. Do you know he has been assigned to the palace by the emperor and is now titled the Duke of Da? The plaque at the gate has already changed to the Duke of Da. I know, Su Ruoyao nodded, her heart secretly tightening, fearing her father would next voice his disapproval. Unexpectedly, Su Wenjing paced a couple of circles and stopped in front of her, his tone slightly more serious than before but not angry, instead carrying a hint of urgency. Since you are mutually affectionate, this matter must be expedited. You are a daughter, and as your father, the Prime Minister, I can't go begging the Emperor for a marriage. That would be unreasonable and would damage your reputation. It must be Morongxian himself who goes into the palace to seek the Emperor's decree. He paused, tapping his fingers on the desk, his eyes revealing a bit of determination. Moreover, I heard he is leaving for the south tomorrow to manage the waterways? This cannot be delayed. I have been sleeping at home for 2 days to make up for lost sleep, and now I feel energetic. I must go to the Duke of Da's residence tonight. We must ensure he goes into the palace today to seek the marriage decree before he departs tomorrow. Otherwise, once he leaves, who knows how long it will take. And I won't feel at ease with your marriage hanging in the balance. Su Ruoyao sat on the embroidered stool, listening to her father's series of plans, feeling both warm and anxious. The warmth came from her father clearly caring for and protecting her, making her matters a priority. The anxiety stemmed from her father's decisive nature, fearing he would truly go to confront Morongxian tonight. She couldn't help but wonder what the Duke of Da would look like when suddenly faced with his future father-in-law at the door. She opened her mouth to advise him not to be in such a hurry, but seeing the determination in her father's eyes that this matter must be settled, she swallowed her words back down, only quietly blushing, and softly replied The night was like spilled ink, saturating the entire capital city. However, the Prime Minister's carriage did not stop, its wheels rolling over the bluestone road, making a light clattering sound, heading straight for the Duke of Da's residence. Su Wenjing sat inside the carriage, his brow still slightly furrowed. Although his daughter's recovery was a great joy, the urgency of this marriage was concerning. Morongxian was leaving for the south tomorrow, and if they didn't clarify things tonight, allowing him to seek the decree, once he left, it was uncertain how long it would take. Arriving at the Duke of Da's residence, the doorkeeper, seeing the current Prime Minister visiting personally, and with a serious expression, did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly went in to announce. After a short while, Morongxian emerged wearing a light blue brocade robe, a hint of weariness still on his face, as if he had just come from under the lights. He smiled and cupped his hands. Prime Minister Su, what brings you here at this late hour? Is there something urgent? Su Wenjing followed him inside, passing through a courtyard with tall bamboos, and stopped in the study. After dismissing the attendants, he got straight to the point, stating that Su Ruoyao had regained her senses and their mutual affection, and finally said solemnly, Yaoer is the treasure of my Su family, and now that she has set her heart on you, this matter must be handled properly. You are leaving for the south tomorrow. You cannot let her be anxious waiting. You must go to the palace tonight to seek the marriage decree from the emperor. Morongxian, who had initially held a casual smile, suddenly brightened at Su Wenjing's words. He had been looking forward to being able to publicly have Su Ruoyao by his side, but had been too busy preparing for his journey south to consider the timing of seeking the decree. Now, with the Prime Minister personally bringing it up, it was exactly what he had hoped for. He immediately bowed and replied, Rest assured, Prime Minister Su, this is indeed my duty. I will prepare to go to the palace immediately, and will not let Yaoer or you worry. The Duke of Da's carriage then headed straight for the palace. Although the night was deep, the emperor had not yet rested, deeply engrossed in the disaster reports coming from the south. When he heard that Morongxian wished to see him late at night, he assumed it was for a farewell, not expecting that the young man would kneel down upon entering and request a marriage decree for Su Ruoyao, the second daughter of Prime Minister Su Wenjing. The emperor was taken aback at first, then smiled. He had always favored Morongxian, hoping to pave a smooth path for him. Now that Su Wenjing was to be his father-in-law, it was just bringing the Prime Minister's influence closer to Morongxian. Moreover, he knew Su Ruoyao was a good match for Morongxian, even without closely examining her. He immediately made a decision. You lad have good taste. The daughter of Prime Minister Su is certainly not wrong. I grant this marriage decree. Before long, the bright yellow decree was drafted, bearing the vivid red imperial seal, radiating solemnity. As Murongxian held the decree to express his gratitude, the corners of his mouth almost reached his ears. The next morning, Murongxian had someone push back his departure for the south by a day. It was a major joyous occasion, and he needed to talk to his beloved first. Holding the decree, he walked briskly toward the Prime Minister's residence. Su Ruoyao was in the courtyard watching her maid watering the flowers when she heard the servants say the Duke of Da had arrived. Her heart skipped a beat, and just as she was about to hide inside, she saw Murongxian rush in, lifting his robe's hem, holding up a rolled-up bright yellow item. Smiling so wide that his eyes were crescent-shaped. Yower, look what this is. That bright yellow material, without needing to see, she already knew it was the decree. Su Ruoyao's face instantly flushed, and she lowered her eyes, not daring to look, but she heard Murongxian had already approached her, shoving the decree into her hands. His tone changing. Princess, take a look, the emperor has approved our marriage. The term princess made Su Ruoyao's ears burn. She was about to scold him for calling her that, but saw him sit down on a stone bench and call out loudly, Princess. I ran all this way and am parched, quickly pour me a cup of tea. Su Ruoyao bit her lip and poured him tea. But before she could withdraw her hand he continued, Princess, I didn't have time to eat before going into the palace, my stomach is empty. Is there any snack at home? When the maid brought over the snacks he took a piece and while chewing frowned, pointing to the back of his hand. Having rushed into the palace last night, he had accidentally scratched it on the carriage yoke, and now he used it as an excuse. Princess, look. I got hurt just to seek the decree for you. Quickly put some ointment on it for me. With every princess he said, it sounded both affectionate and natural. As if she had always deserved that title. Su Ruoyao's ears turned completely red from his words. Yet he continued without stopping, asking her to adjust his robe or where to display the decree beautifully, until Su Ruoyao felt like her ears were about to develop calluses. She pushed him away. Stop calling me that. Who gave you permission to call me that? But Murongxian held onto her hand tightly, his fingertips brushing against her palm as he smiled. The emperor has approved it. You still disapprove? From now on you will be my princess. So it's only natural to call you that. The sunlight fell into his eyes, bright as if filled with starlight. Su Ruoyao looked at him, and all the feelings of grievance in her heart dissipated, leaving only a sweet fullness. Chapter 51. Encountering bandits on the road. The departure for the south was scheduled for the third day at dawn. Just as the sky began to brighten, the convoy from the Duke's residence was all set to go. In addition to the guards, aides and relief supplies brought by Murongxian, there was an extra exquisite carriage, specially prepared for Su Ruoyao. Su Ruoyao lifted the curtain of the carriage to look outside, and saw Murongxian directing the servants to load the last few boxes of medicinal herbs onto the carriage. She couldn't help but feel a twinge in her nose, although she knew he was going to attend to serious matters. Just the thought of being apart for a long time made her heart uneasy. Last night, when she had tearfully begged him to take her with him, she was initially worried he would find it troublesome, but to her surprise he agreed without hesitation, playfully pinching her nose and smiling. Let's go. It's just right for you to see the scenery in the south, and to let you know that your future husband isn't just someone who idles around in the capital. At this moment, after finishing the arrangements, Murongxian climbed into the carriage and saw her red-rimmed eyes. He reached out and pinched her cheek. Why the long face? It's not like we're parting for life and death. Su Ruoyao nuzzled against him and murmured, I just can't bear to part. Silly girl. Murongxian smiled and held her tighter. He never intended to ride a horse, with her soft fragrance in his arms, who would want to be blown by the wind. Besides, now that he held the imperial decree for marriage, it was completely justified for him to share a carriage with Su Ruoyao, allowing them to indulge in each other a few more days. This carriage had already been meticulously arranged by him. A thick, snow-white cashmere blanket was laid on the floor. Soft and comfortable, even better than the bed at home. In the corner were several embroidered cushions, so Su Ruoyao could lean or lie down whenever she felt tired. The small table was filled with preserved plums, almond pastries, sunflower seeds, pine nuts, and osmanthus cakes wrapped in oil paper, all of which Su Ruoyao loved to eat. Next to it, a bamboo basket held fresh apples and grapes, hand-picked by him, enough to last 2 days. Su Ruoyao didn't bring much. Just a small suitcase with a few changes of clothes, a few silver notes, and a small bag of change, thinking she might encounter suffering people on the way, so she could help them out. As the carriage wheels began to turn, the scenery outside gradually receded. At first, Su Ruoyao leaned against the window to look at the scenery, but before long, she grew a bit drowsy from the bumps. Murongxian pulled her into his arms, letting her rest her head on his lap, and placed a cushion under her neck. Sleep for a while. I'll wake you when we reach the post station. Su Ruiyao murmured in agreement, and soon fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up, the sun was already past noon, and Murong Xian was holding a grape, peeling it and offering it to her mouth. Awake? Come, try if it's sweet. He always liked to take a bite first, then feed it to her. Whether it was an apple or a grape. Initially, Su Ruiyao would blush and shy away, but after a few times, she became accustomed to it, playfully scolding him for being improper, yet obediently leaning in to take the grape. The sweet juice melted on her tongue, filling her heart with sweetness. They traveled, stopping and going, and although they had to eat and sleep outdoors, Murong Xian took great care of her. At night, when they arrived at the post station, he always had someone warm up the room first. During meals, he would pick out the fish bones before serving her vegetables. While traveling, he would either tell her interesting stories from the capital or read a book to her, making the journey far from dull. Who would have thought that after nearly 5 days on this evening, just after turning a mountain pass, the sound of urgent hoofbeats suddenly came from ahead. Murong Xian's expression darkened as he immediately lifted the curtain and said to the captain of the guards outside, "Be on guard." As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen horsemen suddenly dashed out from the forest, all with their faces covered, holding knives and guns, shouting, "This road is mine, this tree is mine. If you want to pass, leave behind some road money." They were actually bandits. The guards were already prepared and immediately drew their swords to surround them. Murong Xian shielded Su Ruiyao into the corner of the carriage and said in a low voice, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Although Su Ruiyao felt anxious inside, she still nodded. She knew that the guards brought by Murong Xian were carefully selected skilled fighters. Sure enough, those dozen bandits looked fierce, but when it came to fighting, they were no match for the guards. The captain of the guard struck down the leader's knife with one swing, then followed up with a sweeping kick, knocking him to the ground. The other guards were equally resolute. Amidst the clash of swords, it didn't take long for the bandits to be crying for mercy. A few bandits attempted to sneak around to steal the carriage, but were intercepted by the guards stationed at the back, quickly tying them up. In no more than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the bandits were routed, leaving only a few on the ground, who were also bound by the guards. "Your Highness, it's all clear now," the captain of the guards reported, his face smeared with a bit of blood. But he was not seriously injured. Only then did Murong Xian breathe a sigh of relief and look down at Su Ruiyao. "Were you scared?" Su Ruiyao shook her head, just about to say she was fine, when she saw several guards helping someone over. That guard had been cut on the arm, the wound quite deep, and was bleeding profusely. "Quick, bring some hemostatic medicine," the captain of the guards urged. Seeing this, Su Ruiyao's heart stirred. She said to Murong Xian, "I have better medicine." She had him wait outside while she slipped into the carriage and quietly opened the system store. She exchanged for a few bottles of iodine and several rolls of sterile bandages, along with some anti-inflammatory tablets. When she came out with the supplies, the injured guard was gritting his teeth, allowing his companions to wipe his wound with a clean cloth. Su Ruiyao stepped forward and said softly, "Let me try." She first poured some iodine on the wound. The liquid made a sizzling sound as it touched the skin, with a slightly pungent smell. The guards were all stunned. "What is this?" "This is my special disinfectant. It can prevent the wound from becoming infected," Su Ruiyao explained as she carefully dabbed the iodine around the wound with a cotton swab. Her movements were gentle, yet her technique was skilled. In her previous life, she had volunteered in a hospital and knew how to dress wounds. After applying the disinfectant, she sprinkled some anti-inflammatory powder, then wrapped the bandage around the wound in circles. All done. Don't let it get wet for the next few days. Just use my disinfectant to clean it once a day. Su Ruiyao instructed. The guard quickly thanked her. "Thank you, miss." Murong Xian watched from the side, his brow slightly furrowed. He had been worried that Su Ruiyao would be frightened, but he didn't expect her to be so calm, and even personally dressed the guard's wound. Watching her serious profile as she focused, and the grateful expression of the guard, he felt a bit unsettled, secretly pondering. Why didn't he let the bandits cut him instead? That way, Ruiyao could have dressed his wound. He cleared his throat and stepped forward to pull Su Ruiyao to his side. "All right, let them handle it here. Let's get back in the carriage." As he spoke, he shot a glare at the injured guard. Though he was one of their own, he still felt displeased about Ruiyao caring for him so closely. Su Ruiyao was oblivious to his little thoughts, just being pulled back into the carriage by him, still thinking, "This iodine is really effective. I need to exchange for more next time to keep on hand." Chapter 52. Assisting the people and resolving the disaster after the scare from the bandits. Everyone took a brief moment to rest in the mountain pass. The injured guard had already been disinfected and bandaged with the iodine Su Ruiyao provided. Although his arm still hurt faintly, it was much better than before. The other guards had also picked up some scattered weapons left behind by the bandits as a precaution, and checked the carriage, and supplies to ensure nothing was damaged. Finally feeling relieved, Murong Xian stood by the carriage, watching Su Ruiyao as she lowered her head to hand the injured guard a water pouch, his brow still slightly furrowed. But he knew it wasn't the time to dwell on such things. He raised his voice to everyone. Is everything packed up? Let's hurry on. We should reach the town ahead before dark to rest. As the convoy set off again, the sound of the wheels rolling over the gravel was heavier than before, and the guards were all on high alert, keeping their eyes and ears open as they protected the carriage on both sides. The road ahead remained bumpy, but they did not encounter any more trouble. As they traveled, they gradually saw the disaster-stricken people. Some were fleeing with their families, carrying tattered bundles and leading children who were so thin they seemed to be just skin and bones, walking unevenly along the roadside. Others were sitting in the mud, sighing deeply while guarding their half-collapsed earthen houses, and still others were huddled under large trees in ragged clothes, their faces waxy and lips cracked. Almost out of strength to speak, every time Su Ruiyao lifted the curtain and saw these scenes, her heart would tighten with anxiety. She spoke to Murong Xian and had the carriage stop by the roadside, taking out the silver and some food she had exchanged from the system, distributing them to the people by the road one by one. A woman holding a child knelt down with a thud when she received the food, tears mixed with mud rolling down her face. Thank you, miss. Thank you for saving my life. Su Ruiyao hurried to help her up, her eyes slightly red. Get up quickly, let the child eat something warm. She saw the child crying from hunger, and took a jar of candied fruits from the small table in the carriage, handing it over to soothe the child's throat. Murong Xian did not stop her. Instead, he had someone bring down some medicinal herbs they had with them, with a medical advisor accompanying them. They took turns examining the people. Those whose elders had caught a cold and were coughing were given some herbs to dispel the cold. Those whose children had rashes were given some anti-itch ointment. He himself was not idle either. He squatted beside a lame old man and listened to him talk about how the flood had submerged his fields. He then took out a piece of silver from his pocket and handed it over. Take this to buy some food and get through this tough time. As they walked, they distributed aid, and the voices of gratitude from the people rose and fell. Some called him nobleman, others referred to him as bodhisattva. The air was filled with less of the despair of fleeing and more with warm gratitude. Su Ruiyao looked at the glimmer of hope in the eyes of those who received the aid and felt more at ease. Being able to help, even a little, was better than watching them suffer. After about 3 or 4 days, they finally saw large areas of farmland that had been flooded, with yellowish muddy water still soaking some unharvested rice stalks, and the air carried the damp smell of soil. As the convoy entered the town, a few officials in official attire approached, led by the county magistrate who had stayed behind to oversee the disaster. Upon seeing Murong Xian, he greeted him with a bow. Your Highness the Dawang, I'm glad you finally arrived. Murong Xian nodded and asked straightforwardly, what is the current situation? The magistrate wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurriedly replied. Fortunately, the rain has finally stopped in the past 2 days, and the water level in the river has receded significantly. The water that had once reached the eaves is now only knee-deep. He pointed to the riverbank in the distance, saying that the urgent repairs to the levee were no longer pressing since the water had receded, and it would be better to wait until the water completely fell before clearing the silt and repairing it. Murong Xian followed him into the town, stepping through mud that barely reached his ankles, and asked in a deep voice, what is the most urgent matter now? It's finding the missing people and preventing epidemics. The magistrate's voice grew heavy. The flood had been severe, and many families had become separated. In the woods outside the town and in the water, bodies were occasionally found that no one could identify. The weather was getting hotter, and if those corpses soaked in the water weren't retrieved and buried quickly, they would start to rot, contaminating the water. He continue, but the worry in his eyes was evident. Additionally, many townspeople had been caught in the rain and had drunk dirty water. Several were already starting to show symptoms of fever, vomiting, and diarrhea. If it spread, it would be troublesome. Murong Xian paused, his brow furrowing. He had thought that the priority would be to repair the riverbank, but it turned out that the most pressing issues were finding missing persons, burying the dead, and preventing epidemics. All were urgent and could not be delayed. He turned to Su Ruiyao, who was following him, and seeing her pale face but resolute demeanor, he softly said, Yaoer, you go rest at the post station. I'll check ahead. Su Ruiyao shook her head, tightening her grip on the medicinal pouch. I want to go with you. Maybe I can help. She still had a lot of disinfectant and medicine for gastrointestinal issues in her system, which would come in handy now. Murong Xian looked at the determination in her eyes and didn't he try to persuade her further. He simply took her hand, the warmth of his palm comforting. All right, then stay close to me. The town was in even worse shape than outside, with collapsed houses leaning at odd angles, and the muddy water carried bits of torn clothing and broken wood. Occasionally, a few cries could be heard, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. The urgent task was to quickly assign people, some to search along the river and in the woods for missing persons and bodies, to be buried deep outside the town immediately upon discovery, others to go door to door to check for sick residents and gather them for treatment, and still others to boil water and spread lime for disinfection, ensuring the epidemic did not truly spread. Standing on a dirt platform in the town center, Murongxian began to systematically assign tasks, his voice clear and steady, gradually calming the panicked townspeople, who now had a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Su Ruoyao stood beside him, watching how decisively he commanded, thinking to herself, he is indeed not just the playful seventh prince from the capital. He is the capable De Wang. The mud in the town had not yet been completely cleared. Stepping down could sink to the ankles, and the smell of rotting grass and wood hit her face. Su Ruoyao followed Murongxian along the muddy path, her skirt splattered with dirt. But she paid no attention to it, clutching the list in her hand as she hurried to keep up. That list had just been checked with the magistrate. The town was lacking tents, winter clothes, and especially medicine for colds and diarrhea. System, first exchange for 20 sturdy cotton tents. Taking advantage of the moment when Murongxian was speaking to an old official nearby, she quietly called out to the system in her mind. Also exchange for 50 sets of thick cotton clothing, and 30 each of the iodine and anti-inflammatory medicine from last time. The system's light screen flashed before her eyes. And the next moment, several unassuming large wooden boxes appeared beside the supply cart at the town entrance, containing the items she had exchanged. Murongxian already knew she had some sort of fortuitous encounter. He glanced at the boxes and subtly signaled the guards to move them to the temporary shelter. Let us go. First check the alley on the east side. Murongxian turned back to hold her hand, his palm warm and dry. On that side lived mostly the elderly. The magistrate had just said that a few houses had their roofs partially collapsed, leaving them without shelter from the rain. Su Ruoyao nodded and let him lead her forward. The east alley was narrower, with crooked earthen houses on both sides. Some walls had large sections peeling off, revealing their decayed wooden frames. At the very end of one house, they saw an old woman with white hair squatting on the threshold, clutching a piece of rag to wipe a chipped clay pot that was empty, with not even a trace of water left in it. Granny, Su Ruoyao approached quietly, extending the 2 white steamed buns she had just exchanged from the system. Please eat something. The old woman was momentarily stunned before looking up. Her eyes clouded with tears. Is that really a noble person? My husband went to gather firewood the other day, and was swept away by the water. And our house has collapsed. Before she could finish her sentence, she began to cry. Murongxian, standing beside her, furrowed his brow and said to the young official following them, remember, first send a tent to this family, and then bring a thick cotton quilt. He turned back to the old woman and reassured her, don't worry, we have food and supplies, and we'll bring them to you. Su Ruoyao squatted down to help the old woman wipe her tears and took out a small cloth bag from her pocket, containing a few pieces of red sugar. Granny, use this to make some sweet water to warm yourself. As they walked a few steps further, they heard a child crying from a nearby yard. Pushing the door open, they saw a woman anxiously holding a 3-year-old child, whose small face was flushed, forehead hot, and still mumbling about feeling cold. This child has caught a cold and has a fever. Su Ruoyao felt the child's forehead and immediately rummaged through the medicine box for a fever reducer, mixing it with some warm water and carefully feeding it to the child. She also took out iodine and a clean cloth to wipe the child's hands and feet to cool them down, softly telling the woman, the child has a fever. Don't wrap them too warmly. We brought fever medicine. Give it twice a day, and if the fever persists tomorrow, come find us at the tent at the town entrance. The woman hugged her child and nodded repeatedly, tears falling onto the child's face. Thank you, miss, thank you. Your Highness. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do. As they walked along, Su Ruoyao's steps gradually became heavier. In some families, the men had been swept away by the flood, leaving only widows and orphans to guard the collapsed houses. Some elderly people were bedridden with no one to care for them, unable to even have a hot meal. And there were children running barefoot in the mud, their clothes as thin as paper. She didn't rest, handing out dry rations and steamed buns whenever she saw a family in need, giving candy to children, and taking out iodine to disinfect and bandage the injured. The supplies in the system were exchanged for tents, sending out a dozen or so, and nearly 30 sets of cotton clothes were distributed, along with a significant amount of silver notes she had brought herself. Murongxian stayed by her side the whole time. When she was busy handing out supplies, he helped talk to the people, asking what they were lacking at home, and if anyone was injured. When she was feeding medicine to a child, he stood beside her to shield her from the wind. When he saw sweat beading on her forehead, he took out a handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to her. Once, when Su Ruoyao squatted down to tie the shoelaces of a limping old man, Murongxian simply squatted down too, taking the cloth strip from her hand to help tie it. Having been raised in comfort, He had never done such a thing before. His clumsy knot made the old man chuckle. As the sun dipped in the west, the two finally finished walking through the eastern alley. Su Ruoyao's voice was a bit hoarse, and Morongxian pulled her to sit on a cleaner stone, twisting open a water pouch and handing it to her. Let's take a break. They can finish the rest. Su Ruoyao took a sip of water and looked at a few guards not far away, carrying tents to a household, while a clerk was carrying cotton clothes from door to door. She felt a little relieved. The more they could send, the better. They were suffering too much. Morongxian noticed the mud on the tip of her nose, and couldn't help but reach out to wipe it away. His eyes soft as melted spring water. With you here, they will get better. The wind blew in from the alley, carrying a bit of evening chill. He took off his outer robe and draped it over Su Ruoyao. Don't catch a cold. Let's go check if the medicine box is still enough. If not, you can take some more out. Su Ruoyao tightened the outer robe that carried his warmth around her and nodded. The sunset stretched their shadows long on the muddy ground, yet strangely infused with a warm energy. Even though everything seemed devastated, as long as someone was willing to lend a hand, life would gradually improve. Chapter 53. Not enough coffins. Cremation. By the riverbank outside the town, soldiers and guards searched for bodies among the mud every day. After the water receded, the previously submerged lowlands and thickets gradually revealed some tragic scenes. Scattered remains of citizens, dead livestock, swollen and pale from soaking, the stench of decay detectable from afar, with flies buzzing around, making one feel heavy-hearted. Morongxian had people gather the discovered corpses to an open space in the west of the town. But trouble soon followed. There weren't enough coffins. The county magistrate, dripping with sweat, rushed to find Morongxian, his voice trembling. Your Highness, the coffins in the storeroom have all been used up, and we have searched the nearby towns. We simply cannot gather enough wood to make new coffins. If these corpses are left here in this heat for another couple of days He couldn't finish his sentence. But everyone understood that once the bodies completely rotted, the sewage would seep underground or be carried away by birds and beasts, and an epidemic would likely break out in the blink of an eye. Su Ruoyao, standing nearby, listened, her brow tightly furrowed. Having witnessed cremation in modern times, she knew it was the quickest and safest way to handle a large number of corpses. After hesitating, she stepped forward and softly said, "Why not try cremation? Using fire oil to burn the bodies clean would not only eliminate the bacteria, but also save wood for coffins." Cremation? The county magistrate was taken aback at first. Then his face turned pale as he waved his hands repeatedly. No, miss, you don't understand. In our area, we emphasize burial for peace. Burning the bodies is a great disrespect. If the dead are not at peace, the living will face retribution. As soon as these words were spoken, several old laborers who had come with him nodded in agreement, their faces showing taboo. Yes, Your Highness, we cannot burn them. How can we turn people to ash? If cremation is carried out, it might anger the heavens. The people's resistance came swiftly and fiercely. After all, the custom of burial had been passed down for generations, and the very word cremation sounded offensive. Su Ruoyao saw their agitated expressions and realized she had been too hasty and hadn't explained the reasons clearly, only offering a solution. So it was no wonder they were unwilling to accept it. However, Morongxian raised his hand to stop the county magistrate, who still wanted to argue, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, please be quiet." He walked to the area where the corpses were piled up, not shying away from the foul odor, and pointed to the remains on the ground, addressing the gathered citizens. "Dear fellow villagers, I understand that you value burial for peace and believe that cremation is disrespectful. But look." He bent down to pick up a piece of cloth stained with black mud, pointing at the murky wastewater seeping out from under the corpses. "These bodies are soaking here. They will rot completely in less than 3 days. The wastewater will flow into the river and seep into the wells, tainting the water we drink and use. If maggots are born and cats and dogs carry them into the town, if any child comes into contact with them, they will likely fall ill immediately. When the plague breaks out, it won't just be these deceased who die, perhaps the entire town will suffer." His voice wasn't loud, but each word was clear. The citizens gradually quieted down, the excitement on their faces fading and replaced with hesitation. An old man with a white beard muttered, "But burning the bodies will disturb the ancestors' souls. Whether the souls are at peace does not depend on being buried or burned." Morongxian turned to look at him, his tone softening. "What the deceased hopes for most is for the living to be safe and sound. If the bodies rot and cause an epidemic, leading to the suffering of their loved ones, that would truly be unrest. Cremation burns clean, destroys all bacteria, and keeps the town safe, allowing the living to live well. Isn't that the best comfort for the deceased?" He paused and added, "Moreover, after cremation, we will carefully collect the ashes and find a clean place to bury them, erecting a wooden plaque with their names. It is still a way of resting. Isn't it better than letting the bodies soak in the mud, being eaten by insects and pecked by birds?" His heartfelt words pointed out the dangers of not handling the corpses, and the resistance on the faces of the citizens gradually dissipated. The old laborer who had been the most opposed rubbed his hands together and softly said, "What the prince says makes sense. We can't let the living suffer for the sake of old customs." Seeing someone relent, others nodded in agreement. The county magistrate, seeing this, quickly said, "Your Highness, if you really want to proceed with cremation, I will prepare the fire oil and firewood right away." "Go ahead," Morongxian nodded in response, then turned to give Su Ruoyao a reassuring look. He had noticed the hint of grievance in her eyes when she was rebuffed by the citizens. Su Ruoyao returned a faint smile, feeling relieved. Watching the soldiers begin to clear the open space and stack firewood, she softly remarked, "Actually, this is quite good. It's safe and saves wood." Not just that. Morongxian gazed at the darkening sky in the distance, his expression turning serious. "When we return to the capital this time, I plan to ask the emperor for permission to abolish burial and promote cremation nationwide. Just think, if all citizens are cremated, how much good land will be saved. Additionally, in times of disaster or war, there won't be the risk of corpses piling up and causing epidemics. It would be beneficial for both the country and the people." Su Ruoyao was taken aback for a moment, then her eyes brightened. She had only thought about solving the immediate trouble, not realizing that Morongxian was considering the long term. Looking at his well-defined profile, she suddenly felt he was not just the virtuous king who cared for and protected her, but truly someone calculating for the well-being of the common people. Before long, the fire oil was poured over the firewood, and with a toss of a torch, a loud boom erupted, flames soaring into the sky. The firelight illuminated everyone's faces. Although there was still some heaviness, the earlier panic had diminished. The stench of decay was overpowered by the smoke and fire, and as the wind blew from afar, it seemed to carry away some of the gloom that lingered over the town. The cremation pyre burned in the open space on the west side of the town for 2 days, until the last spark extinguished, and the ashes were carefully collected into clay pots or rough porcelain jars. When the common people held the ashes and went outside the town to find a high ground to bury them, although there was still a hint of reluctance towards the old customs on their faces, there was no longer the previous resistance. After all, no one in the town had fallen ill with fever and vomiting again, and the foul smell in the air gradually dissipated, which was more reassuring than anything else. While Su Ruoyao was patrolling outside the town with Morongxian, she saw several women squatting in front of the freshly buried mound, wiping their tears. The rough porcelain urn they held even had a chip missing from its edge, looking particularly shabby. She paused for a moment, suddenly having an idea. When they returned to the temporary inn, Morongxian was discussing the dredging of the river with his aides while looking at a map. Su Ruoyao brought over a bowl of just warm tea and softly said, "Brother Xian, I just saw that the common people are using broken jars to bury the ashes, and I feel quite uncomfortable about it." Morongxian took the tea bowl and rubbed his fingers against the back of her hand. "Right now, after the disaster, it's already good enough to have jars to hold the ashes. The wood materials need to be prioritized for repairing houses and making farming tools." "I know the wood is tight." Su Ruoyao sat down next to him, gently tracing her fingers on the table, "but I'm thinking, since cremation is going to be promoted nationwide in the future, we can't keep letting everyone use jars to hold ashes, right? It's neither solemn nor easy to preserve. How about we promote making coffin boxes?" "Coffin boxes?" Morongxian put down the tea bowl, his interest piqued. "Go on. Just use thinner wood to make small rectangular boxes. Not as thick and material-consuming as traditional coffins, just enough to hold the ashes." Su Ruoyao gestured. "The lid can have simple carvings or leave space to write the deceased's name and dates of birth and death. This way, it's more dignified than clay jars and saves wood that could be used for making a traditional coffin. We could probably make 10 or so of these coffin boxes with the same amount of wood." She paused and added, "Moreover, these boxes are lightweight, and the common people can carry them for burial themselves without needing to hire someone to carry a coffin. Once wood materials are less scarce, we can even paint the boxes to make them moisture-proof and durable. Even if buried underground, thinner wood is easier to degrade, taking up less space than thick coffins and not interfering with farming." The more Morongxian listened, the brighter his eyes became. He reached out and ruffled her hair with approval in his eyes. "Your mind works quickly. This method is great. It maintains the dignity of the common people's burial, while saving materials, and aligns with the rules of cremation. When we return to the capital to request permission to promote cremation, we should include this coffin box as well. The emperor will surely approve." He immediately called over his aides and meticulously explained the style and dimensions of the coffin box as described by Su Ruoyao. "First, have someone find a carpenter in the town to make a few samples. They don't need to be too complicated, just smoothen them out. Let the common people see the design, and if they find it suitable, we can use this standard going forward, even in disaster years." We can piece together some scrap wood to give the deceased a dignified resting place. The aides took their orders and returned in just a couple of days with several palm-sized wooden boxes. The wood was made from leftover scraps from house repairs, and the lids were simply carved with a few small lotus flowers, looking plain yet clean. Morongxian had the wooden boxes placed in an open area at the entrance of the town. The common people gathered around to look and all nodded, saying it was better to be buried this way than in jars, feeling more assured. Standing next to Morongxian, Su Ruoyao watched as an old man cautiously touched the lotus flower pattern on the wooden box, and her worries lightened, filling her heart with warmth. She had only been bothered by the broken jars, but unexpectedly, she had come up with such a solution. Perhaps the hardest part of promoting new customs was not establishing the rules, but rather finding a dignified constancy amidst change, making the living at ease while honoring the deceased. Morongxian squeezed her hand and whispered, "Once this matter is settled, when we return to the capital, I'll find the best carpenter to make one for us too. Hey. Hey. Su Ruoyao interrupted him with a flushed face, hitting his arm. "What are you talking about?" Morongxian laughed as he pulled her closer. "I meant we should keep 2 samples for ourselves. Who knows, the style of these coffin boxes may need to be decided by us in the future." The sunset cast its light on the wooden boxes, warming the small lotus patterns, making this somewhat heavy topic take on a touch of the warmth of ordinary days. Chapter 54. Disaster situation under control. Rewards received in the aftermath of the flood in the Southern Dynasty. Large areas of land were still submerged in murky water, with mud covering decaying vegetation and livestock remains, emitting a pungent smell in the rising temperatures. What was even more concerning was that the disaster victims, who had previously scattered due to the flood, had already dispersed. Some fled to neighboring prefectures, some hid in the deep mountains, and others wandered aimlessly along the river. Like sand scattered in all directions, difficult to trace. "Your Highness, this is the most troublesome part." Su Wen's aides, whom he had sent to assist earlier, held several urgent reports, their brows furrowed like a clump of soaked cotton. There were already 3 reported cases of fever and vomiting in Shizhou, said to be transmitted from disaster victims who fled from our area. The southern ferry was also blocked, fearing that the disaster victims would bring illness. So the boats were completely sealed off, and now hundreds of disaster victims were stuck on the shore, clamoring to cross the river. Morongxian stood on the dirt slope at the entrance of the town, gazing at the gray sky in the distance. The water had receded, the bodies had been cremated, and the epidemic in the town was temporarily under control, but the scattered disaster victims were like hidden embers. No one could tell where the fire would ignite first. Relying solely on the manpower of one town to prevent the epidemic was simply insufficient. A decree from the court was needed to implement epidemic prevention throughout the region. He turned around, his gaze landing on Su Ruoyao. In recent days, she had saved many people using specially formulated medicines, and seemed to understand epidemic prevention better than anyone else. "Yaoer, where do you think we should start?" Su Ruoyao unconsciously rubbed the medicine pouch at her waist, pondering, "To control the epidemic, we must first control the people. The scattering of disaster victims is the root cause. We need to gather them together first." She paused, her thoughts gradually becoming clearer. "We can have each prefecture set up relief camps on the outskirts of the cities, distribute food and medicine to the fleeing disaster victims, and prohibit them from moving around freely. This way, we can ascertain how many people there are, who is sick, and avoid cross-infection. The relief camps need regulations." Morongxian supplemented her thoughts. "The camp should be divided into healthy and sick zones. Anyone with a fever or symptoms of vomiting and diarrhea must be immediately moved to the sick zone for isolation. Doctors should patrol daily, and even the healthy ones should drink preventive herbal soup. The mugwort and ginger soup we cooked in the town before was effective. It can dispel cold and kill viruses. Gathering people is not enough. We must also clean up the contamination." Su Ruoyao continued. "Every place that has been flooded, whether in towns or villages, must be sprinkled with lime in the corners, around wells and along riverbanks. No potentially contaminated areas can be overlooked. Water wells need to be cleaned out again, preferably boiled before drinking. Food grains must also be checked, and any moldy ones must not be given to people, and raw meat must be thoroughly cooked before being used." The aides quickly took notes nearby. The sound of the pen scratching on paper echoed. "What the young lady says is correct. Also, those scattered livestock corpses must be handled like human corpses. Once found, they should be burned clean immediately, not buried indiscriminately, and definitely not allowed to be taken away by wild dogs. Most importantly, we need to spread the message," Morongxian suddenly said in a deep voice. "Most common people do not understand the principles of epidemic prevention. Each prefecture must have the rules engraved on wooden boards and placed at crossroads and camp entrances. Then let literate people go through the streets calling out to drink boiled water, wash hands frequently, and stay away from sick people. Even if it's a clumsy method, everyone must be informed." He took over the draft written by the aides and added a few more notes. We also need the court to dispatch a batch of medicinal materials to each prefecture to treat diarrhea, reduce high fevers and prevent wind cold. Better to have more than to run short. If there aren't enough doctors in the relief camps, we should recruit those with credentials and those who work in pharmacies. They should all be put to use, and the court will reward them afterward. As Suruoya watched him put down the last stroke on the draft, she suddenly remembered something. Right, the method of cremation must also be spread. If we discover any more cases of death by disease, they must not be buried in the ground. They must be cremated clean. This matter must be monitored by the authorities, even if it means being scolded. The rules must be upheld. The sunset stretched the shadows of the few people long, and the characters on the draft gradually blurred in the twilight, but the methods outlined were clear. Gather the disaster victims, set up camps, clean up contamination, spread the rules, dispatch medicinal materials, and promote cremation, each item tightly linked to the word control. We must not only gather the scattered hidden dangers, but also suppress the potential outbreak of the epidemic. Morong Xian folded the memorial and handed it to his aide. Send it back to the capital on a fast horse, and give it to Prime Minister Su, asking him to present it to His Majesty immediately. Tell him this is the method for epidemic prevention in the entire territory of the Southern Dynasty. Every day of delay increases the risk. The aide took the memorial and rushed to the horse stable at the post station. The sound of hooves echoing urgently in the quiet dusk, as if racing against an invisible plague. Suruoya watched him disappear into the distance and gently squeezed Morong Xian's hand. Will it be effective? It will be, Morong Xian replied, holding her hand back. His palm warm and steady. As long as all the states implement these methods, even if it is slow, they will eventually control the epidemic. Floods can destroy houses, but they cannot scatter people's hearts. As long as we push forward with determination, peaceful days will come. In the distance, smoke was rising from the resettlement camp, mixed with the refreshing scent of mugwort. Although there were still disaster victims sighing softly, it was already more stable compared to the chaos of previous days. Perhaps the road to epidemic prevention is still long, but as long as the direction is correct and we walk step by step, we will eventually reach the end. As autumn deepened, the flood disaster in the Southern Dynasty was finally stabilized. The reports sent back to the capital from various states no longer contained urgent expressions about the spread of the plague and the scattering of disaster victims, but instead were filled with plain words about the stability of the resettlement camp and the daily decrease in patients. The number of people who died from the flood decreased day by day, and in the end, even the reports from remote states only mentioned a few elderly or sick deaths, with no large-scale casualties. The stench on the vacant land west of the town had long disappeared, and the place where the corpses were piled up was covered with a thick layer of lime, now sprouting a few clumps of new grass. The river channel had been cleared of silt, and the newly built embankment was neatly constructed with green stones. The county magistrate said they would plant willow trees in the spring to protect the town from floods in the future. The disaster victims in the resettlement camp gradually dispersed. Some took grain seeds back to their hometowns, while others found work in the town. When they left, they all bowed towards the poston where Morong Xian and Suruoya were staying, murmuring their gratitude for the prince and the young lady. It was time to return to the capital. Morong Xian stood on the embankment, watching the people in the distance carrying hoes on the ridges, and turned to Suruoya with a smile. The matters here are settled. It's time to go back and take care of our own affairs. Suruoya's ears turned red, and she didn't respond, but quietly tightened her grip on the small cloth bag in her hand, which contained southern specialties for her aunts and sister in the capital, as well as a box of fine rouge she had secretly exchanged using the system, intended for her future mother-in-law, though she had yet to meet her. The convoy returning to the capital was much lighter than the journey there, without the disturbance of mountain bandits, and no need to distribute aid to disaster victims along the way. The wagon wheels rolled along the official road, and the scenery outside gradually changed from the muddy disaster area to the crisp autumn plains. Morong Xian continued to share a carriage with Suruoya, but unlike their journey there, he no longer teased her into calling him prince. Instead, he often discussed the implementation of cremation with her, while holding the memorials they needed to present upon returning to the capital. They needed to first discuss the style of coffins with the Ministry of Rites, and get the Ministry of Works to produce a standard design. Suruoya listened, occasionally chiming in, the incense in the carriage mixing with his voice, making it feel warm as if they were carrying a small charcoal stove. When they entered the city gate, it was already afternoon. The people from the Dawangfu had been waiting at the city gate, and as soon as they saw the wagon, they busily began to move things. However, Morong Xian did not return to the residence first, but directly took Suruoya to the palace, where the emperor had already received news and wanted to see them in person. In the Golden Hall, the emperor sat on the dragon throne, looking at the two standing side by side below, increasingly satisfied. Morongxian had grown a bit darker and thinner, but his eyes were brighter and deeper than before, exuding a sense of reliability that came from having accomplished something. Su Ruoyao had also lost the delicate demeanor of a young miss from the capital, standing straight with a hint of dust on her face, but looking more spirited. It was said that many of the epidemic prevention strategies in the south were devised by her. This girl was indeed a piece of uncut jade. Morongxian Su Ruoyao. The emperor called out, "You have worked hard in the south for months, stabilizing the disaster and controlling the plague, saving countless lives. Your contributions are invaluable." Morongxian and Su Ruoyao bowed. "We dare not take credit. It is all thanks to your majesty's grace, the soldiers' efforts, and the unity of the people. Those who have merit must be rewarded." The emperor smiled and waved his hand. "Morongxian, I reward you with 1,000 taels of gold, 100 bolts of silk, and an additional 300 households of land. In the future, when discussing matters in court, you may enter the palace at any time to listen and learn. So you can help me share the burden in the future." Morongxian accepted the reward with gratitude, but there was not much joy on his face. He was more concerned about another matter. Sure enough, the emperor changed the subject and looked at Su Ruoyao. The eldest daughter of Minister Su Ruoyao is intelligent and courageous. She proposed many strategies for epidemic prevention in the south and provided special medicinal materials to save people. I also have a reward for her. He paused and said loudly, "I reward you with 500 taels of silver, and I bestow upon you the title of County Princess Anhui, granting you a residence. Although you are not yet married, take it for now. It will be your dowry in the future. This humble girl thanks your majesty for your great grace." Su Ruoyao was so surprised that her eyes sparkled, hurriedly kneeling to pay her respects. She had never expected to receive a title, let alone be granted a residence. Seeing her joyful expression, the emperor felt even happier and finally got to the main point. "The imperial decree for your marriage has already been issued. It was delayed due to the disaster in the south. Now that the matter is settled, it is time to set the date." He turned to ask the Minister of Rights beside him, "Has the almanac been checked? Which day in the next 2 months is the most auspicious?" The Minister of Rights quickly bowed and replied, "Your Majesty, the 16th of next month is a very auspicious day, suitable for marriage and betrothal. After that, we will have to wait until spring next year." "The 16th of next month? Good." The emperor decided, "Let us set it for that day. Morongxian, Su Ruoyao. After you return, hurry to prepare. I will personally officiate your wedding and hold a grand ceremony." As soon as this was said, all the officials in the hall congratulated them. Morongxian glanced at Su Ruoyao, seeing her face flushed as she lowered her head, her ears bright red, unable to suppress the smile on her lips. After waiting for so long, they finally got a date. When they left the palace, the setting sun was casting a golden glow on the palace walls. Su Ruoyao still held the imperial decree for the county princess tightly in her hand, her palms sweating. Morongxian walked beside her, suddenly taking her hand, and in a less crowded place, whispered with a smile, "County Princess Anhui, on the 16th of next month, you will be my princess." Su Ruoyao's face turned even redder at his call, but she didn't pull away, only murmuring softly, "Who agreed? The emperor has agreed. Can you not agree?" Morongxian squeezed her palm, his eyes sparkling like crushed starlight. "Let us go. First return to the minister's residence to share the good news. So your father can also be happy, and we can discuss how much betrothal gift should be sent." The wind rustled through the locust tree leaves along the palace path, carrying a hint of autumn chill, yet warming people's hearts. The mud and stench of the south had long been left behind, and before them was the twilight of the capital, the set wedding date, and the days they could walk side by side in the future. All the sleepless nights and hardships endured in the south turned sweet at this moment, like candied fruit in the mouth, becoming more fragrant the more they chewed. Chapter 55. Sending betrothal gifts and holding the engagement banquet. As autumn deepened, the scent of osmanthus flowers filled the streets of the capital, and both the Su residence and Dawangfu were filled with joy. There was less than half a month left until the wedding of Morongxian and Su Ruoyao. Su Ruoyao sat by the window, her fingertips pinching a half-stitched pair of mandarin ducks on a handkerchief, but her ears involuntarily listened to the sounds outside the courtyard. During these days, people from Dawangfu had been continuously sending items to the Su residence, from exquisite jewelry and silk to rare southern fruits. Even the little maid in her courtyard was beaming with a newly received candied fruit. Just as she was thinking about this, Morongxian's figure appeared at the courtyard gate. He was wearing a moon-white brocade robe, with a jade belt at his waist, looking much more handsome than when he was in the south. Holding a small gilded box in his hand. "What are you thinking about?" He sat down beside her, opened the box, revealing a phoenix hairpin inlaid with red gold and emeralds, sparkling under the light. "This is for you, try it on?" Su Ruoyao did not take the hairpin. Instead, she looked up at him. I heard from the maid that you had the enrollment documents for Tianlan Academy prepared? Morong Xian tucked a stray hair behind her ear, his fingertips brushing against her earlobe, smiling. Yes. Once we are married and the excitement settles down, I will send you there. Tianlan Academy has a vast collection of books, and the teachers are all truly capable. Studying there will be much better than being cooped up in the residence. He already knew that Su Ruoyao was not an ordinary girl who only loved to draw her eyebrows and eyes. When she was in the south, her ideas for epidemic prevention showed her wisdom. Sending her to Tianlan Academy would not only broaden her horizons, but also give her more freedom. Much better than being bound by the rules of the inner courtyard after marrying into the royal mansion. Su Ruoyao felt sweet in her heart. He always understood her thoughts. She gently hummed in agreement and then remembered something. About the betrothal gifts, don't make it too extravagant. Morong Xian raised an eyebrow. How could the betrothal gifts for the princess not be extravagant? What he said was not false. 3 days later, the procession of betrothal gifts from the Duke of Da's mansion stretched from one end of the street to the other, attracting half the people of the capital to come and watch the excitement. Leading the way were 8 pure white steeds pulling the gift carriages, followed by dozens of horse-drawn carts, each piled high with boxes wrapped in red silk, and each box tied with large red embroidered balls. When they arrived in front of the Xiang mansion, the leading eunuch cleared his throat, unfurled a long list of gifts in his hand, and began to read it in a sharp voice. His Royal Highness, the Duke of Da. Presents to Miss Su Ruoyao of the Su family betrothal gifts of 100 taels of gold, 1,000 taels of silver, 100 bolts of silk, 50 bolts of shoe embroidery, 50 bolts of hang silk. Once he started, he couldn't stop. The list was densely packed with items, from gold and silver silk to jewelry and jade artifacts, ancient antiques and paintings, rare medicinal materials, and even high-quality wood specially transported from the south, exquisite furniture, and even 2 carts filled with jasmine seedlings that Su Ruoyao had casually mentioned liking, 10 strings of Dongju bracelets, 100 South Sea pearls, 8 pairs of Hetian jade bracelets, 5 pieces of jade ornaments, 10 ginseng roots, over 100 years old, 20 pieces of lingji mushrooms, 50 pieces of deer antler, 1,000 acres of good farmland, and 20 shops located in the south of the city. The eunuch was parched and drank a cup of tea before continuing. Su Wenjiang, standing at the door of the Xiang mansion, stroked his beard, his face unable to hide his smile, but inwardly he thought, this Morong Xian truly cares for Ruoyao deeply. The onlookers were buzzing with excitement, their eyes wide. This was no mere betrothal gift, it was as if half the royal mansion had been moved here. Su Ruoyao hid behind the door, listening to the endless recitation outside, her cheeks red as ripe apples. She had thought that Morong Xian was just talking casually, but unexpectedly he had truly prepared so much that even she was almost confused by that long list of gifts. The day after the betrothal gifts were delivered, the Xiang mansion and the Duke of Da's mansion jointly held an engagement banquet at a villa in the outskirts of the capital. Although it was called an engagement banquet, it was more like an early celebration, as the wedding date had long been set by the Bureau of Astronomy, and even the emperor had nodded in approval. This banquet was merely a formality to allow relatives and friends in the capital to share in the joy. The banquet hall was festooned with lights and decorations, red silk hanging from the pillars in the corridor, and lively performances of dragons and phoenixes presenting auspiciousness were being staged on the platform. Almost all the prominent figures in the capital were present, civil officials and military generals mingling together, drinking and chatting, with the topic always revolving around the marriage of the Duke of Da and Miss Su. Morong Xian, dressed in a bright red wedding robe with golden-threaded mandarin ducks embroidered on his chest, was surrounded by people congratulating him wherever he went. While he dealt with the toasts from the crowd, his gaze frequently drifted toward the ladies' seating where Su Ruoyao was. Su Ruoyao had also changed into a pink RU skirt, embroidered with intertwined lotus patterns, which complemented her fair skin and bright eyes. The ladies surrounded her, some praising her good fortune, while others asked if she was nervous about the approaching wedding date. She smiled and responded to each, but her peripheral vision was still searching for him. Their eyes met across the crowd, and they couldn't help but smile at each other. The noise of the banquet, the laughter of the guests, seemed to fade into a blurred background, leaving only the joy and anticipation in each other's eyes. The engagement banquet continued until the moon was high in the sky. When Morong Xian sent Su Ruoyao back to the Xiang mansion, only a small glass lamp was lit in the carriage. Tired? He asked, gently massaging her swollen temples. Su Ruoyao leaned against his shoulder, shaking her head lightly. I'm fine. It just feels like a dream. It's not a dream. Morong Xian tightened his grip on her hand, his voice low and gentle. In 10 days, you will be my princess. The carriage rolled over the stone-paved road, making a slight sound. The moonlight outside shone through the gaps in the curtain, falling on their clasped hands, warm and comforting. With the wedding date approaching, all the expectations and joy slowly fermented in that autumn night. sweet enough to make one dizzy. Just as the excitement of the engagement banquet was at its peak, Su Wenjung stood up with a wine cup in hand. He was wearing a brand new sapphire blue brocade robe today, and his usually somewhat serious expression was now filled with smiles. Even the white hair at his temples seemed to soften. The surrounding noise gradually quieted down, and the guests turned to look at him. Everyone knew that this was old Taishan about to speak. Dear colleagues and friends, Su Wenjung's voice was loud, slightly tipsy from the wine but clear with every word. Today, taking advantage of my daughter Ruoyao's engagement to His Royal Highness the Duke of Da, I have had a few more drinks and said a bit more. I hope you all will not mind. He first bowed to the assembled guests, then shifted his gaze to Morongxian, admiration almost overflowing from his eyes. Speaking of which, I must first give a good compliment to our future son-in-law, His Royal Highness the Duke of Da. Previously in the south, while managing water control and epidemic prevention, although I did not witness it personally, I have heard from reports and people that His Highness, at such a young age, has a sense of responsibility and means. The resettlement of disaster victims was handled properly, and the epidemic was controlled in a timely manner. Every single matter was handled beautifully. He paused and added with a smile, what is even more commendable is that he truly cherishes my daughter Ruoyao. From the south all the way back, he has considered her needs in terms of food, clothing, and expenses. The heart he put into the betrothal gifts made me feel warm just to see it. Such a young and capable lord, who values feelings and righteousness, is truly a rare find as a good son-in-law. Morongxian was somewhat embarrassed by the praise and quickly bowed. Father-in-law is overpraising. It is what a younger generation should do. Su Wenjung waved his hand and turned to Su Ruoyao, his gaze instantly softening. He recalled how his daughter had suffered for many years in the past. And looking at the bright-eyed girl standing there now, his eyes became a little moist. Now let us talk about my daughter Ruoyao. This child has suffered quite a bit in the past, but fortunately, heaven has blessed her, and she has finally regained her senses, and met such a good man as the prince. Ultimately, it's still because my daughter has good taste. She looks at true character and responsibility, not superficial things, just like her mother. Su Ruoyao's cheeks turned red from her father's words, and she nervously clutched the handkerchief in her hands, softly saying, Father. Oh, what is there to be embarrassed about? Su Wenjung laughed even more joyfully, raising his wine cup to the two of them. Ruoyao, your highness, your mutual affection is fate and a blessing. I have no other hopes. Just hope that after your marriage, you can live harmoniously, respect and love each other, and face whatever happens with one heart. This is what we call husband and wife united. Their benefits are unbreakable. The guests all echoed in agreement, with applause and laughter rising and falling. Su Wenjung took a sip of wine, as if suddenly remembering something important. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice but intentionally letting those around hear. Of course, I have one most important hope. He paused, looking at Su Ruoyao's flushed ears and Morongxian's somewhat dazed face, laughing like a child who had found something amusing. You two are not young anymore. After you get married, you must put in more effort. I'm looking forward to holding my grandson. It would be best if you could have a boy in one go, so that our Su family can add a new member soon and have some excitement. At this remark, the entire courtyard erupted into good-natured laughter. The ladies looked at Su Ruoyao teasingly, making her so embarrassed that she wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in, pulling at Morongxian's sleeve. Morongxian reacted quickly, immediately cupping his hands and responding with a hearty smile. Father-in-law, rest assured, I will certainly work hard to let you hold your grandson soon. Good, good. Su Wenjung laughed so much that the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes crinkled together, raising his wine cup to everyone. Come. Let us all raise our glasses to wish these two children a joyful marriage and early offspring. Cheers. The sound of wine cups clinking together filled the courtyard, mingling with laughter, pushing the excitement of the engagement banquet to its climax. Su Wen was watching the perfect couple in front of him, feeling sweeter than honey in his heart. His daughter had fulfilled her wish, and his son-in-law was excellent and reliable. With the addition of a chubby grandson in the future, all his lifelong concerns had come to fruition. Chapter 56. Su Ruoyao adds equipment to the space herb field. There were still a full 15 days until the wedding, and the residence was as busy as a top spinning, with seamstresses rushing to sew the wedding dress, and the steward counting the dowry boxes. Even the kitchen was filled with the sweet aroma of steamed snacks and brewing wedding wine every day. Su Ruoyao should have been the busiest bride. Yet she lived quite leisurely, leaving almost all the chores to her trusted steward, Xie Jing, except for occasionally trying on the newly made clothes. Xie Jing, remember to wrap the porcelain dowries in thick cotton, so they don't get chipped on the way. Xie Jing, make sure to carefully dust off that set of jade rui decorations for my mother-in-law. Su Ruoyao directed him with efficiency while she strolled around the courtyard with her hands behind her back. Seeing Xie Jing leading the servants efficiently, she slipped back to her bedroom. With a gentle press of her fingertip on the jade bracelet at her wrist, her figure disappeared from the spot and entered her private space. This space was a gift from the system, and it was no longer as bare as when she first arrived. Earlier, Su Ruoyao had decided to manage the herb field in her space properly, so that she could have a continuous supply of materials for alchemy and medicine. This thought lingered for several days, and she finally found an opportunity to mention it to Morong Xian one evening, hesitantly expressing her desire for as many herb seeds as possible from the Biluadalu continent. The more complete the better. Morong Xian, upon hearing this, didn't he ask much about the reason. He simply looked at the sparkling hope in her eyes and playfully touched her nose, saying, "If you want them, I'll naturally find them for you." He readily agreed and immediately took action, sending people to the Duke's residence's storeroom that very night to search, and also contacted familiar herbal merchants in the capital, even asking officials from the south who had not yet returned. He utilized every possible connection. In just over 10 days, several heavy wooden boxes had piled up in the side courtyard of the residence. When Su Ruoyao went to take a look with Xiejing, she saw the boxes covered in a dense array of labels, some marked with snowy region cold grass seeds, others labeled southern poison vine seeds, and even many seeds of the seven-star grass and soul disconnect flower, which she had only seen in ancient texts. Morong Xian specifically sent an old herbalist to sort through them. The old herbalist, wearing reading glasses, squatted beside the boxes, sorting while clicking his tongue. "Your Highness, have you brought the entire herb garden of the Biluadalu continent here? Look at these seeds of the nether grass. They are said to only grow in the icy crevices of the extreme north. How many merchants spend their entire lives seeking them?" Su Ruoyao squatted beside him, watching as the old herbalist sorted the seeds by herbaceous, woody, and vine types, and then categorized them by warmth, coldness, and toxicity, placing them in palm-sized clay jars, which were neatly arranged in half the courtyard, making her heart bloom with joy. When Morong Xian personally delivered the last batch of seeds, he saw her seriously counting among the pile of clay jars and couldn't help but tease, "With so many, do you plan to plant them all yourself?" Su Ruoyao looked up at him, her eyes crescent-shaped with a smile. "Of course not, I have a helper." As she spoke, she pressed her fingertip on the jade bracelet at her wrist, and a small blue creature flapped its wings and flew out from the space, landing on her shoulder, its round eyes curiously staring at the clay jars. Morong Xian was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the little blue creature, and when Su Ruoyao explained that it was a spirit from the fairy realm, the spirit of the space that understood farming best, he smiled and said, "That's good. It saves my future princess from tiring herself." After Morong Xian left, Su Ruoyao looked at the neatly categorized seeds and decided to let the little blue creature handle everything. She pointed to the clay jars, gesturing to the little blue. "These are all seeds. You plant them in the ground of the space. Warm seeds in the sunny spots, cold seeds in the shady areas, and keep the toxic ones separate, okay?" The little blue tilted its head to look at her, then lowered its head to sniff the seeds in the clay jars. Its little wings flapped excitedly as if it understood. It hugged a small jar containing spirit fragrance grass seeds, chirped once, and turned to fly back into the space, its round body cradling the jar like a little treasure keeper. Watching it disappear into the space, Su Ruoyao glanced at the remaining dozens of jars of seeds, smiling and shaking her head. With such a diligent little creature around, the space would likely grow an herb field even more complete than the herb garden in the future. The little blue was a gift from Su Ruoyao that she exchanged for from the system mall, described as the spirit of the space. It looked soft and was a translucent teal color, with transparent little wings, growing no larger than a watermelon. At this moment, it was perched on a shiny plowing machine, its little short legs clinging to the steering wheel, its round eyes wide with excitement. "Little Blue, how's the new field you opened today?" As soon as Su Ruoyao landed, she saw Little Blue suddenly shout, controlling the plowing machine to charge forward half a meter, the plow head carving a deep trench in the dark soil, splattering mud onto its little wings. This plowing machine was something Su Ruoyao specifically bought from the system mall, along with a drone sprayer and automatic irrigation system. Initially, Little Blue was troubled by these metal contraptions, circling the plowing machine for 3 days, but it eventually figured out how to use them with the fairy race's affinity for all things. Now it was sitting in the driver's seat, pressing buttons with its claws with a hint of pride, the plowing machine chugging ahead, leaving behind neatly and evenly turned soil, looking even more impressive than an ordinary farmer's work. "Chirp!" Little Blue turned back to call out to Su Ruoyao, flapping its little wings as if to show off. Following its pointed direction, the previously barren eastern side of the space had been neatly cultivated into over 100 acres of fields. The black soil was divided into sections, with some planting just sprouting spirit herbs and others growing medicinal plants half as tall as a person, all lush and green, looking delightful. Further south, several drones were hovering at low altitude, the wind from their wings brushing over the herb fields, fine mist evenly spraying over the leaves. That was Little Blue operating the drones to fertilize. The little creature had also learned to adjust the fertilizer concentration, according to the types of herbs. Knowing which fields needed nitrogen and which needed potassium. Remembering even more clearly than Su Ruoyao. Water. Su Ruoyao walked to the edge of the field and pointed in the air. Immediately, the sound of rushing water came from a nearby reservoir. The buried irrigation pipes began to send water, and the clear stream flowed gently into the herb fields along the ridges, nourishing the newly sprouted seedlings. This irrigation system was something she had just introduced a few days ago, with Little Blue assisting in laying the pipes and setting up the network. Now, with the press of a switch, it could supply water automatically, saving her a lot of effort. Looking at the edge of the field piled high with freshly harvested medicinal materials like dried honeysuckle, bundles of licorice, and dirt-covered poria, forming a small mountain. Even the makeshift pharmacy nearby was almost overflowing. Fortunately, it never rained in the space, and the sun was gentle. Su Ruoyao simply spread the newly harvested medicinal materials out on the ground to dry, the golden sunlight spilling over the herbs, gradually exuding a faint medicinal fragrance. I need to set up a warehouse. She looked at the pile of medicinal materials, opened the system mall, and directly found the entrance to the Three Realms Problem-Solving Bureau, ordering a simple warehouse with a silver-gray metal frame, equipped with an automatic dehumidification function, just right to store these medicinal materials in an organized manner. As soon as she completed the payment, the warehouse appeared with a bang beside the herb field. Little Blue immediately flapped its wings and flew over, curiously circling the warehouse. Su Ruoyao rubbed Little Blue's head, and then glanced back at the property section of the system mall, where a picture of a modern villa with a garden and swimming pool was displayed, looking very comfortable. She stroked her chin, calculating in her mind. Once the wedding was settled, she would need to refine more elixirs to exchange for gold coins, aiming to redeem the villa as soon as possible. By then, she could fill the space with herbs and let Little Blue drive the plowing machine as the steward. Life would be even more comfortable. In the distance, Little Blue had already jumped into the new warehouse with a bag of seeds, probably researching which fields to plant next year. Su Ruoyao leaned against the ridge of the field, smelling the bitter yet fragrant scent of herbs and listening to the sound of the tilling machine. She felt that being a hands-off manager for the past half-month was truly worthwhile. Not only did she have ready-made helpers to manage trivial matters, but she could also safely study alchemical formulas in her space. By the time of her marriage, she might even be able to refine several batches of high-quality elixirs as wedding gifts. Chapter 57. Su Ruoyao refines basic elixirs and restores ancient alchemical scrolls in the space of the divine bracelet. The previously empty area was now bustling. The spirit of the space, Xiaolon, treated the several large boxes of medicinal seeds that Su Ruoyao threw in as treasures. Over the past few days, the 100 acres of black land in the east had become filled with various medicinal herbs from the Qingtian continent. Green leaves, purple stems, and yellow flowers grew densely together. When the wind blew, a refreshing yet slightly sweet herbal fragrance filled the air. Even more surprisingly, to accommodate the environment-sensitive herbs, Xiaolon had actually created several small ecosystems within the space. In the southwest corner, there were some steaming black stones with a few bright red flame grasses growing in the cracks, a little corner simulating the edge of a volcano. In the northeast corner, there was a pile of crushed ice emitting cold air, next to which snow lotus flowers were blooming, creating a mini snow mountain. Further in, there was a shallow water depression with swamp grass floating on the surface and rotten root buried in the mud, resembling a scaled-down version of a swamp. Beside it, a dense thicket of low trees had ghostly vines winding up the trunks, giving it a somewhat dark forest vibe. These small environments were not large, but they thoroughly understood the habits of each type of herb, and even Su Ruoyao couldn't help but praise Xiaolon for being clever. With the herbs growing vigorously, the harvest was particularly gratifying. The previously empty ridge of the field was now piled high with bundles of freshly cut herbs, and half a warehouse was filled with dried roots and stems, with flower petals neatly laid out in bamboo trays. Su Ruoyao simply set up an alchemy furnace in the space, lighting the spiritual fire beneath. Standing in front of the furnace, she began to ponder how to refine some basic elixirs. To make a blood supplement pill, she needed the roots of blood ginseng and the flowers of red velvet grass, which she would crush into a paste in proportion. For the qi nourishing pill, she had to slice astragalus and extract the juice from spirit grass, simmering them over a slow fire. Even the beauty pill favored by young women, she attempted to refine using pearl powder mixed with the honey of jade dew flowers. The recipes in her hands were mostly from the system's shop, while some were ancient texts copied by Morong Xian, and with the herbs piling up quickly, she had no worries about lacking materials. Even better was her spiritual power, as a soul capable of traversing time and space, with just a thought. She could precisely control the temperature of the spiritual fire, timing the addition of herbs down to the second. Often, when she lifted the lid, there would be a whole batch of round, plump elixirs, each glowing with spiritual light, and she had hardly ever failed. Since she fully accepted the original owner's soul, she also gained the ability to remember anything at a glance. The sea of consciousness resembled an endless starry sky. Whether it was the thick alchemy books or the complex herb illustrations, she could memorize them with just a glance, and no matter how much she filled her mind, it never felt full. Morong Xian knew she loved to study these, so he specially had someone buy a lot of rare copies from various major sects, including fragments of the Qingtian alchemy classic, manuscripts of strange records of herbs, and even a few essays from ancient alchemists. Su Ruoyao could spend an entire day in the space with these books, forgetting to eat. Once she became proficient in refining basic elixirs, she began tackling tougher challenges. In the corner of the warehouse, there were some incomplete alchemical scrolls, some missing herb ratios, and others lacking refining steps. She relied on the miscellaneous knowledge in her sea of consciousness to supplement them bit by bit, such as replacing the blurred soul-consolidating grass in the scroll with the similarly effective forget-me-not, and adding 2 warming herbs to the ancient recipe for the body-cleansing pill to neutralize its toxicity. Completing the recipes was not enough. She had to personally set up the furnace to try them out. However, refining ancient recipes was not that simple. Sometimes, if the temperature of the spiritual fire wasn't controlled well, there would be a loud bang, and the lid would be blown off as the elixirs exploded into ashes. At other times, if the herbs were added a moment too early, the entire batch would smell burnt and become waste pills. Once, while refining the 9-turn soul-returning pill, she watched the fire for 3 days and nights, and just when she thought the elixir was about to succeed, she made a mistake somewhere, and the alchemy furnace suddenly emitted black smoke, scaring Xiaolan so much that she hid in the grass by the swamp. Su Ruoyao wiped the ash off her face, looking at the herbal residue on the ground without being angry. She picked up a piece of still warm broken elixir, sniffed it at her nose, and compared it with the alchemical scroll to reflect on her failure, noting the lessons for the next attempt. After all, there were plenty of herbs and ample time. As a soul that had crossed over, what she feared most was taking her time to ponder. The spiritual fire by the furnace was still crackling, and Xiaolan peeked out from the grass, seeing her take new herbs to add to the furnace. She flapped her little wings a couple of times and brought over a freshly picked clear heart leaf to encourage her. Su Ruoyao caught the leaf and smiled, her fingertips pinching the alchemical formula, her gaze fixed on the alchemy furnace, eyes shining brightly. One day, she would be able to refine all these ancient alchemical formulas. In front of the alchemy furnace in the divine bracelet space, a faint herbal fragrance wafted almost every day. The longer Su Ruoyao stayed by the furnace, the more adept she became at refining basic elixirs. At first she was still a bit clumsy, and it took her half a day to manage a batch of blood supplement pills or qi nourishing pills, producing at most 4 or 5 pills, and occasionally, if the timing was off, there would be 1 or 2 with scorch marks. But she was diligent, and with sufficient spiritual power, each time she refined elixirs, she focused intently on changes in the fire, herb ratios, timing of additions, and temperatures of the spiritual fire, pondering them repeatedly in her mind. After about 10 days, the number of elixirs produced gradually stabilized to over 10 per batch, all round and plump, and she never produced waste pills again. After more than a month of practice, Su Ruoyao's hands became even steadier. Now, standing in front of the furnace, her fingertips moved rhythmically while pinching the alchemical formula, the spiritual fire flickering beneath, entirely under her mental control. When the lid clicked open, hot air mixed with herbal fragrance rushed out, and she could always see 20 to 30 elixirs rolling together at the bottom of the furnace, glistening with a warm sheen. Even more remarkably, these elixirs had fine alchemical patterns on their surfaces, 3 shallow circular lines that shimmered under the light, a recognized mark of third-grade elixirs in the Qingtian continent, indicating rich efficacy and high purity. Ordinary alchemists would take at least 10 to 8 years of effort to produce elixirs with 3 alchemical patterns. If someone knowledgeable were to take a closer look, they would also find that the outer layer of the elixirs was wrapped in a very thin crystalline white mist. This was Su Ruoyao's clever idea. She always added a small spoonful of the space's spiritual spring water to the herb paste during refining. The spring water was live water that gushed from the depths of the space, infused with pure spiritual energy. Elixirs mixed with this spring water not only had efficacy 3 times stronger than ordinary elixirs, but they also felt slightly cool and moist when held, with the white mist clinging to them, exuding a sense of spirituality. Most uniquely, the top of each elixir was stamped with a small character Yao. This was a marking technique she learned from ancient texts, using her spiritual power as a brush. She left the imprint on the elixirs while they were still soft and just formed. This imprint was faint yet clear, deeply embedded in the elixir, and could not be replicated by ordinary means. More importantly, Su Ruiyao had acquired the Phoenix bloodline when she crossed over. Although it was not fully awakened, her spiritual power carried a trace of the residual warmth of true Phoenix fire, and the character Yao was imprinted with this trace of fire. Others, lacking the true essence of the Phoenix, could not produce this mark, and even if they tried to imitate it, the imprints would either turn gray and dark or fall off at a touch, making it impossible to forge. Once, when Morong Xian came to the space to see her, he found her filling jade bottles with the refined elixirs. The blood supplement pills were rosy red, the qi nourishing pills were light blue, and the beauty pills shimmered with pearl white, with 20 pills in each bottle. The 3 alchemical patterns and the layer of white mist were clearly visible, and the character Yao on top stood out prominently. He picked up a bottle and examined it from all angles, unable to help but laugh. These elixirs of yours, if placed on the street, without saying much, everyone would know they were refined by you. This character is more reliable than the government seal. Su Ruiyao was wiping the alchemy furnace with a soft cloth when she heard him and turned around to smile. That's exactly the point, so that others can recognize them. In the future, whether these elixirs were given as gifts or for trade, seeing this character would signify genuine quality, saving her from being deceived with inferior products. She picked up a qi nourishing pill to examine it against the light, the 3 alchemical patterns gently swirling in the white mist, her heart filled with satisfaction. From producing 4 or 5 pills per batch to over 20, from having no patterns to 3 alchemical patterns, although she was busy refining elixirs, she could genuinely feel the progress. Chapter 58. Su Ruiyao goes to the Alchemist Guild for assessment in the space of the Divine Bracelet. The fragrance of herbs was strong. Su Ruiyao had just bottled a batch of newly refined qi nourishing pills, when she saw Morong Xian's figure walking over from the spirit herb field. Today, he was dressed in casual attire, holding an ancient-looking booklet. Seeing her squatting in front of a wooden box counting pills, he approached with a smile and said, "Have you refined so many again?" It's been going smoothly these past few days." Su Ruiyao neatly arranged the jade bottles containing the blood-replenishing pills and looked up at him. "What's that in your hand?" Morong Xian handed over the booklet. "It's the directory of the Alchemist Guild. I thought since your pill refining skills are so good, why not take the qualification exam at the guild? If you pass, you'll receive a badge, and from then on, you'll be a registered alchemist. Whether buying herbs or selling pills, it will be much more convenient. The high-grade herbs in the guild are only open to registered alchemists." Su Ruiyao flipped through a couple of pages of the booklet, her eyes lighting up. "There's a guild in the capital? Not only is there one, but it's also the headquarters." Morong Xian pointed to the marked map in the booklet. "Shall I accompany you there tomorrow?" Early the next morning, the two headed to the Alchemist Guild. The guild building stood on the busiest street in the capital, with towering gray-blue brick walls, and the eaves were carved with a blue bird holding a pill furnace, looking even more impressive than the nearby tavern. Although it was an ancient architectural structure, it had 5 floors, each with intricately carved windows, and disciples in white robes stood guard at the entrance, looking both orderly and solemn. As they reached the entrance, they saw a bustling crowd in the hall on the first floor. On the east side, there were long tables where several disciples were distributing something to the people in line. Morong Xian whispered, "That's the task board. Mercenary groups often come here to pick up jobs for gathering herbs in exchange for money." The west side had counters with glass displays showcasing various pills, labeled as Grade 1 blood-stanching pills and Grade 2 qi-gathering powder. A burly man dressed in sturdy clothing was buying pills with silver coins, creating a lively atmosphere like a marketplace. "Misu has arrived?" As they ascended to the second floor, an elderly man with white hair and beard welcomed them. He wore a brocade robe embroidered with alchemical patterns, and had a dark golden badge hanging from his waist, the president of the Alchemist Guild, Ling Shuzi. He had already received Morong Xian's letter, and smiled as he led them inside. "His Highness sent a letter yesterday. I was just thinking about when I could meet this young alchemy master." After sitting down in the reception room, Ling Shuzi first brewed a cup of spirit tea for Su Ruiyao, then leisurely said, "If you're willing to join the guild, there are many benefits. You can receive a monthly herb subsidy. The Guild's Scripture Pavilion can be accessed freely, where there are many rare alchemical formulas. If you encounter difficulties in alchemy in the future, you can also seek advice from the elders of the guild. Most importantly, with the badge, you can enjoy convenience at branches across various states. Even if you go to the southern or northern regions, you won't have to worry about buying rare herbs." Su Ruiyao felt her heart stirred and straightforwardly said, "Then I'll take the exam today." Ling Shuzi, who appreciated straightforward people, immediately stood up and said, "Follow me to the assessment room." The assessment room was on the 3rd floor. A spacious stone chamber with a bronze alchemical furnace in the center, and various herbs displayed on a wooden rack beside it. Ling Shuzi pointed at the rack. "Just refine the basic pills you are most skilled at. Any type will do." In the assessment room on the 3rd floor of the Alchemist Guild, It was so quiet that one could hear the sound of the wind brushing against the phoenix tree leaves outside. The bronze alchemical furnace in the center emitted a subdued luster, and on the white jade rack were several herbs Su Ruyao had just taken. The blood ginseng root was fat and plump, its cross-section gleaming with amber light. The petals of the red velvet grass were as red as tiny flames, still holding the morning dew's moisture. And there were dried goji berries, each round and solid, exuding a dark red sheen. Ling Shuzi sat on a sandalwood chair beside her, stroking his beard with his fingertips, his gaze fixed on Su Ruoyao. He noticed she didn't take the jade mortar to crush the herbs like ordinary candidates, but instead walked straight to the alchemical furnace, lightly pressing on the furnace wall with her hand, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Did this girl not process the herbs first? But then he saw Su Ruoyao's fingertips condensing a layer of faint spirit light, hovering above the blood ginseng. The spirit light looked gentle, and when it fell on the root, it acted like an invisible small knife, precisely scraping off the fine dirt from the ginseng's beard, even smoothing out the wrinkles on its skin. In just a moment, the blood ginseng that was still covered in soil became translucent and shiny, with its cross-sections patterns clearer. She used the same method to handle the red velvet grass. As her fingertips brushed over the petals, the withered petals and broken stamens seemed to be swept away by the wind, leaving only the freshest parts stacked in the jade plate. Her movements so quick that it was hard to see the details, yet so steady that there wasn't a hint of error. What a convenient method. Ling Shuzi thought to himself but remained silent, only watching her next move. Su Ruyao took out a fire starter, not rushing to ignite it. Instead, she first laid a layer of dried cloud grass at the bottom of the furnace. This grass burns evenly and is best for refining basic pills. She flicked her fingers, and a spark from the fire starter fell onto the grass, making a sizzling sound as the light blue flames licked up from the bottom of the furnace, casting a warm glow on her profile. Once the furnace walls gradually turned slightly red, she lifted the jade plate, her wrist lightly turning, and the blood ginseng, red velvet grass, and goji berries were all tossed into the furnace at once. Ridiculous. Ling Shuzi couldn't help but exclaim. Normally, when refining blood replenishing pills, one would first slice the blood ginseng to extract the ginseng juice, then mix it with the red velvet grass paste for slow simmering. How could one just throw everything in without regard for the order? Wasn't he that wasting herbs? But as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Su Ruoyao forming hand seals with both hands, her fingertips bursting forth with spirit light. That spirit light penetrated the furnace wall and transformed inside into several fine strands of light, gently separating the mixed herbs. The blood ginseng was supported at the bottom, next to the furnace's gentle heat. The red velvet grass floated in the middle, slowly unfolding with the rising heat, and the goji berries floated at the top, being ground into fine fragments by the light strands, cascading down onto the red velvet grass. So that's how it is. Ling Shuzi's hand that was stroking his beard paused. She was using mental energy to control the herbs. Ordinary alchemists could at most use spiritual power to stabilize the fire, but she could condense her mental energy so finely to separate and control the herbs in the furnace. Such a skill, even the elders in the guild might not be able to achieve. The fragrance of the herbs gradually wafted out of the furnace. First the rich scent of blood ginseng, followed by the sweet freshness of red velvet grass, mingled with the slight sourness of goji berries, intertwining and drilling into the nose. Su Ruoyao's gaze slightly drooped, focusing on the pale white smoke at the furnace's opening, indicating that the heat was just right. If the smoke turned gray, she would need to reduce the heat. If it turned black, the herbs would burn. She gently tapped the furnace wall with her fingertip, the spirit fire flickering on and off, always perfectly timing the heat just before the smoke was about to change. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, a soft humming sound came from the furnace. Su Ruoyao's eyes brightened, and she suddenly closed her hands, simultaneously flicking her fingers towards the furnace lid. With a crisp sound, the lid popped up half an inch, and more than 20 ruby red pills wrapped in white mist flew out, spinning in the air before landing steadily in the jade plate she had prepared. When the pills landed, they made a delicate tinkling sound, like jade stones clinking together. Ling Shuzi quickly stepped forward, picking one up and placing it in his palm. The pill was round and smooth like a pearl, and the most astonishing part was that it had 3 shallow ring patterns on its surface, which appeared faintly under the light, indicating it was a grade 3 pill. He leaned closer to sniff, and the fragrance was pure without any impurities, carrying a hint of refreshing coolness, reminiscent of spirit spring water. Very good. Ling Shuzi exclaimed twice, looking at Su Ruoyao with astonishment in his eyes. This fire control technique. This pill quality, in all my years I have never seen such a thing. Young lady, your alchemy skills are truly formidable. Su Ruoyao let out a gentle sigh, her fingertips brushing over each pill in the jade plate, each with a Yao character imprinted by her mental energy on the top, the ink color faint, embedded in the ruby red pill bodies, exuding a unique mark. She knew she had passed this assessment, and couldn't he help but break into a slight smile, just lucky. But Ling Shuzi would never believe in luck. His hands trembled slightly as he held the jade plate, his mind filled with a single thought. I've struck gold. This kind of talent must be kept in the guild at all costs. Ling Shuzi stepped forward to pick up one pill, and as soon as he touched it, he froze. It felt cool to the touch, with a layer of faint white mist wrapped around it. Upon closer inspection, the surface of the pill actually had 3 fine alchemical patterns. He had been a skilled alchemist in his earlier years, but had never seen a young girl able to refine grade 3 pills so evenly, with the patterns clearer than ordinary pills. What a great talent! Ling Shuzi stroked his beard, his eyes brightened. Although this method was special, it was exceedingly precise. The blood-replenishing pill with 3 Dan patterns. I haven't seen such purity in 10 years. He immediately took out a silver badge from his pocket and inscribed the name Su Ruoyao on it with spiritual power, then took a booklet to register. This girl is a 3rd-grade alchemist at such a young age. Her future is limitless. Keep this badge. With it, you can access the medicinal herb library on the 4th floor, which has plenty of 3rd-grade spiritual herbs. Just as Su Ruoyao took the badge, she suddenly heard a commotion coming from downstairs. A disciple rushed up in a panic. President, people downstairs have heard that Miss Su can refine body tempering pills, and they are all crowding to see her. Ling Shuzi was also taken aback, then slapped his thigh. I almost forgot about this. He turned to look at Su Ruoyao, his astonishment deepening. The formula for the body tempering pill has long been lost. No one in the entire Biluo continent has been heard of being able to refine it. How does this girl have such ability? Sure enough, before Su Ruoyao could go downstairs, a group of alchemists in white robes surged up, both old and young, all staring intently at the badge in her hand. Is it true? Can Miss Su really refine body tempering pills? My grandson's spiritual root is stagnant. Please, miss, grant him a body tempering pill. I am willing to exchange 100-year-old snow lotuses for the remaining pages of the pill formula. Morongxian quickly stepped forward to shield Su Ruoyao and said loudly, everyone please calm down. Yara has just finished her qualification test and is tired. If you have requests for pills, we can discuss them another day. Ling Shuzi hurriedly advised. Everyone disperse. Miss Su is a distinguished guest of the guild. How can you surround her like this? But the alchemists were unwilling to leave, each rubbing their hands, unwilling to budge. The body tempering pill. That is a treasure that can cleanse marrow and open veins. How many people have sought it for a lifetime without success? Now that there is someone who can refine it right in front of them, who would easily let go. Su Ruoyao looked at the crowd in front of her, and suddenly felt the badge in her hand had become quite heavy. She originally wanted to quietly take the qualification test, but unexpectedly became the object of everyone's contention. Chapter 59. The wedding on October 16th, an auspicious day. The capital city that day seemed to have been splashed with a bucket of bright rouge, with red silk and festive atmosphere wafting from the streets to the alleys. The gates of the Xiang residence and the Da Wang residence were piled high with gift boxes, and a red carpet stretched from the gate to the center of the street, with red embroidered balls tied to the locust trees by the roadside. When the wind blew, it scattered delicate red shadows. Today is the wedding day of Su Wenzheng's eldest daughter, Su Ruoyao, and the 7th prince, Da Wang Morongxian. A marriage bestowed by the emperor and the focus of the entire court, which has made half the capital city eagerly await for half a month. Before dawn, the lights in the embroidery building of the Xiang residence were already lit. Su Ruoyao sat in front of the dressing table, her reflection showing a bright white face, with a hint of sleepiness in her eyes and eyebrows, but the surrounding matchmakers and maids had made her lose all drowsiness. Miss, please bear with it a bit longer. This phoenix crown must be worn securely. The matchmaker carefully held a phoenix crown adorned with red gold and emeralds, carefully placing it on her head. The eastern pearl embedded in it was as big as a thumb, rolling with a warm light under the candlelight, and the phoenix tail feathers were made of crushed diamonds, sparkling every time it moved. Su Ruoyao held her neck still for them to arrange, her fingertips unconsciously pinching the mandarin duck pattern on her skirt. That skirt was embroidered densely, with gold thread wrapped around silver thread. The stitches so fine they were almost invisible. Crafted by the best embroiderer in the residence over 3 months. Miss, you look truly beautiful. Her close maid, Xiejing, came in holding a copper basin. Seeing the person in the mirror, she couldn't help but redden her eyes, looking even more beautiful than the fairy in the painting. Su Ruoyao smiled at the mirror, just about to speak, when she heard footsteps from outside. It was Su Wenjun coming. He was wearing a brand new dragon robe today. His usually stern brows and eyes were softened, and he held a small brocade box in his hand. Father. Su Ruoyao wanted to get up, but was pressed down by the matchmaker. Brides cannot move before getting into the sedan chair. Su Wenjun waved his hand, walked to her side, opened the brocade box, revealing a hairpin made of sheep fat jade, simple in style, only carved with a small magnolia flower. This is what your mother wore back then. His voice lowered slightly, his fingertip gently touching the hairpin. If she were still here, seeing you get married today, she would be happier than anyone. Su Ruoyao's nose tinged with sourness, she nodded, allowing her father to place the hairpin beside her phoenix crown. The jade hairpin pressed against her scalp, warm, as if a warmth was spreading from her hair tips to her heart. Just as they were speaking, a sudden noise of blowing and beating came from outside, mixed with the crisp sound of firecrackers. The wedding procession had arrived. The wedding procession from the Dawang residence was long, led by 20 snow-white steeds pulling a ceremonial cart piled high with boxes wrapped in red silk, filled with everything from gold and silver brocade to antique paintings, occupying half the street. In the middle were drummers and swana players, playing the lively tune of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Morong Xian rode on a chestnut horse, wearing a bright red wedding robe embroidered with golden mandarin ducks on his chest, a jade belt around his waist that accentuated his already handsome features. Holding a red silk-wrapped whip in his hand, smiling with a sense of urgency in his gaze as it kept darting toward the Xiong residence's door. Your Highness, the auspicious time is approaching. The accompanying groomsman joked, who was Morong Xian's childhood friend, the son of the commander of the Imperial Guard. Morong Xian ignored him, urging the doorman to send word again. But the maids of the Xiong residence had already been instructed to block the door for red envelopes, and to quiz the groom about Su Ruoyao's birth date, preferences, and who would do the laundry and cooking in the future. Morong Xian answered swiftly and decisively, scattering red envelopes one after another, and only after a lot of coaxing did he manage to clear a path. He rushed into the backyard in 2 or 3 steps, and just as he reached the door of the embroidery building, he saw Su Ruoyao sitting on the edge of the bed in her wedding dress, with the phoenix crown and veil, making her skin appear as white as jade. Morong Xian's heart skipped a beat, and his steps slowed, as if afraid of disturbing something. Su Ruoyao looked up at him, noticing that his wedding robe had a bit of dust and carried a sense of urgency from rushing. Couldn't help but bend her eyes into a smile. Yao Yao. Morong Xian approached her, his voice softening. I have come to take you. Su Ruoyao gently responded with an just about to speak when she was pushed by the matchmaker. Your Highness, quickly help the bride into the sedan chair. Morong Xian finally reacted, carefully extending his hand. Su Ruoyao placed her fingertips on his palm. His hand was warm, the pads of his fingers slightly calloused, yet he steadily cradled her hand, not letting her wobble even a bit. When getting into the sedan chair, they had to step on the red carpet. Morong Xian was afraid she would fall, so he simply half-squatted down, letting her step on his foot to get into the carriage. Su Ruoyao's face flushed, but she still followed his wishes and stepped up, slipping into the flower sedan carried by 8 people. Inside the sedan, there was a snow-white cashmere blanket, a small charcoal basin in the corner, warm and cozy, and a brocade box containing some candied snacks that Morong Xian had specially arranged, fearing she might get hungry on the way. Lift off! The matchmaker shouted loudly, and the flower sedan was steadily lifted, following the wedding procession toward the Dawang residence. The streets were already filled with onlookers. When they saw the flower sedan approach, they all smiled and threw flower petals, shouting congratulations on the new marriage and wishing for early offspring. Su Ruoyao sat in the sedan, listening to the bustling sounds outside. Along with Morong Xian occasionally greeting people, her heart felt as if it was cradling a piece of sweet cake, soft and pleasant. Upon reaching the gate of the Dawang residence, there was another round of excitement. Crossing the fire basin and stepping over the saddle, Morong Xian personally held Su Ruoyao's hand, walking step by step into the residence. The red carpet was laid out very long, stretching from the entrance to the main hall, with servants on both sides standing with their heads bowed, congratulating the prince and the princess. The main hall had already set up the heavenly and earthly tables, with tablets of dragon and phoenix presenting auspiciousness, and 2 large red candles burning, their flames flickering brightly, illuminating the entire hall. The officiant's voice was loud. Bow to heaven and earth. Morong Xian held Su Ruoyao's hand, bowing deeply toward the direction of the door. As the wind blew in from the open door, sweeping the edges of the red silk, gently brushing past their garments. Bow to the elders. Although the empress and concubines were not present, 2 empty chairs were still placed beside the heavenly and earthly tables, representing the royal elders. The 2 bowed together again. Bow to each other as husband and wife. Morong Xian turned around, looking at Su Ruoyao. Her phoenix crown had not yet been removed, and the pearls and jade glimmered under the light, the stray hairs at her temples swaying slightly in the wind. He slightly bent down, and Su Ruoyao also lowered her head, their foreheads almost touching, each reflecting the other's image in their eyes, hiding an unshakable smile. After the wedding ceremony, Su Ruoyao was sent to the new house, while Morong Xian stayed in the front hall to accompany the guests for drinks. The new house was elegantly decorated, with a large red character hanging on the wall, and a quilt depicting mandarin ducks playing in the water on the bed, with peanuts, longans, red dates, and lotus seeds on the table, symbolizing the wish for early offspring. Chun'er and Xian'er helped Su Ruoyao remove the phoenix crown and take off the heavy wedding veil, revealing her plain-colored dress underneath. She finally breathed a sigh of relief and rubbed her sore neck. "Are you hungry, princess? The small kitchen is warming some lotus seed porridge," Chun'er said. As Su Ruoyao took 2 sips of the sweet soup, she heard footsteps coming from outside. It was Morongxian returning. He had drunk some wine. His cheeks slightly flushed, but his gaze remained clear. Upon entering, he headed straight for the bed, sitting next to Su Ruoyao and taking her hand. "Are you tired?" Su Ruoyao shook her head and noticed a bit of wine stain on his sleeve, so she took a soft cloth to wipe it off. Morongxian let her handle him, but his fingertips gently squeezed her palm. "Yao Yao, from now on, you are my princess." Su Ruoyao looked up at him, seeing the seriousness in his eyes, and felt warmth in her heart, softly responding with an outside. The sky gradually darkened, but the red candles in the new house burned brighter. The flickering candlelight cast their shadows on the wall, intertwined and affectionate. Su Ruoyao leaned against Morongxian's shoulder, listening to his steady heartbeat, with the faint scent of wine and familiar soap aroma lingering at her nose. She suddenly felt that this noisy wedding had tightly tied their hearts together, and from now on, regardless of wind or rain, they could hold each other's hands and walk steadily together. As the night deepened, the guests' clamor gradually faded away, leaving only the crackling sound of the burning red candles in the wangfu and the lingering sweetness in the air. Chapter 60. The first day after the wedding, just as dawn broke, a thin layer of frost still clung to the window panes. But the red candles in the new house had already burned down to half. The wax dripped onto the copper stand, resembling unstrung red beads. Su Ruoyao turned over, her nose brushing against a warm fabric that carried a faint soap aroma. It was Morongxian's outer robe. She sleepily opened her eyes and saw Morongxian propping his elbow, watching her with a smile warmer than the candlelight. "Awake?" His voice was low, as if afraid to startle someone who had just woken up. Su Ruoyao blinked, recalling the events of last night, and her cheeks turned bright red. She shrank back into the quilt, burying her face in the soft pillow and refusing to lift her head. Morongxian chuckled softly and reached out to ruffle her hair. "Want to sleep a bit longer? You were tired yesterday." Though he said so, they had to pay respects to the elders on the first day after the wedding. How could they really sleep in? Before Su Ruoyao could hide long enough, there was a gentle commotion outside as Xiejing led people to bring washing items. Morongxian got up first, helping to move the screen to the bedside before letting the maids in. Su Ruoyao hid behind the screen to change her clothes, her fingertips brushing against the soft satin dress in a light lotus color, made of extremely soft cloud brocade, embroidered with delicate entwined lotus flowers. It was a new wedding outfit that Morongxian specially had made for her. When she finished washing up and came out, Morongxian had already changed into a moon-white brocade robe, and was sitting at the table watching her. Noticing her hair was only loosely tied up with a jade hairpin given by her father yesterday, he couldn't help but walk over to tidy her loose strands. "This looks great, simple and beautiful." Just as they sat down to eat breakfast, the steward of the Wangfu hurried in, bowing. "Wang Yi, Wang Fei, someone from the palace has arrived, saying the Empress Dowager wishes to invite you both to the palace for greetings." Morongxian raised an eyebrow. He had originally planned to introduce Yao Yao to people in the mansion first before going to pay respects to several grand princesses, but unexpectedly, the Empress Dowager sent someone first. He looked at Su Ruoyao and saw no fear in her eyes. She merely nodded, so he told the steward, "Understood, prepare the carriage." The palace carriage was already waiting outside the mansion, covered with a green canopy, and thick cashmere blankets were laid inside, with preserved fruits on a small table. Su Ruoyao sat next to Morongxian, her fingers pinching a plum as she quietly asked, "Will the Empress Dowager not like me?" Although she was in the original owner's body, she had never interacted with the royal elders, and she felt a bit anxious. Morongxian held her hand, his fingertips rubbing her palm. "Don't worry. The Empress Dowager dotes on me the most. You are my princess, she will be happy to see you." He paused and leaned closer to her ear, whispering with a laugh, "Besides, my princess is so beautiful and smart. Who wouldn't like you?" Su Ruoyao felt her ears flush from his words, playfully pushing him away, but her anxiety dissipated significantly. The carriage swayed as it entered the palace, heading straight for the Xian Palace where the Empress Dowager resided. Before they reached the door, they heard laughter coming from inside, followed by a matron in a blue cloth coat welcoming them. "Wang Yi, Wang Fei, the Empress Dowager has been waiting for you." Upon entering the warm pavilion, they saw an elderly lady with white hair and kind eyes sitting in a cushioned chair, holding a string of prayer beads. Upon their entrance, she immediately smiled and waved. "Xian'er, bring your wife over." Morongxian took Su Ruoyao's hand and they both bowed. "Grandson, granddaughter-in-law, Pays respects to the Empress Dowager. Quickly rise. Quickly rise, the Empress Dowager urged, having the matron assist them. Her gaze fell on Su Ruoyao, inspecting her from head to toe for a long while. And the more she looked, the more delighted she became. She held Su Ruoyao's hand tightly. Good child, indeed a proper one. Look at these brows and eyes, this skin. Even better than in the paintings. She turned to glare at Morong Xian. You brat, you're so lucky to marry such a good girl. Morong Xian smiled in response. It is my fortune. The Empress Dowager then asked Su Ruoyao many questions about what she liked to eat at home. Whether she was accustomed to life in the Wangfu, chatting away like an ordinary grandmother caring for her granddaughter-in-law. Su Ruoyao answered one by one, her voice soft and orderly, making the Empress Dowager beam with joy. She immediately took off a string of East Pro bracelets from her wrist and handed them to Su Ruoyao. This is what I wore when I was young for you. From now on, you are part of our royal family. Make sure to live well with Xianer. The pearls on the bracelet were round and smooth, shimmering under the light. Clearly worth a lot. Su Ruoyao quickly declined. Grandmother, this is too precious. You should keep it. The Empress Dowager patted her hand. Could I lack this little thing? Morong Xian chimed in. Since it's given by the Empress Dowager, you should accept it. Only then did Su Ruoyao blush and accept it. They spent about half an hour in the Xian Palace, then went to pay respects to several grand princesses, who were all amiable elders. When they saw Su Ruoyao, they smiled and greeted her without any difficult questions. By the time they left the palace, the sun was nearly noon. I told you, they would all like you. In the carriage, Morong Xian pinched the East Pro bracelet in Su Ruoyao's hand, unable to hide his smile. Su Ruoyao leaned against his shoulder, feeling warm inside. It's because the Empress Dowager and the others have kind hearts. Upon returning to the Wangfu, before they could catch their breath, several matron caretakers and concubines approached. Morong Xian's mother had passed away early, leaving no main mistress in the household, only 2 secondary wives and several concubines, all of gentle temperament. They greeted Su Ruoyao and presented their prepared gifts, which included intricately embroidered handkerchiefs and homemade preserved fruits. Though not expensive, they were filled with heartfelt intentions. Su Ruoyao thanked each of them and chatted with them cheerfully, showing no airs of a princess. Morong Xian watched from the side, seeing her respond graciously and appropriately, and his smile deepened. After sending everyone off, the two finally had a chance to rest. Su Ruoyao leaned back on the soft couch, fiddling with the East Pro bracelet from the Empress Dowager, and suddenly remembered. Oh right, I still haven't gone to pay respects to my father. It's not too late to go in the evening, Morong Xian said, handing her a piece of pastry to taste. The Su residence is probably busy right now. He paused and chuckled again. Besides, it's the first day after our wedding. I should spend more time with my princess. Su Ruoyao took a bite of the pastry, the sweet red bean filling melting on her tongue. Sunlight streamed through the window, falling on their intertwined hands, warm as if it might melt away. On the first day after the wedding, nothing earth-shattering happened. It was just a visit to the palace to pay respects and meet the people in the residence. Yet, living such a plain and simple life felt more reassuring than anything else. With him by her side, meeting the people she should meet and doing the things she should do, everything seemed stable and sweet. The evening glow painted the blue bricks of the residence in warm red hues. As Su Ruoyao lifted the curtain of the carriage to look inside, she noticed the old locust tree in front of the gate was covered with leaves that looked like scattered gold. Morong Xian held her hand to help her down from the carriage, his fingertips brushing against the string of East Pearl bracelets that the Empress Dowager had given her as a meeting gift, which she wore intentionally. Don't worry, he whispered with a low laugh in her ear. Your father will be so happy to see you. Su Ruoyao shot him a playful glare, but felt a bit more relaxed because of his words. Just as they entered the shadow wall, they saw Su Wenjing's personal servant coming out to greet them, smiling as he bowed. Miss, oh no, princess. The master is waiting for both of you in the main hall. In the main hall, torches were burning, and the warm light fell on Su Wenjing's dragon robe, making him look less imposing than usual. He was lost in thought, staring at a chessboard, and when he heard footsteps he raised his eyes. His gaze first landed on Su Ruoyao, who was wearing a light blue embroidered dress with magnolia patterns, and her hair was adorned with a jade hairpin. She looked even more radiant than yesterday, and his brows relaxed a bit. Father. Su Ruoyao stepped forward, intending to greet him in the usual manner for a daughter, but was stopped by Su Wenjing waving his hand. Now that you are the princess of the Wangfu, there's no need for such formalities. Although he said this, the smile in his eyes couldn't be hidden. He then looked at Morong Xian and gestured for him to sit down. Xianer, has Ruoyao suffered any grievances in your residence? As soon as Morong Xian sat down, he immediately straightened up. Father-in-law, rest assured, Ruoyao is the person I cherish the most. I wouldn't let her suffer any grievances. She is in charge of everything in the house, and the servants wouldn't dare to neglect her. That's good. Su Wenjing took a sip of tea, but suddenly changed the subject. However, Ruoyao has a gentle temperament, so if anything is amiss in the future, don't hide it. Come back to tell your father. Hearing this, Su Ruoyao felt a lump in her throat, and was about to speak when Murongxian smiled and interjected, "Father-in-law, do you think of me as an outsider? Ruoyao's matters are my matters. How could I let her suffer any grievances? If anything happens, I won't let those who are blind get away with it." Su Wenjing was momentarily taken aback, but couldn't help but chuckle. "You kid, you're quite protective." He put down his teacup, looked at the two of them, and suddenly seemed to remember something. He took out a small brocade box from his sleeve and pushed it toward Su Ruoyao. "This is for you." Su Ruoyao opened the box and saw a warm jade qilin pendant inside. The jade was smooth, and the carving was exquisite. "This was left by your mother. She said it would be given to you when you got married." Su Wenjing's voice softened. "May the qilin protect you, and may you live a good life." He paused, not mentioning the words grandchildren, but he winked at Murongxian. Murongxian immediately responded, "Father-in-law, rest assured, Ruoyao and I will certainly work hard." Su Ruoyao's cheeks flushed from their conversation, and she pinched the jade pendant, hiding a bit behind Murongxian. Su Wenjing looked at his daughter's innocent demeanor, remembering how foolish she used to be, and his heart softened like melted honey. He then reminded Murongxian, "Ruoyao's health has suffered in the past. Take good care of her. Don't let her stay up late. And make sure she gets her supplements." They chatted on for half the night, moving from matters of the household to the latest events in the court, and even reminiscing about the time when Su Ruoyao caught a mortar during her childhood ceremony. As the torches gradually dimmed, a servant came in to add charcoal twice. Su Ruoyao sat beside Murongxian, listening to her father and husband engage in light conversation, holding the warm jade pendant in her hand, feeling her heart filled to the brim. By the time they bid farewell, it was already deep into the night. The carriage rolled over the stone-paved road covered with fallen autumn leaves, making a rustling sound. Su Ruoyao leaned against Murongxian's shoulder, her fingers tracing the qilin pattern on the jade pendant. "It seems my father has become more cheerful than before." "That's because he is at ease now." Murongxian lowered his head and kissed the top of her head. "He has entrusted you to me." The moonlight outside the carriage fell on the jade pendant, casting a faint glow. Su Ruoyao buried her face in his embrace, softly murmuring that with him around and her father's love, life would surely get better and better. Chapter 61. Meeting the emperor for rewards. The red silk hadn't completely faded from the stone lion at the entrance of Su's residence. And on the third day after Su Ruoyao married into the seventh prince's residence, she was awakened at dawn by her maidservants to change into a brand new court dress. The light purple satin was embroidered with intertwined lotus patterns, and the collar and cuffs were adorned with silver threads, making her already fair face appear even more radiant. However, her almond-shaped eyes, usually filled with a hint of cunning, were now half closed, stifling a silent yawn. "Miss, please take your time. The court pearls must be worn properly, so they don't expose any flaws." Her personal maid Qingdai carefully wrapped a string of amber court pearls around her neck. Su Ruoyao leaned her head forward slightly and mumbled, I know. It's just a visit to the palace to express gratitude, not an exam for the top scholar. Why be so nervous?" Even as she said this, her fingertips secretly pinched the peppermint candy in her sleeve, which she had specially asked the kitchen to prepare yesterday, fearing she might doze off in front of the emperor. Just as she was speaking, light footsteps were heard outside, and the seventh prince Murongxian lifted the curtain to enter. He was wearing a stone-blue dragon robe today, cinched at the waist with a jade belt. The casual demeanor he usually had was replaced by a bit of royal dignity today. However, when his gaze fell on the crooked court pearls around Su Ruoyao's neck, he couldn't help but smirk. "Miss Su, are you planning to have your court pearls dance the Huxian dance around your neck?" Su Ruoyao shot him a glare and adjusted the pearls, saying, "Why do you care? Who was it that talked in his sleep last night, calling out for the osmanthus cake his mother made, and kept me awake half the night?" Murongxian cleared his throat lightly and stepped forward to adjust her collar, his fingertips brushing against her earlobe inadvertently, his voice softening. "That was just because I was unfamiliar with the bed. Let's go, the carriage is waiting outside. If we are late, Father Emperor might scold us for not knowing the rules," he added. The two climbed into the carriage one after the other, and the wheels rolled over the bluestone road, making a rumbling sound. Su Ruoyao leaned against the soft pillow and poked Murongxian's arm. "Hey, what do you think Father Emperor will reward us with today? I heard that last time when third brother got married, Father Emperor rewarded him with a pair of jade bracelets, which were really nice." Murongxian raised an eyebrow. "Do you want jade bracelets?" Su Ruoyao nodded vigorously. "Who wouldn't he want them? Wearing them on my wrist would look so beautiful." Murongxian chuckled softly. "Maybe Father Emperor will reward you with 2 boxes of candied fruit since someone was hugging the jar of candied fruit and wouldn't he let go yesterday." Su Ruoyao clicked her tongue, about to retort, when the carriage suddenly stopped. The driver reported from outside, "Your Highness, Miss, we have arrived at the palace." The two tidied their robes and walked side by side toward the Yangxin Hall. The magnolias blooming on both sides of the palace path were just perfect, with white petals glistening with morning dew. As the wind blew, a few petals fluttered down onto Su Ruiyao's hair. Morongxian reached out to gently brush them away, his movements as natural as if he had done it 1,000 times before. Su Ruiyao felt warmth in her heart, recalling how he clumsily peeled chestnuts for her yesterday. His fingertips reddened without a complaint, and she couldn't help but smile. Upon reaching the entrance of the Yangxin Hall, the eunuch's sharp voice announced, "Seventh prince, seventh princess." The two entered the hall and properly performed the 3 kneels and 9 kowtows. Son, daughter, pays respects to Father Emperor. Long live Father Emperor. The Emperor was reading memorials when he heard this and lifted his gaze, putting down his red brush with a smile. "Get up. Take a seat." Su Ruiyao thanked him. And just as she sat down, she felt Morongxian subtly touch the back of her hand, as if reminding her not to lose focus. She shot him a glare but saw the Emperor looking at them with a smile. "Xianer Ruiyao, how have things been in your residence since the wedding?" Morongxian quickly stood up to respond, replying to Father Emperor, "Everything is well. Thank you for your concern." Su Ruiyao also stood up and respectfully said, "Daughter thanks Father Emperor for the marriage. To be able to have this good fortune relies entirely on Father Emperor's grace." The Emperor waved his hand for them to sit down, stroking his beard as he said, "You two, one is a prince I have watched grow up, and the other is the beloved daughter of Prime Minister Su. You are well matched. A few days ago, Prime Minister Su mentioned to me that if Yao is quite wild, no one would be able to control her. It seems that Xian can actually calm her down." Su Ruiyao's cheeks flushed, and she secretly glanced at Morongxian, seeing him holding back a laugh, which made her pinch him in the sleeve. Morongxian lightly coughed and helped her out. "Father, you jest. Ruiyao is gentle and virtuous. It is a blessing for me to be able to marry her." The Emperor laughed heartily at his words and then said, "I don't have much to reward you with. There is a pair of red gold bangles in the treasury inlaid with rubies of excellent quality. I will give them to Ruiyao to wear. Also, there is a box of pearls from the South Sea tribute. You can make some jewelry with them. Additionally, I will reward you with 1,000 acres of good farmland and 100 bolts of silk, as a small token from me." Su Ruiyao's eyes brightened. She had heard of the red gold bangles inlaid with rubies, which were said to have been worn by the previous empress, and now they were given to her. She quickly stood up to express her gratitude. "Thank you, Father." Morongxian also stood up. "Thank you, Father." The Emperor spoke a few more words to them, telling them to live harmoniously as a couple and enjoy their lives. Su Ruiyao listened earnestly, nodding occasionally. But her gaze kept wandering outside the hall, as she began to think about how to wear those bangles when she got back. After finally taking their leave and stepping out of the Yangxin Palace, Su Ruiyao excitedly grabbed Morongxian's arm and said, "The red gold bangles inlaid with rubies. I actually got them." Morongxian looked at her sparkling eyes, helpless yet amused. "Look at your excitement, it's just a pair of bangles." Su Ruiyao huffed. "What do you know? These were worn by the Empress. How prestigious." The two walked side by side along the palace path, sunlight filtering through the leaves and warming them. Suddenly, Su Ruiyao remembered something, took out a mint candy from her sleeve, and stuffed it into Morongxian's mouth. "Here. This will shut you up and save you from laughing at me again." Morongxian held the candy, the coolness of the mint spreading on his tongue. Watching Su Ruiyao's lively figure, unable to hide the smile at the corner of his mouth. As the carriage started moving again, Su Ruiyao leaned against Morongxian's shoulder, playing with the jade pendant in her hand, and suddenly said, "Hey Morongxian, do you think Father will think I'm too materialistic?" Morongxian looked down at her, and saw her brow slightly furrowed. He couldn't help but pinch her cheek. "No, Father knows you are straightforward, and instead finds you adorable. Besides, liking jewelry isn't a bad thing. I will buy you more and better ones in the future." Su Ruiyao's eyes lit up. "Really?" Morongxian nodded. "Of course it's true." However, he deliberately stretched out his tone. "But you have to make me osmanthus cake first. I'm still thinking about that flavor you mentioned." Su Ruiyao chuckled and playfully hit him. "You glutton. I'll make it for you when we get back." Laughter from the carriage gently floated out, landing on the magnolia petals beside the palace path, filling the air with a hint of sweetness. As Su Ruiyao looked at the scenery passing by outside, she suddenly felt that the days after the wedding seemed to be much more interesting than she had imagined. Chapter 62. The return home incident. As the carriage wheels rolled over the bluestone road, Su Ruiyao was adjusting the pearl hairpin at her temples in front of a small mirror. The light pink curtain of the sedan was lifted by the wind, revealing the old locust tree at the street corner. In previous years, she loved climbing it to find bird nests, and when she fell, she often landed on the old man's stall selling sugar paintings beneath the tree, causing Yi Ling Shuang to chase her with a rattan stick for 3 streets. Are we almost there? Murongxian reached out to tidy her hair that was blown by the wind, his fingertip brushing over the faint scar behind her ear. That was from when Su Ruoyue accidentally hit her with a glass lamp when she was 12. Yiling Shuang had held her and cried for half the night. And the next day, she took all the glass ornaments from Zhou Meier's courtyard to the storeroom. Su Ruyao turned her head to avoid his hand, twirling a silk handkerchief with her fingertips. Seventh prince, you should take care of yourself. When we see my aunts later, don't let them see you being greedy for my osmanthus cake at home. Though her words were sharp, she noticed the double fish pendant tied around his waist, which was prepared for her future son-in-law by Yiling Shuang during her lifetime. Last year, when Su Wenjing handed it to Murongxian, he said with red eyes that Ling Shuang would have wanted it. The carriage jolted to a stop in front of the Su residence, and the doorman, having received the news, hurriedly lifted the curtain of the sedan. Just as Su Ruoyao stepped onto the footstool, she saw Zhou Meier wearing a pomegranate red robe, leading several maidservants to welcome them. With a phoenix hairpin inlaid with red gold and gemstones at her temples, an item from Yiling Shuang's dowry that Su Wenjing had gifted to Zhou Meier on her birthday last year, which had made Su Ruoyao so angry that she locked herself in her room and ate 3 pounds of braised pork knuckles. Oh my Yaoer. Zhou Meier reached out to help, but the scent from her sleeves made Su Ruoyao frown. Murongxian subtly stepped forward, blocking her hand. Aunt Zhou, you're too polite. Ruoyao is in very good health. Zhou Meier's hand froze in midair, but her smile did not fade. Look at what the prince said. Isn't this just caring for my daughter? Please come in quickly, my husband is waiting in the main hall. As she turned, Su Ruoyao clearly saw her pinch the maid beside her, who was born to Yiling Shuang's former maid, and had secretly given Su Ruoyao a packet of pine nut candy that Yiling Shuang loved to eat a few days ago. In the main hall, Su Wenjing was wearing a stone blue regular robe, twisting a teacup in his hand. When he saw Su Ruoyao enter, his hand shook, almost dropping the teacup. Yao Yao has returned? His voice was hoarse, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were as crumpled as wrinkled paper. Su Ruoyao knelt to pay her respects, just about to speak, when she saw Su Ruoyue come out from behind the screen, wearing a moon-white silk dress, timidly hiding behind Zhou Meier. The lotus pattern embroidered on her skirt was exactly the same as the one Yiling Shuang loved most in her lifetime. Sister, brother-in-law. Su Ruoyue spoke softly, bowing, her fingers twisting the handkerchief, revealing a section of her fair wrist with a jade bracelet. It was a relic left by Yiling Shuang when Su Ruoyao came of age, and last month, Zhou Meier had said she borrowed it for Ruoyue to calm her nerves, but it had never been returned. Murongxian caught the corner of his eye on Su Ruoyao's clenched fist, and reached out to take the ceremonial box from her hand. Father-in-law, your son-in-law has brought Ruoyao to pay respects to you. He presented a brocade box, containing the South Sea pearls rewarded by the palace, polished into a bracelet, thinking of giving it to Sister Ruoyue as a gift. Su Ruoyue's eyes brightened, just about to reach out, but Zhou Meier patted her hand. The prince is too polite. How can we let the prince spend so much? Despite her words, she moved the brocade box closer to herself. Su Wenjing coughed twice to interrupt them. Please sit down. The kitchen has made the silver fungus soup that Yaoer loves to drink. When the maidservant brought the soup, Su Ruoyao noticed that the white porcelain bowl was part of Yiling Shuang's dowry porcelain. She had broken a complete set back then, and Yiling Shuang had never punished her. She took a spoonful and tasted it. It was overly sweet, unlike the subtle lotus fragrance that Yiling Shuang made, which had a hint of bitterness. Is Yaoer used to living in the 7th prince's residence? Zhou Meier peeled an orange, handing over the sweetest segment. If the prince bullies you, just tell me, and I'll stand up for you. Su Ruoyao did not take the orange, lowering her head to stir the soup. The prince treats me very well. He even specially sent someone to buy sugar paintings from West Street outside the city a few days ago, unlike at home, where someone always snatched my candy. Raising her eyes, she happened to meet Su Ruoyue's evasive gaze. The one who snatched her candy paintings back, then was none other than the always obedient Su Ruoyue. Zhou Meier's face stiffened for a moment before she forced a smile. Look at what this child is saying. Ruoyue is close to you. By the way, my husband. A few days ago, I had the storeroom find the set of jade rui that Ling Shuang left behind, thinking of giving it to Yaoer as her dowry. But unexpectedly no need. Su Ruoyao put down her spoon, her voice cold. I find my mother's things unpleasant. Back then, when Yiling Shuang died suddenly, Zhou Meier moved into the main chamber the next day. Those dowry items were either used by her or claimed to be lost. Now, she suddenly remembered to return them? Su Wenjing's face darkened. Yaoer, how can you speak to your aunt like that? Murongxian held Su Ruoyao's hand, gently tapping her palm with his fingertips. Father-in-law, please calm down. Ruoyao is thinking of her mother. Just a few days ago, she was still saying that the pine nut cake made by her mother was the best. But unfortunately, she can no longer taste it. As soon as the words were spoken, Su Wenjing's eyes turned red. Zhou Meyer tightened her grip on the orange, her nails digging into the flesh. Yes, Sister Ling Shuang's cooking skills are good, it's a pity. Just as she was speaking, there was suddenly a commotion outside. An old maid rushed in a panic. Master, it's bad. The old osmanthus tree in the backyard has been chopped down. That was the osmanthus tree personally planted by Yiling Shuang, which filled the courtyard with fragrance every year when it bloomed. Su Ruoyao jumped up, and Morongxian followed suit. What happened? Zhou Meyer preemptively said. It must be that the servants are clumsy. I mentioned the other day that the tree was blocking the window and suggested moving it. Move it? Su Ruoyao sneered, and strode towards the backyard. Morongxian followed closely behind, leaving Su Wenjing and Zhou Meyer frozen in the hall. In the backyard, several servants were chopping the tree with axes. Branches and twigs scattered all over the ground. Su Ruoyao rushed over and hugged the trunk, looking up at the broken branches, tears streaming down her face. When she fell from the tree as a child, Yiling Shuang sat under this tree and massaged her leg, saying, Yaoer, don't be afraid, mother is here. Who told you to chop it down? Su Ruoyao's voice trembled as she turned to glare at Zhou Meyer, who had rushed over. Zhou Meyer's face flashed with panic. Forcing herself to remain calm, Yaoer, don't make a scene. This tree really is blocking. Blocking my mother's place? Su Ruoyao interrupted her, her eyes burning like fire. When my mother just passed away, you dug up all her peonies to plant your tacky roses. You threw away her chin, saying the sound is not good. You burned her books as firewood. Now you want to chop down this tree too. You're talking nonsense. Zhou Meyer finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Her voice becoming sharp. I am your elder. How dare you speak to me like this? Elder? Su Ruoyao laughed, tears falling even harder. Do you deserve it? Do you know how my mother died? Yao. Su Wenjing rushed over, sternly stopping her. Don't talk nonsense. Your mother died of illness. Died of illness? Su Ruoyao looked at him, her eyes filled with disappointment. Father, do you really believe that? She was fine the day before, and the next day she was gone. Zhou Meyer entered the main room that day, and you had no doubts at all? Su Wenjing opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. Yiling Shuang's death was sudden, and he had his suspicions, but Zhou Meyer cried and said that Yiling Shuang had a heart attack, even presenting the physician's diagnosis. And with everyone in the household having been managed by her, he actually believed it. Morongxian pulled Su Ruoyao behind him and said to Su Wenjing in a deep voice, Father-in-law, Ruoyao is just feeling emotional about her mother. Let us not chop down the tree for now. He then turned to the servants. All of you step back. The servants nodded and retreated. Zhou Meyer bit her lip and shot a fierce glare at Su Ruoyao, but didn't dare to say anything more. Su Ruoyao leaned against Morongxian's shoulder, looking at the crooked osmanthus tree, her heart feeling like it had been hollowed out. Morongxian gently patted her back and whispered, It's okay, the tree is still here. I'll stay with you to protect it in the future. Su Wenjing looked at the tree and then at Su Ruoyao, whose eyes were red from crying, and sighed deeply. Forget it, we won't chop it down. Yaoer, it's your father who has wronged your mother. Zhou Meyer's face turned pale, and she quietly stepped back, feeling that today's incident was far from over. Su Ruoyao wiped her tears and looked up at Morongxian, the light in her eyes gradually brightening. Yes, it's not over. Those who owed Yiling Shuang would be made to pay back, one by one, in her mother's name. The setting sun illuminated the broken branches of the osmanthus tree, casting a golden hue on the ground. Su Ruoyao held Morongxian's hand as they walked back, her steps heavier than before but steadier. This Su residence she had returned to, with hatred, but also with a determination to seek justice. Chapter 63. Taking the entrance exam for Tianlan Academy. Su Ruoyao and Morongxian's wedding, while not earth-shattering in the Bailuo continent, still caused quite a stir in a small circle due to their respective modest reputations. The red silk had not completely faded from the old locust tree in the corner of the courtyard, and their packed belongings were already half-filled in the side room. The entrance exam for Tianlan Academy was just 3 days away, and this newlywed couple had no time to spare for a honeymoon before setting off to the academy together. Tianlan Academy is well known across the Bailuo continent. Even though this continent is not significant within the cultivation world, merely a low-level continent with thin spiritual energy, the authority of Tianlan Academy is undisputed. The academy is located deep in the Qingyun mountain range at the center of the continent, covering 1,000 acres, housing the largest library in the Bailuo continent, the Wanxiang Pavilion. The pavilion not only contains cultivation texts, but also has a complete collection of secular classics. What's more, renowned sects on the continent send elders to take turns teaching at the academy, from basic breathing techniques to profound celestial arts. As long as you want to learn, you can always find a way. On the eve of their departure, Morongxian put a jade hairpin engraved with the character Yao into Su Ruoyao's bag. As his fingertips brushed against her hair, he softly said, I heard that this year, the number of applicants is nearing 10,000, and only 300 will be admitted. We need to be careful. Su Ruoyao was flipping through a book titled A Brief Explanation of Tianlan Academy's Exam Outline. Hearing this, she raised her eyes and smiled. We should not fail the spiritual root test. It's the later trials in the illusion and secret realms that we need to focus on. 3 days later, in front of Tianlan Academy's gate, there truly was a sea of people. Under the Green Academy archway stood a tall measuring stone tablet glowing with a warm white light, which was the tool for testing spiritual roots. The examinees lined up in order, and when it was Su Ruoyao's turn, she gently placed her hand on the stone tablet. In an instant, the tablet first lit up with a warm orange glow, indicating a fire spiritual root. Then, a fresh green aura spread out, indicating a wood spiritual root. Just as the surrounding people praised her for having dual spiritual roots, the top of the tablet suddenly burst into a soft golden white light, resembling a shower of scattered stars. It's a light spiritual root. The old cultivator in charge of the test's eyes lit up as he stroked his beard and said, "Fire can be used for alchemy, wood can promote growth, and light spiritual roots can purify poisons and nourish spiritual plants. This girl is a natural talent for dual cultivation in alchemy and medicine." Su Ruoyao's cheeks flushed slightly as she thanked him softly and stepped aside to wait for Morong Xian. He did not disappoint either during his test, revealing gold and water spiritual roots, also a rare dual spiritual root talent. The spiritual root test was just the first hurdle. The real challenge lay ahead. The next morning, all the candidates who passed the spiritual root test were taken to the Illusion Heart Valley on the Academy's back mountain, where the first illusion assessment would take place. A faint white mist floated at the valley entrance, and the leading instructor announced, "The illusion test does not assess cultivation level, but looks at intelligence and character. Those with greedy thoughts will be trapped in illusions of wealth and beauty, while those with weak character will be consumed by fear. Anyone who commits heinous acts in the illusion will be immediately eliminated. Enter the valley." Su Ruoyao followed the crowd into the white mist, and in a moment, the surroundings changed. She found herself standing in a familiar courtyard, her childhood home, and in the center of the courtyard stood her long-deceased mother. "Yao, come here." Her mother smiled and waved at her, her voice so gentle that it made her nose tingle. Just as she was about to step forward, she suddenly remembered the instructor's words. The illusion is best at evoking obsessions. She closed her eyes and opened them again, her gaze becoming much clearer. "Mother, I know you are an illusion. If you were still here, you would wish for your daughter to have a righteous heart and not be trapped in the past." As her words fell, the courtyard and her mother gradually faded away, and when the white mist dispersed again, she had walked out of the Illusion Heart Valley and stood on the open ground outside. Morong Xian had come out a moment earlier, seeing her safely appear. The worry in his eyes dissipated. He handed her a bottle of water. "In the illusion, I saw someone setting a trap to make me steal treasures and harm others. What about you?" "I saw my mother," Su Ruoyao said, taking a sip of water and speaking softly. "Fortunately, I didn't lose my mind." The illusion assessment eliminated nearly 30% of the candidates, and the remaining individuals entered the beast hunting secret realm on the third day. This was the final assessment where they had to kill ferocious beasts to obtain beast cores, with points awarded based on the level of the beast core. 10 points for first tier, 30 points for second tier, 50 points for third tier, and 100 points for fourth tier and above. However, high-tier ferocious beasts were difficult to find and fierce, and no one dared to approach them lightly. Su Ruoyao did not rush to take action. With her wood spirit root, she could sense the movements of plants and trees, and her fire spirit root could ignite a torch for illumination. She first found a concealed spot in the forest to observe. Before long, a second-tier Qingwen wolf sprang out from behind a tree, its fangs glinting menacingly. She condensed a small flame at her fingertips, not launching it directly, but using the wind to scorch the dry grass at the wolf's feet. The wolf, afraid of fire, indeed retreated anxiously. Seizing the opportunity, she drew her short sword from her waist, using the vines nurtured by her wood spirit root to trip the wolf's leg, and with a swift strike, pierced its throat, successfully obtaining a 30-point beast core. Morong Xian was more direct. Under the guidance of his gold spirit root, his sword glimmered with a cold light. Before long, he had slain a second-tier beast, and then found an injured third-tier Molan leopard. After some effort, he subdued it and obtained a 50-point beast core. When the two met up, Su Ruoyao had already scored 60 points, 2 second-tier beast cores, while Morong Xian had 80 points, 1 second-tier and 1 third-tier, both having passed the passing line. However, they did not stop, as the higher their ranks, the better their options for future paths. After the assessment ended, the beast cores were collected for scoring, and 3 days later, the results were posted on the Academy's bulletin board. Su Ruoyao ranked 7th with 140 points for killing 1 third-tier beast and 3 second-tier beasts. Morong Xian had slightly better luck, encountering a dying 4th-tier beast and scoring 100 points, bringing his total to 180 points, placing him fifth. Their names were prominently listed among the top 300. The names of the 11th to the 100th outer court disciples, and the 101st to 300th servant disciples were each assigned, while the top 10 were called to the main hall separately. The dean sitting in the main seat smiled and said, "You 10 can enter the inner court and choose your mentors. Whether you want to learn alchemy, artifact forging, or formations, you can now state your preferences." Su Ruoyao did not hesitate. "I would like to choose Elder Bai from the alchemy room to learn alchemy and medicine." Her spirit root was perfectly suited for this path, so she naturally wanted to follow it. Morong Xian thought for a moment. "I would like to choose Elderly from the Sword Hall, and then learn some talisman assistance from Mentor Zhang of the Talisman Institute." The dean nodded in agreement and immediately issued inner court disciple tokens to the two of them. As they exited the main hall, the sunlight fell perfectly on the patterns of their tokens. Su Ruoyao turned to look at Morong Xian, her eyes sparkling. "From now on, we are fellow disciples." Morong Xian held her hand tightly, a smile on his lips. Not just fellow disciples, but also fellow travelers. The gates of Tianlan Academy had truly opened for them, and the road ahead was to be explored together in this academy filled with vast knowledge and renowned teachers. Chapter 64. Blaming Morong Xian for following along the wind at the mountain gate of Tianlan Academy carried the unique scent of the Qingshan Mountains. Su Ruoyao adjusted her sleeve and caught a glimpse of Morong Xian standing beside her, unable to help but say again, "Actually, you really didn't have to come along." She had said this ever since she decided to take the exam at Tianlan Academy. Morong Xian was the 7th prince of the great Yin royal family, raised in the royal secret library, and was well versed in historical texts and strategies, not inferior to the old ministers in court. As for the basics of cultivation, last year he smoothly became an inner disciple of the Tianjian sect, due to the royal family's connections with it. The Tianjian sect was a top-tier cultivation sect in the Biluo continent, and in terms of pure strength, it was even more formidable than the inclusive Tianlan Academy. He could have practiced swordsmanship under the sword master at the Tianjian sect, without having to squeeze among the thousands of candidates and repeat the entrance examination process. Morong Xian was lowering his head to brush off the grass clippings from her hair, when he paused at her words. Looking up with a hint of a smile in his eyes. "The path of sword cultivation at the Tianjian sect is good, but it lacks a bit of interest." He gestured towards the academy, saying, "I heard that there is an Elder Zhang in the Talisman Institute whose breaking illusion talisman can penetrate high-level illusions. I've long wanted to consult him." Besides, he naturally shifted the topic, his gaze softening when it fell on Su Ruoyao. "I can't be at ease with you going alone." Su Ruoyao was momentarily at a loss for words. She was not a native of the Biluo continent. Her soul had crossed over, and she was still unclear about many things in this land. Take those secret forests frequented by cultivators, for example. She had only seen descriptions of the misty forest and the soul-snatching flower, and the soul-breaking cliff-producing ice spirit jade in books. If she were to venture into them alone, she would feel quite apprehensive. It was different with Morong Xian around. He had accompanied royal secret agents to many places since childhood, and could easily tell which forest had high-tier beasts and which secret realm had seasonal restrictions. Just a few days ago, while on their way to the academy, she failed to recognize that a cluster of unremarkable purple flowers was the poisonous drunken soul grass, and Morong Xian had already pulled her away from it. "But you've handed over all your businesses." Su Ruoyao remembered another matter. Although Morong Xian was part of the royal family, he was not fond of power, and had opened several shops privately, dealing with everything from spices in the southern borders to furs in the northern regions, managing a vast business. Previously, he had almost overseen everything personally. This time, to come to Tianlan Academy, he had simply and decisively entrusted all his businesses to Dongfang Yuchu. Dongfang Yuchu was from a higher realm but unfortunately had lost part of his memory due to an injury. He was later rescued by Morong Xian. However, his survival skills remained intact. He was clever and reliable, but no matter how good the arrangement, it was safer for the owner to oversee things personally. "Yuchu is better at handling accounts than I am," Morong Xian said lightly, as if he were handing over not half of his fortune, but just a basket of ordinary fruits. "Besides, those silver and silk are not as interesting as the scenery on the cultivation path." He pointed into the distance. The clouds rolled in the sky, and one could vaguely see the thin spiritual energy swirling at higher altitudes. The Biluo continent was ultimately a lower-tier continent, with only this much spiritual energy. "We are still young. If we can settle down at Tianlan Academy and solidify our skills in alchemy and swordsmanship, perhaps one day we can break through the barriers of the continent and explore the higher realms." Su Ruoyao followed the direction he pointed and felt a sudden stir in her heart. Over the years since she crossed over, she always felt as if she were looking at the world through a layer of mist, and the phrase higher realm seemed like light shining through the fog. Perhaps there was more abundant spiritual energy and more profound techniques there, which could bring her closer to her original world. Or perhaps, simply the outside world was enough to make people yearn for it. I left Xie Jing at the Su residence, she suddenly said softly. The estate's land and shops rely on him to manage everything in order. He said he would send the account books to the academy monthly, so I don't have to worry. Morong Xian smiled, taking her hand in his fingertips warm. You see, the mundane matters have all been settled. He shook their joined hands and nodded towards the spirit stone testing monument ahead. It's about to start. After we walk past. Let's focus on our cultivation and set everything else aside for now. Su Ruoyao nodded and followed him forward. The noise of the crowd flowed in her ears. But holding Morong Xian's hand made her heart feel exceptionally steady. The gates of Tianlan Academy were right before them. The road ahead might have dangers and challenges. But with someone by her side and a shared distant goal, the unknown suddenly became less frightening. The residences of the inner court disciples of Tianlan Academy were spread out according to the mountain's terrain, with green-tiled wooden buildings hidden among the dense forest and bamboo, much quieter than the outer court and servant quarters. However, Su Ruoyao and Morong Xian's residences were separated by half a small hill. The academy had rules. Inner court disciples, regardless of their status or gender, had to live in separate eastern and western areas. The eastern area was near the alchemy room and spirit plant garden, mostly housing disciples focused on alchemy, medicine and beast taming, while the western area was adjacent to the Sword Hall and Talisman Institute, primarily housing sword cultivators and talisman cultivators. Su Ruoyao's small courtyard was deep in the eastern area, with a small wooden plaque hanging on the door that read Yaoguang Residence, written by her own hand. Pushing open the courtyard door, the first thing that caught her eye was the spirit plant garden in the corner. She had specially hired someone to build a bamboo frame and transplanted a few stalks of dew grass and red flame flowers brought from home, which were commonly used low-tier spirit herbs for alchemy. The wooden building was 2 stories high, with a room on the first floor set up as an alchemy room, featuring a bronze alchemy furnace provided by the academy against the wall, with some freshly harvested deadwood piled beside it. Though her fire spirit root could stabilize the flames, she always felt that using spiritual fire for alchemy was not as uniform as burning with firewood. So she often went to the back mountain to collect some dry branches to bring back. Upstairs is the bedroom, and on the windowsill sits a white porcelain vase with a few hyacinths that were picked from Morong Xian's residence. When the flowers sway in the wind, they shed some fine powder imbued with a spirit, which adds a touch of charm to the pages of the book. Morong Xian's residence is close to the sword hall, called Tingjian Pavilion, named by the academy based on the sword cultivation path he chose. The courtyard is a bit brighter than Yaoguang residence, without any spirit herbs, but instead has a patch of bluestone slabs laid in the center, which still bears fresh sword marks that he practices on every morning for half an hour. When his golden spiritual root activates, the sword energy sweeps across the slabs, leaving behind intricate patterns. His wooden house has only 1 floor, with most of the space divided into training rooms. In one corner, there are a dozen swords of different styles, including the entry-level sword given by the Heavenly Sword Sect, and some broken swords he picked up in the secret realm. There is also a small wooden box on the bedside, containing a heart-clearing talisman drawn by Su Ruoyao, with the edges of the talisman paper frayed from being rubbed. The 2 residences are located in the eastern and western districts, and walking to one requires going around half a mountain, taking nearly 15 minutes. In the first few days, Su Ruoyao was busy learning alchemy from Elder Bai, leaving no time to breathe, while Morong Xian was taken by Elderly of the Sword Hall to practice sword techniques, and they hardly saw each other. Later, Morong Xian found an opportunity and took a detour to the spirit plant garden to wait for her. That day, Su Ruoyao was squatting in the garden watering the soul-returning grass, and the green light emitted by her with spiritual root wrapped around the water droplets as they fell on the grass leaves. Morong Xian stood outside the bamboo fence, smiling. If you keep this up, you might not recognize the way to Tingjian Pavilion. Su Ruoyao straightened up and turned around. Seeing that there were still bamboo leaves stuck to his shoulder, she couldn't help but tease. Elderly didn't punish you to practice swords until dark? I sneaked out. Morong Xian lifted his hand to push aside the vines on the fence, and handed over an oil paper bag containing osmanthus cake he bought while passing by the dining hall. You said it was delicious last time. When Su Ruoyao took it, her fingertip brushed against his hand, still warm from practicing swords. She took a bite of the osmanthus cake, and as the sweet fragrance spread, she suddenly remembered something. Right. I heard Elder Bai say that next month there will be a spirit plant class in the Eastern District, to gather nether grass in the miasma forest. You and I will ask Elderly for leave. Without waiting for her to finish, Morong Xian agreed, his smile deepening in his eyes. You're not familiar with the way in that forest. I feel more at ease if I accompany you. The wind blew through the treetops, carrying the fragrance of spirit herbs from the Eastern District and the sword energy from the Western District. Though the two residences were separated by half a mountain, because of this thought, it felt as if they were very close. The days ahead at Tianlan Academy are still long. Even if the residences are at both ends, as long as they wish to take a few more steps forward, they can always find that person willing to accompany them in some spirit plant garden, or on some sword practice ground. Chapter 65. Class Division Tianlan Academy is located at the convergence of spiritual veins on the Biluoto continent. Although it bears the name of an academy, it is filled with the rules of a large sect. The disciples are clearly divided into 3 tiers. Inner court disciples are the chosen ones. Outer court disciples are considered the backbone, and miscellaneous disciples are mostly newcomers just entering the sect, still at the bottom level. However, the first year is an exception. Regardless of whether you are a promising seedling expected to enter the inner court in the future, or a miscellaneous disciple currently sweeping the courtyard, everyone is assigned to a newly built courtyard at the foot of the mountain, in bluestone houses with 30 people each, with beds placed next to each other, and no difference in the bedding materials. Not only is living space indistinguishable, but the class schedule is also uniformly arranged. Every day, before dawn, they must go to the training ground to stand in formation. At the time of Chun, listen to the instructor explain the basic spiritual techniques of Biluoto. Have half an hour for lunch, and in the afternoon practice breathing techniques. Even the assignments for copying texts are distributed uniformly by the academy. No one can expect special treatment. Even the top 10 students in the entrance exam, aside from having long been assigned an elder from the sect as their mentor, must still attend classes and live according to the large group as schedule. The mentors, however, do not manage them too much at this time. The 300 new students in the entire academy are divided into 10 classes, with 30 people in each class, and the day-to-day management is handled by the class leaders, while the rest follow the class leader, taking attendance during morning exercises, collecting assignments before class, and even if someone practices breathing incorrectly, they must first find the class leader to take them to the infirmary. The selection of these 10 class leaders is straightforward, directly taken from the top 10 students in the entrance exam. However, the division is somewhat deliberate. The academy divided them based on rankings but not in order. Instead, they follow the last digit in a rotational manner. For example, the student who ranked first goes to class 1, while those ranked 11th, 21st, 31st, those with a last digit of 1, also enter class 1. The student ranked second goes to class 2, while the 12th and 22nd rankers belong to class 2. And so on, forcibly dispersing the top 10 into disarray, with each class having a top student as the leader. When Morong Xian stood at the entrance of Class 5 holding the class division wooden plaque, his brows were furrowed enough to crush a mosquito. He ranked 5th in the entrance exam, so according to the rules, he naturally entered Class 5. He had just searched half the training ground, but didn't he see a trace of Su Ruoyao? Later, he heard from others that Su Ruoyao ranked 7th, and was now in Class 7 organizing spirit herbs. He pinched the edge of the wooden plaque with his fingertips, feeling anxious. If I had known the top 10 would be split like this, why did I bother to fight for 5th place? It would have been better to rank 10th. Class 10's last digit is 0, and I might have been able to be closer to Su Ruoyao, who is ranked 7th. Now Class 5 is in the east, and Class 7 is in the west, separated by 3 courtyards and half a field of medicinal herbs. In the future, if he wants to find her to say a word, he will have to go around half the mountain foot. As the wind blew past the old locust tree at the corner of the courtyard, the leaves rustled, almost as if laughing at him for being complacent about his 5th place. But now he felt as wilted as grass that had been sunbaked. The library of Tianlan Academy is a treasure that ranks among the best on the entire Biluoto continent. It does not stand out like other pavilions but quietly resides deep in the bamboo forest behind the academy. The gray-blue bricks and tiles are covered with a few strands of ivy, and the copper bells hanging from the eaves, when blown by the mountain wind, emit a clear sound, as if singing a melody to the countless texts within the pavilion. But everyone knows that this seemingly simple and low-key pavilion hides extremely strict rules. It has 5 floors, each separated by an invisible barrier, clearly categorizing people by their status and rank. The first floor, the only place accessible to miscellaneous disciples, has wide and low bookshelves filled with introductory books such as Records of Biluoto and Basic Spirit Plant Atlas. The pages are mostly yellowed and brittle, and the corners are frayed from being handled by countless newcomers. Miscellaneous disciples must first register their names at the stone table outside the pavilion, and receive a wooden plaque marked with miscellaneous characters. Once inside, they must tread lightly, fearing they might damage some basic yet precious book. What they can read are merely books that teach them to recognize spirit herbs, distinguish directions, or explain the most rudimentary breathing techniques. If they dare to tiptoe and glance at the wooden staircase leading to the second floor, the old cultivator guarding the pavilion would raise a finger, and that silent warning would make their hearts tighten. Outer disciples have access to the second floor. The staircase of the second floor is steeper than the first, and the handrail is made of polished rosewood, making much less noise when stepped on. The books here are much more valuable. The bookshelves are carved from pear wood, and they hold intermediate spiritual techniques annotations, cultivation techniques for various spiritual roots, and even a few unique volumes bound in animal skin, documenting the habits of low-level demon beasts. When outer disciples come, their wooden plaques are marked with outer, and they can sit at long tables covered with soft mats to slowly flip through books and take notes. However, when their gaze sweeps over the staircase leading to the third floor, they are still met with a disapproving look from the cultivator stationed at the corner. The staircase to the third floor is marked with a black wooden plaque that reads "Inner disciples may enter," written in dark ink that seems to absorb light. Upon reaching the third floor, it becomes the territory of inner disciples. The light here is dimmer than below, with only a few luminous pearls hanging between the bookshelves. The soft light falls on the pages, allowing one to see the annotations written in red cinnabar. The books here are genuine cultivation manuals, including ancient spiritual vein exploration, introduction and essentials of formation techniques, and even a few cultivation notes left by past greats of Tianlong Academy, filled with experiences that others cannot easily obtain. When inner disciples come here, they hold their backs straight, their wooden plaques engraved with the character for inner. They are allowed to stay in the pavilion longer than outer disciples, but when they gaze at the tightly closed ornate wooden door on the fourth floor, everyone knows that it leads to another realm, marked by 4 exclusive characters belonging to the mentors, like an invisible threshold that intimidates people from approaching casually. The fourth floor is accessible only to the Academy's mentors. No one has definitively stated what lies inside, but occasionally, elders are seen emerging with heavy books, their faces reflecting deep thought or joy. Rumors say that it houses lost ancient techniques, maps recording coordinates of secret realms on the continent, and even formulas for refining high-level elixirs, each enough to drive cultivators mad. However, the entrance to the stairs is heavily guarded. Besides the wooden plaque bearing the mentor's credentials, the identity must also be personally verified by the elder in charge of the pavilion, leaving ordinary people without even the qualification to step closer. As for the highest 5th floor, it is an absolute forbidden area within the entire library pavilion. Its windows are made of colored glass, refracting sunlight into a spectrum of colors, yet few have seen the door truly opened. The elders in the academy say that only 2 types of people can step onto the 5th floor: the current dean, who holds the ancestral bronze key, and those who have made special contributions to Tianlong Academy, such as disciples who have retrieved lost texts from the continent's secret realms, or mentors who have developed techniques to enhance the Academy's practices. As for what is hidden on the 5th floor, some say it contains the secrets of the origin of the Biluo continent, while others claim it holds sacred texts that can elevate a person to great heights in cultivation. All of these have become the mysteries swaying in the wind from the copper bell outside the pavilion. The first time Su Ruiyao saw the library pavilion from a distance, she was following a group of servant disciples to the dining hall. At that moment, she had just received her wooden plaque engraved with the character for inner. The gray-blue pavilion was faintly visible behind the bamboo forest, and the copper bells at the eaves rang clear. She quietly tightened her sleeves as she approached Tianlong Academy, having once found a tattered notebook at the bottom of her family's old book box. The last page of the notebook read, "Tianlong Library, collecting all of Biluo," and she had traced those 8 characters until the texture was nearly unreadable. She looked at the 5-story building. From the low bookshelves on the 1st floor to the legendary glazed windows on the 5th floor, her eyelashes trembling slightly. One day, she whispered to herself. The wind carried the sound of the copper bells, as if responding to her. When that time comes, she would start from the introductory books on the 1st floor, finish all the spiritual techniques on the 2nd floor, study the notes on the 3rd floor, and then, relying on her own abilities, step by step, arrive at the tightly closed door of the 5th floor. She wanted to read every book in this pavilion, to see how the words hidden within the pages slowly laid out the form of the Biluo continent before her eyes. Chapter 66. Su Ruiyao goes to the library to read. The new students at Tianlong Academy are packed with classes during the day, from morning's cultivation explanations to afternoon's practical training, leaving hardly any free time. However, as night falls, the academy gradually becomes lively. Some gather in the training field to practice their martial arts, while others chat in the dormitories, but the library pavilion always feels somewhat desolate. It's not that the academy forbids nighttime visits, it's just that the lighting in the library is truly stingy. Aside from the few luminous pearls embedded under the rare bookshelves on the 3rd floor, the 1st and 2nd floors mostly have a few dim oil lamps hanging in the corridors, casting a hazy glow that makes it hard to discern the text on the pages from a distance. More importantly, books can only be read inside the pavilion and cannot be taken out even a step, making it inconvenient. So very few new students are willing to go there at night. However, Su Ruiyao did not find it troublesome. She hid a secret that no one else knew. The Three Realms problem-solving bureau system was like a portable treasure trove. A few days ago, when she browsed the system mall, she caught sight of a palm-sized desk lamp, with the description stating that it could be charged by solar power, and could also run on 2 batteries when there was no sun, bright enough without being harsh on the eyes. At that time, she tapped on the system interface and, when the prompt host confirms the purchase of a multifunctional portable desk lamp popped up, she decisively selected yes. In the blink of an eye, the desk lamp silently appeared in her storage bag. With this treasure, she sought out Morongxian one evening and asked, "Do you want to go to the library to read tonight? I brought something that can light up." Morongxian, who was not one to enjoy crowds, often spent his nights in his sect's library during his time at Tianjian sect, having long since memorized those basic texts. When Su Ruoyao mentioned it, he naturally agreed, "Sure. I'll wait for you at the pavilion entrance." From then on, every night, the two would go to the library one after the other. Upon entering the pavilion, Morongxian barely glanced at the bookshelves on the first floor before heading straight for the stairs. The first floor was mostly filled with introductory books like Records of Continent Sects and Basic Spirit Plant Atlas, which he had already grown tired of. He went directly up to the third floor, where books on talismans and formations were stored, precisely what he wanted to delve into now. The bookshelves on the third floor were also embedded with luminous pearls, casting a soft blue light on the pages, bright enough for him not to need Su Ruoyao's desk lamp. Su Ruoyao, on the other hand, stopped on the first floor. Though she had shed her foolish demeanor, she was still a novice in cultivation and needed to start from the most basic materials. She found a corner to sit down, pulled out the desk lamp from her storage bag and turned it on. The warm yellow light immediately illuminated a small, clear area. With her fingertips gripping a book titled Detailed Explanation of the Biluo Spirit Technique Intro, as she opened the pages, her eyelashes trembled slightly. Ever since that person's soul returned to its place, not only had her mind cleared, but her mental strength had also become remarkably impressive, and more surprisingly, she had gained the ability to remember everything at a glance. At this moment, with her eyes downcast, her gaze swept quickly over the pages, almost leaving behind a shadow. While others would take half a tea time to finish a page, she flipped through with just a glance, her eyes functioning like a precise scanner, capturing every word, diagram, and even the notes in the corners perfectly into her sea of consciousness. If a library elder were to pass by at this moment, and see her flipping through the books at such speed, they would surely furrow their brows and scold her for being restless, questioning how anyone could read a book like that, clearly just fooling around. Fortunately, Morongxian was deeply engrossed in the talisman books on the third floor, and had no attention to spare for her. He held a book titled Essence of Yinwen Talismans, tracing the talisman patterns on the pages with his fingertips. Once he had memorized the key points, he closed the book and stretched, glancing down to the first floor, where he saw Su Ruoyao pulling books from a nearby shelf. The shelf she had been leaning against was already half empty. Morongxian raised an eyebrow, not paying much attention, thinking she was just flipping through quickly, not giving it much thought. Little did he know that while he was still digesting one book, Su Ruoyao had already swept an entire shelf of books into her sea of consciousness, remembering every stroke of every character with precision. Su Ruoyao pinched the edge of the book page, her gaze like a fast shuttle sweeping over the last few lines of text. As the annotations on the basic hand techniques for guiding energy into the body fell into her eyes, her sea of consciousness buzzed gently. The virtual image of the book seemed to be drawn in by an invisible force, neatly stacking itself into the depths of her sea of consciousness, along with the slightly yellowed corners of the pages and the faint ink. All as clear as if it were a replica of the original. Almost at that same moment, a silent prompt popped up in her mind's system interface, the pale blue light reflecting a glimmer in her eyes. A few lines of small text clearly read, "Detected that the host has mastered Basic Guide to Energy Introduction, and the book has been recorded in the system library." Following that, a new prompt appeared. Contribution value 0.01, current total contribution value 127. She curled her lips at the small decimal point, not feeling it was too little. When she pulled this book from the shelf, she had seen that the cover was worn and it was just the most basic introductory booklet, which was not worth much. Although the contribution value given by the system was small, like a mosquito's leg, it added up since she read so quickly, in just half an hour. This was already the third book, and the number on the interface had quietly climbed from 124 to 127. She lightly swiped her fingertip across the interface, closing the screen before pulling another book titled Introduction to Spirit Herb Identification. As the pages rustled open, she thought clearly in her heart, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Little by little, it can add up to something substantial. She was not greedy by nature. Right now, she could accumulate some contribution points by reading books, and perhaps in the future, she could exchange them for a low-grade spirit stone in the system shop. or buy a basic talisman blueprint. Even if it was just to exchange for a packet of invigorating spirit leaf tea, it was still a worthwhile deal. With this in mind, her reading speed increased a bit more, and the stack of books in her sea of consciousness quietly grew taller. The contribution point number on the system interface also steadily climbed up, 1 point at a time, as the night fell like a piece of velvet soaked in ink. Gently covering the flying eaves of Tianlan Academy, a warm yellow lamp remained lit in a corner of the first floor of the library, where Su Ruoyao was. She hardly missed a single night. The lamp's light illuminated her side profile as she bent over her books, and the rustling sound of turning pages gently echoed in the silent library, gradually settling down. Day by day, after just 1 month, when she lifted her gaze again, she found that the shelves filled to the brim had emptied by more than half. From the most basic cultivation introductory texts, to geographical records from various parts of the continent, and to various spirit plants and brief explanations of ores, all had been thoroughly memorized by her. Like a scanning device in her sea of consciousness, the storage volume in the system's library had also increased significantly, and her contribution points leisurely passed the number 3. She had finished the first floor. Closing the book, she lightly tapped her fingertips on the cool pages, feeling a moment of lightness in her heart. After tidying up the lamp, she went to the second floor, her steps feeling a bit lighter. However, upon reaching the second floor, she realized that the books here felt heavier than those on the first floor. The first floor mainly contained simple descriptions, but the second floor was filled with deeper explanations of why and how. For example, the principles of qi circulation no longer simply discussed the basic techniques for guiding qi, but explained the pathways and key points of qi flow within the body. Fundamentals of talisman drawing not only outlined the steps to draw talismans, but also required consideration of how much spirit liquid should be mixed with vermilion, and how much spirit power should be contained when using the talisman brush. Su Ruoyao picked up a book titled An Introduction to Qi Meridian Analysis and sat down. The lamp's light fell on the pages, and she furrowed her brows slightly, no longer flipping through the pages as quickly as she did on the first floor. Her fingertips traced the section discussing the connection between the dantian, qi, and the limbs, and her gaze lingered for a long time, her mind slowly dissecting the information. It turned out that when guiding qi, it was not only necessary to gather it in the dantian, but also to ensure the smooth flow of qi in the limbs. As she read, she mentally deduced. Sometimes when she couldn't understand, she flipped back a couple of pages to compare with the diagrams in detail. While she was deep in thought, a faint warmth suddenly arose in her sea of consciousness. She paused, subconsciously summoned the system interface, and saw that the progress bar for her mental power had actually moved slightly forward. Although it was just an extremely minute increment, almost imperceptible, she clearly remembered that the progress bar had been stuck at level 178 just moments ago, and now it was at level 179. So, understanding the content of the books could actually increase mental power? Su Ruoyao's eyes brightened, and the sluggishness in her heart caused by the slower reading speed dissipated immediately. She lowered her head to read again, her fingertips moving across the pages with a sense of urgency, and her mind turned faster. With each segment of text she comprehended, the warmth in her sea of consciousness intensified, and the progress bar advanced a bit more. After a few days, the progress bar steadily climbed to level 185. And she felt that her mind was much clearer than before. Just earlier, she had pondered over controlling spirit power when drawing talismans for half a tea session, and had smoothly figured out the key to drawing qualified talismans with the least amount of spirit power. In the past, it would have taken her 1 or 2 hours to grasp this. However, the more she read, the more she felt that mental power was crucial. A few days ago, she had come across a book titled An Introduction to Alchemy, which stated that even the lowest grade qi gathering pills required the use of mental power to stabilize the cauldron's heat during refinement, and one wouldn't dare to attempt it without level 2 mental power. She was currently only at level 1, and even refining the simplest pills was beyond her reach. She needed to quickly raise her mental power. She closed the book and scanned the second floor bookshelf, her brows furrowing slightly again. Although the books on the second floor could help her gradually increase her mental power, there wasn't a single one dedicated to how to cultivate mental power. No techniques, no tips. She could only rely on herself to slowly digest the information, which felt too slow. She tapped her fingertips on the base of the lamp, silently reminding herself. After finishing the second floor, she needed to go to the third floor to see if there were any books specifically for cultivating mental power. Chapter 67. Looking at the books on the third floor, time passed like the sunlight leaking through the library, flickering and slipping away for 2 more months. When Su Ruoyao absorbed the last book on the second floor, Essential Techniques for Mid-Level Spirit Plant Cultivation, into her sea of consciousness and glanced down at the system interface, she found that her contribution points had accumulated to over 10, and the progress bar for her mental power had surpassed the peak of level 1. steadily resting at level 212. She let out a gentle sigh, her fingertips brushing over the cool bookshelf. From the introductory booklets with the scent of ink on the first floor to the weighty principles and deep explanations on the second floor, she had indeed gone through them all in this short span of 2 months. Next, she was headed to the third floor of the library. This place was not accessible to just anyone. According to the rules of Tianlan Academy, only inner disciples were qualified to step foot here. Su Ruiyao clenched the identity wooden token in her hand, grateful that she had ranked 7th in the freshman assessment and successfully entered the inner courtyard. Otherwise, she feared she wouldn't have had the chance to come here for the 3rd time. Even if she could enter, who knew when that would be? As soon as she stepped onto the stone steps of the 3rd floor, she felt the difference from the lower floors. There was no lingering noise from the 1st floor, nor the occasional sound of flipping pages from the 2nd floor. The 3rd floor was so quiet that she could hear her own breathing, and even the air felt thick with a solemnity. The bookshelves were taller and wider than those below, intricately carved with cloud patterns on the dark wood. Each shelf emitted a faint glow, not the cold light of luminous pearls, but rather as if a thin layer of spirit jade was embedded, illuminating the pages warmly and clearly. However, when she pulled out a book, she realized where the threshold of the 3rd floor lay. The book titled Advanced Talisman Transformation was only open to the first page, and the twisted talisman patterns and obscure annotations resembled twisted ropes, causing her brows to furrow deeply. It was no longer the kind of reasoning that could be understood with a little thought like on the 2nd floor. Here, almost every sentence had to be broken down and thoroughly chewed to move forward. It was like the book discussed the method of talisman transformation, stating that when guiding chi in a leftward spiral, one needed to borrow 3 breaths of spiritual rhythm. But how exactly should one borrow this 3 breaths of spiritual rhythm? Was it through drawing on the world's spiritual energy, or using one's own spirit power to stimulate it? Without understanding these connections, memorizing more words would be pointless. Su Ruiyao paused, holding the book's pages. Her remarkable ability to remember was seemingly dulled here. If she relied solely on her eyes to scan like she did on the 1st and 2nd floors, she could indeed imprint all the words on the pages into her sea of consciousness, and during exams, she might even score well by copying them. However, if she were to use this knowledge to draw talismans or practice, it would likely lead to significant mistakes. More importantly, the little boost to her mental power from the system had also gone quiet. After hastily flipping through a couple of pages without much thought, the progress bar on the interface had not moved at all. Clearly, only true understanding could lead to an increase in mental power. Well then, let it be slow. She simply placed the lamp at her feet, found a piece of blue stone to sit on beneath the bookshelf, and began to read word by word. Sometimes, she would stare at an annotation for half a tea session, her fingers mimicking the talisman patterns in the air, her mind repeatedly deducing. When she truly couldn't make sense of it, she would close the book, staring blankly at the faint glow of the spirit jade on the bookshelf, waiting for her thoughts to clear before reopening the book to continue reading. In this manner, her reading speed surprisingly matched that of Morong Xian, who was sitting not far away. Morong Xian was sitting under the bookshelf diagonally opposite her, engrossed in a book titled Essentials of Array Techniques, his focus unwavering. When he lowered his eyes, his long eyelashes cast a small shadow beneath his eyes, and occasionally his fingertips would tap on the pages, as if he was noting something important. Su Ruiyao stole a few glances at his reading speed. It remained steady and unhurried, and he could spend a long time on a single page. However, when he closed the book, there was not a hint of confusion in his eyes. Instead, they radiated a clear brightness, clearly indicating that he had thoroughly digested the content of the book, and perhaps even figured out some insights beyond its pages. He was quite a clever person, Su Ruiyao thought to herself. No wonder he could spend so much time in the library of the Heavenly Sword sect. It turns out he doesn't just memorize things, he truly understands and integrates what he learns, and can even apply it in different contexts. Thinking about it this way, slowing down isn't such a loss after all. Being able to read like him is definitely better than just skimming through. However, the layout of the 3rd floor really makes one want to complain. Although she and Morong Xian are both on the 3rd floor, they are separated by several dark bookshelves. He is in the formation area, while she is in the talisman area, and there are several dark bookshelves in between, making it a hassle to even exchange a few words. What's more troublesome is that beneath each bookshelf, there are small formation arrays. She once tried to take a book over to Morong Xian to read, but as soon as she stepped out of the dim light near the bookshelf, the book in her hand became as heavy as if it were filled with lead, and it even felt slightly hot, scaring her into quickly putting it back. It was only later that she understood these books could only be read in the designated areas. Trying to take a few books to sit down and read leisurely? Absolutely impossible. There isn't even a dedicated reading room in the library, not even a decent table. Everyone is either sitting or standing, crammed under the bookshelves. Su Ruiyao leaned against the cold bookshelf, looking at the heavy book in her hand, and couldn't help but mutter to herself. This library in the air age is just too inconvenient. But complaining aside, she couldn't really challenge the formation. So she could only sigh and lower her head again, continuing to slowly digest the knowledge in the book. The third floor of the library was surprisingly quiet, with only the faint rustling of pages turning, occasionally accompanied by the subtle sounds of spiritual jade flowing with light. Morong Xian sat under the bookshelf in the talisman area. His back straight, and his profile appeared even more refined in the dim light than usual. He held a copy of Ancient Formation Residual Explanation, its corners already crisp from wear, his fingertips gently tracing the blurred formation patterns on the pages, his gaze deep as if it were soaked in ink, devoid of even a hint of the playful spirit he had in the auction house's private room. Back then, he would lean against a soft cushion, fan in hand, effortlessly bantering, with a hint of casual cunning in his eyes. But now in this library, he hadn't relaxed his brow even once, and when he turned pages, he did so lightly as if afraid of disturbing something, behaving far too quietly. Occasionally, when his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Su Ruiyao's figure across from him, frowning as she pondered over her book, he would instinctively pause, a hint of softness briefly spreading in his eyes. But it was only for a moment before he pulled it back, refocusing on the pages. It wasn't that he didn't want to approach her. Even just standing beside her for a while, listening to her quietly ask questions about the book, would be better than being cooped up alone under the bookshelf. But he didn't dare. The library of Tianlan Academy was no ordinary place. When he first entered, he sensed the dense monitoring formations hidden between the bookshelves. Not to mention getting close to Su Ruiyao to say a few familiar words. Even exchanging glances for a moment could be easily seen by the elder overseeing the formations. He certainly didn't want to engage in such small actions under the elder's watchful eye. It was one thing to gain a reputation for frivolity, but if he attracted too much attention, he might lose the freedom to come to the library, and that would be truly not worth it. So he could only quietly read his own book from across the bookshelf. He immersed himself completely in the text, truly resembling a sponge encountering water, crazily absorbing knowledge into his mind. The keys to the variations of the seven stars formation were memorized after just one reading. His fingertips sketching the positions of the formation eyes in the air, as he quickly contemplated whether using spiritual jade instead of formation flags might be more stable. Flipping to the section on the Qi pulse misdirection technique for breaking formations, he immediately recalled the defensive formation he had seen a few days ago in the training ground, mentally reasoning how to use this technique to break through. Those obscure principles of formations and convoluted ancient terminologies seemed to come alive in his hands, being slowly chewed and integrated into his own understanding. He was so focused that he didn't even notice when the desk lamp on Su Ruiyao's side flickered occasionally. In this library filled with monitoring formations, burying himself in the book was the safest option, and only by desperately absorbing knowledge could he suppress the urge to get close. Chapter 68. The elder appears. The spiritual jade's faint light on the third floor of the library swayed gently. Su Ruiyao was curled up under a bookshelf in the talisman area, one hand holding a copy of Detailed Explanation of Talisman Patterns, while the other was stuffing potato chips into her mouth. The crisp crunching sounds were particularly clear in the otherwise silent library, where one could hear their own heartbeat. She chewed with her cheeks puffed out, her eyes glued to the pages, having just flipped to the crucial part about drawing symbols into objects, but her stomach growled loudly, leaving her no time to ponder the convoluted talisman patterns. It was quite a coincidence that this afternoon's last class was a practical lesson, and the instructor delayed the dismissal by a quarter of an hour. Just when it was her turn to be on duty, she had to sweep away the dust in the corners of the classroom with a broom, and by the time she finished, the cafeteria had already closed. With her stomach feeling empty, she rummaged through the system store and upon seeing the potato chips and fish slices, almost drooled, quickly exchanging for several packs, thinking it would fill her up a bit before continuing to read. She first opened a pack of tomato-flavored potato chips. The thin slices were both fragrant and crispy, the sweet and sour taste drilling down her throat, finally giving her empty stomach a bit of substance. One pack wasn't enough, so she took out a bag of roasted fish slices, tearing off a small piece and savoring the fresh fish mixed with a hint of sea salt, which tasted 10 times better than the soft fish stew served in the academy's cafeteria. But the fish slices came in just a small bag, and once she finished, her stomach was still growling. So she turned to the system interface again, and exchanged for a warm can of 8 treasure porridge. As she pulled the tab, the sweet aroma of glutinous rice mixed with red beans wafted out, making her eyes light up. She held the porridge and sipped it slowly, completely unaware that in the deep recesses of the third floor, a pair of eyes were intently watching the food in her hands. Guarding the formation I was an elder, of a higher status than the academy's headmaster, who had been in the library for nearly 100 years, having long since abandoned the act of reading. Usually, He loved to curl up in the dark room's rocking chair to sleep or rummage through cabinets for snacks. He hadn't paid any attention to Su Ruiyao when she was reading on the first and second floors, and even when he saw the bright lamp, he merely squinted and mumbled about where such a luminous pearl with warm light came from, quickly forgetting it. Today, however, was different. As soon as Su Ruiyao opened the potato chip bag, the crunching sound tickled his ears. He initially wanted to turn over and continue sleeping, but suddenly, a strange sweet and sour tomato scent wafted to his nose, not the sweetness of spiritual fruits, but a smoky, appetizing aroma that made him unable to resist peering through the water mirror at the formation eye to see what was happening. What he saw left him stunned. That little girl was huddled under the bookshelf, shoving colorful snacks into her mouth, chewing with such delight that her cheeks moved like she had a little squirrel hidden inside. As he stared in a daze, he saw Su Ruiyao pull out a bag of dull-looking items, tearing it open to reveal translucent thin slices. And as she put them in her mouth, she even squinted her eyes in satisfaction, a look that made the elder's throat involuntarily swallow. In all his years, he had eaten spiritual peaches and divine fruits, and chewed on thousand-year-old snow lotus, yet he had never seen such food. Just looking at it seemed more appetizing than those bland celestial delicacies. When Su Ruiyao pulled out the can of 8 treasure porridge and opened the lid, steam wafted from the porridge, revealing a full can of glutinous rice, red beans, and lotus seeds, the sweet aroma flowing through the formation's spiritual energy. Faint as smoke, but precisely scratching the elder's heartstrings. He gulped, his fingers digging into the armrest of the rocking chair, unable to contain his craving any longer. This old rascal could no longer sit still. He quietly cast a spell to conceal his form, and floated like a gust of wind to Su Ruiyao's side. The little girl was completely engrossed in flipping through snacks on the system interface, with 3 or 4 unopened bags of potato chips at her feet, 2 bags of fish slices, and a can of unfinished 8 treasure porridge resting on her lap, entirely unaware that someone had appeared behind her. The elder's eyes sparkled as he crouched down, reaching out to scoop up the snacks as if gathering treasures, along with the still warm porridge, before swiftly floating back to the dark room. Once he settled back into his rocking chair, he patted the spoils in his arms, grinning so widely that his eyes turned into slits. He first opened a bag of potato chips and poured them into his mouth. The crisp sound exploded in the dark room, and as the tomato flavor spread on his tongue, the elder couldn't help but hum in delight. It was even more appetizing than the preserved fruits he had hidden. He pinched a piece of fish fillet and chewed it, the freshness making him smack his lips. Finally, he picked up the jar of 8 treasure porridge, scooped a spoonful, and held it in his mouth. The glutinous rice was soft. The red bean paste was just sweet enough, and even the lotus seeds inside were cooked to a mushy texture. He exclaimed, "Goodness! This girl's cooking is exceptional. 100 times better than those chefs in the kitchen." Meanwhile, Su Ruiyao had finally finished browsing the system mall, thinking about tearing open a bag of potato chips to snack on. She reached down to feel around her feet, but it was empty. She was taken aback and felt around beside her. The place where she had stacked several bags earlier was now completely bare. Not even a trace of the porridge she hadn't finished drinking. She frowned and blinked, looking at the empty potato chip bag in her hand. Did she eat too eagerly and finish everything off? No, that didn't make sense. She clearly remembered having 2 bags of fish fillets left unopened. She glanced at the system interface again, which was clean and devoid of any notifications. Could it be that the system took them away? She muttered with a pout. "Are you managing my snacks now? Isn't that a bit too much?" She hadn't quite grasped the temperament of this 3-realm problem-solving system. Previously, when she exchanged for a desk lamp or snacks, everything went smoothly. Perhaps there was a hidden rule against binge eating? She touched her stomach. Having just eaten potato chips and fish fillets along with half a jar of porridge, she wasn't hungry anymore. So, she couldn't be bothered to argue with the system. Let it take what it wants, as she was already full. She stuffed the empty bag into her storage pouch and picked up her book again, still muttering to herself. "I'll have to ask the system later if I can still exchange for snacks next time." In the dark room, the old gentleman was enjoying his 8 treasure porridge, unaware that he had casually taken some snacks, which led the system to take the blame for him. Meanwhile, the wrong system interface quietly hung in Su Ruiyao's mind, unable to even issue a protest, as if it had accepted the accusation. The rocking chair in the dark room continued to sway gently. The old gentleman smacked his lips and swallowed the last spoonful of 8 treasure porridge, spinning the empty jar between his fingers. His eyes still held a lingering sense of satisfaction from the crunch of the potato chips, the freshness of the fish fillet, and the sweetness of the 8 treasure porridge, which together made his stomach feel a bit empty again. He stared at Su Ruiyao's reflection in the water mirror, who was focused on her book, and couldn't help but mutter, "Does this girl have any more? It would be great if she could dig some out." Who would have thought that this gluttonous old man hiding in the dark room was actually a divine dragon from the divine realm, who had lived for who knows how many thousands of years? When he transformed and came to the Biluoluo continent, the commotion he caused could have overturned half of the divine realm. But in this lowly place, he had turned himself into a library elder who only loved sleeping and eating. As for why he came, he had long forgotten. Perhaps it was because he had chased after a glowing star and fell down? Or maybe he lost a bet with an old buddy and was punished to guard something. All that remained in his mind was a vague thought. He must keep an eye on the books in the library, not a single one should be missing. Speaking of which, he was indeed a foolish dragon. Which dragon from the dragon clan isn't greedy for treasure? Back in the divine realm. Which dragoness nest wasn't he piled high with shiny things? Walls made of 1,000-year cold jade, floors paved with 10,000-year black iron, corners piled with glowing star marrow. Swords tempered with dragon blood hanging from the beams. Even the fruits they chewed on were 3,000 years ripe peaches. They were born with a dragon domain that was 100 times more spacious than Su Ruoyao's divine bracelet. Toss a treasure in there, and it wouldn't spoil for 1,000 or 10,000 years. Su Ruoyao's little snacks and desk lamp were nothing to him. What dragon would look down on these? What they prized were ores that reflected rainbow light, weapons that could swirl with spiritual energy, pills that bore patterns, and spiritual fruits with dew on them. As for those books with words printed on them, even if they were peerless martial arts manuals or top-tier cultivation techniques, to them, they were less interesting than a glowing stone. But there was a strange trait. Whatever others were eager to grab, even if they didn't care for it, they had to snatch it up and hoard it. Back in the divine realm, when he saw the Phoenix clan fighting over fire spirit pearls, even though his storeroom was piled high with over a dozen, he still had to rush over and grab 2 more. When he saw the Qilin clan fighting over earth elemental crystals, even if he had enough to pave 3 roads, he still wanted to join in the fun. Now that he was in the Biluoluo continent, he hadn't seen many treasures from elsewhere. But the books in this library were what all the cultivators across the continent were scrambling to touch. Outer courtyard disciples were eager to enter the 2nd level. Inner courtyard disciples were eyeing the 3rd level. And even those elders had to bring tea to him, begging for him to grant them access. With so many people fighting over it, it must be something good. The foolish dragon thought it best to simply take over the entire library. Whoever wanted to borrow a book had to get his approval. Anyone wanting to sneak into the 3rd level, they would first have to taste the little surprises he had hidden in the formations. At best, they would be bounced out and fall on their backsides. At worst, they would get entangled in the formations, unable to move, and would have to listen to him slowly admonish them about being careless and whether they understood the rules. Protecting this room full of treasures that people were scrambling to get it suited his innate instincts, and he guarded it willingly, almost forgetting he was a dragon. At this moment, he licked the porridge residue from the corner of his mouth and peered into the water mirror, watching Su Ruoyao frown as she read the talisman book, her fingers tapping on the pages with great seriousness. The old gentleman suddenly remembered the sweetness of the 8 treasure porridge he had just eaten, and thought of her bright desk lamp, feeling an inexplicable stir in his heart. This girl is a bit interesting. Having lived for so long, he had seen many people trying to steal books from the library, or trying to coax him into opening a back door. But it was the first time he saw someone munching on snacks while reading a book. And if she could make snacks this delicious, perhaps there would be other good things to eat in the future? Thinking this way, he no longer craved those snacks from earlier. He swayed in his rocking chair and hummed a tune, guarding the books, waiting to eat. Life isn't too bad. No one noticed that while the foolish dragon in the dark room hummed a song, Su Ruoyao's fingertips were gliding over the focused and serene talisman explanations, and the mental progress bar in her mind quietly advanced a notch. And this dragon from the divine realm, who could stay peacefully on the Biluoluo continent, perhaps one day, this girl holding the talisman book could, through her own adventures and tenacity, step by step ascend, riding on clouds, into the divine realm where the dragon clan resided. The wind from the dark room slipped in through the window cracks, carrying the ink fragrance of the 3rd level pages. The old gentleman yawned and shrank back into the rocking chair, pondering whether she could go to the divine realm. He decided to sleep for a while first, and see if that girl had any more snacks hidden when he woke up. Chapter 69. The elder asked for snacks. Su Ruoyao held a piece of dragonbeard pastry and brought it to her mouth, the sweet frosting sticking to her fingertips. The act of munching on snacks while flipping through a book felt completely natural to her. A few days ago, she would never have dared to be so reckless in the library. It wasn't that she was born to snack while reading. It was just that she had been too afraid in the university library. Back then, even the sound of twisting a bottle cap had to be muffled, let alone chewing snacks. If the librarian caught her, she would get at least a disapproving glare, and at worst, she would be dragged away for a lecture. After crossing over to this Biluoluo continent, she looked at the ancient and elegant library of Tianlan Academy. the books on the shelves seeming even more precious than the ancient texts in her university library. She subconsciously brought over her old rules. For the first month, while reading on the first and second levels, she didn't dare to swallow even a bit of saliva, fearing she would break the rules. That day, she was just starving. She had classes late and had duty, and by the time she rushed to the cafeteria, there was nothing left, no hot dishes, not even the residual warmth from the stove. Feeling her empty stomach as she walked to the library, her head felt heavy, and the pages in front of her were swaying. How could she focus on any talisman explanations? She bit her lip and browsed the system mall for half the day, swallowing her saliva while staring at the icons for potato chips and fish fillets, hesitating for quite a while before finally biting the bullet and exchanging for a few bags. At first, she had been cautious, nibbling with her neck shrunk, even covering her mouth with her hand while chewing potato chips, afraid of making noise. Until she finished half a bag of fish fillets without seeing the old gentleman or anyone in charge come out to stop her. She finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. In fact, she had this habit since childhood. When reading at home, there would always be a plate of sunflower seeds or preserved plums beside her, and she would toss one in her mouth after flipping a couple of pages. Her mother would often scold her, saying that reading required focus, but she just couldn't change. After crossing over, it became even worse. When Morong Xian taught her calligraphy, he would often pull out some candied fruits or dried nuts from his storage pouch, saying that practicing calligraphy required brainpower and needed to be supplemented. She followed him in drawing strokes while savoring a sweet plum. Over time, she felt restless when reading without some snacks at hand. After finishing her snacks one day, she secretly pondered for half the night. Perhaps the person guarding the library had gone off duty? After all, the library was so large. How could anyone keep an eye on it 24 hours a day? Most likely, there were formations protecting the books, and the person in charge had already gone home to sleep. With this thought, her remaining worries completely dissipated. Since no one was watching, having some snacks to fill her stomach would allow her to focus better on her reading. From that day on, whenever Su Ruoyao went to the library, her storage bag was never without snacks. She had thoroughly rummaged through the food items in the system mall. She would start her morning with a couple of crispy roasted crabs, and when she got tired from reading at noon, at night, she would peel a few sweet and sour dried figs. Wanting a change of taste, she would mix in some salty roasted fish slices. Craving something sweet, she would alternate between dragonbeard candy and preserved fruits, never repeating the same snack. She huddled under the bookshelf on the third floor, munching on roasted crab while frowning at advanced talisman transformation, completely unaware of the crab shell crumbs on her lips, feeling as comfortable as if she were in her own room. However, she didn't notice that the elder in the dark room had already been drawn to her and could no longer sit still. For the first few days, he could endure the temptation, sneaking a few bags of snacks back to the dark room to eat when she wasn't paying attention. However, seeing her change snacks every day, today it was preserved fruits, tomorrow it was roasted fish, made it so fragrant that he couldn't sleep, even losing the desire to guard the books. If this continued, he would be tempted to the point of losing weight. One day, as Su Ruoyao was peeling a sugar-coated hawthorn snack, she suddenly saw a figure beside the previously empty bookshelf. A white-haired old man, with his hair neatly combed, made his slightly childish face stand out even more. The most eye-catching thing was his robe made of shimmering material that sparkled under the faint light like it was woven from silver. Yet it didn't seem tacky on him. Instead, it exuded an indescribable aura of nobility. Su Ruoyao was startled, and the hawthorn snack in her hand fell onto the book page. Instinctively, she tried to hide the snacks at her feet behind her. Could this be the elder guarding the library? Had she been caught eating in the library? Just as she was panicking, she saw the old man rubbing his hands. His gaze fixed on the hawthorn snack that had fallen on the ground, his voice a bit awkward. "That little girl? Do you have any more of that in your hand? Can you share a little with me?" Su Ruoyao was taken aback, not expecting him to come asking for snacks. She looked at the gluttonous desire in his eyes and then at his shiny robe. No wonder he was so flashy. She had heard Morong Xian mention that dragons loved shiny things. Could this elder be one of them? She didn't dare think too much about it and quickly took out a bag of hawthorn snacks from her storage bag and handed it over. "Yes, I have some, elder. Please eat." The old man's eyes lit up as he took the bag, tore it open, and popped a piece into his mouth, his eyes squinting with pleasure. "Sweet and delicious. Better than the spiritual fruit snacks I have hidden," he chewed while smacking his lips, glancing at the bulging opening of Su Ruoyao's storage bag, and quietly asked, "Do you have roasted fish slices? The bag I got yesterday was gone before I could taste it." Su Ruoyao thought. So the snacks that went missing a few days ago were all taken by this elder? She paused for a moment while holding half a bag of roasted fish slices, her eyes subtly raising. As soon as the old man opened his mouth to ask for snacks, she felt a jolt in her heart. This was most likely the elder who truly called the shots in the library. The library of Tianlan Academy was divided into 5 floors, and only disciples above the 3rd floor could enter freely. She had long been envious of the books on the 4th and 5th floors, but had no way to access them. She didn't expect the opportunity to come knocking at her door. She hid the roasted fish slices behind her and deliberately furrowed her brow, pouting her lips as if she were in a dilemma. The elder watched her with the fish slices in her hand. His throat moved, and the greedy look in his eyes almost spilled over as he anxiously rubbed his hands. What's wrong? Is there none left? There is but. Su Ruiyao drew out her words, lightly tapping the fish slice bag with her fingers, and when she looked up at the elder, her eyes sparkled with a hint of cunning. I have one condition. Elder has to allow me to go to the 4th and 5th floors to read. Upon hearing this, the elder was first taken aback, then he laughed. Having lived for so long, he thought the little girl would propose some valuable condition. But it turned out she just wanted to go to the 4th and 5th floors? He waved his hand dismissively and said, oh, what's the big deal? Sure. You can go read. He didn't care about those 2 floors of books. All the books in the library, whether they were entry-level manuals on the 1st floor or ancient texts on the 4th and 5th floors, were all collected by him over the years. In other words, they were all his private collection. The books on the 4th floor were either too obscure for anyone to understand or dealt with principles that were absurdly complex. So the disciples below couldn't comprehend them even if they tried. Better to let them gather dust on the 4th floor. The 5th floor was even worse, containing only some ancient scrolls with missing pages and miscellaneous notes of secret realm legends that even he was too lazy to flip through. He had initially thought Su Ruiyao would ask for some spirit stones or magical tools, but he didn't expect her to only want this small thing. It was easier than coaxing a child with a candy. However, he wasn't one to let others take advantage of him for free. After a moment of thought, he proposed his own condition. You can go read, but you have to cook meals and snacks for me for 3 years. Since you are a new student, you'll be staying in the academy for 3 years, right? So it's worth it. He genuinely believed that Su Ruiyao's snacks were made by herself. Otherwise, how could there be so many novel treats? Crispy and fragrant potato chips, sweet preserved fruits, and that jar of sticky 8 treasure porridge must have been made by the little girl with her clever hands. To exchange for 3 years of good food, letting her read a few books was nothing. Su Ruiyao was already overjoyed. Let alone 3 years. Even if she had to cook for 5 years, she would be happy. But she didn't show it on her face. Instead, she frowned again as if she had more concerns. Okay, but I have one more condition. What condition? The elder was a bit anxious, fearing the little girl might backtrack, and hurriedly asked, is it because 3 years is too long? No, Su Ruiyao shook her head, her voice softening slightly, carrying a sense of naturalness. I want to bring one more person, my husband Morong Xian. You have to allow us both to go up and read together. Although she and Morong Xian were both on the 3rd floor, they were separated by several bookshelves, making it difficult to talk. If they could go to the 4th and 5th floors together, they could read new books and be close to each other, which would be wonderful. Upon hearing this, the elder was even more agreeable. What's so difficult about that? No problem. Don't mention one, you can bring 2. To him, having an extra person go to those 2 floors of books was like adding another ant to climb the shelves. It was completely insignificant. All right, it's a deal. Su Ruiyao immediately stuffed the roasted fish slices into the elder's hands, smiling brightly. Elder, eat this first. Tomorrow I'll bring you more snacks. The elder took the fish slices, eagerly tore open the bag, and stuffed them into his mouth, nodding as he chewed. Hey, good. He found it incredibly delicious. Completely unaware that as Su Ruiyao turned around, she secretly made a yes gesture to the air. She could now go to the 4th and 5th floors to see rare books while also being able to spend time with Morong Xian every day. And she had successfully charmed the elder in charge of the library. This deal was simply too profitable. Meanwhile, the elder, who was kept in the dark, was still pondering. Tomorrow he must ask the little girl what those potato chips were made of. They were so crispy and delicious. Chapter 70. Cooking for the elder. Su Ruiyao tossed a preserved plum into her mouth, savoring the sweet and sour juice while flipping through a book. She was quietly wondering to herself that while the snacks in the system mall were delicious, she couldn't keep buying different kinds every day. A few days ago, she noticed her mall currency balance gradually decreasing, and was contemplating whether she should start saving. After all, her gold coins were not abundant, and converting them into mall currency was never enough. If she kept buying roasted fish and preserved fruits like this, it wouldn't be long before her snack supply ran out. Just as she finished flipping through the book Ancient Talisman Language Simplified, the system interface in her sea of consciousness suddenly popped up, the light blue glow making her eyelashes flutter. A line of bright words on the interface almost made her swallow the preserved fruit in her mouth. Congratulations, host, for completing the 1000 book reading task. Reward: 10 million mall currency. 10 million. She gasped in surprise, instinctively covering her mouth, afraid of disturbing Morong Xian, who was reading nearby, and worried that the elder who had just scammed a bag of chips would hear her. She poked at the string of numbers on the light screen with her fingertip, counting from 1 to the 6 zeros that followed, and after 3 counts, she dared to confirm that she wasn't seeing things. The system had indeed given her 10 million mall coins. Now she didn't have to worry about snack money anymore. Not to mention eating grilled fish and crabs every day. She could even buy all the snacks in the mall. She felt as if a spring rain had fallen in her heart. And even her fingers flipping through the book had more energy. The previous stinginess about the mall coins had long been thrown out of her mind. At this moment, she suddenly remembered the pig dung in the pigsty of the Prime Minister's residence. A few days ago, she was still muttering to herself about how that pig dung was wasted by being given away to the farmers in the countryside, as she thought it could fertilize the fields and could exchange for some coins. At that time, she was so tight on money that she even thought about this little profit. Speaking of the pigsty in the Prime Minister's residence, it should not exist at all. A dignified Prime Minister's residence raising a few grunting pigs would be a joke if it got out. This mess was all caused by concubine Zhou. That woman, relying on Prime Minister Su's favoritism, never regarded the original owner highly, and was eager to push her daughter Su Ruoxue to the crown prince as the crown princess. So she came up with such a crooked idea. She tugged at Prime Minister Su's sleeve, smiling sweetly, saying she had a business relative in the western regions who could bring a rare breed of pig. The pork from that pig was fragrant when stewed and tender when stir-fried, at least 10 times sweeter than ordinary pork. She even pretended to sigh, "My lord. Think about it, if we raise a couple of them, when the new year comes and we slaughter them, and prepare some dishes for the emperor and the empress dowager. If the emperor is happy, he might just bestow Ruoxue to the crown prince." Prime Minister Su was so coaxed that he believed this absurd talk, and actually allocated a piece of land in the residence for a pigsty, bringing in a few pigs to raise. But who knew what concubine Zhou was really thinking? Was she hoping to please the emperor with pork? Clearly, she saw the original owner as foolish and easy to bully, deliberately setting the pigsty next to the original owner's Tinglong courtyard, letting the smell of pigsty waft into the courtyard every day. She even instructed the original owner to feed the pigs and clean the pigsty, frequently punishing the original owner by making her kneel in the ancestral hall for not feeding the pigs well, or not cleaning the pigsty properly. During those days, the original owner had a very hard time, and Su Ruoxue had a clear memory of it. Now that she had received these 10 million mall coins, thinking back on all the dirty tricks concubine Zhou had pulled, she felt both angry and amused. Fortunately, that woman plotted and plotted, and the pigs didn't amount to anything, instead adding so much suffering to the original owner. But now it was good. With these 10 million mall coins, she didn't have to be stingy anymore when it came to buying snacks, and in the future, if she wanted to exchange for usable magical tools or pills in the system mall, she wouldn't have to be so frugal. She smiled as she pinched the pages of her book, her eyes shining brightly. Her life was finally getting better. After Su Ruoxue had stocked up half a storage bag of snacks with the 10 million mall coins from the system, she turned around and was pulled by the elder into the depths of the library. Still pondering, how many dragonbeard crisps and grilled fish slices could she buy with this 10 million? It should be enough to feed the elder snacks for half a year, right? Unexpectedly, as they turned into an inconspicuous stone chamber, when she saw what was inside, the snack bag in her hand fell to the ground with a thud, and her eyes widened in shock. In the center of the stone chamber lay a whale that was at least 2 zhang long. Its silvery gray body was still glistening with moisture, and its scales sparkled in the dim light seeping through the cracks in the stone, looking as if it had just been out of the water, very fresh. "What is this, elder?" Su Ruoxue pointed at the whale, unable to articulate her words. Tianlan Academy was located in the mountains of the mainland, and the nearest sea was probably tens of thousands of miles away. Where did this whale, wider than the house, come from? The elder patted the whale's body, and when his palm landed on its skin, he even got some seawater on it, casually wiping his hands. "Oh, this fish. Just caught it from the deep sea. It's fresh." Su Ruoxue was dumbfounded. Deep sea? Just a stick of incense ago, he was still in the 3-story library asking her for hawthorn candy. Did he fly there in the blink of an eye? Before she could recover from her shock, she saw the elder point at the whale and raise his chin at her. "We're having fish today. This fish is up to you. By the way, I have a big appetite, so cook more. Otherwise I won't be full." Su Ruoxue looked at the whale, which was thicker than her entire body, and then glanced at the elder's seemingly thin frame, completely speechless. She thought 10 million mall coins were already quite generous, but at this rate, let alone snacks. Even if she turned the entire whale into dishes, it might not be enough to satisfy him. This wasn't just a big appetite. It was as if bottomless pit was tattooed on his forehead. While she was worrying about the whale, She didn't even consider how terrifying the elder's identity was. This seemingly old man in the library was actually a divine dragon from the divine realm, born with a divine status, and he didn't need to eat to survive. However, he was known for his insatiable appetite, having loved food since childhood, and even more so after transforming into human form. Anything edible, whether it was meat or vegetables, flying in the sky or swimming in the water, he wanted to taste. He wouldn't eat humans, not because he was kind-hearted, but because he thought human flesh was coarse and unpalatable. But spirit beasts and seafood were different. Their meat was tender and rich in spiritual energy, which suited his taste perfectly. Despite spending his days wandering in the library, if he really wanted to move, shrinking the ground to an inch was basic skill, and traveling thousands of miles was an easy task. In the divine realm, even little dragon cubs wouldn't look up to such skills. But on this spiritually barren Biluid continent, it was truly a miraculous ability. Just now he had settled on a 3-year snack exchange for reading rights with Suruwashua. And then he craved seafood, so he simply used a spell to flash to the deep sea tens of thousands of miles away and swiftly caught the fattest whale back. What if the spiritual energy was low in Biluid continent? He had his own dragon domain space, where the spiritual energy was rich and dense. So how could he lack this bit of cultivation foundation? He came here just to pass the time. Eating and drinking well was the main thing. Suruwashua had no idea about all this. She was staring at the whale, troubled. Her mind racing. How many pieces would such a big fish need to be cut into? Should she exchange for a solar-powered refrigerator from the system mall? Otherwise, it would be such a waste if it spoiled. Also, do high-level cultivators eat like this? Morong Xian consumed a bit more rice when practicing swordsmanship. But not like the elder, who directly carried a whale for dinner. What are you dawdling for? The elder saw her not moving and urged her. His eyes sparkling with anticipation. Hurry up, I'm waiting. Suruwashua took a deep breath, clenched her fists and thought, when someone offers you food, you can't refuse. After all, she still wanted to go to the 4th or 5th floor to read books, right? It was just cooking fish. At worst, it would take a bit more effort. Roasting, stewing, frying. She could surely make enough for the elder to be full. However, she secretly glanced at the whale and couldn't help but wail inwardly. This 10 million mall coins would probably all be spent on filling the elder's stomach. Chapter 71. Suruwashua displays her culinary skills. Suruwashua looked at the whale, which was even wider than the house, and although she felt doubtful, she didn't hesitate in her actions. First, she exchanged for a sharp mysterious iron knife from the system mall. How could an ordinary kitchen knife cut through such thick whale meat? Then she exchanged for several large copper pots and ceramic jars, preparing plenty of seasonings like green onions, ginger, garlic, Sichuan pepper, and star anise. She set up a simple stove in the corner of the stone chamber, and got busy. The whale meat looked firm, but when cut open, it had a faint sea smell, and the meat was a very tender pale pink. Suruwashua first took the piece closest to the fish's belly, which was the most delicate, sliced it thinly, rinsed it with water to remove the blood, marinated it briefly with cooking wine and ginger strips, then blanched it in boiling water, cooled it down, and drizzled it with a sauce made from fragrant vinegar, soy sauce, and minced garlic, sprinkling some green onion on top. A plate of cold whale meat slices was ready, looking refreshing and smelling appetizing. The elder had already moved a stone stool to sit beside her, his nose twitching with the aroma. When the first plate of dishes was served, he didn't even wait for Suruwashua to invite him, and picked up a slice to put in his mouth. The whale meat was smooth and tender. The sour and fresh sauce wrapped around the fragrant meat spread on his tongue, with no fishy taste at all. His eyes immediately lit up. Wow! This way of eating is new. Delicious. Suruwashua felt a bit relieved by his praise, and turned to get busy again. She took the meat from the fish's back, which had some tendons and was suitable for braising. She cut it into fist-sized pieces, first frying them in hot oil until both sides were golden, then adding chopped scallions and ginger slices to stir-fry until fragrant. She poured in dark soy sauce and light soy sauce, added 2 pieces of rock sugar to caramelize, then added enough water to the pot and covered it, letting it simmer. Before long, the aroma of the meat mixed with soy sauce wafted out, reducing the fishy smell in the stone chamber significantly. When the meat became tender and the broth thick, she sprinkled some chopped garlic chives on top, and served the bright red meat pieces immersed in the thick broth into a coarse ceramic bowl, making it look mouth-watering. This is delicious. The elder had just finished eating the cold dish of sliced meat when he saw the braised whale meat served, and immediately grabbed the bowl to dig in. The whale meat was stewed to tenderness, melting in his mouth, and the sweet and salty sauce paired perfectly with the meat, making it particularly appetizing. He praised, "This is 100 times better than the raw whale meat I used to eat. The sauce is absolutely perfect." Suruwashua didn't rest and took the meat near the fish fins. This meat had slightly coarser fibers, so she chopped it into minced meat, added some chopped mushrooms and starch, mixed it well, and shaped it into meatballs. She boiled a pot of water, and when it began to bubble, she tossed in the meatballs. When they floated to the surface, she added some seaweed and dried shrimp, and a bowl of whale meatball soup was done. The soup was clear and bright, the meatballs bouncy and tender, warming to the heart and stomach. The elder held the bowl of soup, sipping it slowly, his brows and eyes relaxing. Fresh. This soup is fresher than the spiritual springs in the deep sea. She felt it wasn't enough, and thought of making a dish of grilled whale meat. She took the skin on whale meat, scored it a few times, smeared it with salt, chili powder, and honey, and slowly grilled it over the fire. The fat dripped down the meat seams, sizzling on the fire, making the skin crispy while the inside remained tender and juicy. She tore off a piece. The skin was slightly charred and crispy, while the meat mixed with the sweetness of honey and spiciness, becoming more flavorful with each chew. The elder was so excited that he simply grabbed the grilled whale meat with his hands, letting the juices run down the corners of his mouth without caring to wipe them, while continuously exclaiming, "This is delicious, fragrant, spicy and just right. Little girl, your cooking skills are amazing, better than the dishes made by the divine chefs." Seeing him enjoy the meal, Suruoyao brought out the last dish, congee made from whale liver. She finely chopped the fish liver, cooked it with glutinous rice until it became sticky, added some dried scallops for flavor, and sprinkled some pepper when serving. The congee was thick and smooth, the aroma of fish liver mixed with the fragrance of rice, warm and perfect to settle the stomach. The elder drank 3 bowls of congee in a row before leaning back, patting his round belly and letting out a satisfied belch. "That was great. Really great. In all my years, this is the first time I've had such a delicious whale feast. Little girl, you are truly capable." He looked at Suruoyao with eyes shining as if he had found a treasure, adding, "You must cook for me often in the future. With your cooking skills, I wouldn't mind if you wanted to empty the library to read instead of going to the 4th or 5th floor." Suruoyao felt her cheeks redden from his praise and smiled while clearing the dishes. "I'm glad you like it. If you want to eat it again in the future, I'll make it for you." She secretly breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the 3 years of cooking in exchange for the right to read was secure. Meanwhile, the elder was still savoring the flavors. One moment he thought of the aroma of the braised whale meat, the next he recalled the spiciness of the grilled whale meat. And the smile on his face never faded. Having lived for so long, he had tasted countless delicacies, but Suruoyao's homestyle dishes, simple yet filled with a sense of warmth, were much more to his taste than the delicate but bland celestial foods of the divine realm. He thought to himself, "I must keep a close eye on this little girl in the future. It would be hard to find such a good cook again, even with a lantern." Suruoyao was busy reducing the sauce for the braised whale meat, her wrist secretly adding half a ladle of spiritual spring water into the copper pot. This water was something she exchanged from the system mall, crisp and sweet, with a hint of spiritual energy. Adding a bit to the dish could not only eliminate the fishy smell, but also make the meat more tender. She was quick with this motion. As soon as her fingertips touched the edge of the pot, the spiritual spring water slid down the ladle into the broth with a sizzling sound, disappearing without a trace. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't notice anything unusual. But she didn't know that the elder sitting opposite her, with a true body that had lived for countless millennia as a dragon, was most sensitive to spiritual energy, not to mention the water infused with spiritual energy. Even the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy in the air could be clearly discerned by him even with his eyes closed. When Suruoyao added sauce to the cold dish of sliced whale meat earlier, he had already felt that the meat was unusually fresh. Although ordinary whale meat was tender, it carried a hint of a deep-sea chill, but this meat had a slight sweetness, almost as if it had been soaked in morning dew. At the time, he was too focused on eating to think much about it, assuming it was just Suruoyao's impressive seasoning skills, until Suruoyao served the whale meatball soup. And as he scooped a spoonful into his mouth, the presence of spiritual energy became even more pronounced. The freshness of the soup was not only from the whale meat and seaweed, but also mixed with a hint of spiritual energy that invigorated his mind. As it slid down his throat, it brought a gentle warmth to his sea of consciousness. The elder paused in his motion of scooping the soup, squinting towards the stove. Suruoyao was turned away from him, grilling whale meat, holding a small brush to smear honey on the meat, appearing to be nothing unusual. However, when she turned to serve the fish liver congee, her wrist swayed towards the congee pot again. This time the elder saw clearly. The white porcelain ladle in her hand looked empty, but the droplets of water dripping from the edge of the ladle into the congee actually shimmered with a faint silver light, a sign of concentrated spiritual energy. "Eh, little girl, hiding something?" The elder's heart was clear, but his expression remained unchanged as he leisurely drank the congee, while his peripheral vision was fixed on Suruoyao. When Suruoyao brought the last plate of grilled whale meat to the table, and was about to sit down to catch her breath, she suddenly saw the elder pointing at the bowl of cold sliced whale meat, slowly saying, This meat tastes sweeter than ordinary whale meat. Su Ruiao's heart skipped a beat, but her face remained natural. Perhaps this whale is particularly fresh, just caught, and the meat is tender. Oh. The elder raised an eyebrow and scooped another spoonful of meatball soup. Then what about this soup? I've lived so long and have never had fish soup with spiritual energy. Upon hearing this, Su Ruiao's smile froze on her face. She tightened her grip on the chopsticks and secretly glanced up at the elder, who was squinting at her with a glint of cunning in his eyes. Completely devoid of the dazed look he had while eating earlier. Su Ruiao wanted to make a few more excuses. But the elder suddenly burst out laughing and waved his hand. Don't hide it, I saw everything. You added spiritual spring water to the dishes, right? It has a hint of morning dew's spiritual energy, quite fresh. As soon as he said this, Su Ruiao was completely at a loss. Only able to nod honestly. Yes, you have a keen nose, elder. She had added the spiritual spring water to balance the fishy taste of the whale meat. Not expecting it to be discovered. But the elder was not angry. Instead, he savored the taste again. No wonder it tasted so good earlier. Your addition of spiritual spring water is brilliant. It eliminated the fishy taste and added a touch of sweetness to the meat. Much better than just using cooking wine and ginger. He looked at Su Ruiao with even brighter eyes. Where did you get this water? It looks cleaner than the spiritual jade I've hidden. Su Ruiao didn't dare to mention the system mall and stammered. It's just some I saved up before. There's only a little left. The elder did not press further, just patted her shoulder. Keep adding it when you cook in the future. Add as much as you have. This spiritual spring water paired with whale meat is fantastic. He paused and added, if you run out of water, just let me know. And I'll go to Morning Dew Peak to fetch the clearest spring water for you. I guarantee it's sweeter than this. Su Ruiao was stunned. It seemed that the elder discovering she added spiritual spring water was not to blame her, but rather to praise her for doing well. She watched as the elder picked up another piece of braised whale meat, chewing with a beaming smile while muttering, this spiritual spring water is worth it. No wonder when I drank the soup earlier, I felt my sea of consciousness brighten a little. She quietly sighed in relief, unable to help but curve her lips. This dragon elder was truly someone who only cared about food. Meanwhile, the elder was pondering. This little girl not only has great cooking skills, but also possesses treasures like spiritual spring water. It seems I need to keep a closer watch on her in the future. When her spirit spring water runs out, she can go to the deep sea to catch a few spirit fish to exchange for such a good chef. She cannot let her suffer. Chapter 72. Talking about ingredients and treasures. Seeing that the elder not only didn't blame her for adding spirit spring water to the dish, but instead enjoyed it even more. Su Ruiao's anxious heart completely relaxed. She sat down next to the stove, slowly flipping a piece of whale meat that hadn't been fully grilled in her hand. Smiling as she explained, I thought the whale meat just caught from the deep sea still has some fishy smell, and the spirit spring water is sweet. So adding a bit to the dish can remove the fishiness and make the meat taste more tender. I didn't expect it would really suit your taste, elder. This was indeed the truth. The spirit spring water she exchanged from the system mall was originally reserved for herself to drink, thinking it could replenish her spirit energy. When she was processing the whale meat, she noticed the pale pink meat had a bit of a cool fishy smell, and suddenly remembered that when she used to make sea fish at home, soaking it in sweet mountain spring water would make it fresher. So she tried adding a bit to the dish. She never expected that the spirit spring water would be much more effective than mountain spring water. Not only did it remove the fishy smell, but it also infused the whale meat with a faint sweetness, making the broth even more flavorful. The elder was slurping a bowl of fish liver porridge when he raised his eyes at her words. With a bit of porridge foam still on the corner of his mouth. Just right. So much better. 100 times better than chewing raw whale meat. When I was fishing in the deep sea, who had the thought to do these things? Either eat it raw, or throw it on the fire until it's charred black. Never tasted anything so fresh made with spirit spring water. He smacked his lips, put down the empty bowl, and suddenly became interested. Leaning closer to Su Ruiao and lowering his voice. Little girl, since you know how to cook, let me tell you about a great place. The top ingredients in the Biluo land are not comparable to the whale I catch from the deep sea. Su Ruiao, already curious about the wonders of this continent, immediately brightened her eyes at the mention of top ingredients, stopping her movement of flipping the meat. Elder, please tell me, where is it? The elder added a piece of firewood to the stove, and the crackling flames reflected the light in his eyes. Go north for 30,000 miles. There's a mountain of 10,000 beasts. Deep in the mountain is a valley of spiritual plants. The valley grows moonlight grass. If you pick it in the morning when it's dewy, it's so tender you can squeeze out water. Use it to make soup, and you won't need any other seasonings. Just the aroma of the grass is so fresh it could make you swallow your tongue. There are also cloud-patterned rabbits running at the edge of the valley. Their meat is so fine it has no fibers. When roasted, it's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and one bite can cause oil to flow. but they run faster than the wind, and ordinary cultivators can't catch them at all. He paused and continued. To the south 50,000 miles away is the Hanhai Desert. Don't be fooled by the bare desert, it hides sand marrow crabs beneath. The crab shells are light golden, and the meat is milky white. When dug out and cooked with spirit spring water, the soup turns amber, sweet and fresh, and carries a bit of the spirit energy of sand marrow, even fresher than your whale meatball soup. But the heat in the desert is intense, and there are sandstorms. No one dares to go deep. Su Royale listened with wide eyes, forgetting to flip the whale meat until it started to smell burnt, and hurriedly took it away. Is there more? Are there other good things? The elder was amused by her eagerness and continued. In the misty sea to the east, there are pearl shells. But not the kind that produces pearls. They specialize in shell columns. Those shell columns are the size of a fist, white and tender. Slice them for hot pot. And just a quick dip is enough to eat, tender and bouncy, with a bit of sweetness. But the mist in the misty sea can confuse the mind. Once a ship enters, it can't find its way out, and I haven't heard of anyone surviving to bring back these shell columns. To the west, there are the snowy ice plains, where ice marrow fish are frozen beneath the ice. Those fish have lived for hundreds of years in the ice, with a chill from the ice marrow in their meat. Eating them in the summer, sliced and cold mixed, is so refreshing and tender. 10 times more refreshing than your cold mixed whale meat slices. But it's so cold on the ice plains that it can crack bones. If you don't have high-level cultivation, you'll just be a popsicle. He became excited, counting on his fingers. There's also the star marrow fruit from the Meteorite Valley. Making candied fruit from it is 10 times sweeter than your hawthorn candy. The cliff honey from the hanging cliff doesn't need sugar. Just spread it directly on roasted beast meat, sweet enough to melt into the heart. Su Ruiyao felt her heart itch, wishing she could immediately carry a pot and explore these places. She thought the snacks from the System Mall were rare enough, but she didn't expect there to be so many top ingredients in the Billua land. Just hearing the elder describe them made her mouth water. Elder, how do you know so clearly? She couldn't help but ask, as these places sounded very dangerous. The elder couldn't have visited them all, could he? The elder cleared his throat, stroked his gray beard, and said with a hint of pride, back in the day, when I was free, I wandered around the continent and noted down what I saw, but I just looked. I had no intention of cooking at the time. Who knew that these things would taste so good when made with spirit spring water? As he spoke, he glanced at the grilled whale meat in Su Ruiao's hand. His eyes filled with anticipation. Little girl, when you have time in the future, I'll take you to the mountain of 10,000 beasts to catch cloud-patterned rabbits. Once we catch them, you can roast them and I'll help you. I guarantee that no matter how fast they run, I can catch them for you. Su Ruiyao felt warm in her heart at his words, nodding repeatedly. Great. Once I finish reading the books on the 4th and 5th levels, we'll go. The fire in the stove was still burning, and the aroma of roasted whale meat mixed with the sweetness of the spirit spring water wafted through the stone chamber. One person and one dragon were huddled by the stove, one speaking animatedly, and the other listening with rapt attention, looking like two gluttons who had found a common interest. Completely forgetting the little incident with the spirit spring water, the firelight in the stove danced joyfully, casting a warm glow in the stone chamber. Just as Su Ruiyao wrapped the last piece of roasted whale meat in lotus leaves and handed it to the elder, she saw him gnawing on the meat, suddenly leaning closer to her with a mysterious air, lowering his voice. Little girl, while I'm only talking about food, in fact, there are treasures on the Billua land that are not just edible. Su Ruiyao was wiping her hands when she heard the word treasures. Her eyes immediately brightened. Although she had the system by her side, who would mind having more opportunities for cultivation or useful magical tools, she quickly moved closer to the elder. Elder, please tell me what treasures are there. The elder chewed on the whale meat and spoke indistinctly. To the southwest, 80,000 miles away, there's a broken star cliff. It is said that in ancient times, a star fell there, and at the bottom of the cliff lies a star core stone. That stone looks unremarkable, but it contains the spirit energy of stars. Using it to refine magical tools can make the tools carry starlight, and the sword energy emitted can shine with star brilliance. Even if you don't refine magical tools, keeping it in your pocket for cultivation can speed up the absorption of spirit energy by 3 times. He paused and added, but the wind at the bottom of the cliff is fierce, like a knife. Ordinary cultivators will be cut to pieces if they get too close. Moreover, the star core stone is buried deep. You have to use spirit fire to melt the outer layer of broken stones to excavate it. But for you, it shouldn't be too difficult? He glanced at the faint glow of the system in Su Ruiao's consciousness, chuckling without saying more. Su Ruiyao felt a stir in her heart. Star core stone? That sounds impressive. She quickly followed up. Is there more? Are there treasures hidden in secret realms? Oh, there are plenty. The elder became interested, casually tossing aside the leftover bones, counting on his fingers. In the depths of the misty sea to the east, there's a sunken ship secret realm. It is said that an immortal ship sank there in ancient times. Inside the ship, not only are there piles of spirit stones and elixirs, but there's also a book called Songhaiju. It is said that practicing it allows you to breathe underwater and control the waves, so you can traverse the misty sea without anyone daring to stop you. However, that secret realm opens only once every 100 years. When it opens, 3 guiding lamps will float on the sea surface, and you can only find the entrance by following the lights. Moreover, the ship has a protective array that specifically targets greedy cultivators. I once saw an old yawning monster trying to force his way in, and in the end, he was ensnared by the array until his spirit energy was exhausted, becoming fish food. Su Ruoyao swallowed, then asked, "Are there any secret realms on land?" "Of course there are." The elder added more firewood to the stove, the firelight illuminating his eyes. In the northwest, within the falling Sunset Mountain range, there's the ruins of an ancient sect. I can't recall the name of the sect, but I remember that deep within the ruins, there's a scripture pavilion containing many ancient cultivation techniques. What's most precious is the Statue of Enlightenment in the center of the pavilion. Sitting in front of it can help one avoid 10 years of detours and break through bottlenecks in cultivation. The ruins are surrounded by an illusionary maze. Those who enter will see the things they desire most, but if they lose their composure and reach out to touch, they will become trapped in the maze, unable to awaken, ultimately turning into a handful of soil within the ruins. A few years ago, I saw a young cultivator who was so entranced by a peerless beauty in the illusion that he couldn't move his feet, and ended up wasting away inside. He spoke with excitement and continued, "There's also the time secret realm in Meteor Valley. That secret realm is quite strange. The flow of time inside is different from the outside. While a day passes outside, 10 days can pass inside. Entering to cultivate is like gaining tenfold time out of thin air. In the center of the valley, there's a time tree, and the fruits it bears can allow a person to rewind time for a moment. If one goes astray during cultivation, it might just save them. However, the entrance to that secret realm is hidden in the quicksand of the valley, and stepping on the stardust will drain one's spiritual energy. One must wrap themselves in a dust-avoiding pearl to get close. Moreover, the time tree is guarded by a spirit beast, a time leopard, which can outrun shadows. To pick the fruits, one must first dodge its claws." Su Ruoyao listened with wide eyes, already mentally noting these secret realms and treasures. The star core stone from Shattered Star Cliff, the Songhaiju from the sunken ship secret realm, the Tao Enlightenment statue from the ancient sect ruins, and the time fruit from the time secret realm. Just thinking about them made her heart surge with excitement. "How do you know all this so well, Elder?" She couldn't help but feel curious. These secret realms sounded dangerous and mysterious. Yet the elder seemed to know clearly where the entrances were and what guarded them. The elder cleared his throat, stroked his beard and said proudly, "Back in the day, I wandered around the continent out of boredom and noted them down. Some secret realms I even ventured into. But what they had inside was nothing compared to the whale meat banquet you make." As he spoke, he patted Su Ruoyao's shoulder. "If you want to explore, that's fine. But wait until your cultivation is a bit higher, and I'll point you in the right direction. But remember, while the treasures in the secret realms are good, your life is even more important. Those who are overly greedy often end up as stepping stones for others." Su Ruoyao nodded earnestly, already jotting down these opportunities in her little notebook. Once she finishes reading through the 4 or 5 layers of books and boosts her mental strength, who knows? She might really be able to explore these secret realms. By then, she could gather treasures that would help her cultivate faster, and perhaps even find a suitable magical tool for Morong Xian. The fire in the stove gradually weakened, and the aroma of whale meat lingered in the stone chamber. One person and one dragon huddled by the fire, one speaking animatedly while the other listened with rapt attention, resembling 2 confidants harboring a wealth of secrets, recounting the mountains, secret realms, treasures and opportunities of the Biluo continent in detail. Chapter 73. Making clothes. These days, Su Ruoyao often ran to the elder's stone chamber, either bringing newly exchanged snacks or carrying ingredients to cook a warm meal, making it feel as if she were visiting family. One day while browsing the system mall, she noticed several bolts of fabric on the shelf, including a moon-white brocade that felt soft and shimmered with a faint silver light, and a silver-gray flowing cloud-patterned fabric that looked shiny and felt smooth to the touch, exuding an air of luxury. She stared at the fabrics for a while and suddenly remembered that Morong Xian always wore that plain blue outfit, which, while neat, looked simple. The elder's silver robe was also old, with frayed cuffs. Feeling inspired, she decided to exchange for both fabrics and some fine silk thread, planning to make new clothes for the 2 of them. In the following days, Su Ruoyao spent her daytime reading in the library and at night, she hid in her room cutting the fabric. She had learned sewing from her mother since she was young, and was quite skilled at threading a needle. When she measured Morong Xian's size with a soft tape, the young man's ears turned red. But he stood still and let her gesture on his shoulders and back. In the end, he softly asked, "Are you making me new clothes?" "Yes," Su Ruoyao replied, tying a knot with the thread and smiling at him. "The moon-white brocade will look perfect on you. I'll make you a long shirt." Murong Xian's eyes immediately lit up, and he couldn't suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. For several days, he practiced swordsmanship with extra vigor, eagerly awaiting the day the new clothes would be ready. The elder was even more straightforward. When Su Ruoyao asked him for his measurements while holding the silver-gray fabric, he was squatting at the stone chamber door, nibbling on dried fish. Upon hearing she was making clothes for him, he quickly stuffed the fish into his pocket and stood up straight, allowing her to measure him, not forgetting to remind her, "Make it a bit loose. I want to carry snacks conveniently." Su Ruoyao couldn't help but laugh at him, nodding in agreement and returning home to work overnight. By the time she finished sewing the 2 garments, it was already 3 days later. For Murong Xian, she made a moon-white long shirt with light blue cloud patterns embroidered on the collar and cuffs, enhancing the gentle look of his already refined features. For the elder, she made a silver-gray short robe, which was already shiny, and she embroidered a few silver thread balls resembling stars on the lapel, making it look both luxurious and understated. The next day, when she delivered the clothes, Murong Xian touched the fabric of the long shirt, his fingertips trembling as he examined it closely. After a while, he quietly said, "It looks really nice. I've never worn such soft clothes before." He even secretly glanced at Su Ruoyao, his eyes brimming with joy. The elder was even more direct. He took the short robe and immediately put it on, tightening the belt and spinning around. The silver-gray fabric shimmered under the light, and he touched the silver thread balls on the lapel, his eyes squinting with delight. "Good, good. Much brighter than my old robe. You have such skill, little girl." As the two were happily admiring their new clothes, the elder suddenly slapped his thigh as if remembering something and pulled out 2 dark rings from his pocket. The rings looked unremarkable, but their stone surfaces glimmered faintly as he placed them on the table. "Here, for you both. What is this?" Su Ruoyao picked up one and examined it, feeling the ring was cool to the touch, as if it concealed a strange energy. "Space rings." The elder waved his hand nonchalantly. "Made from jizishi, they can hold things. You both keep running to the library, and carrying books is heavy. This will be just right." Murong Xian also picked up one and tried probing it with his spiritual energy, and his eyes immediately showed surprise. Although the space inside the ring wasn't huge, it was more than sufficient to hold dozens of books, much better than the cloth bag at his waist that could only hold 2 or 3 small items. "This jizishi can only be found in the divine realm." The elder noticed the two were stunned and added, "The space bags and rings you have here in Biluo continent are all things that fell from the upper world, very rare. But I have plenty. I've collected a whole box of them, so these small items are nothing." Su Ruoyao felt warmth in her heart. She knew how precious space tools were in Biluo continent. For an ordinary cultivator, having a palm-sized space bag was considered impressive. Yet the elder gave them 2 jizishi rings without a second thought. His kindness weighed more than anything. Gripping the ring, she thought for a moment, then suddenly turned and ran back to her room, exchanging for a palm-sized solar-powered light bulb from the system mall. This bulb could store energy by soaking up sunlight during the day and would light up at night with a twist, casting a warm yellow glow that wasn't blinding. When she returned holding the bulb, she hung it on the old locust tree in the elder's courtyard. As she turned on the switch, the warm yellow light suddenly illuminated the small courtyard brightly. The elder was still fondling his new robe when he saw the bulb light up. He immediately leaned over to look up at it, his eyes reflecting the light, bright as if stars had fallen. "What is this? It's so shiny and beautiful." "A solar-powered light bulb," Su Ruoyao explained with a smile. "It doesn't need oil or fire. Just place it outside to soak up the sun during the day, and it will light up the courtyard at night." "Good stuff. Good stuff." The elder reached out to touch the glass cover of the bulb, his beard curling up in delight. Dragons loved shiny objects, and this glowing bulb was even more to his liking than luminous pearls. He circled the bulb twice, then turned back to Su Ruoyao and said, "You are thoughtful, little girl. If you need anything in the future, just let me know." Seeing the elder's joyful expression and glancing at Murong Xian, who was carefully placing books into his new ring, Su Ruoyao felt her heart soften like it was soaked in honey. She quietly slipped the ring onto her finger, feeling the cool stone against her fingertip, as if she was wearing a heavy warmth close to her heart. Meanwhile, the elder continued to circle around the bulb, occasionally reaching out to touch it, muttering to himself, "More convenient than luminous pearls. And it's not blinding. Tomorrow, find a taller pole to hang it higher." The silver-gray new robe shines under the light, truly resembling a dragon that has found a treasure, joyfully forgetting its form. That day, Su Ruoyao delivered freshly made osmanthus cake to the old minister. Just as she placed the food box on the stone table, she saw the old man squatting in the courtyard, staring blankly at the solar lamp. The warm yellow light of the bulb fell on the edge of his silver-gray robe, making the star-like silver threads sparkle, which contrasted with his soft white hair, diminishing the oldness and adding a touch of childlike innocence. "Minister, it's time to eat the cake," Su Ruiyao called out with a smile. The old minister turned around, his eyes brightening upon seeing the osmanthus cake, yet he did not immediately reach for it as usual. Instead, he patted the stone bench beside him, inviting her to sit down. After Su Ruiyao settled next to him, he leisurely picked up a piece of osmanthus cake, not bringing it to his mouth but instead twisting the corner of the cake in his fingers, suddenly speaking, "Little girl, let me tell you something." Seeing him serious for a rare moment, Su Ruiyao also restrained her smile. "You say? Actually, I am not human," the old minister mumbled after taking a bite of osmanthus cake. Su Ruiyao was taken aback and instinctively glanced at his silver-gray robe, his white hair, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. He looked like an ordinary old man. Just as she was about to tease him that such a statement was not something a mortal could say, she saw the tip of his finger gently tap the stone table, and a faint golden light flashed by. His originally wrinkled hand suddenly became smooth. Even his nails glimmered with a fine layer of golden light. "I am a dragon." The old minister looked at her, his eyes reflecting the light of the bulb, bright enough to be somewhat blinding. "I come from the upper realm, the dragon realm." Su Ruiyao's osmanthus cake fell with a thud on the table. She opened her mouth, unable to find her voice for a long time. A dragon? The upper realm? She had felt that the old minister was extraordinary, but she never expected him to have such an identity. No wonder he could travel thousands of miles daily to catch whales. No wonder he could effortlessly produce the interdimensional stone ring only found in the divine realm. He was actually a true dragon. "Why, you are a dragon." It took her a while to regain her voice, her eyes wide open. "Yes, indeed." The old minister took another bite of the cake, speaking as casually as if discussing the weather. "I fell here while playing with a shooting star back then and later. I got lazy and didn't want to go back, so I stayed in the library." He pointed to his white hair and wrinkles. "This appearance is a transformation. It looks old to keep those who want to steal books in check." As he spoke, golden light flickered again from his fingertips, this time not only smoothing his hand but also softening the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Though his hair remained white, it now appeared fluffy and soft, resembling a head of silver threads, looking less aged and more youthful. "Actually, I am not old," he shook his head, a hint of pride in his voice. "In the dragon realm, I am only a few thousand years old. In our place, a few thousand years is just past the juvenile dragon stage, considered a child." Su Ruiyao felt her jaw nearly drop. A few thousand years and still a child? The lifespan of a divine dragon was too astonishing. She thought of how she had just crossed over and was only in her teens. In the old minister's eyes, she must have looked like a newly hatched chick. "Then, what does your true form look like?" she hesitated to ask. The old minister's eyes brightened, as if he had been asked about something he was proud of. Just as he was about to raise his hand to gesture, he suddenly deflated. "I can't reveal my true form here. My true form is too large. If I showed my head, it would collapse the Tianlan Academy. Back when I just fell, I accidentally knocked down 3 mountains with my tail." He sighed, sounding a bit aggrieved. "It's more convenient to take human form, but I have to face this old man's face every day. It's dull." Looking at his pitiful appearance as a child dragon, Su Ruiyao suddenly found it a bit amusing, and much of her earlier shock dissipated. She picked up the osmanthus cake that had fallen on the table, blew off the dust, and handed it to him. "Being a dragon is pretty good, right? You can catch whales, explore secret realms, and even give me and Murong Xian space rings." The old minister was delighted by her words, smiling broadly as he took the osmanthus cake and took a big bite. "Of course. Our divine dragons are amazing." While chewing the cake, he added, "If you want to go to the upper realm in the future, I'll take you. The spirit spring water in the dragon realm is 10 times sweeter than what you have in your system, and there are glowing spirit herbs that look beautiful at night, just like your lamp." Su Ruiyao nodded with a smile, feeling warm inside. She had originally thought the old minister was a high and mighty old immortal, yet he turned out to be a playful and greedy little dragon cub. No wonder he always loved to ask for snacks. No wonder he was so delighted to see the glowing lamp. It turned out he was still a child at heart. The light of the bulb fell on the two of them, warm and cozy. The old minister savored the osmanthus cake, and as Su Ruiyao looked at his fluffy white hair, she suddenly felt that this child dragon old minister was much more amiable than she had imagined. Chapter 74. Making delicious food every day. When Su Ruiyao entered through the side door of the back kitchen with a bamboo basket, the copper bell hanging under the eaves was jingling in the wind. The old minister sat in a pear-wood chair by the window, flipping through a book. The rustling sound of the pages turning was accompanied by the aroma wafting from her basket. Freshly harvested lotus roots pulled from the well, still carrying a bit of muddy scent. But it couldn't hide the sweetness hidden in the lotus holes. "Are you making Westlake vinegar fish today?" The old minister raised his eyes, his gaze landing on the few purple perilla leaves on her fingertips. Su Ruoyao smiled and nodded, placing the bamboo basket on the table. The living creature inside flopped around, a silver-white base, its gill cover still gently opening and closing, its scales shimmering in the morning light. She rolled up her sleeves and went to the stove. The iron pot on the stove had just been smoked with pine needles, still retaining a faint herbal fragrance. In the first month, she had almost gone through all the exquisite dishes of Jiangnan. On the day of the spring equinox, she picked dewy shepherd's purse, wrapped it with glutinous rice flour, and steamed it into green dumplings. When bitten open, the red bean filling mixed with the bitterness of the shepherd's purse made the old minister, who was used to mountain delicacies, try a couple more. After the grain rain, she sought fresh bamboo shoots, cut them into strands as thin as hair, and stir-fried them with shredded chicken, drizzled with 2 spoons of aged Huadia wine. When served in a celadon dish, the bamboo shreds still had a crunchy resilience. One time, recalling the northern hot pot, she specially asked the kitchen to set up a copper pot, using lamb bones to simmer broth overnight. By the time the old minister sat down, the scallions floating on the surface of the broth still retained their curled shape. The thin slices of lamb cooked in the broth for 3 seconds curled at the edges. Dipped in sesame sauce and sent into his mouth, even the old minister couldn't help but drink half a bowl of soup. As summer came to an end, she changed her approach. She dug out the preserved sour plums from the cellar, added rock sugar to boil into thick sour plum soup, chilled it in well water, and served it in a tin pot, the water droplets on the pot running down her fingers. One evening, she returned with a basket, her pant legs covered in grass clippings, but inside the basket lay several round watermelons she had picked from the fields on the outskirts of the city, choosing the one that sounded the sweetest by tapping on the skin. When cut open, the red flesh was embedded with black seeds. Using a silver spoon to scoop it out, it was so sweet that the old minister put down his book, saying it tasted more sun-kissed than the ones sent by the kitchen in previous years. As autumn deepened, she became fond of making pastries. Using freshly harvested osmanthus to make honey, mixing it with glutinous rice flour to make dingsheng cake, steaming it produced a powdery white with a hint of yellow. It was soft and fragrant, the osmanthus aroma wafting from her tongue to her nose. She also learned to make the northern-style sugar fire cakes, kneading sesame paste and brown sugar into the dough, frying them crisp on both sides. When served, they were still steaming, and when broken open, the syrup trickled down, making the old minister flinch as his fingers got burned, but he couldn't resist taking a quick bite. One time, recalling the persimmon cakes made by her grandmother when she was young, she found ripe soft jujube persimmons, peeled them, and hung them under the eaves to dry. When the wind blew, a thin layer of white frost formed on the persimmon skins, sweet but not cloying. The old minister took the last 2 into the food box, saying he would save them for when he read at night. When the winter snow fell, she actually brought out a pot of spicy Sichuan hot pot. The red broth bubbled in the copper pot. The aroma of Sichuan pepper and dried chilies made one's nose turn red. But she had already prepared a sweet almond paste to alleviate the spice, served in a white porcelain bowl. The old minister dipped a piece of beef tripe in the broth, swishing it around before chewing on the crisp texture. Watching her add more vegetables to the pot despite her nose turning red from the cold, he suddenly said, "This time last year, you were still talking about the pickled cabbage and pork pot from the north." Su Ruoyao was taken aback, smiling as she scooped a spoonful of soup into his bowl. "Then I'll make it again next winter. The pickled cabbage needs to be fermented for a month with mustard greens to be flavorful." She thought such days would last until spring. But just after the Lunar New Year, the ingredients sent by the kitchen suddenly changed. The once common chicken, duck, and fish have become rare, replaced by some unfamiliar items, such as grayish-blue fungi growing in the crevices of rocks, which feel slippery to the touch and smell refreshing like mountain spring water, and a type of red-skinned root that exudes a milky juice when cut, which surprisingly has a faint milky fragrance when sniffed. The young servant who delivered the ingredients scratched his head and said, "This was collected by hunters from the Bailuo Valley, who said that the ingredients from that area don't require much seasoning, just boiling them makes them fresh." Su Ruoyao stared at the ingredients on the counter, feeling troubled. She rummaged through her spice jars but only found salt, sugar, a few bottles of aged soy sauce, and a small packet of Sichuan pepper. In the evening, with a mindset of giving it a try, she cleaned the grayish-blue fungi, added only spring water to the pot, and tossed in a slice of ginger before letting it simmer. Before long, a fragrance wafted through the room. Not the familiar smell of meat or vegetables, but a refreshing and clean aroma, like water just pulled from a mountain stream, with a hint of cool sweetness. When she served the fungi soup in a coarse pottery bowl, the old gentleman was staring blankly at the snow outside the window. As soon as she placed the bowl on the table, he turned his head, his gaze landing on the soft fungi in the soup, with a thin layer of oil floating on the surface, rendered from the fungi itself. He scooped a spoonful and drank slowly, saying nothing. But he continued to drink 3 bowls in a row, even scraping the spoon along the bottom of the bowl to get the last few drops of soup. From that day on, the scenery in front of Su Ruoyao's stove changed. She learned to cook with ingredients from the Bailuo Valley, using no complicated seasonings, often just boiling them in plain water or roasting them simply over charcoal. One time she got a piece of fibrous game meat that looked like beef, but was more tender. She cut it into large pieces and boiled it in plain water until it could be pierced through with chopsticks, then served it with a sprinkle of salt. The old gentleman surprisingly said it was even more fragrant than the braised beef she had made before. There was also a type of purple fruit that looked like grapes but was smaller. She tried simmering it in a clay pot over low heat without adding sugar. And when the fruit softened, it surprisingly released its own sweet juice. Placed on a plate, it was even more refreshing than candied fruit. One evening, as she sat at the stove peeling the red-skinned root, her fingertips were sticky with the milky juice. The old gentleman stood by the stove without her noticing and watched her peel with concentration. Suddenly he asked, "Missing home?" Su Ruoyao looked up and smiled, tossing the peeled root into the clean water. "Not really." She paused, looking down at the roots floating in the water. She used to think that cooking required soy sauce and vinegar to be flavorful, but now she realized that fresh ingredients are fragrant enough on their own. Just sniff it. This hasn't even been cooked yet, and it has a sweetness. The old gentleman said nothing, but bent down to help her stoke the fire in the stove. The flames licked the bottom of the pot, casting their shadows gently on the wall. The water in the pot gradually heated up, and the red-skinned roots rolled around in the water, releasing a sweet fragrance that mixed with the smoky aroma of the pine wood in the stove, making it feel even more comforting than when she used various seasonings in the past. The snow continued to fall outside, but it was warm by the stove, and even the sound of the copper bell under the eaves seemed to carry a hint of sweetness. The storage space of the old gentleman was a place that Su Ruoyao had only dared to glance at from a distance. Previously, she only knew that it contained ancient texts and rare books, spiritual herbs, and exotic stones, until one day the old gentleman casually pulled out a palm-sized jade box from his sleeve. When he opened it, it was lined with a layer of snow-white fluff, and inside lay a few fungi the size of a fingernail, glistening with a faint golden sheen. The old gentleman said this was the congealed fat fungus found only under the ice fields in the far north of the Bailuo continent, which takes 10 years to yield one, and even ordinary cultivators would covet it. Su Ruoyao stared at the fungi in a daze for a while. As soon as the jade box was placed on the table, she caught a whiff of a refreshing fragrance, not the earthy smell of wild mushrooms, but rather like honey melted from snow, faint and ethereal, yet tickling her nose. She carefully picked up one piece to look at it against the light. The folds of the fungus were dense like woven brocade, and the spot where her fingertip touched felt cool, as if she were holding a piece of frozen jade. "Want to give it a try?" The old gentleman, seeing the light in her eyes, tapped the edge of the jade box with his fingertip. Su Ruoyao immediately nodded, and as she turned to the stove, her steps felt lighter. She rummaged through the spice rack, and finally only took a small half-spoonful of salt, thinking that such a precious ingredient shouldn't be over-seasoned. After washing the silver pot with spring water, she cut the congealed fat fungus in half, added just enough water to barely cover the bottom of the pot, and simmered it over low heat. Before long, fine bubbles began to form in the pot. The pale golden fungus slowly unfurled in the boiling water, and its originally restrained fragrance suddenly spread out, first circling around the stove, then wafting out of the kitchen. Even Mu Rongxuan, who was sitting in the corridor flipping through a book, stopped what he was doing, his nose instinctively twitching. When he followed the scent to the kitchen door, he saw Su Ruoyao lifting the pot lid. Steam wrapped around the fragrance, causing her to instinctively pull back her neck as it made her cough a bit, but her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes sparkled like stars. "What is that fragrance?" Mu Rongxuan couldn't help but ask. Su Ruoyao turned around and smiled. Just as she was about to speak, the soup in the pot suddenly developed a thin layer of milky sheen, the fragrance intensifying, even carrying a hint of sweetness. She quickly turned off the heat and used a silver spoon to scoop the fungus along with the soup into a white porcelain bowl. The soup so clear that the bottom of the bowl was visible, with the fungi soaking in it, looking even more golden and lustrous, as if the bowl held fragments of gold. When she placed it on the table, the old gentleman had just set down his book. Mu Rongxuan could no longer hold back and leaned over to see Su Ruoyao push the bowl between them, first serving the old gentleman a half bowl. The old gentleman blew on the steam and took a sip. His previously furrowed brow suddenly relaxed, as the soup slid over his tongue. It wasn't hot but carried a refreshing sweetness that flowed down his throat, warming his entire being. The congealed fat fungus was soft yet not mushy in his mouth, and when savored, it had a slight chewiness. After swallowing, the tip of his tongue lingered with a faint aftertaste, more refreshing than any delicacy he had ever tasted. "It's incredible." Mu Rongxuan couldn't wait any longer and scooped a spoonful into his mouth, the heat causing his tongue to retract, but he couldn't bear to spit it out. He mumbled in appreciation, "It's even fresher than that bamboo shoot soup last time." Su Ruoyao sat beside them laughing, watching as they took turns spooning the soup until the small pot was nearly empty, even licking the edges of their bowls with their fingertips. From that day on, the old gentleman's storage space seemed to have opened a floodgate for Su Ruoyao. Today it was the glass shell harvested from the South China Sea, as thin as glass, and the meat inside was tender enough to squeeze out water. Tomorrow it would be the honey heart fruit found in the misty forest, looking like green jujubes, with amber honey flowing from the core when cut. The day after that, they found a piece of cloud-patterned beast tenderloin, the meat red and translucent with a hint of spiritual energy. Su Ruoyao also did not disappoint, spending every day at the stove experimenting with new recipes. She didn't dare to cook the glass shell for long, merely blanching it in boiling water before placing it in a chilled jade plate, dipping it in a bit of crushed sea salt to eat. The shell meat was crunchy, with a cool sweetness of the sea. And Mu Rongshuan could eat a dozen at once, unwilling to throw away the shells, saying he wanted to string them together to wear as a trinket. For the honey heart fruit, she tried steaming it. The skin split open and honey flowed down the cracks. She used silver skewers to pick it up, finding it sweet but not cloying, instead refreshing. The old gentleman loved to place two on the table when reading at night, occasionally picking one up to take a sip. The most challenging was the cloud-patterned beast meat. The meat was too tender, stir-frying made it tough, and stewing could risk losing its freshness. After thinking for a while, Su Ruoyao took the tenderest tenderloin, sliced it thin, soaked it in water to remove the blood, and only sprinkled a bit of salt before mixing it. She set up a charcoal stove on a stone slab, placing a thin iron net on top to slowly grill it. The charcoal was made from pine branches, carrying a hint of the aroma of grass and wood. The meat slices sizzled and oozed oil as they grilled, and the drippings hitting the charcoal created a fragrant smoke that made one dizzy. When the edges became slightly charred, she used bamboo chopsticks to pick it up and pass it over. Mu Rongshuan first snatched a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. The juices exploded on his tongue, so tender it nearly melted without chewing, carrying the faint fragrance of pine branches along with the sweetness of the meat itself, far surpassing the roasted spirit beast meat he had eaten at the tavern. The old gentleman also took a piece and chewed it slowly, watching Su Ruoyao crouch by the charcoal stove, beads of fine sweat on her forehead, yet still focused on flipping the meat on the net. Suddenly he said softly, "From now on, the kitchen will be entrusted to you." Su Ruoyao was taken aback, meeting their gazes. Mu Rongshuan's eyes were filled with undisguised anticipation, while the old gentleman's eyes softened, even without a smile. She suddenly burst into laughter, adding another piece of pine branch to the stove. "That's settled then. From now on, if you want to eat anything, you must first tell me what you want. I need to think of the recipes in advance." Since that day, Su Ruoyao became the exclusive chef for the minister and Morongxian. Before dawn, she would go to the kitchen to check the ingredients. Sometimes fresh mushrooms just taken out from the storage space by the minister, and sometimes wild fruits brought by Morongxian from the foot of the mountain. The kitchen was always filled with aromas, sometimes the refreshing scent of soup, sometimes the crispy smell of roasted food, and sometimes the sweet fragrance of pastries. Once, when Morongxian returned from a social gathering, he looked disgusted. The chef at that restaurant really wasted good ingredients. A piece of snow spirit deer meat was marinated in heavy sauce, and it tasted all like seasoning. It can't compare to the freshness of what you roast. The minister, who was flipping through a book beside him, casually replied, "Let Ruoyao roast the snow spirit deer meat tomorrow." Su Ruoyao, who was steaming honey fruits on the stove, turned around and smiled. "Okay. But today, let us eat the steamed fruits first, just out of the pot, they're sweet." The afternoon sun streamed through the window, landing in the white porcelain bowl on the stove, and the sweet aroma of honey fruits mixed with the smoky scent of pine branches filled the room. Morongxian was quick to grab a bowl, but the minister lifted his hand to tap his wrist, first handing a pair of bamboo chopsticks to Su Ruoyao. She smiled as she took them, took a bite of the warm fruit, and when the honey sweetness spread from her tongue, she suddenly felt that these daily routines around the stove were even more fulfilling and joyful than when she was a head chef at a restaurant. After all, cooking for someone who appreciates food is indeed a pleasure. Chapter 75. Little White and Little Dragon can't live without meat. Ever since Su Ruoyao stumbled upon the true form of the minister, a small dragon coiled around a jade pillar with shimmering scales from the divine realm. She still called him minister in front of others, but privately, she often teased him with her fingertips. "Little dragon, Little White is bored." As soon as she finished speaking, a snow-white fluffball rolled out from her sleeve, which was her contract beast, Little White. This little guy was a nine-tailed fox, with 9 fluffy tails brushing against the ground, and its nose was still smeared with remnants of the last spiritual fruit it didn't clean up. Although nine-tailed foxes are divine beings from the divine realm, Little White's lineage had experienced some misfortune, and since its ancestors, They had been stranded in the Biluo continent. It was born on the Biluo soil, drank from the Biluo streams, and had never encountered the winds of the divine realm, let alone seen a kindred spirit like Little Dragon, who carried the aura of the upper realm. Initially, Little Dragon held a bit of the minister's demeanor, but when Su Ruoyao urged him, he transformed into a dragon form that was about twice the height of Little White, with scales that shone dazzlingly and claws tipped with a hint of golden luster. Little White curiously approached and poked his scales with the tip of its tail. They were cool to the touch, unlike the blue stones in the Biluo forest. Little Dragon's tail twitched from the poke, but he didn't dodge, only grumbled, "Don't touch randomly." However, the closeness of beasts cannot be deterred by mere words. In just 3 days, the two little ones became well acquainted. During the day, when Su Ruoyao was meditating and cultivating, sounds of thumping would often come from the backyard. It would either be Little White chasing Little Dragon's tail, knocking over the stone table, or Little Dragon finding Little White too slow and gently placing it on his back, resulting in Little White losing balance and stepping on his soft scales, causing Little Dragon to yelp and leap, crashing into the courtyard wall. Su Ruoyao would feel a headache from the noise, but she couldn't help but smile, thinking it added some liveliness to the courtyard. Having grown up in the divine realm, Little Dragon had seen much more than the earth-born Little White. One day, it shook its head and boasted to Little White, "In the depths of the Black Wind Forest to the east, there are Xian iron leopards. Their meat is the tastiest when roasted. When you bite through the skin, the fat splashes everywhere." Little White perked up its ears, its 9 tails nearly standing up like a feather duster. "Xian iron leopard? Is it more delicious than the red flame tiger we had last time?" "Of course." Little Dragon proudly raised its chin, and that very afternoon, it carried Little White off to the Black Wind Forest. It flew steadily, gently wrapping its claws around Little White's waist, afraid of bumping it off. Little White lay on its back, ears flapping in the wind, excitedly peering down at Little Dragon's scales, marveling at how quickly they arrived at the mountain road that usually took half a day to traverse. The Xian iron leopard was indeed fierce, but it couldn't withstand Little Dragon's dragon breath freezing its limbs. Little White seized the opportunity to pounce on it, scratching it until it lost its temper. When Su Ruoyao saw the two little ones return in the evening, Little Dragon had the Xian iron leopard in its claws, which was even larger than itself, while Little White had blood at the corners of its mouth, and a few leopard hairs stuck to its tail. Yet it was grinning with squinty eyes. From then on, the mountains, rivers, and seas of the Biluo continent were often stirred up by these two foodies. Little Dragon knew which primitive forest hid the century-old moonmark rabbit, whose meat was tender and could be steamed with a bit of spiritual honey for an incredibly delicious taste. It also knew which cliff had the plump wind-wing birds that needed to be tied with spiritual herbs while roasting, otherwise the fat would drip down the wings, wasting the flavor. Sometimes, Little Dragon would also take Little White to the deep sea. The deep sea of the Biluo continent was dark and murky, with water pressure capable of turning ordinary cultivators into mush. But Little Dragon, being a divine dragon, had its own space, and before diving, it would wrap Little White in spiritual energy and send it into the space. Little White would not feel bored in the space. It could cling to the space wall and watch Little Dragon's tail chase the ink-scaled fish around, see it use its claws to stun the slow-moving Xian armor turtle, and occasionally catch a few shiny pearl shells. Little Dragon, not fond of the little meat, would toss them to Little White in the space to play with. When they returned from the deep sea, Little Dragon's space would be filled with various sea delicacies. Silver tuna's bones could serve as toothpicks. Roasting them made them crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The claws of the flipping river crab were full of meat, and dipping them in the spiritual algae sauce from the sea was so fresh that Little White would wag its tail excitedly. The spirit beasts of the Biluo continent were already quite numerous, from the stone-armored beasts bouncing around in the mountains, the cloud-horned sheep running on the grass slopes, to the poisonous-patterned crocodiles crawling in the marshes, and the snow-maned lions lying on the ice plains. None of the well-known beasts were spared by these two little ones. Sometimes, when they encountered spirit beasts with higher intelligence begging for mercy, Little White would tilt its head to look at Little Dragon. But Little Dragon would sweat its tail aside. "Don't be soft-hearted. The meat of this snow-maned lion stewed with spiritual ginseng is the best for replenishing spiritual energy." At first, Su Ruoyao was worried that they would eat too much and hurt their stomachs, but later, seeing Little Dragon finish and let out a satisfied burp with even shinier scales, and Little White waking up from a nap with its 9 tails all fluffed up, and its spiritual energy increased, she let them be. After all, spirit beast meat was nourishing, and for beasts, it was the best nourishment. Watching the two little ones play and eat every day was much livelier than their previous solitary existence. However, occasionally, looking at the crooked walls in the backyard and the trampled medicinal garden, Su Ruoyao would sigh helplessly and turn to groom Little Dragon. "Next time you catch spirit beasts, don't chase them into the medicinal garden. If you trample my calming grass again, there will be no roasted meat to eat tonight." Little Dragon would nuzzle against her palm, responding softly, but the next day, it would definitely take Little White out to run amok again, returning with new prey in its claws and the tip of its tail still covered with leaves that clearly didn't belong to the medicinal garden, coming from the deep mountains. Obviously, the warning to pay attention next time was not taken to heart at all. In fact, as a nine-tailed fox, according to the rules of the divine realm, Little White was originally supposed to possess its own space. The nine-tailed fox clan is a registered divine fox in the divine realm, with bloodlines that hide innate divine abilities, and that personal space is one of them. It is said that purebred nine-tailed foxes can expand their space as their cultivation increases, small enough to store some spiritual fruits and pills, and large enough to hoard an entire spiritual vein mountain, with not a breath of wind able to enter. However, Little White happened to be unfortunate. When its lineage fell to the Biluo continent, it had long been out of the divine realm's sight. Although its ancestral bloodline had not been severed, it was not listed on the divine realm's registry. It was like a mortal without a household registration. Even with abilities, it could not have a proper name, and its spatial function was firmly sealed by invisible rules. When it first followed Su Ruoyao, Little White didn't feel anything unusual. At that time, it was still small, at most tucking a few spiritual fruits in its fur, never expecting it could hide even more extraordinary things inside. It wasn't until it became familiar with Little Dragon. Seeing Little Dragon frequently open a translucent space filled with the spirit beasts it just caught, and the spiritual herbs it casually picked, and even once stuffed a large piece of coral glowing blue from the deep sea, that Little White began to realize something was off. One day, while Little Dragon was pawing at the Xian armor turtle in its space, Little White squatted beside it, its nine tails sweeping the ground absent-mindedly, and suddenly leaned over to nuzzle the space wall. "You can fit so many things in here." Little Dragon lifted his eyelids, a piece of seaweed hanging from his dragon horn. The space of the divine dragon is innate. He paused and glanced at Little White's round belly. "You don't have one? The nine-tailed fox should have it too, right?" Little White's ears drooped, and his tail stopped wagging. Su Ruoyao said our lineage isn't registered in the divine realm. He scratched his belly with his paw and muttered, "It seems like I have a space, but I just can't open it. Last time I tried to hide the leftover red flame tiger leg. After scratching for a long time, only a few hairs fell out." As he spoke, he really lifted his paw and scratched his snow-white fur, and sure enough, only 2 fine hairs fell out, not a hint of space. Little Dragon looked at his pitiful expression and unusually didn't mock him, gently tapping his head with the tip of his tail. "It's okay, if you want to store something, just put it here with me. Later." The 2 little ones went out to catch spirit beasts, and Little White became even more clingy to Little Dragon. Sometimes when they stumbled upon sweet spirit fruits in the forest, Little White would bring them to Little Dragon. "This is delicious, store it." Sometimes when they chased spirit beasts too far and worried Su Ruoyao, Little White would tug at Little Dragon's scales. "Let us put the prey in the space. Hurry back." Little Dragon would occasionally grumble, "You're just making it easier for yourself," but he didn't hesitate to accept whatever Little White handed over, whether it was half a piece of beast meat or a beautiful feather, and obediently stored it in the space. One time, they caught a snow-maned lion on the ice field. The lion meat was very fatty, and Little White was chewing with grease all over his mouth when he suddenly stopped, staring at Little Dragon's space in a daze. "What's wrong?" Little Dragon nudged him with his paw. Little White shook his tail, his eyes sparkling. "When I go to the divine realm to register later, my space will definitely be bigger than yours." He puffed out his small chest and said seriously, "At that time, I'll store lots and lots of spirit fruits and delicious roasted beast legs, and I won't share them with you." Little Dragon scoffed but couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth, nudging his belly with his head. "Then you better hurry up. Otherwise, when your space opens, all the spirit beasts on the Biluo continent will have been eaten by us, and what will you store?" "Air." Little White was anxious when he heard that, and pounced on Little Dragon, rolling in the snow and playing around, their laughter echoing far across the ice field. Su Ruoyao watched from afar, listening to Little White chattering about going to register in the divine realm, shaking her head helplessly and laughing. This little guy probably still didn't know that registering in the divine realm wasn't an easy task. However, seeing the hope in his eyes made one feel that perhaps one day it might really happen. Chapter 75. The Tree of Life. Little White Fox and Little Dragon spent their days wandering around the Biluo continent, sweeter than honeyed spirit fruits. Both little ones were naturally gifted at treasure hunting. Little Dragon relied on the Dragon Clan's keen perception of spiritual veins, but when it came to precision in finding things, Little White's nose was even better. Even a 1,000-year-old fungus buried under 3 feet of rotten leaves could be unearthed by him following the faintest trace of spiritual energy. One afternoon, the 2 beasts sneaked into the inner area of the Qingmeng primitive forest. The deeper they went, The denser the refreshing scent of the plants in the air became, mixed with a strange fragrance that warmed the heart. Little White's nose twitched first, and his 9 tails perked up excitedly. Little Dragon, over here. It smells so good. Little Dragon looked in the direction he indicated, and his pupils suddenly constricted. In a clearing among the trees stood a solitary, unusual tree about a high. The trunk shone with a warm jade-like luster. The leaves were translucent emerald green, and it seemed like light flowed slowly between the leaf veins. The most eye-catching were the fruits hanging from the branches. They were fist-sized, entirely red, as if wrapped in a layer of melted sunset glow, and the warm fragrance came from the fruits. The Tree of Life! Little Dragon exclaimed in a low voice, trembling with excitement. Although he was still young in the divine realm, he had seen the appearance of this tree in ancient texts. It was a treasure that was highly coveted even in the divine realm, said to nurture the vitality of all things, with the life fruits on its branches being the most precious of all. Little White was already eager, wagging his tail and trying to reach for the nearest fruit. But as soon as his paw was about to touch the air beneath the fruit, it felt like hitting a soft yet unyielding barrier, causing him to stumble back 2 steps with a cry of surprise. Don't touch! Little Dragon quickly wrapped his tail around him. There was a barrier around this tree, set up with mental energy. Moreover, picking the fruits required mental energy as well. He scratched the ground anxiously with his paw, his dragon horn glowing a bit brighter. How can we break that barrier? We've never trained in that stuff. Usually we just eat spirit beasts and chew on elixirs, or curl up in our nest and sleep. We don't know anything about mental energy. Indeed, their abilities were all innate. Little Dragon could freeze or burn with his breath, and Little White was fast with a keen nose, but mental energy required calm meditation and daily refinement, which they found boring and had never touched. Watching the red life fruit swaying on the branches, as if deliberately teasing them, Little Dragon turned in circles, anxious. No! This thing must not be discovered by others. If someone finds out there's a tree of life on the Buluo continent, they would fight to get it. Little White was also anxious but had a few more ideas than Little Dragon. He patted Little Dragon's side with his paw. Isn't there spirit marrow liquid in your space? It's like spirit spring water. Both are good things from the divine realm. Can't we move the tree inside to nurture it? Little Dragon shook his head, his tail sweeping across the ground and raising a few fallen leaves. We can't move it. I'm still small now. I can't break that barrier. And I can't even get close to the tree. Without mental energy, not only can we not pick the fruits, we can't even touch the tree. He paused, suddenly brightening his eyes. I know. Let us find Suruoyao. As soon as he finished speaking, Little Dragon's body shook, shrinking from half a person's height to the size of a palm, flashing in place like a willow leaf. This was his Dragon Clan's shrinking technique. Thousands of years of age weren't for nothing. He could change his size at will, similar to the elven Little Blue's ability to stretch freely. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, leaving Little White squatting under the divine tree, eagerly watching those red fruits. Before long, Suruoyao was dragged over by Little Dragon, still looking a bit dazed as if she had just been pulled from her cultivation. Little Dragon? You called me so urgently. Did you find something delicious? When she saw the jade trunk and emerald leaves of the unusual tree with red fruits hanging down, she snapped out of her daze, her eyes full of surprise. Little Dragon had already returned to his half-grown form, pointing at the divine tree anxiously. Suruoyao, this is the Tree of Life. There may not even be one in the divine realm. Look at those life fruits on top. They can bring the dead back to life. Even someone who has just passed away can be saved by eating one. An ordinary person can live 500 more years after eating one. For us cultivators, eating one means we can ascend directly without much effort in cultivation. Suruoyao gasped, reaching out to touch the trunk. But she was also blocked by that layer of invisible barrier. She pondered, such a precious tree, why don't we move it to the space? No, no. Little Dragon quickly waved his hands. The fruits are already ripe. We must pick them now. If we delay, the fruits will fall to the ground and merge into the soil, and then there will be nothing left. While the 2 beasts and 1 human were worrying around the divine tree, they suddenly heard a rustling sound, and a white shadow sprang out from the nearby bushes, stopping a few steps away from them. The little creature was about the size of a squirrel, covered in pure white fur that looked like it could be squeezed for milk, resembling a miniature wolf cub, but with rounder ears and a fluffier tail, and its pair of black, grape-like eyes rolled around, watching them. Little Dragon was first taken aback, then opened his mouth wide. By Zay! He never expected that there would be a divine beast by Zay on the Buluo continent, and it was still an underage cub. No wonder it looked so small. Suruoyao was also shocked, her eyes wide open. She squatted down, trying to soften her voice. What? Another divine beast? She stared at the little white beast for a while, suddenly remembering something. By Zay, I think I've seen it in the illustrations of ancient texts. The illustration in the book doesn't look like this. The Baizé in the book is majestic, even larger than a tiger. Just as they were talking, the little Baizé tilted its head and, in a clear but babyish voice, asked, "What are you doing around the Tree of Life?" Su Ruoyao was startled and instinctively shrank back, then looked at the little dragon and little Baizé with delight. So mythical beasts can speak human language. The little Baizé had been staring at the life fruit on the branches, wagging its fluffy tail. Upon hearing the Baizé cub speak, its 9 tails shot up as if it suddenly remembered something. It took a couple of steps forward, lifted its head, and declared to the Baizé, "I discovered this tree first." It flicked its fluffy tail tip, looking a bit anxious and serious. "It's been 3 years. I sensed a special warm spiritual energy here 3 years ago, and when I pushed through the vines to come in, I saw it. Back then, the fruits were still green and as small as wild jujubes." As it spoke, the little Baizé pointed at a faint scratch on the tree trunk, which was a mark it had made last year with its claws, fearing it might forget the place while running in the forest one day. "I've been guarding this place for 3 years. If any other beasts try to get close, I show my teeth at them. Once I encountered a one-eyed black bear that insisted on coming this way. I ran around it 3 times and led it to another mountain." It paused, its gaze returning to the bright red fruits, its tail curling up slightly beside it, its voice carrying a hint of grievance mixed with hope. "I'm just waiting for the fruits to ripen. The elder Baizé said our lineage has suffered greatly. I grew up in the Biluo continent, and even when I was young, I was afraid of being chased. Not long ago, a steel-feathered eagle chased me and pecked at my tail." The little Baizé shook its ears, recalling the days it was chased around like prey. Its claws clenched tightly. "But as long as I eat this fruit, I can skip my childhood and grow into an adult Baizé in one leap. Who would dare chase me then? I could easily swat away a steel-feathered eagle with one paw." What it was most concerned about was the latter half of its sentence. It looked up at the sky above, as if afraid that a thunderbolt would suddenly strike down, lowering its voice. "And the elder said that to become an adult, one has to endure 99 thunder tribulations. Those thunderbolts could split mountains, and many of our kin didn't survive. If I eat this fruit, I won't have to endure the strikes and can directly level up. How wonderful that would be." As soon as it finished speaking, the little dragon suddenly made a sound, brushing the tip of its tail on the ground, unusually not competing with the little Baizé. It recalled the time when it tried to channel energy to level up. And even though it was only a small advancement, dark clouds rolled in, and a bolt of lightning struck past its dragon horn, turning a nearby boulder to dust. It had been so frightened that it shrank to the size of a palm, hiding in a crevice and trembling for a long time. "Who isn't?" the little dragon muttered, its dragon horn drooping. "Our dragon clan has it even harder when leveling up. Each thunder tribulation is thicker than the last. I've seen old dragons face tribulations in the divine realm, struck by lightning until most of their scales fell off. If only we could skip the tribulations." It glanced at the life fruit, its throat moving slightly, not finishing its sentence, but the greed in its eyes was unmistakable. The little white fox also came over, its 9 tails resting on the little dragon's back, quietly adding, "I heard Su Ruoyao say last time that 9-tailed foxes also have to face thunder tribulations when they become adults. She said the book mentioned the 9-tailed fox facing the calamity lightning, and just one strike could char half of its tail." It licked its paw. "I definitely don't want to be struck. Burnt fur doesn't look good." For a moment, the 3 little creatures stared at the tree of life without speaking. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, landing on the bright red fruits, making the warm fragrance even stronger. The little Baizé gathered its paws in front of itself as if afraid someone would snatch it away. The little dragon unconsciously scratched the earth with its claws. The little white fox quietly inched closer to the base of the tree. Everyone wanted the fruit that could skip the thunder tribulations and grow up directly. But seeing the mixed expressions of hope and fear in each other's eyes, none of them